like not depression, but the other one when you're nervous. You know,
Anxiety.
it's anxiety. I used to have anxiety.
Ansioso, ansioso, bien ansioso.
Yeah, I was to have anxiety, all that stuff, heart palpitations, and like all kinds of weird things. And I'm like, man, what am I doing to myself? So I was trying to figure out, like, I was dissecting my food, like to find out what is it that it's causing all this shit. So I slowly started to like get stuff away, do research on each individual thing that I was putting into my body. And I found out that we put spices and extra things in the food that's not normally. Some of these spices were used as medicinal things, and they were supposed to be only applied when you needed them. You know, like because the spices they do help in certain situations, but they were combating things like parasite cleansing. You know, like
Hmm.
but they're not to be used all of the time in the
Exactly.
foods every time because they're you need them to do things when you need them to do things. You don't need them all of the time.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
like but like, you know, so then you have the adverse effects. So if it's too much of something, like too much of garlic can damage you. And I think Cut the Shit was actually saying that. So you consume too much of it, it turns bad. Like you're not supposed to always be damaging your body like that, but we don't know this, right? So when we get older, all of the vital organs that we have are damaged because of that. So that's why they weaken, and then we have problems, and you know the rest. But I'm looking at it like, well, how come nobody's ever talked about this stuff? It seems like diets seem to be like, okay, eat this, this, and this, and you're good to go. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think it's that easy. It's like because this day and age, nobody nobody tells you like, okay, all of the foods that are in that one food that you're eating, the spices, the oils, the all that stuff. How do you know each one of those things individually? What are the effects they have? Because the mustard that I was eating, the French's mustard, it's a popular mustard in the U.S. It
Hmm.
has garlic and a lot of it. And I love mustard, just not that mustard because it has garlic, and its garlic is has was damaging me. Like, so I was like, "Is there any mustard that's made without garlic?" So I did my research. I went to the store, looked reading all the labels, and there's like maybe only two mustards, or maybe even one that has no garlic in it. There's one marinara sauce that doesn't have garlic in it. Like only one out of the like 15 or 20 different versions of a marinara. Like,
True. Yeah.
and I didn't know this. If you eat the marinara with the peeled of the tomato, because the lectins are it can harm the body. That's the defense mechanism that plants have when you're eating them. Like you
Mhm.
have to peel. If you eat tomatoes with the peeled skin, you don't eat the skin. You just eat the inside. You take this, to remove the lectins that you don't. The plant is defending itself when it's keeping the bugs away. The bugs that want to eat it. So um, when it's a healthy plant, it has this defense mechanism and it's producing that. And those toxins, when we ingest them, they can hurt us. So there's a certain way to eat your vegetables too. I don't know if you guys know this, and fruits, but depending on what they are and how you eat them, you can. It's crazy, man. Like, we don't think of this because we're just like, oh, there's a fruit, there's a vegetable, just eat it. It's good for you. But
Yeah,
there's a
yeah.
certain way to eat them too, like a banana. Okay, bananas are the same way. If you are somebody who struggles with like diabetes, type 2 and all of these things, type 1, and you eat a banana that's yellow, then the different color also signifies the sugar content in that. The more green, the more ripe or the more brand new the banana is, the less sugar content it's going to have. But as it gradually matures, and it goes from like green to yellow and then black. And I didn't know this, but you can actually get drunk off of bananas. they could they could get to the point where they actually have like when fruit gets to a different stage, it actually turns into like it. What is it? The chemical structure
Bananas
of it
will
becomes
give you
alcoholic. It's
bananas
fermented.
will bananas will
Fermented. Thank
give
you.
you oh my bad fermented bananas too many will high percentage you'll get some worms from them and you're gonna feed them as well. If you have worms, you're gonna feed the worms and you might introduce more worms. So if you don't kill the worms, you're gonna have more worms. The more bananas you have without
No, and
killing the worms.
so you're saying these parasites, they live off of the sugars, right? These.
Some of them, some of them, yeah.
So you're basically eating them, ingesting them because they're in the bananas, and then you keep feeding their, like you keep giving them their food source, which is sugars.
Yeah.
Because a banana that's yellow is basically a sack of sugar. It's just the yellow sacks of sugar, like that's all they are, mainly
And in
sugar.
many times, since it's sweet, there already a fly that put eggs inside of it and left, and you don't see the fly flying around, but then you find the little worms inside of it. It's not all the bananas, but whichever has taken the worms in, the worms are in already, and then you eat it, you have worms inside of you now, and
Mm,
you with the
yeah.
food source. And also, so many fruit, when you eat them, you don't kill them correctly, they can have fungi. And fungi can be even more dangerous than worms themselves.
Mhm. And
So
parasite cleansing is a thing too. But I'm saying that if we're concentrated, because like we don't know this, man. Like we just eat food. People just naturally eat food, and then we get sick, and then it's a vicious cycle, man. And we're just giving money to the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry. We're constantly sick. It's people are wondering like, damn, why am I always sick? Like I was trying to, my immune system is not able to fight, but that's because these parasites are controlling all of that. You know, they weaken your defense system to fight any.
they're taking from the host, and also, like releasing, waging chemical warfare and releasing
Yeah,
toxins as well. Um,
exactly.
look at this screenshot. I bought this recently, and it's like a product that is a little bit niche, but it's kind of cool. Let me show you the ingredients.
Are they good? Have you? Are you?
No, I bought it. I haven't tried it. I saw people eating it, but I
Yeah,
haven't
me
eaten
too.
myself yet.
Is that the
So,
100-year-old eggs?
I don't know 100, but they preserve duck, and these are duck eggs. And these ones only have duck eggs, salt, which is okay, lye, which is another type of salt, or what is, yeah, it's like a salt, and then water.
Water. Yeah.
So it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. It's high in fat. The only thing it has carbohydrates. So, but yeah, that's what I wanted, just to try them, just to try different type of eggs to see this type of egg.
Knock yourself out, man. It doesn't look appealing to me, but I mean, hell, if you well, I've heard of listen, man, fermentation is not a bad thing, you know, necessarily.
Yeah, you can eat fermented meat, and they're pretty good. The high meats, they're pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've had some really good fermented meats. Amazing. They're super good, actually.
I don't know. Man, just I said that like the wizard said, this topic is connected with the deception of the globe. It's all about tricking people into ignoring their natural, intuitive sense of being. I agree with you, Till Wizard. That's kind of how I see it too, man. That's why to me it's so important. It feels like we can't, like it's too taboo, because everybody was waging war on their own specific diets, and I think this is
Yeah,
better because you're not killing the animals, and I think this one's better because you're eating only fruit, and you guys are not eating the fruit is something bad, and I don't know, man. I think all of the foods are good.
yeah.
Vegetables, fruits,
Roots, yeah,
but
definitely.
it's I don't know.
You just have to choose the stuff that's right for you.
Yeah, basically. Well,
Oh,
and
also,
I was talking to Jemsy about the body types, right? The three different body types, and on top of that, there's still Timbo did research on the blood types. So there's blood type, body types, and depending where you fall within those categories, what blood type you are, what body type you are, then starts to dictate what is better for you, what type of foods is geared towards your body for the best benefit, to live a longer, happy life, I think.
that makes sense. I've got an idea for what we can do when someone wants to tell their relatives about flat Earth. So they could have their relatives nearby and a live stream open, and there could be like communication between the two. So the panel could help the relatives understand.
Yeah, now we've had that before, Henhao, and it was good to hear you for the first time because I've only seen you in there with the chicken
I've been
avatar.
here every now and then.
So you even about me as an average Discord user, like what the fuck, dude? That's weird.
I don't know. I
But
had my hobbies and stuff on my About Me before, but just wanted to change.
that's cool. But you're an Aussie?
English.
English? You sound like an
Yeah.
Aussie, bro.
How do I sound Australian?
Oh, you sounded a little bit Australian. Maybe you're just waking up. I don't know. But you do
I
sound
mean,
a bit Australian.
waking up at midday?
Oh, that's uncommon for an English person, huh?
I guess.
You guys are.
I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to skip those and gonna have to eat these ones that I have. I just want them at a room temperature. So
Are you gonna eat those right now?
no, not these ones. I'm gonna eat the ones that I'm gonna send you.
Bro, live stream that shit. I want to see what happens to you after you eat one of those. Is it gonna
No,
taste
no,
good, or are you gonna be like, bleh? Like?
no, not these ones. I'm gonna show you the other ones that I'm gonna eat. I bought those to try them. I never tried them before, but I got these ones as well.
Andy's probably getting ready for work or whatever he does.
He's in the gym doing exercise, getting bigger or maintaining whatever.
Freaking Indio, the gym rat, dude. He's a gym rat. Today's leg day, I think.
Gonna eat this one.
Oh yeah, on the back, the wizard says that
This one's.
your package is a 1,000-year-old eggs. Oh, look at that. Fresh duck eggs, huh?
Yeah. These ones are pretty good. They're like huge chicken eggs. Basically, they taste. There's a little difference, but everything is more. Like the yolk is richier. Everything is richier, more like has some more to it. I want to eat them at a room temperature. I don't want it cold because my stomach is warm, so I don't want to upset it. Just want it to go through without that change of temperature.
Oh, you know that
if they're
eating,
cold, go ahead.
you know that eating like alkaline stuff will balance out acidic blood and stuff, and you'll feel better.
Oh yeah, that's a whole. See how much layers there are to this thing. So getting more. Well, I've looked into that, Henhow. I've looked into that, and some people say that becoming more alkaline is better than being acidic. From the scale of where our bodies should be in between there. Sure, I don't mind seeing that. Being more alkaline could be beneficial, but what was his name? Dr. Sabi? And I'm not gonna speak bad about it. Okay, so don't vegans relax, calm down. Like I've seen him like
Calm
his
down your calm down your skirts, vegans.
yeah, please. I'm not dogging him, but what I'm saying is, what I think a healthy person should look like. He was swinging way to the other side of that
Yeah.
pendulum. So he was like real wiry, skinny towards the end. Like I was like, eesh. Like that's does not I don't know, just the appearance itself. Now I'm not saying that he didn't feel good or whatever, but he just didn't look like it. I don't know. But
I agree.
supposedly he said he felt great, you know? Anyway.
Yeah, I've seen stuff people are perfectly fine with, like a heavy meat diet, and others just plants. So it really does
Yeah.
depend.
Yeah. And you know, like I'm more to like there needs to be a like shouldn't there be like a big old flow chart or guide like okay, your blood type, your body type, you know, all that stuff should be like and then the category underneath what your diet should you know, your workout regimen, your diet, like all that stuff. It should be a roadmap to wherever you fall in between and like what you should be doing to live a long, healthy, happy life, you know?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Because in principle, this idea that I have should be the best way for everyone. Because it's just not the same, bro. Like we can only speak for yourself kind of thing, right? Like when it comes to health. So especially if you're talking about people in the States who struggle with type 2. Type 2 shouldn't even be a thing. Should
Yeah,
not
sure.
even be a thing.
It's one more of that
And
processed foods.
Timbo. Yeah, I know, right? There's a lot of militant ones that they want to end you when you start saying meat. Think of the animals, and then you're like, well, think of the plants. Fucking plants feel shit, don't they? You play music, they grow better. Like, come on, dude. It's
No,
weird. We can,
Megan,
we can.
don't think about the plants. Think about the people that are supposed to be eating the animals that are not eating the animals because want to protect the animals, so now they're suffering by eating the plants. So
Well,
they worry about the
the,
animals, yes, and worry about the plants, but worry more on top of that, worry about the people too.
the animals have vocal cords. Plants don't. So you can't hear a plant scream when you're killing it. You know. But they're also living, and they want to live. Like you can
And you're
nature.
gonna
You know.
you're gonna hear a baby crying when the vegan mommy doesn't want to give you the milk, the real milk, the mama's milk, or the real stuff.
Yeah,
You cry more.
all the stress hormones that are produced from those traumatic situations, they end up in the meat, the milk, and so on. So it could improve the conditions um, for how they are killed, and then it'll be perfectly fine.
Well, you know what? I've heard of this, like going on Jemsey's point, and I didn't know this, so I was pretty dumb about this. When babies cry, like a human baby, when a baby cries and their mother can produce milk, she lactates when the baby cries. It automatically is a trigger for the mother to lactate when the baby's crying. I did not know this fact, and when I found out that this is true, every time the
That's
baby cries and the mother starts to lactate, just automatically, as in when she hears an audible voice of the baby from the baby's vocal cords to her ears, something triggers her brain to actually get her body to produce the baby milk.
sometimes
Lactate.
the baby seconds before she starts crying or making noise is gonna want the milk. About that same time, the breast milking before the baby cries.
Bro, I didn't know that. And I'm like, How amazing is that? Isn't that crazy? Like,
It's like
you know, guys don't
timing.
find that's crazy? That's and I thought it was bullshit. I'm like, "That's bullshit, dude." 'Cause, yeah, my stepdaughter, she had a kid, and she was saying that the baby cries, and she's lactating for the baby to have some milk. And I'm like, you guys are lying to me. Like, this is not true."
It
So I
is
looked
true.
it up, and I'm like, "Oh, shit." Like, it's true. It
I've
does
seen it
happen.
myself.
But it's all explained by evolution, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so, bro. But, it's just that was something that I was like that took me by surprise, man, because I didn't know the connection. I'm like, I can understand that the mother produces this milk for the baby, but I thought it was just like a faucet that just
They
drips out. It's
make me
not like triggered, by the baby crying. Like, that doesn't sound logical to me. Like, it didn't sound that way to me. Then it's like, how does a body know to do that in response to? Isn't that weird? Like, there's some kind of metaphysical connection
the
that I
mother's
don't know.
milk. The mother's milk is the original Happy Meal. First Happy Meal. Think of
I think there's also a link between the siblings as well as the mum
Oh, you think
in
so?
terms of that metaphysical connection.
What do you in what way? Because I could see, like, just to me, the evidence is there. The evidence is when the baby cries, the mother produces milk. So that connection, however that happens, and even the way Genzi said, even before the baby starts to cry, the mother starts to produce this milk, as in it's time to feed the baby.
when it
So
starts
how
dripping, it's overflowing, and it's about that time that the baby is. You're gonna see that happening. It's really often. The first milk, the original, the colostrum is look search colostrum studies or colostrum of the first milk PDFs, and you're gonna find hundreds of studies and many different references of how essential the first milk is for the baby.
here's something weird that I've also looked into, that colostrum also is what bodybuilders that do that will buy the mother's milk. They buy mother's milk to
The
bulk
best,
up.
the best colostrum for people like, let's say, you and I will be probably mother's milk, or human mothers will be the best colostrum. But in my opinion, there is colostrum from other animals that is definitely beneficial. People want to just say it's bad, and you can get colostrum from goats. It's super high quality products, and colostrum
Like goat's milk. Yeah.
cows, and it's good stuff. I mean, it helps people, and it's also it provides an actual nutritional food for newborns, um, and people of all ages. Colostrum, even old people can consume. It's good for them. Bodybuilders, you said bodybuilders. Colostrum is like one of the best things you can consume for that one's bodybuilder. Look at
Such a
colostrum.
strange, such a strange thing, dude. Like once, like in flat Earth, like once we come to the knowledge of this, it's like starting to figure out what the truth is of reality. You start to see through the lies of the Matrix, dude. Like we've been sold a lie. And so, well, if you live in the way that they want to with the food pyramid and doing what they want, all of that stuff, man, everything that your paradigm consists of, your world is all to deal with something you've been indoctrinated with.
Oh,
And
where is
your
the
parents
mother's
have been
milk? Where is the mother's milk in the food pyramid? I don't see it anywhere. Where is the
no,
colostrum? The foundation, the first food. Where is it in the
bro,
food
they say
pyramid?
that stuff is bad. Like eat eggs are demonized to like you can't eat too much eggs, bro. It's got cholesterol. That cholesterol is bad for your body. They say
That's such a
that's so
lie.
bad.
I'm about
Eggs
to
are
eat 6
so bad.
dog eggs. That is equivalent to more than 12 chicken eggs.
The
So
cholesterol
I'll
boosts
let
our
you know if I
cells.
survive or not. And I know I will because I've done it before.
What'd you say, Hannah?
The cholesterol improves like the cell membrane. I'm pretty sure in our body, among other things.
Oh, I mean, but they're okay. So the demonizing of that cholesterol is that when you go to the doctor and you get your your checkup, right? And they say, well, you got a lot of cholesterol, bad cholesterol. They call it bad cholesterol in your body. You need to take this medication to regulate your cholesterol because that can cause heart disease. That causes heart disease, bad cholesterol. So too much eggs gives you bad cholesterol. That's what they say.
It's just
So
such
you need to,
a
yeah,
lie.
you need to get, you
There's-
need to go to, at least in America. I don't know how they do it in the UK, you know. In America, if you get your checkup and your cholesterol levels are your bad cholesterol levels are too high, they put you on medication so to
statins.
reduce it. I'm not kidding, man. That's what they do. And
Pretty sure we have similar stuff here. Well, I think so. There is no correlation between heart disease and cholesterol levels, and yet they still do that.
Cholesterol is
I
so bad.
agree.
Why is it in the first milk? A lot of it, cholesterol, is in the first milk from the mother. Huh?
And why do I feel better eating this? I don't know. I don't want to get into that, but yeah, it's demonized, man, for sure. I freaking love eggs. Those farm fresh eggs, like so delicious. But just because of this demonization, it's like now you got to stay away from this stuff. You eat it too much, and yeah.
Do you have many markets and like farm food sort of thing in America?
Oh yeah. People can make good choices over here for food. There's no doubt in my mind. That's the thing. You can make good choices on what you eat. How you eat your foods too. It's everything, bro. Like, okay, so you want to have beans, you want to get rid of some of the lectins, or, at least majority of them. Pressure cook. Pressure cook your beans. I didn't know some certain facts about beans. Kidney beans can actually kill you. Did you know that?
No, I knew that soybeans were bad.
If you eat raw kidney beans, it coagulates your blood and causes like clots in your blood, and you could die. But
Yeah,
it's
but
raw kidney beans.
people add seasoning to make it better.
Yeah.
It's a joke. So beans, traditionally, to make them safe, you have to put them in water. So the water will, and some people do water and salt. It's definitely a good reason that they add the salt to the water, and then they put the beans inside, and they throw that water after 24 hours, like a whole day. Then they throw the water out, and they do it again. And they could do it like many times. Just put the beans in water, then new water, and then those beans, after flushing them multiple times, then cook them, add the seasoning to make them taste too, because they don't even taste good if you don't add the seasoning. Then you add all the stuff, and then you can eat them.
That's weird, isn't it?
When you can just go get an egg or a piece of meat and eat it, or a fish, without all that process. But yeah, there's stuff that needs process, obviously, but they can definitely kill you. So can definitely.
Oh, there's a Paul Saldino, MD, talking about stop fearing cholesterol. I don't know, man. It's weird. Weird.
Look up kidney beans, and most of it is saying, "Oh, they're good for you. People with diabetes should eat them." But when you scroll further, you see the dangers of the raw kidney beans.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. And just like the tomato plant, the tomato skin, you got to peel them suckers, man. Got to get that off of there. You can't eat. Some people just like cutting up tomatoes and throw them in their food and their salads and everything. It's like their skin is carrying all those lectins, the toxin from the plant that's you're gonna ingest.
Oh wow, did not know that.
Yep.
We all
That's
know
why.
that people want ketchup because they want to simulate blood from the meat. That's what ketchup is. Sweet blood from the meat. It's a replacement for
Well,
blood.
shit, man. Like even ketchup. Just look at your ketchup bottle. Look what's in that. Look what's in your ketchup. And it's not just tomatoes ground up. I promise you that much.
You hear
but
this,
like,
Miggy? You hear this?
what are you chopping up?
Eggs is one ingredient. My meal is one ingredient. It's called eggs. That's my meal.
So how are you liking the duck eggs, GMC? Because when I was living in Asia, where I grew up, there are a lot of like Chinese-related delicacies throughout Asia, where it's like glutinous rice, that really strong flavored preserved. They call it like a preserved duck egg. That's what they call it, like a century egg.
Mm.
I haven't tried it yet. I bought some, but I have the fresh duck eggs on that.
I want to. We gotta put them on video before you eat one of those. Just make a small little recorded video, Gemsy, of you eating that 1,000-year-old egg.
Yeah, when you eat that preserved duck egg, you're gonna be like, "Whoa!"
I want to see your face, dude, when you take a bite of one of those.
Look at this one. I'm gonna take a picture of what I got here in front of me. I just wanted my room temperature. That's why I've been holding them outside for a while.
So, are you Asian?
But usually the preserved. Go on,
what was that?
I was asking Brainship if he's Asian. Are you Asian?
Yeah, I grew up in Southeast Asia, so came to Australia in end of high school. So yeah.
Oh, you're in Australia, but yeah. What is your ethnicity? You're Chinese or
Half Chinese, half Indian.
okay?
Yeah. So growing up, I had all the Indian curries and all that, and a lot of those Chinese delicacies.
Horns.
Jim,
Oh, just
you're about to drink that right now?
Yes. Hey, this is for entertainment purposes only. Just kidding. This Starbucks cup is very valuable. Like people pay like $60, $70, $80 for it. It's like a rare item. Yeah, it's like these days it's like high demand, low quantity. It's kind of like a rare Starbucks cup.
I don't think I've seen one of those. Yeah, so it must be in high demand.
So people will put sugar, coffee, all these beans that you wouldn't eat in nature yourself, and put sugar and a bunch of chemicals, and they put it in this cup. I'm gonna put some eggs today. I've done it before. It's not a big event. Just saying, I need some cholesterol, some good fats from the eggs. I had ribeye last night. The last thing I had, it was ribeye steak. And now this is my next meal. Raw eggs. I'll survive, guys. No problem.
Are you doing some sort of low carb kind of thing, or?
Well, I need nutrition for my body. When I take insulin daily, so I have as an adverse reaction, the insulin causes mineral deficiencies like magnesium, potassium, and other minerals. So as a counter for that, I need raw foods like eggs and rare, medium rare ribeye, and I feel fine. I eat other stuff. I eat fruits like mangoes, some oranges sometimes, tangerines sometimes, guanabana. I eat fruits as well, a little bit, not too much, but I do eat fruits.
So you got to avoid the the IGI kind of stuff if you eat carbs or whatever.
Too much processed sugar and flours just damage my day-to-day activities. Just low energy, foggy. I mean, it's just not good if I eat that. But if I eat fructose from fruit, I'm fine. I can consume some of that. If I do too much, like too many bananas, I don't feel too good.
Yeah.
But I eat some fruit and I'm fine. And then I eat a bunch of animal fat and a bunch of protein, like fish.
Yeah, the wizard send you a video, Gemsy.
Yeah, it's not necessarily. Well, I mean, I feel that it's not like all carbs are bad, but yeah, the highly processed carbs, like in Asia, is just full of like white rice that makes you super sleepy, especially after lunch. And then in Western countries, yeah, it's all that processed bread, chips, burgers, burger buns that are like super highly processed.
Well, do you know in America that they sell a thing called a 5-hour energy drink, and they were marketing that thing on the on commercials. They call it the 2:30 crash. 2:30 crash in America is like when they say, that's that sleepy, tired feeling you feel in the middle of the day. And I was like, I can agree with that. I know what they're talking about because I felt that. Like that is an actual thing in America. The 2:30 crash. That you could look it up. Like, what is the 2:30 crash? And you'll start to see when people feel most sleepy, or even Spanish people, they call it like after they eat, they have a siesta. And that's basically,
Siesta.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, same in Australia as well. I mean, they don't have a nap, but people really crash after lunch.
Yeah. So this was all linked to the type of foods that people eat, and then like, of course, the adverse effects that happen, because we're not supposed to feel like that after we eat a meal. We're supposed to be ready to work, powerful, like moving forward. That's what food does. It's fuel. It's not like mud. It's not supposed to slow you down. It's supposed to rev you up, like, so you can do your job.
Have you guys looked into fasting at all?
Yeah.
So like
What?
1 or 2 meals, I think it was.
Too mad? Too mad. There's OMAD, which is 1 meal, but there's too mad. Too mad seems to be like a sweet spot. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I like too mad. I don't mind. Like, eat 2 meals a day is the very best way. Who says that?
One is quite
So I often do the 16-hour, 8-hour. So just eat within an 8-hour period. Intermittent fasting. I enjoy that.
8 hour. Yeah, 8 hour. I've heard of that one.
Yeah, it's a good one. That it works well for me anyway.
And do you eat healthy too? Just eat good where you're satiated. Do you eat until you're satiated? Because a lot of people don't do that. They don't eat till they're satiated. They eat like regulated meals, which I personally don't believe that. I feel like, well, you should eat until you feel satiated. And the foods that you eat, though, however, have to be the foods that your body would like to have, not the foods like Doritos and Cheetos and like cookies, and like, that's not what I mean. I meant like the foods that are good for you. When you eat enough of those foods, then your body feels like not sluggish. I don't know. Do you guys feel sluggish after you eat? Like, because that's weird.
I'm a vegetarian anyway, but I try and do 1 day a week where I just purely fruits, and then for my evening meal, I'll probably have like a vegetable soup. Might have some potatoes in there, some lentils, and other bits, celery, other bits and pieces. So that day I've just ate fruit and vegetables, and that I feel good on that. And I think just eating the fruit, you can digest that quite quickly, so you fuel up. It's in and out your body, say within 2 hours. It's not sat there breaking it down. Your body's done. You eat it, so you can snack on fruit all day. Really, I can anyway.
You can, yeah, but and I've seen people that can, and they totally fine, very functional. Me, if I do that, I'll be in a hospital.
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, for a lot of people too. I mean, I myself find that I know when I'm hungry, I eat. That's what I do. My personal way is I'm hungry, I eat. I eat till I'm satiated too. Once I'm satiated, I'm good. For however
That's
long,
good.
I don't have like there's not a clock. I just wait till I'm hungry again, and I'm
So
not
you're using your body, aren't you? Your body's telling you that, it's giving you. Listen, I need I fancy something to eat now, and you're listening to your body. And I do that. I mean, I'm a vegetarian, but I've always said I just went off meat naturally. It wasn't a decision, but I've always said if my body ever tells me that it wants to eat meat at some point, I will do. It hasn't done so far, but if it tells me it wants some fish one day, and I feel like I'm craving some salmon or sea bass or something like that, I'll eat it. That's what I do. Listen to my body.
Oh, they have really good salmon over here. Like I know I've been to the store and they got these fresh cuts of salmon, and their freezer vacuum sealed and whatnot. So, I don't know, but you guys that live near the sea, man, you guys got fresh fish, man, like right there. Like so, I don't know. That shouldn't be an issue for some of you guys that live near the water.
Yeah, so much seafood.
Thing is, though, I think
Australia's pretty good for seafood.
People have got
people still got their bugs.
Sorry, guy.
I was just going to say, yeah, Australia's pretty good for seafood, but yeah, people love their McDonald's, burgers, Domino's pizza. Australia's basically just like the state of the US. It's not very different.
No, Ted Wizard, he's an Aussie. He says we have kangaroo. That's my favorite meat, bro. I've never had that. Like, what is that? And don't tell me it tastes like chicken because that's bullshit.
I was just gonna say that.
I don't believe you.
Yeah,
so.
Kangaroo's not very popular nowadays, but yeah, it's a bit more gamey. So it's like
venison.
I don't know. It's like something like venison, I think, or not so much beef, more like venison. Yeah.
Oh, you mean like a bison, maybe?
No, venison.
Yeah, something like that, like a gamey reddish meat.
A low fat. Okay. What is the kangaroo in the family of? It's not a rodent, is it? Or is it a rodent?
Marsupial. That's their classification. Marsupial.
Rabbits are rodents, bro. So it's a rodent. It's a giant rodent.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
See, just going back on, I mean, I never preach about vegetarianism. I just naturally went off eating meat, flesh, animal body parts. It was just a natural thing that happened to me. My family members still eat meat. I have no problem with it. If I'm cooking on a barbecue, I'll cook people. I haven't got an issue, but I have got this. I just feel like I had a discussion with somebody about this. Now, I've got a brain thing going on in my head now. You guys might be able to tell me, and it's to do with not that I'm not heavily into the scriptures or the Bible, but in my mind, I can't. Even though people have told me the scriptures and God said after the fall you can eat the meat, I just can't. I've got an issue with this thing about the Creator saying eat animals, and I don't know what it is. Even if it's like I can't be convinced of it. I
Well,
can't
that's
see.
just like Peter. Think about it like this, Deck, because I'm gonna help you. Well, not help you, but I guess kind of the same way that Peter, but Peter was a different thing. He did eat meat, but the type of meat. So the kosher meal, the kosher diet that he was on, to switch over into, let's say, the Gentiles' dietary regiment. So the Gentiles were eating a lot of other things that the let's say God's chosen people were regulated to eat only certain types of animals and foods, and then you switch over to these other people who are just eating whatever was on the land. So like that. There's a scripture where the sheep comes down after his before his visit with the certain people that he was going to preach to, and three times the sheep came down and said kill and eat, and it was all the animals were shown to him what type of animals to do that with, and he said no, Lord, I shall never eat these things, and God was telling him basically these are the animals you can eat, not to say that was negating the fact that he gave him these instructions before to eat a certain way, but because now his the ministry was going to be for all people who would fall under the not just okay. So I just context, right? So God's people weren't just going to be a bloodline. There were going to be people of whoever would hear the message of faith of Yeshua, Jesus, like the message of the cross and redemption and repentance and all that. So anybody that would hear that message and would adhere to it would become adopted sons and daughters of God, right? They weren't just going to be bloodline children of a specific people. These were going to be so in order for you to be going to those people and preaching the good news to them, the the only way that could happen is if in those days, when somebody would invite you over to their house, it was customary to sit down and eat and have a meal. That was showing like breaking of the bread, that you were kind of like a if someone invites you to a home now and they cook for you, it's bad form not to take part in whatever they cook because that's let's say only if you don't have any health reasons, let's say, and they're offering something and you deny that just based on I don't want to eat that. That's very disgraceful, because the person went through a trouble to do something for you and you're saying no to that. So it was not customary for you to avoid eating something just because you didn't want to. You know what I mean? Like even if that your diet didn't consist of that, you would partake in that, and it was a sign that you were you being accepted by the people that you were being a guest to. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so Peter was shown this thing by God, and he still denied it. He was like, "No, I'm not. I don't want to eat this. It's not my. No, Lord." And so and God told him, kill and eat. But still Peter refused, but it was also the fact that he was going to be sitting at tables where it would be customary to take part in that meal, and he couldn't refuse the meal, as in like, no, I don't want to eat your food, thank you very much. They would be like, what do you mean? Like, we invited you over here, like we went through this trouble, and now you're saying no? I'm not going to accept your whatever you want to tell me. Like, so it was, he had to see like the customary process was that to be accepted in the household was to also be like you have to sit down and eat with them. So that was what the presence of that message was, so that they can, and sorry for the rant, but the,
That's
the
right.
presence of the presence of the message was so that they can understand when they sit and eat, it was going to be a time to talk about the message of salvation, and he would have that audience. They were captive because they were eating, so they weren't talking. So it would have been a great time for him to be partaking in a meal that he wouldn't normally eat, but at the same time be able to say the good message of what God had done with His Son Yeshua and all that. So, but you couldn't get through that barrier if you weren't going to have that meal with the person. So that was essential. Having the meal, sitting down, and customary like the way it was in those days, to do that would open up the ears and the hearts of the people receiving that message, because you would eat that meal that they that they made for you. So anyway, but I get what you're saying. But the Peter had the same kind of reservations too, with that, even though God said it's okay, eat these foods. The thing that I said was not cleansed and before is now I made it cleansed. Like it's it's difficult. That whole scripture part is difficult because a lot of people lean to like, no, we're not supposed to eat those kinds of things, only certain kinds of things, and
It's like you say, I'm not heavily into the scriptures, but you've just explained that about the sheep coming down 3 times. The bits I've heard about is, the word meat is mentioned, and obviously, I don't know. In the past, I've probably looked into that word, and people say, well, the meat could have mean vegetation, or it doesn't necessarily mean flesh of animals. I
yeah,
don't know
the
how to do that.
context is food. The context is food, but at the same time, like what is meat for you? So meat for you is sustenance. It's food. It's
Yeah, yeah.
but then it's a wide variety of things, right? So people ate many different things, but at the same time, meat, the way it was used in the context of, bro, we got like transliterations of other languages from like the original language, so they were trying to look for words that would best describe, the food that people, the diets of those days. And so when they used the word meat, sometimes in context, it didn't mean like actual, like animal foods. It was just,
Mm.
can you
And
believe?
another point as well, just to say, obviously, I'm not promoting. I'm not going on about. I'm not talking too much about vegetarianism. I'm not trying to promote it. I'm just. These are things that, as on my journey, I've just become. I will not eat meat. I cannot eat a body part of an animal. I cannot do it anymore. I see it as a murder, and I also see it as eating. You probably spoke. We are what we eat. If you eat a melon or a mango or banana, part of that is that's part of you. Then you're absorbing part of that fruit, and it's becoming you. And I feel like, even though I have ate meat for lots of years, now I feel that if eating meat, you're taking on parts of that animal's, maybe even the animal DNA, and I
Mhm.
don't see any. I mean, people talk about the proteins and B12s and different things, but you can get all of them from vegetables. I see that you're taking that animal on, and it's becoming part of you. And on a speculation note, I see that. I, but I know not in a biblical way, because just in society as where we are now, and what we can speculate is going on with the elite, and how we spoke about McDonald's and processed foods and poisoned foods. I personally see meat eating as part of dumbing down the human being now. It's like I see it as cannibalism. This is just me personal views, but this is what
For
I'm
sure.
just explaining what's going on in my mind.
Let me read just a little bit, because this comes from a biblical context, and I always put everything in a context, but and I draw from that. I don't, I'm mainly a person who looks to that as being the guide for all of us, but like that's just me. You guys have a different view or whatever religion, whatever. But in this part of the scripture in Romans 14, it says, "Accept him whose faith is weak, without passing judgment on disputable matters." Right? One man's faith allows him to eat everything. Another man, whose faith is weak, eats only vegetables. The man who eats everything must not look down on him who does not, and the man who does not eat everything must not condemn the man who does, for God has accepted him. Who are you to judge someone else's servant? To his own master he stands or falls, and he will stand, for the Lord is able to make him stand. One man considers one day more than another. Another man considers each day, every day alike. Everyone should be fully convinced in his own mind. He who regards one day special does so to the Lord. He who eats meat eats to the Lord, for he gives thanks to God. And he who abstains does not do so to the Lord and gives thanks to God. For none of us lives to himself alone, and none of us dies to himself alone. So, real quick, it says, if we live to the Lord. If we die to the Lord. So, whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord. It goes on, but you
Yeah,
kind
nice.
of,
Yeah, that was a
yeah,
nice summary. So yeah, thanks for that.
yeah. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying in this context we shouldn't debate about this. It shouldn't be an argument. So if one feels like they that's their passion, and then that's what they want to live. That's okay. Like none of us should be like arguing about this. It's not a disputable matter, let's say, in the context of faith, right? And of course, this scripture actually talks about that in a better way, but it's not like, you know what I mean? If that's your conviction, that's fine. Like no one should judge you on your faith based on your conviction. Does that make sense? One day, like, because it says you're doing it to the Lord. That's then you're fine. You're
Yeah. No, there's no issue, and I wasn't, like I say, I'm not coming on blatting about it. I've had this little issue going on in my head because I had a conversation with. It was just like I said in the beginning about but about what it says about eating meat in the Bible. Obviously, I just I couldn't get my head round that the Creator would want me to eat meat, really. But like you've explained that, I can see. Yeah, there's not if you want to eat the meat, the Lord has no problem with you doing that. He's provided that for you. If you don't, and you want to sustain from it, it's also not a problem because we all belong to the Creator.
That's right. That's right.
Everything.
At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. But so, and you know what? Like everybody prospers from that specific diet that they're from. So you can prosper on that diet. You know what I'm saying? Like that's your path. That's your walk. And so if that's how you feel happy and healthy, that's great, right? I think. I don't know if somebody thinks that's bad, but I don't care. I mean,
it's funny though because I've just been to get some lunch actually. Where I thought I'll have a baked potato. I just fancied a baked potato with some beans in. So anyway, they had no beans in the counter. They said we've got some chili, like minced chili. I said, oh no, sorry. I said I'm a vegetarian. I said it's okay. I'll grab something. And the lady behind the counter, she started laughing at me, saying, "What? You're a man and you're a vegetarian?"
That's terrible.
I know. I say, well, what's gender got to do with what my diet?
I don't know. There's certain mentalities, though. Either way, one deck. There's mentalities on either side that will be hostile towards the other. But I mean, the scriptures clearly state this. There shouldn't be an issue. It's not a disputable thing. There shouldn't be. Somebody feels they want to don't want to eat meat. That's up to them. If they live happy and healthy, that's fine. It's not my place. My place is to worry about what I'm doing with my food and what's good for my body.
Yeah, and I think with the context of the New Testament, it's also warning against idolatry because let's say someone is crazy about keto or someone's crazy about veganism. I think what God is warning us is that if that becomes your main thing, so people that are super into veganism, that's okay. Somebody's super into keto or Atkins. But then if that becomes your life, then that becomes something that's placed before God, meaning that you're starting to forget God and this becomes an idol or obsession, and that's not healthy.
True. That's very true. It becomes that seems your main focus and not God, which should be God, right? So these things are things of the flesh, things of the flesh. So if it's things of the flesh, it's not things of God. God is spirit. So we have to be focused on what's truly important, and that's the eternal, eternal life with God, and not this focus on like these temporary things. I think there's a scripture part where it's paraphrasing here, but it says like, food is for the stomach and stomach for the food, but both of those will be done away with. Like he's like he even talks about it like in that way. It's like both of those will be done away with.
I must say that I didn't come into flat earth and stuff through religion. So can you tell me more about Christianity, the Bible, and stuff?
Well, it's just I mean, here's religion in and of itself is probably the way that people usually come across, like, and now I'm gonna use terms loosely because the way I see it is not the way that you probably know it. Just I'll use it colloquially so you can understand what I mean. But Christianity itself has been a broad term that's been used to paint over many denominational beliefs. Christianity encumbers like anything from Catholic to Lutheran, Protestant, Baptist, just any denomination that you could think of under the Christian household, right? And then you got the people that believe Abrahamic religions are all under the same category, which are the Jews, people in the Christian faith, Muslims, these types. So that's the Abrahamic religions. And then you got, if you taking a step back again, and you go into like people that just believe in a creator, and those are, anybody who thinks creator is they don't name the god, but they're just saying, I believe there's a creator, I just don't think there's a rule book to it, and, just the everlasting creator and so forth. So um there's many ways that you could look at this. My personal view is like, I've seen different religious ideas, and I think what I'm drawn to the most is the Christian God, so the Abrahamic God, and I'm looking for the way that's described to us, the people, by way of like understanding the scripture. So, like, if okay, when somebody was to tell you, how do you know what truth is, right? Somebody was to tell you that. How could you discern just by listening to somebody tell you something? How would you know if it's true or not? And for me, it's the hallmarks of truth that always lead me to the path of understanding. So if somebody tells me an attribute of a creator, like the God, then I would say, how do I know who the God is? Like, what defines the God? And, the qualities that would define it for me. This is why I was drawn to flat Earth, but it drew me closer to the understanding of the God. So for me, and the God, understanding who the God is, was clearly stated in Romans, the book of Romans, right? So you go to like chapter 1, verses, I think, 25 to like 28. It goes a little further than that, but like in just that short summary, knowing the God would be understanding that his divine qualities and his eternal power are existent in nature. So nature itself, as the way we see it, right? We're talking about life cycles. We're talking about ecosystems. Just the way nature is. When you go out into the field, like, of the earth, and you see how magnificent it is, from like going to a forest, or being near a waterfall, or the energies that those things produce when you're around them, or seeing a rain, like rainfall, or seeing the traumatic, like a storm, like a hurricane, being a part of that, or seeing a tornado, or witnessing wildfires, or like just in nature, right? Some stuff that you see that you couldn't. It's majestic, it's awesome, it's like attributes that you would describe like something to. Yeah, it's so you see these properties of the God within the fingerprint of nature. So you see it everywhere, right? You feel it. There's an energy that's produced from like being around these things. So to me, understanding the God would be understanding like how he's communicating through nature, through animals, let's say, because when you see animals, you can either feel fear or feel love. Like, let's say, and I describe it to you in a way where, if you've ever been like in a forest, and then all of a sudden you see a giant grizzly or something coming at you, you feel this extreme amount of fear, because you know that you could be food to that thing, right? It is a powerful creature. And at any point, if you don't watch yourself, it could overpower you and make you its meal. But so you know that in nature, there's animals that can do that. And then vice versa. You can come across a bunny, a small little tiny bunny that's like skipping around, and you can catch it and hold it in your hand, and you see how cute and small it is, and how fragile it looks, and how powerful you are to it. You know what I mean? But at that same time, you can see the awesomeness of like the connection you have to those creatures, at the same time respecting your place in creation. So you draw energy from that, fear, love, and you can see like when you're in like a forest, the tranquility it can bring you if you're feeling troubled. When you're near energies like waterfalls, you can draw from that, like your spirit calms down, it focuses. Like, I
Yeah.
mean,
But
you
just a
can.
couple of things on that.
Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
just like
Go ahead.
just to go, just because you just got me a sec. I used to do with my daughters. I mean, I like hiking and scrambling up mountains. I've always loved nature and walking by waterfalls and streams and being in the forest. I feel really at ease and peaceful in them natural situations. And when my daughters were younger, I used to take them out on little hikes, little walks up rocks and waterfalls. And I always found that when I went on the walks with my daughters, they'd automatically open up to me and start discussing things that was going on at school, things with the friends, and we'd have this lovely conversation while we was out walking in nature. And
Right.
and usually they if we wouldn't have went, I wouldn't say, I'm not saying we wouldn't talk about things otherwise, but they might have been sat in the room playing on a computer game, or they wouldn't have opened up. And I used to love that. I still do love it, but when they was younger, especially, it was really nice to get out with them and watch them just open up and start and I think that was part of them without realizing, feeling the nature around them and just opening up to it and talking.
So
It's
basically,
yeah, go ahead now.
it's our responsibility to look after the world and just try and make other people feel good in the process.
Well, yeah, we're caretakers of this world, right? But we're in the same process of being caretakers. We're connected. All the human family is connected in one way or another. Like we have an unspoken bonds between each other, humanity itself. And when we're at odds with that, when there's war, when there's people angry and there's strife and hunger and just different things in this world, we sense a need to kind of heal that. We don't want to fight against each other. Like the truth of it all, like you don't want to sign up to a military, campaign to go fight some person that's in another country for whatever agenda that that's not your natural disposition. You don't crave that. Some people are born to kind of like want. It's like it's a manufactured like thing, like for you to be in that setting. But what you crave is peace and harmony and love and patience and kindness and like all the great attributes that it would be for you to, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
uh so we can see the God in creation. So when we were like got into flat earth and all that, we started to realize the importance of creation being like the spokesperson for the God. So you didn't really see that from the part where we're in like a space rock flying through the vacuum of space. And because those guys who kind of say that that's what the case is, they often tell you, well, in the grand scheme of things, you're so insignificant, right? So it's hard to find meaning and purpose from just a random speck of dust whom just was exploded out of a chaos. Chaos made this, and now you're in a ball spinning out of control. Whatever, like it doesn't make any sense that way.
I often say that. I'm just sorry to interrupt. It was just I was just going to say, I have this conversation. I personally think that, yeah, the Creator is created the heavens and the earth, and the heavens was His creation. I think the earth, the earth is for us to look after and nourish, like we've just said.
Yeah.
We are on the earth, and that is our job, to look after earth. His creations in the heavens, He's created, and they look after themselves just fine. And like you say, there's no need to go tampering and with the stars and traveling through a vacuum of space which doesn't exist. But that's where they've took all the attention. That's not to be messed with. It's up there for a reason, and it probably has some sort of effect on the Earth. The luminaries, well, they definitely do. But like you say, that's where the heliocentric model's gone. To like, we're flying through here, we're going to black holes, and these grown men, you see them on the NASA sites. I look at them and they're in awe of these black holes and event horizons. But we should all be, it's taking the focus off Earth. And now we should be nurturing Earth and looking after God's creation, what He gave us to live off. He's given us all the plants, all the herbs, and the animals, and the fish, and everything that we need. And that's just wanted to say that.
Yeah, and I think to Mayhem's point as well is that he was also trying to say that it's not sort of like taking care of the earth just for the sake of it. It's because the earth is damaged, yeah, because of sin, meaning that greed, corruption, envy, hatred, strife, and the looking to space and all that is also a way of people wanting to satisfy their egos, right? They're like, oh, this earth kind of sucks. I don't want to take care of it, so I'm going to fly off to a black hole and like Interstellar and form a new colony. On the other hand, you have like the climate change thing where they're so obsessed about somehow taking care of the earth, whether they're deluded or not. But then they forget about people, right? So yeah, it's sin is the main focus in how we can understand and take care of the earth, not the earth in and of itself. But yeah, definitely also with flat earth, we bring our attention back to something sensible, something tangible, something healing, and not just insignificant piece of dust in nothingness.
Yeah. That's true, and I can't remember who I got this off. I tried it. I did it for a while. I still do it now and again, but they was talking about this subject and saying, if just in your everyday life, in the any it doesn't matter what your job is or what you're doing at the time, but any decision you make, think about the earth as well as other people and everything and loving things, but always have if you're doing something, try and make it work for the earth. Put that into the decision that you're making, whatever it is. Try and be mindful of the earth. And could you do anything with this? You might have to make a decision at work about something. Move it. I don't know what it is, but try and have that in your mind when you make any decision, and things will go good for you. And I tried it once. At the time, I was in an office environment, but I was dealing with different people and different contractors, and I was doing this. I was trying to do it on a daily basis, and my work started to really improve, and I was starting to get really good feedback from colleagues in different areas of the business. Just for solely, being conscious about where I live. How is this going to help the environment? How is it going to nurture the earth? And I found it really interesting. I'm going to start doing it again. Actually, I slipped out of that for some reason, but I'm going to do it again.
Yeah, there's this scripture here that actually pertains to like the flat Earth context. So the psalmist wrote in Psalm 115 and 16. So it says there, the highest heavens belong to the Lord, but the earth He has given to mankind. So there's a place that's been set for Him and not for us, right?
I didn't know that, and I've just said that. I didn't know that, and that's
Yeah.
how I've been thinking, but I never knew about that scripture. Just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, Psalm 115, verse 16. But in the context of the Psalm 115 is a bit more to deal with like what's been given to man and what people have been usurping of what they think is theirs, So let me see here if I can get the context.
That's so helpful. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, definitely. The message is definitely there for us to understand. But let's see here. Oh. All right, it says, at least the beginning. It says, not to us, O Lord, not to us, but your name give the glory. For the sake of your steadfast love and your faithfulness, why should the nations say, where is their God? Our God is in the heavens. He does all that he pleases. That to me was like an important scripture anyways, because, getting into that and like trying to figure out what my faith is about and like who God is and his attributes and what can he do. And like, because, people try to put the creator, the God in a box or like try to define or some definition of who he is and what he's supposed to be doing and what does he do anyways? Is he just looking at us? Is he interacting with us or what's going on? Like, how do we define the God? And it's the perception that we get to try to build a paradigm for ourselves and what we perceive, right? So we have these ideas, right? Like, do you think that there is a past, present, and future, or do you think that there's only now, like the moment that we're existing right now? Like, how do you view everything?
I
Like,
think
do you think that there's a past, present, and future, or do you think that there's only the idea that we only exist in the now? There is no past and present, or excuse me, past and future.
I think that everything we do has think of it as a timeline. We are constantly progressing through it. So in a sense there's past, present and future, but we're only ever living one moment. If that makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
I think a lot of I know the Buddhists sort of not on that way, but they try and just concentrate on the present moment. I don't think they're suggesting there's no past. Obviously, yeah, there is a past. You know, these and things are going to happen going forward. But they suggest that, and that's just to do with because your mind can scattergun everywhere. You can, people get depressed because they worry about how the life's been, and then people get anxious because they're worried about things that might happen. Whereas if you're just concentrating on the now, then you tend to be your mind comes more quieter and at peace. I think that's mentioned in the Bible as well. Being quiet, and I think that's just like quieting of the mind is quite satisfying for the soul.
Yeah, so basically what we do every single moment is what matters. There's no point thinking ahead, thinking backwards. What we do now is most important.
But then you can also now you can now see how the heliocentric model is. They talk about bending of time, and if you travel, time slows down. You can't. This is again. It's demonic what they're saying. It's not true. You can't bend time and alter time and go back in time or go into the future or slow your aging process down with depending on what altitude you're at in the vacuum of space. But this is what they're teaching the children, and it's just a load of bloody lies, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I just wrote.
Yeah.
It's just it wasn't a. I do write poems, but haiku poems are like it's a Japanese poem, but you have to write 3 lines. The first line has to consist of 5 syllables. Second line,
So
7
haiku.
syllables. Yeah, and I was just time gone cannot be bent. Future time we never get. The present time at rest. So that's a haiku poem. That's just explain. That just came into my head about this bending of space time. So time gone cannot be bent. Future time we never get. The present time at rest. So I've just started doing a few of them little poems anyway.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, the whole concept of the space-time stuff, and you hear it in the globalists when they talk about it, is that they believe it's part of their faith, it's part of their religion in the sense that they believe at some stage they will be able to bend space and time. So they're always looking to the globe model, the Big Bang, whatever, infinite universe, Einsteinian model as something that will enable them to ascend in some way. So yeah, that's part of their faith, that they want to change time, they want to go back to time. Again, Interstellar is like a very good representation of what they want to do. Like, yeah, our life sucks now, but somebody that masters the 5th dimension will save us,
Yeah, but I mean, but I always say to them, our time as we know it is just measured by where on this earth is measured by the sun cycle and the moon cycle.
Yeah.
That's how we measure time. So now you can't. Now they say the sun is 93 million miles away in space, and they bend, and then they talk about bending of space time. Now the sun's in a cycle. It's been in this cycle for probably a very, very long time since God created this cycle. They're not. But the sun isn't. They're not bending any sun. They're not changing the 15 degrees per hour movement of the sun or altering it in any way, and they can't because that's God's creation, God's timepiece, and that's the cycle of time that we just measure time from that. We measure the daytime, we measure the monthly the monthly cycles, the yearly cycles, the seasons, great yearly cycles. All this bending of the time, it's the sun as we know it is our measurement of the time. Is how I see it anyway. That's how I see it.
Or don't forget the moon is for month measuring.
Yeah, the moon month. Yeah.
But the moon has a 28-day cycle, where our months, 29,
Yeah.
30. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hope everyone's well.
Hi, mate. You all right?
Yeah, good.
I always think that about the calendar. If you look at the sun movement, the 30-day, every month should have the 30 days. I think
28 days.
Yeah.
If it's moon cycle, it's 28 days.
But I mean, so what's the sun's giving you the yearly cycle, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the sun's would be, what would that be in a month? It'll be, is that not 30? The sun, I think. That result in a 30
Not
cycle.
really. Yeah, not really,
No.
because.
But I'm sorry, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is they've messed with the bloody time as well, haven't they? They've messed with the calendars and seasons,
the calendar
and
is totally screwed up.
that's what I'm getting at. But if it doesn't follow what's happening in the heavens, and the Creator told us it's for time and seasons, and that's we should stick to them for our times and seasons. But man's interfered again, hasn't he? And
yeah,
man
always gets
yeah,
in the
because hey Jedi. Yes, so I mean the solar cycle would be that 365 days, although it's not exactly 365. And then the moon is actually about 28 days, but it's not exactly that as well. So there'll be more than 12 moon cycles in a year. And so all the different cultures have had a lunar only or lunisolar calendar, but the Gregorian calendar is where the modern calendar that we have in the West and most of developed Asia and all that is really just messed up the natural, I think, human rhythm with the sun and the moon.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there, and I think it's done on purpose for that reason. So they're moving you out of natural nature again, the natural creation of the sun and the moon. They've moved you out of that, so you're not in a natural state now with God's creation. You're unbalanced. You're not balanced. It's all about balance and perfection. So yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think maybe just even trying to be more cognizant of the moon cycles in terms of when it's starting to wax, when it's starting to wane. Like, for example, even on the Apple Watch, if for example, I don't know, what I've tried to do is on the Apple Watch, there's like there's one of the watch faces that gives you the moon cycle, but it also gives you it's like an Islamic calendar. So the Islamic calendar is purely a lunar calendar. So you can look at the watch face will give you like the days in terms of lunar days in relation to the main calendar. So the main calendar, like the Gregorian calendar, is basically just a globalist tool now, because you go Monday to Friday, you have 2 days to party, and then you're back to the slave lifestyle. And then every month you have your targets. Every 3 months, every 3 Gregorian months, you have your quarterly targets, and that's not really related to the seasons. It's not related to moon cycles, and so, and of course, we know all the Jesuit or whatever, worshiping Sunday, the sun, heliocentrism. So yeah, it's all tied into heliocentrism and that mindset.
I mean, I've got no. I you've got to be careful you don't use the word worship. I don't. That's kind of word. The heavenly bodies are absolutely the magnificent timepiece, and the sun is as well, and the moon. But like you say, I don't know why they've turned that. We say sun. They must worship the sun instead of a creator. Then that's the problem. Where you can still admire the sun as God's creation is what you need to do, and say this is a magnificent creation by the creator. I mean, look at it. It's just, look what the sun does, and that's what I'm saying. I'm convinced that the luminaries have all of them, even the little twinkling lights we call stars, the fixed star constellations, depending on their angle and where they are in the sky. I truly believe that has an effect on us on Earth. Well, it definitely does with the sun. We know this. It gives us the seasons. So that's definitely changing things. We know that on a big scale. So I'm convinced then the creator wouldn't have put all the other lights up there for no reason. They're there for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't know what that reason is, obviously. But they're not there for no reason, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, once we recognize a more localized environment, then obviously things have a purpose. And in terms of, the stars, the wandering stars, the sun and the moon. And of course, I think, this is part of the globalist lie, is that the way these mystery school people operate is that they have one set of rules for them, and then they have one set of rules for others. So in their occult tradition, I believe that they know all this stuff, right? But they give this heliocentric, universal, whatever things flying around, so that disconnects people um, from what they know. So they are the priest class; they have all the answers, and then the other people, including the science, so-called astrophysicists and all, are obsessed with this, or assume this sort of false system of the Gregorian calendar, the stars being so far away they don't do anything, and the sun being so far away that it doesn't really do much except give light. I had a friend, a church friend, several years back in Asia, and he used to tell me, like, there's one, it's like the Day of the Dead, but in the Chinese sort of, I think, is it Taoist or something, Confucianist tradition. And apparently, he said, based on, I don't know if it's true, but he raised an important point. He said that Day of the Dead in Chinese tradition came about because an emperor or somebody, Chinese emperor, found out it was a very good day for having good luck, right? But he purposely told the general population it was a really bad day. So this way he could benefit from whatever spiritual power and let everyone else, think it's a bad day and therefore lose the spiritual power from that. So whether it's true or not, it really speaks to the mystery school.
That's similar to the April Fool's Day, isn't it? I mean, I believe our beginning of the year is in April, March, when on the spring, when spring arrives, when on the equinox, that's the beginning. That's when it's the blossoms are on the tree, things are coming to life. The new year isn't in the depth of winter in January, and that's why they say it's April Fools. You've been fooled. This is where the new year is, not in January. So again, they've changed all that round, where you're celebrating a new year in the depths of winter, where things are cold and it's the depths of winter. It's just, this is again, they've altered time, they've altered the calendars, and we're not in balance with they're trying to put us out of balance with nature.
Yeah, and when's the last time any, regular person, working person actually was aware of the equinoxes? Especially in the corporate world, it's all about, in the globalized corporate environment, it's all about, you've got your quarterly report, which is the Gregorian 3 months. It's nothing to do with seasons. It's nothing to do with the equinoxes. And so obviously with heliocentrism, that's when they aligned the
Well,
new year to
it's like that recent conjunct. Was it the Moon, Jupiter, and Saturn was perfectly aligned, and you could see with the visible eye a few months ago, and this hasn't happened for years. These are the things that need to be mentioned. Something's happening in the heavens that doesn't happen very often in this. So. And there's been lots of things like that. They don't talk about these things. Say this, like we've said before, these are God's creations in the heavens, and they're doing certain things, and they're aligning, and they're moving, and they're getting to come in certain positions, and they must do this for some reason, but it's never on the news. It's never in the newspapers. Not that I watch the news or read the newspapers, but these are magnificent things that are happening, and it's just brushed under the carpet and not spoke about.
Hey, I want to come in.
Sorry, go on. Yeah, I've talked about
it. We got a little spatial awareness. We have some new people in here. We got Cyan that just joined our chat. Cyan, I just went ahead and unmuted you. Welcome to the chat, Cyan. If you're there, you can say hello. We'd like to say hello back. If you get on your mic and say, what's up? So, Cyan, if you're there.
Don't be shy.
Oh, Rilo saying Cyan won't talk. So, Rilo, you have VC verified. You can get on the mic.
Are you friends, you two?
Hello.
What's up,
Have
Rilo?
you got some kind of...
Yeah, Cyan won't talk to us. Well, what's up?
She's a very moody person. She doesn't talk often. No, muty. She doesn't talk often.
Muty?
Yeah. She's the person that stays on mute, like most things. So she won't talk, unfortunately.
Oh, it's a he.
No, it's a she.
It's a she? Okay.
It's a she. I love this. It is a she.
Yeah, it's a she.
It is a mutant. It is a she. Awesome.
Science.
Well, welcome to the server.
Yeah. She never talks or whatever. That's fine. I would like to give you some roles so that you can be able to type into the live stream voice text. So if you just want to say hello and that's all, that's fine. But just confirmation that you are a human and not a bot. Lion. And then I can give you a role VC verified, which means you can type in the VC chat or live stream voice text where we're all are right now. And you can actually see that text chat too. But it's cool if you don't want to. It's up to you. So Rilo, where are the rest of your friends?
Probably asleep.
Are you the only one?
It's 10:30 p.m.
10:30. Where are you at?
Almost like everyone that I come in with are from Australia or New Zealand.
Aussie, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
Thought he sounded a bit like Timbo.
I got nothing better to do, so I thought I just might join.
You got any questions about flat Earth and globe Earth discussion, Rilo?
Not really, because I had like a long conversation earlier in what's it called, Cog VC. So I was just listening in.
Okay. We got some new people coming in. Fat Mud just joined us. Fat Mud, are you there?
What a great name.
Fat Mud.
What's going on, man?
What's up, Fat Mud?
Not much. I'm just here for a couple minutes.
So Rilo, you know Fat Mud?
Yeah.
Well, I thought you said you don't gonna have any friends in here, man. What's up? You lying to us, bro?
Well, he looked in lobby. He lied to me.
Oh, okay. Anyways,
Sounds like he's
yeah,
in
well,
the
yeah, somebody's in a pipe or something. So Fat Mud, we spoken to Rilo. Rilo's pretty much talkative. He's a chatty Cathy. But what about you? What do you think about the shape of the earth conversation?
I think last week I had a conversation with Timbo Slice, some other people about it. Pretty interesting, but yeah, I can understand why you guys believe it, but I personally don't.
So you can understand why we understand the surface of the earth is
You're cutting out there.
flat. So you won't understand why we understand.
You're cutting out, but I'm just gonna assume that you're saying I do understand that you guys understand it, but I don't know.
Did
Okay then.
He disconnected.
Hey, he disconnected.
He was a bit
That's
laggy.
cool. I think he'll come back. He usually has like a bit of connection issues in the morning. See, he might come back, but if not, hang on. I got a clip here. Yeah, let's check this clip out. If you guys can hear me.
You yourself had conceded and said, "Yeah, there's definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container? Without a container?
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No.
That's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
What was that?
And
that was me.
Mud. That's Fat Mud.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was gonna put.
I told them before I started to talk that I'd have no idea what I'm talking about.
Cool. So being as you've just heard that back and you've had some time to reflect on what you said, do you understand what you said? And do you understand what we say and why that can't happen?
I understand it, but I don't believe it.
You understand it, but you don't believe it. You understand that when you can contain gas, the consequence of the containment of gas is that gas is now under pressure because it's pressing against the walls of the container. And you understand when your girlfriend comes along and slashes your tyres with a knife, the gas fucks off out of the tyre and disperses as according to natural law, because that's how we live and operate within the physical natural world. You understand how we operate within the physical and natural world, you just don't believe it.
I don't believe the maths and the observations that you guys believe in.
So the maths haven't stated any maths observations. Yes, this will be the observation of the second law of thermodynamics, an entropy in action, an entropy increase. Your claim, and you're going to stand on this, is an entropy decrease. So you understand the entropy increase, which we point to. You just don't believe it and prefer an entropy decrease, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You idiot.
I have no idea what you just said.
Of course you don't. You understand.
Why are you being a dick about it?
Well, I'm not being a dick about it.
I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, that's brilliant. I'm just trying to figure out why you don't understand how the physical and natural world operates. Being as that's how you operate in the physical and natural world, you just don't believe it. It's quite simple. When you burst a tyre, the gas comes out. That's how the real world works, isn't it?
I said I understand it.
Good. So do you believe it as well?
No.
You don't believe it? Okay, so you understand how the physical and natural world operates. You understand why we understand it, but why don't you believe it?
No, I understand why you think that you understand it, but
Okay,
I wouldn't believe it's true.
You don't believe that when we burst a balloon, the gas comes out, and that's a law of nature?
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying then? Make it quick.
Well, let me think about it. Your let's just say your claim of the what is it? The ozone layer not being able to contain itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys talk about us claiming things. No, don't interrupt me. You guys talk about us claiming things, right? Like all the time. I'm allowed to say that you claim that because that's not true.
You just said ozone layer, right? Do you actually think gas can contain itself, as in an entropy decrease?
Don't know what that means, but yes.
No. Do you understand what entropy is?
No.
Okay, right. It is a direction. Hold on. It is a direction of energy. Let's slow down for you. If I've got a hot cup of coffee and I leave it alone, what happens to the hot cup of coffee? It gets cold, right?
Mm.
Yeah, awesome. When I burst a balloon or a tire, the high pressure disperses into the lower pressure, right? It's a direction. The reverse doesn't happen. The cold cup of coffee doesn't spontaneously start getting hot. I have to inject heat into it, right?
Mm.
Awesome. So these are just laws of nature, the way the world operates.
I put a visual in the live stream voice text for Fat Mud to look at. Go ahead and check that out. And that's exactly what he just said right now. Can you take a look at that?
I'm looking.
Por favor. You could read it out. If not, you want me to read it? I think it's something that needs to be said. It's just what Chris said right now.
Yeah. No, I get it. I don't get the picture, but I get what he said.
Cool. So we understand that the reverse doesn't.
What do you mean you don't get the picture? Like, the picture's pretty much self-explanatory, bro. Hot moves to cold. It doesn't go the other way back. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah? Well, you said I don't get it. Like,
I don't get the picture. I get what he said.
Okay, so what do you mean you don't get the picture? Please explain what you mean.
I'm autistic. I don't know, man.
Do you see one word saying hot and in red, and another one saying cold and in blue, and then the arrow pointing one way?
Sure do.
Okay. Now you know.
So hot turns to cold, right?
Yeah.
You can't get it hot again without doing it manually.
Yeah, without imparting energy into it. Yes. And the same thing with the direction of energy when we're talking about high pressure environments. The high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. The low pressure environment doesn't disperse into the high pressure environment. That's a reverse of the direction of entropy. The direction of entropy.
Sorry, I gotta cut you off. I gotta go.
Of course you do.
Yep, it's 20 to 15 to 1 in the morning. I got work tomorrow. See you guys.
Right, yeah.
Why do I have to explain hot going to cold? Like, oh my god.
Hey, look at this. I even put a NASA sticker on the top of it so you can even say, hey, look, NASA said so. Is that better?
The fact you had to talk him through that, it's painful.
Is this what we're dealing with, bloody hell?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's like they think you're going to set him up or something, like...
How can you understand how something works in nature, but don't believe it?
That's my point. How can you understand how we understand something and we understand how the world works, but you just don't fucking believe it? You understand what happens when you burst a tire, you just don't believe it. I don't get it.
Well, it's more he won't be. He's not allowing himself to believe it because he's been indoctrinated or something. He's admitting that he knows it's happening, but something will not let him admit the truth. Something's stopping him admitting the truth. He's admitting that by saying he understands it. He knows that the heat is travelling to a cooler place. High pressure will always go to lower pressure. He understands this happens in nature, but he refuses to believe it.
If he can't get past hot, goes to cold. Like, really, there's no hope for him.
No, that's not the point. I don't think he does understand. He's telling you he understands it.
Yeah, everyone knows about diffusion.
But he's telling you he's not prepared to believe it because it's against his religion.
It's because we say it, right? I say it, you say it, because we're flat earthers. I don't believe it because you say it, because when you say it, you mean the earth is a contained system. That's what you mean when you say it, flat earther. I think what this guy is scared about, what they're all scared about, is having some kind of accountability for their actions. The earth can't be a ball because God exists or something stupid.
Yeah, they're probably scared that.
It is on that. I think it is on that level. I think it's the teeter-tottering. He's nearly on the fence with it. But I mean, we've all gone through it as flat earthers in different ways, dealing with the criticism and going against most of the world view. It's not easy in some cases. Difficult. You've got to man up about it and walk out there on your own. And some people just are not ready for that, and they just can't put themselves through that.
Yeah, you're right. One day.
Hey, mate. What they should do is just not. But mind you, they're maybe just trying to work it all out, and at some point they will get it. Well, they do. They do get it. They're saying they get it. Just not prepared to admit it to anybody yet.
I said you were right, not you all right, but both. You're right in what you're saying, one day. Totally.
Oh, sorry, mate. I thought you said you're all right. I am. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you're pretty much like forcing adulthood on these people, and they're not ready for it, you know.
I think it's going to take like a few generations for people to get ready. I feel like we're at the very start of this whole thing, and yeah, it's just going to take.
I think it's going to take these really sad people having children, and their children looking at them and being embarrassed about their parents and going the opposite direction to wanting to know things and wanting to explore ideas, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's definitely about mindset. Lots of people in my generation, they just have no interest in exploring.
Yeah, this generation is just going to be completely looked over in the history books, in my mind.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much hope. There'll be a few of us, like, I know a few, but not many have the right mindset to think about this sort of thing.
I wish you'd come on and just be a bit more. Obviously, there's something going on in the minds where they're saying they can understand entropy to a certain extent. They understand it, but they can't believe it. So, in his mind, he's understanding it but can't believe it because in his mind, he's got the ball. It works. NASA tells him it's on the news. It's been his life, like all of us, so it's brainwashed into you. So he knows what we're saying, but he can't get rid of this global image. He can't wash it out of his mind. He can't get rid of it. He can't destroy it. But rather than just be an idiot and talk rubbish, I wish he'd sort of say, well, yeah, I can understand what you mean, but you know what? Maybe it works this way, you know. And it's all lies. But in his mind, he's thinking about gradients. He's thinking about the Kármán line. So talk to us about that then, and we'll go through that. But it's just like they won't let us know how. To tell us your frustrations. Ask the questions. What's in their mind? Let's get to it. But they fight it.
They can't do any of that, Dick, because that means they have to show us some like respect intellectually, and that means the ball starts rolling down the hill for their paradigm. You know what I mean? Towards destruction. So they don't give us an edge in that sense.
But it's like anything, isn't it? It's that they say it about drug addiction and alcoholism. The first thing you've got to do is admit it to yourself. Yeah, and until you can do that, the problem's not going to go away.
That's a really good way of explaining it. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, you're absolutely right. When you're going to come off of your globe addiction, you first have to admit that you've got a globe addiction. Hiya, my name's Chris, and I used to believe that I used to live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space.
That'll be a reality one day, Jedi.
Mate,
it's true, though, isn't it? It's true. It's true. You've got to admit
far off of it here. We're not far off of it here. It feels like we're counselling people sometimes. Oh, there. Have you lost your ball? It's all right. Space is something else now. It's not what you thought. I realised you've got some mourning to do, but we have volunteers on standby to help you through this process. Yeah.
That's our therapy sessions.
I agree with you. We're not far off here. Sometimes I think that it's just really isn't the evidence. The evidence is clear and cut, and they do understand it, because it's very basic and simple. But it's the ego we have to deal with, and all that comes with it.
Yes.
And I remember asking a long time ago, like, technically we're burning people's houses down. Are we under obligation to help them build it back up? That was the question. I think some sense yes, some sense no. They really should have had the due diligence themselves to, make sure they're not going down such a wrong path.
I think the house. Go ahead, Electricity. You first, then I'll go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it just takes that critical mind, and I know, some people have it and some people don't. So I don't know.
Yeah, oddly enough, I was gonna actually say that something similar to what you said. I think the house we build back up is a critical thinking mind. It's not the fact that we're replacing a specific ideology. I think what we're replacing is the ability to think about things in a better way than the way we previously thought.
Awesome.
So we're not replacing the thing that we're taking away. We're replacing the way to how to think about something.
Awesome. So
here's another thing to think about, just quick here.
Yeah.
Is that they think they're living in a decent house. They're living in a shit shack in the middle of nowhere. We're trying to rebuild a mansion for them. They don't see it though.
Would you then agree, guys, that with some use of the words, we are actually here to change people's minds? Change the way that their mind works, right?
Yeah.
As in, their mind is incorrect at the moment. We come along and help them to critically think with the use of their mind. So we are here to help them change their mind, right? We're here to change people's minds, guys. We're not here to convince them one way or the other, but we're definitely here to change how they use their mind, right? Critically thinking, using essences.
Wouldn't you say that would be separate from convincing someone, changing their mind?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Changing their mind is separate from convincing. You helping people to use the tool, and then hopefully they use the tool to get to the same conclusion that we're at. But ultimately, please use your tool correctly. Change your mind. Your mind is broken.
It's like the drawing you put up with the red and blue box. Now, he's looking at that. You can see the red heat going to the blue. Now, just ask the guy, what could we put in place on that picture to stop that heat travelling to the cooler place? What would stop it happening? Well, it'd be a barrier, wouldn't it? Anybody can, if you explain it to a child, that heat was going to flow. The high pressure is going to go to the low pressure through that tube. It just automatically will do it. We can show you how it does it. What would stop it happening? What could we do, little Dave, to stop that happening? What could we put into place? What could we introduce into this scenario to stop that happening? I think a child could easily say it'll be a solid barrier would stop that happening. It's the only thing that would stop it happening.
It's like people have never seen windows before, or doors. I mean, this is kind of the level that we have to deal with sometimes, I guess, if you think about it at the base level that I am at the moment. But sometimes it's like people have not seen doors or lights. I mean, sometimes it's like people have never been outside and seen a street light in the distance look or appear smaller than the one that they're standing under at the time, not being confused about it.
like you said, like changing their mind. I feel like the way it has to be done is just presenting the information, and I guess it's up to them to let them change their mind.
The truth should change people's minds. Here is the truth. I've got, you've got, we've got. Will this truth, way of thinking, critical thought, help you change your mind? Because your mind thinks that you're living on a spinning ball. That needs to change if you're to, well, I don't know.
True. I think we have to let them know that, like, because really we can't prove there is a barrier up there. We can just assume there is one.
No, we can demonstrate that we've got gas pressure. Therefore, it's not a vacuum up there. We can demonstrate that.
Yeah, it's not an assumption.
No,
but it's not.
Yeah,
I think the biggest roadblock for Globers is they can't. We hear it all the time. We know it. They can't fathom that these lies can take place.
That is
actually possible. It's like it's easily possible.
I was working in sorry, mate.
No, on you go.
Sorry. I was just saying I was working in a little shopping centre yesterday, just doing a few little jobs, and there was a couple of guys stood there with a Jehovah's Witness stand. So I videoed it. I got about an 8-minute clip, and I just said, "Oh, can I ask you some questions, like just for my own head and my own purpose?" And I can't remember word for word, but it was sort of went along the lines. I was asking them, "Do they think that we was created? Is there a creator?" And they said yes. And then I asked them, "Do you think you live on a globe, a spinning globe?" And their answer was yes. So then I went on to explain to them that, well, the globe was created from a Big Bang scenario. So I went down that line with them, and and I got into the Genesis story and the creation. But I did a little video clip, but it was amazing. I mean, and I got into the gas pressure as well. I explained about the gas pressure, but the guys were scratching their head. They did start thinking about it. When one guy's got his phone out, he started Googling, and the other guy said, "Oh, can you come back later and we'll discuss it more later?" Because I think he wanted to do some research on it, but they just couldn't get it round their heads. What I was saying to them, but it was very interesting. It wasn't an argumentative meeting. I was very nice with them and just put forth a few questions.
Yeah, but come back later. Come back later means that you're never going to see him again. That's what that means. That's I want to just kind of I read between the lines, so I don't. Yeah, if I was talking to them, but like you guys already know what that means. If you guys are telling me to come back later, you're not going to be here. Let's just be real about this, because I wouldn't want them to feel like, okay, I'll come back later. Like that's not going to happen. So.
Well, then the guy got some scripture. I thought he was going to get Genesis out because I told him about. I said, well, the way the Bible describes the Earth is not really. It doesn't mention a spherical spinning ball in space. If anything, it describes it as immovable. I said, no, that's it. I said, how does the creation describe it? Would you say it's movable or immovable? And they both agreed it was immovable. I said, so you're agreeing that it's described in the scripture as immovable. That isn't describing so that kicks the globe out the window then, because that's moving and spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and 666,000 miles around the sun. And they were scratching their heads again. And then I was, can't take things literally. And that was it. And then they started saying about the Bible about being scientific.
Oh.
If I've got it might not load up, but I'll post it anyway. But I don't think it might be too big for the post.
I love Mormons. I love those casual chats when they come up to you and ask you if you've ever heard of Mormonism, and you go, "Yeah, have you ever heard of flat Earth?" Yeah, they disappear really quickly when you start taking the panic.
It's like Uno reverse card, man.
Yeah, pretty much. Because
they think they're coming along with a big fucking bombshell topic,
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. I mean, they get a planet when they die. Basically, I believe part of their religion when they die, because they're here, training to be gods in some form or another. When they finally die and ascend and blah blah blah, you get to be a god of your own planet.
Yeah, but you want to make them feel real comfortable when you come in, because you don't want to scare you. You got to tactfully do it, man. So when they're like, come to your door, you're like, nah, come on in. Like that, we should have a discussion about this. And they think they're gonna give you an earful, but what really turns out is that, and then you set up some coffee and whatever, some biscuits, and you put some stuff, so they know they can't escape.
Get the Black Swan flyers out,
just. No, let's really talk about this, man. Like, we'll hash this all out right here.
Yeah. Say now, how do you feel being contained, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Didn't they already show that the Mormons is a fake religion?
Yeah.
I remember reading that somewhere.
I'll just anyway. It's
even that old.
It's no big deal, but I just posted that little 8-minute clip in there. You can just me waffling on with two Jehovah's Witnesses yesterday for 8 minutes, but it's quite funny how they start getting the phone out to do some research while I'm talking to them.
Good stuff, man.
Cyan's opened his mic up. Cyan, or she opened her mic up. Are you there?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, it is a she. How are you?
How's it going?
Welcome to the server.
Thank you, Officer B. It's nice to be here.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're
how
such
are you
a nice
guys
person.
doing? Hi, Kim.
Very good, Cyan. Thanks very much.
Okay, there you go.
Oh man.
Must have met our unmute quota for the day.
Yeah, that was it. That's all you're getting. 15 words. All right, we're done. Shut her down.
What's happening?
We're trying to get you to talk, Cyan, because we heard you were an introvert in your shell.
Huh.
Is that true?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Well, you're in this chat, so we're kind of just welcoming, and we wanted you to feel comfortable to ask questions if you have any about the shape of the earth. Do you have any questions? Come on, you got some questions.
Okay. Why is it flat?
Because it was made that way. Because it was made that way.
She just made me remember what happened to me yesterday when I went to Pet Supermarket. Jesus.
You can tell us about that later. Thank you, mate. But we get you that you're a little bit on the spot, Cyan. We understand that you might be a little bit shy, and maybe you're going to ask us why we think of the Earth's flat, right? Maybe that would be a better first question. What's our evidence for the Earth being flat? Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Cool. Go there, guys. Go from there.
All right. So basically, we start off with the base axiom, Cyan. If you and I were to go out to the beach, right, and we were to look upon the horizon, do you think we would see a ball Earth, a curved Earth, or do you think we'd see a flat level horizon? What do you think we would see? Just starting off.
You'd see a line because you can't see past horizon.
Okay, so you say we see a line. So is that line curved or is it flat?
It's a really, really slight curve.
Dun dun dun. You said slight curve. All right, so you can you actually see a slight curve from the beach?
I don't think so, but
whoa! Now you don't think so? Okay, but that's cool. You said it's. You said there's. Really all right. Cyan, you said you see a slight curve, but now you're saying you don't see one. Which one is it? You see one or you don't? Yeah, but is that line curved?
It's curved because you can't see past it.
Oh, hell!
This would be
on about.
Well, this would be the next question then, Cyan. You know that line that you see. Do you think that it is? Do you think that it is physical? So, for example, if I was to sail away on a boat, you wouldn't be able to see me go past that line. That line would be physical, like a hill, and be in the way. Yeah.
You go far enough, yeah.
Yeah. So eventually I would, in my boat, go over that line, and that line would stop you from seeing me. Like a hill, for example. If I was to walk over a hill, the top of that hill, when I went over it, you would start not seeing me. My feet would disappear, my legs, my chest, and then my head. because the physical hill was in the way. If you're on a ball, that line, as you described, would be physical for boats, buildings, and myself to hide behind, right? Yes?
You say that again?
That line, the horizon, would be physical for things to hide behind, like a hill, right?
Not exactly, but yeah.
So you're on a curved surface. Eventually, with distance, if I sailed away from you on that curved surface, the curve would get in the way.
It doesn't get in the way.
What, from you seeing me? You can't see me because it is in the way. Like your friend going over a hill, the hill is in the way.
In a way.
Yeah. As in physically between you. As in, I can't see you. Have you ever played hide and seek before? Like, something's in the way. A corner, for example, your friend is hiding behind the sofa. The sofa is in the way of you seeing them. That kind of concept, yeah?
Yeah.
Simple.
Right, so, are you saying that boats will disappear behind this line that you say that you see?
Eventually, when they go far enough.
So what are they? What are they going? What are they going behind?
It's a curve, you know. So as you go.
Okay, so yeah, you're agreeing that the boat you can't see beyond that line is going behind a curve, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we know that's what you think, that it's going behind a curve and you can't see the boat anymore because it went behind the curve, do you think, now you just use your brain for this, if I got a pair of binoculars and I started to look at that boat, do you think I could see that boat with the binoculars, or I can't see the boat anymore with the binoculars? Even though I tried, I would not be able to see that boat.
Previously, you can't see it.
So, and I sent something in the live stream voice text which shows that the boats can be brought back into view.
Yeah, but I'm asking. Let me ask Cyan a few questions just to get where she's at right now. Why don't you think I can see the boat with some binoculars?
The same reason as why you can see without. Can't see it without.
Why?
And it's going further away, and there's a curve.
Okay. So you would say, you know, based upon what you understand, is that there's a curve, right? And that curve, like Jedi was saying, would be blocking or obstructing your view from seeing the boat. But there's a couple things here, right? For number one, we can use binoculars. And number two, we can see farther past where that boat supposedly was out of our view of our eyeballs. We can now use binoculars and see the boat again with those binoculars because, you know, optics help us see farther, right? So then we could then see that boat again. But here's the most interesting part. So they're telling us that the Earth is a globe, right? That's what they say. Yeah. So if it was a globe, then it needs to be measured as a globe because they give us the dimensions, right? The radius, the diameter, the circumference. So if they're telling us all these things, now do you think it's possible that I can take those numbers and try to see if the Earth actually conforms to these numbers? Like I can check to see, I can measure the Earth to see if it's possible for me to find out if it's a globe or not. Like, you know, as what they're telling me. Do you think it's possible?
For you to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Just you?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so, because curve would be like really slight. The Earth is really big.
Okay, how big? Really big? I mean, if we're going to start doing this, then it would be interesting to find out how big the Earth is and find out the maths around it, right?
Yeah.
So I guess that would be where we would help you because we've done this for a while and you've only just come into the subject. Do you know how big the Earth is? Its radius, for example.
No.
It's fine. You can Google it, or we can tell you. I don't expect you to know it. Nobody does until you come into the subject. It's fine. Yeah, it's 3,959 miles. That's awesome. 24,000 miles in circumference. Yeah, lots of numbers. They're agreed upon numbers. We know maths exists and we can use it to figure out stuff about our environment, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we can figure out where the geometric horizon should be if we're standing on the curved surface, right?
Right.
if you're standing on a ball and your eyes are 6 foot off the ball, you draw a straight line out towards the surface that you can't see beyond. Can you conceptualize that idea?
Not really.
God, dear, Miggy, back to you.
Yeah. So basically, what you're doing here is you want to find out how big the ball is, using a method, checking to see how much drop there's going to be over a distance. So let's just say you see the horizon, right? And that's what you call is the curve of the Earth, right? Let's just talk about that.
Right.
Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we call that the curve of the Earth, or what you say you can't see boats beyond. So if I want to know if that part where I see the horizon, if that's going to be the place where boats disappear and that's the curve, I want to know what distance it is from where I'm standing on the beach to where that curve is, where I can see that curve, right?
Yeah.
So how do you think I could find out that information? Because obviously, if you're standing on a geometric shape, like let's say, visualize it this way. If you're standing on a basketball, right? And if you're on one point of that basketball and I'm on the other point of that basketball, there's going to be like a curved surface between you and me, right?
Yeah.
Cyan? Okay, so that curved surface between you and me can be measured as in drop over distance. I'm going to be able to find out if there's any curvature because from where you're at to where I'm at, there's going to be a curve. So that curve is going to obstruct your view from where I am at on the other side of that basketball. But you're going to be able to know that the Earth is in the way because there's going to be drop over distance. So there's going to be some measurable drop from where you're at, starting from, you're going to say, okay, how big is this basketball? We're going to find out. So from where I'm at to where you're at, you're going to take a distance measurement, right? I'm, let's say, 20 miles away from you, right? On this really giant basketball. I'm 20 miles away. So if I'm 20 miles away and you're going to use a drop over distance, it should work out to be about with the geometric size of the Earth, right? The size of the Earth, because they tell us the metrics, and Jedi just told you when you type in what is the radius of Earth. So radius, diameter, and circumference of a sphere denotes what size the sphere is. So in a kind of a mathematical construct, geometric shapes, they're able to dictate what size the ball of the Earth is. So when you go to Google and you type in what is the radius of Earth, it's going to spit out a value. That value is already telling you what the size of Earth is. And if you type in what is the radius what is the diameter of Earth and what is the circumference of Earth, and then it's going to tell you those values. So based on the size that they're telling you the Earth is, we can start to figure out some math. The math that it's going to be between you and me on the basketball, the giant basketball, right? So now we can start to work out some math. Okay, well, I know now the size of the Earth at this giant basketball that we're on, right? So you're going to be able to tell me from where I'm standing to where you're at, I know the Earth is curving because I can measure, because there's these numbers that I got that tell me how big the Earth is. It's not so big that I can't know the size of it. I know the size of it because they've already given me these numbers. Now I want to verify and see if the Earth is actually the size that they say that it is by measuring drop over distance. Does this make any sense to you?
No.
No, you said?
It does.
Okay. So if you want to find out drop over distance on the size of the Earth, well, with the values that they tell us, right? Because they're giving us the numbers. So we're going to take those values and now make a simple equation to say 8 inches per mile squared from the point where you're at to where I'm at. So it could be 20 miles, it could be 30, it could be 15 miles, whatever the distance is from where I'm at to where you're at. We're going to measure to see how much drop there's going to be, so we can start to figure out how much curvature there should be between me and you. Now, sometimes there might, let's say if I'm only a mile away, there wouldn't be that much curvature. But as I start to walk away farther from you, the curvature will increase, right? Like if I'm on a basketball and we're walking away from each other, the curvature is going to be more pronounced, as in there should be more curve that's going to obstruct your view. So that means if you're saying that when you stand at the beach and you're looking at the horizon and you can't see the boats anymore, that must mean that it's going so far beyond your view that it's now you can perceive the curve because the boat is being obstructed, like Jedi was saying, by the curvature because it's going past the point where you can see it. Can you see now how this is working out, Zion?
How does this prove the Earth is flat?
Okay. So now we're getting to the point where you're starting to ask the good questions. So if we cannot measure this curvature, supposedly that's here with 8 inches per mile squared, given all the metrics that the Earth is telling us that the size that it is, I'm gonna go somewhere to the beach and find out if we can find this curve. So the idea is the evidence for the Earth being a globe is not supported by the numbers that they give us. We don't measure any drop over distance, not even a little. There is no 8 inches per mile squared as per the claim that the size that it is should give us. So it's not 8 inches per mile squared. There is no inches per mile squared. There is no curvature measured at all, period.
Have you actually done this measurement somewhere?
Yes. Would you like a demonstration?
Oh.
Cyan?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a demonstration called the Black Swan. And it was dubbed this because there's there's an argument called the modus tollens that it, which is also in a kind of like a P, if P then Q, and not Q, therefore not P argument. Thank you for that, whoever posted it. If you look at live stream voice text, it's the text channel that's right above the voice channel we're in right now, Cyan. Can you see that before I go on?
I can see that.
Okay. So basically the modus tollens, it goes into a formulation of like a logical statement, right? So if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So we're going to find out what P and Q stand for, right? So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance, like that's where you say you see boats disappearing, right? Every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q, the geometric horizon. So not Q. Oh, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Keep going.
Okay, not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, which is the Earth is not a sphere. So if you want to, we can see what P and Q represent. So, P in this instance would represent the Earth's radius being 3959 miles, and Q representing the geometric horizon as per the Earth curve calculator. So, okay, so in that image that's right below, and the reason why it's called Black Swan is because, like, if you say that all swans are white, right? Let's just say, like, that was your argument. You said all swans are white. And if I was to tell you, well, I know that there's a black swan, and you're like, no, it's not possible because all swans are white. I'm like, well, I can provide a black swan and I can show you to disprove your idea that you have all swans are white. So if I was to show you just one black swan, then that would show you that the all swans are white argument would fail because I could show you that I have proved to you that one black swan exists and I can show you. Can you get that idea? That's why it's called a black swan. Because it would disprove that your concept of all swans being white only. Just based on that understanding, right? So if I have one evidence that I can show you that could disprove the idea that the Earth measures to be exactly what they're saying, then I could disprove the idea that the Earth is a globe as per the claim. So, Cyan, are you still there?
Yeah, right.
Okay, do you understand the swans, all swans are white argument, and then if I bring you a black swan, it disproves your all swans white theory kind of idea?
Yeah.
the analogy then transfers over to the globe, being that if you're saying that there is only the globe, and I show you one instance where the Earth is not predicted to be a globe per the idea that you can't measure it to be one, then I'm disproving the idea that the Earth is a globe, which is the same that Modus Tollens is talking about. Yeah. It's the same thing. Okay, so just based on that, let's go to the image below that. Okay, you see the image where these oil rigs are? Cyan?
I can see it.
Okay, so right now this image is taken from a 1 foot observer height. Now, there's a video that goes along with this, so you can see the actual video of how it was taken, and when they zoom in, to this portion where you can see these oil rigs. So, with the horizon distance being, or should be, predicted to be at no more than 1.225, from a 1 foot observer height, because off of the water from 1 foot up, right, they had a camera down at 1 foot level. So the eye line of the camera was down at 1 foot, right? So you pretty much can understand how tall 1 foot would be off of the water. So from 1 foot, the geometric horizon, or the curve of the Earth, should be at 1.22 miles. That means where the things should start disappearing behind the Earth curve, from a 1 foot observer height, should be at 1.22 miles. Do you get that much? Like at 1 foot observer height. I don't want to confuse you, so I want you to. Okay. So at 1 foot, the Earth curve should be at 1.22 miles. That's the horizon, where the horizon should be. Well, we have these platforms, which they're only there. The only purpose that the platforms are there is to demarcate a distance, as in these are markers in the water to show us how far away we can see. That's their only purpose in this image. So the only purpose of these oil rigs is to tell us how far away they are from where we are. So the observer at 1 foot is seeing these oil rigs. And what the... Sorry? Go ahead.
So how does this explain when it's far away enough that you can't see it anymore?
Okay, so remember we said at 1 foot, the geometric horizon, or the horizon where the sky meets the Earth, should be at 1.22 miles. That's the curve of the Earth, where it should be, 1.22 miles.
You're saying at 1.22, you're not supposed to be able to see it?
Not that we're not supposed to. We could probably see it, but not the way we're seeing it there. We see the whole entire platform. In the fact that we're saying that at 1.22 miles, the geometric horizon, or the your Earth curve, should be where it's blocking things from you to see beyond that. It should start at 1.22 miles. So here's the issue, right? We see the entire platforms in both of these, and we don't just see the entire platforms. Our mission from this image is to see where the horizon is. That's our mission. Because the geometric horizon, where the sky meets the Earth, is our mission. That's what we need to locate. Because that's where things disappear. And according to you, you say that's where ships disappear, right? So in this image, we're looking... Go ahead. Do you have something?
Yeah.
So in this image, what we're doing is we're finding out distances to the observer, to the place in the water where the oil rigs are. Now, the oil rigs... Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles, way beyond the place where the geometric horizon should already be obstructing our view. And on top of that, we have Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles, even farther away. And we can see that whole platform at that distance. So the platforms are just used as distance markers. What we need to focus on is the horizon. Now, where do we see that horizon in that image, Cyan? Is it beyond 9.41 miles? Is it before 9.41 miles?
It's behind the thing.
Okay, we're going to use a little assumption here, just kind of throw in the mix. We can safely assume that it's farther past 9.41 miles to say that it's probably like 10 miles away. We'll give it that. If that is the case, the horizon right now in that image is at 10 miles. Now, the geometric horizon on this Black Swan image shows us that if the horizon is the size of the globe, it should be no more than 1.22 miles. But at 1 foot observer height, we're seeing that the horizon, the geometric horizon, according to the globe, is far beyond that. It's at 10 miles, way beyond 1.22 miles. So what does that mean? Well, that simply means that the size of the Earth, according to the globalist, whoever gave us these values of it being like the sphere of a radius of 3959, is not correct.
Okay, wait. So, what happens if the person who gave this information is wrong?
What happens? It means that all that information is not true at all. None of it is true, not even a little. So when we're searching for this curvature that should be there, we're finding that it doesn't matter how far we can like see in the distance. The distance that we can see, we could probably get better magnification and see farther than this image even allows us to with even better equipment. What we're going to find is that there is no curve. No matter how far how good we can see, we don't measure any drop over distance at all. Zero drop over distance. This image is just demonstrating that.
How do you explain the horizon?
The geometric horizon, or the horizon where you and I see, as defined per the definition that you and I can both agree on, is that where the sky meets the earth.
Sorry, can I jump in really quickly and just say you do realise that all of these observations that we are talking about are primarily over water. Cyan, you know how water acts when it's contained within a cup, for example. The water within your morning coffee on the surface is level, correct?
Yeah. No, wait. There's like a small curve.
Okay, so swimming pool, from one end to the other, the water's you understand what I'm talking about. We understand the dynamics of water. Just want to kind of maybe make this a little bit more simpler for you. So we're only really talking about the surface of the earth. We are told that 70% of it, or just over, is water. All of our observations that we're talking about are over water. Now, their claim is the water curves, but we observe and water acts when it's contained level. So, you know what a mirrored surface is like, right? You see your reflection in a mirror. Have you ever been to a hall of mirrors, or can you conceptualize a hall of mirrors where the mirrors are distorted and not level? You can understand the two different types of reflection you're going to get. What we observe when we observe water contained, whether that's in your morning coffee, your bath, your swimming pool, your pond, lake, sea or ocean, is a reflection from above like a perfectly level mirrored surface. You see that as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're talking about the waters of the earth which are observed and measured. Mig is just taking you through the observation with the two oil rigs. Please note the water between you and the horizon. It is level. Every time that horizon extends away from you, that just means the water looks more level now. You can see further with your binoculars and your telescope, correct? But the water between your toes and that horizon is level. Do you understand what we're pointing out? Because if the waters of the earth are level, then the earth can in no way be a ball. Do you understand?
It's right in a way. It's not.
In a way.
It's different because the ocean is much bigger than just.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just go back to what we just explained right now. There is a certain size that the Earth is. You understand that much, right, Cyan?
Right.
Okay. With the size that the Earth is supposed to be, we don't measure any curvature. I went over that with you with the Black Swan. So I've just demonstrated to you that the Earth should be showing us the curvature at 1.22 miles away at a 1 foot observer height. We don't see that, right? Therefore, the Earth is not curving like they tell us. Now, anything other than that is your obfuscation to then go back to cling to your ball, as in like it's just too big. Well, it's just too big doesn't cut it, because we can measure from a certain small sample set. A small sample set can tell us if it is indeed curving like it should or it's not. You can't then go to, well, the Earth is too big. It just doesn't work, because we have the metrics of the Earth and we're testing them. Do you understand that much, or are you confused about that?
See.
Hello?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so what is it about us having the metrics of the Earth and us testing them don't you understand?
Oh, wait. How do you explain?
Yes?
Stuff goes beyond the horizon. Where does it go?
Oh, what is the phenomena of us not being able to see, or ships being cut off at the bottom of the boat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Jedi?
Why can't we
Respawn?
Well, yeah, but why can't we see the bottoms of objects? Can you? I've actually done this. It's quite a funny story. Imagine an ice rink, for example, right? And you've fallen over, because I have, and your face is smack down on the floor, and you look horizontally across that really cold fucking ice. You'll understand that the further that as you look across that ice, you can't see the bottoms of people's skates. And as the further that they skate away, you kind of realise that you can't see their shoes. You can imagine if it was really long, then eventually they go away. But I've seen this, and I'm trying to explain it to you like this. Imagine that you're very close to the surface we're going to look across, maybe lay down with your hands underneath your chin and look across the surface. I've got a brick, and I'm going to walk away from you with that brick. I'm going to then put the brick on the floor and start kicking it until you tell me that you can't see the brick anymore. Because we understand that things with distance, eventually we can't see them. It's a brick, you can't see it anymore, and I've put it on the floor. Now, eventually what I'm going to do is I'm going to start piling one brick on top of another. Would you agree with me that you would start to see a tower of bricks? Maybe so much so that I could build maybe a church or a cathedral out of it. Remember that when we first started, I had one brick, and I took it to a place where you couldn't resolve it anymore. We agreed on that, yeah? I can't see it anymore, Chris, when you put it on the floor. But if you make it bigger, pile one brick on top of another, make a wall or make a cathedral, then, yeah, I'll be able to see that. The reason why this is because we see everything in angles. You couldn't see the first brick because it had got too far away for you to see, or the angle was too small. It's like a bird that flies away off into the distance and you can't resolve the bird anymore, even though it's straight in front of you. Too small for you to see. You can have this with a brick, but if you make it bigger, turn the brick into a cathedral, you can see the top of the cathedral.
Okay, so how do you explain, like, why do I not see stuff from countries far away?
Oh, that's easy.
Go on.
Yeah, that's due to perspective. Okay, and angular resolution, that's what it's called. So remember that same instance he told you about the brick on the floor. Now let's take a look at angular resolution, as in what's the limitation of the optics in your eyeballs, right? So you have a penny in your hand, right? And you hand it to me, and I walk away from you. As I walk away from you, do you think you'll be able to see that penny forever?
No.
What do you think is happening as I walk away from you to the penny?
Just too small.
There you go. See how you understand this? You understand this, Ian. So you're getting it, right? Angular resolution. Things in the distance will appear to be smaller. The same for people walking away from you. They start to shrink. Cars driving away from you will start to get smaller. Things will start to get smaller as a way in your view. So angular resolution and how you see the world with perspective, coupled with perspective, shows you how your vision works. So now let's talk about the question you just asked. Why can't I see far away? Well, it's simple. Angular resolution. Your eyes limit you from how far you can see in the distance, and with perspective, everything converges to your eye line. So let's say you've been down a long corridor or long hallway. Have you ever been down one of those, like a long hallway? Cyan?
Yeah.
Or you can use railroad tracks, or you can use telephone poles, whatever it is that you can grasp your mind about what I'm about to tell you. So everything converges to the eye line. So if you're in a hallway, the walls and the ceiling and floor look like they converge to a point in the far distance of your eye line. It looks like they're coming together in the far distance. So if you're on a railroad tracks, it looks like when you look down the railroad tracks, it looks like they come to a point. They don't really come to a point. Your eyes in perspective mode, putting everything to the eye line of the observer, which is you. So when you're seeing things in the far distance, it looks like everything's coming to a point. So with angular resolution, right, things get smaller in the distance and you can't resolve them anymore. And with perspective, how your eyes push everything to the eye line and it converges everything, that means that you have a limitation to how far you can see. It's really simple. And it's just that simple for you to grasp the concept that you can't see forever. And when you use optics, right, you extend that view, but you can't see beyond the optics limitation. So because of like the optics, you could only see a little bit farther, but then the optics have their own resolving limitations as well. Does that make sense? What I just
see
explained?
what you mean. Yeah.
Is it making sense now?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
in other words, when you learn about flat Earth, you don't just start seeing to China all of a sudden. That doesn't change. The Earth doesn't morph and change into something else. So previously they said you can't see China because there's a big hump of Earth curve in the way. But as we just went through the Black Swan, we demonstrate that that curve isn't really actually there.
Yeah, angular resolution and also perspective. Remember those things that I just said. They're very key components to you understanding how your vision works. There's a bit more, but we'll just kind of keep it on the topic of this for now. Do you have any other questions, Cyan?
yeah. What happens when you like reach the edge of the Earth?
The old edge question. Well, yeah, there's ideas that people can like travel everywhere they want to on this earth, and as far as we know, there's restrictions on how far you can travel and where you can travel. Because let me put it to your mind this way: you do know there's restrictions from even traveling from country to country, right? You need a passport. You need certain things to actually go somewhere else. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not just free. You're not free willy, right? You can't just go wherever you want here. You can't just do that. It's not how this works. Right? So
okay.
Go ahead. You have some?
No one's controlling. Like no one's saying you can't go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? There's a soundbite that says.
Well, in the same way, there's not cops around every corner saying, "Hey, you better not do that." You're welcome to drive 100 miles per hour, but there's a good chance someone's going to stop you. So
there's laws, right?
So,
but let me just ask you this, though, real quick, Cyan. What happens at the edge of outer space?
It's too big. You just.
Oh.
Right.
Wait.
But
it's too.
What happens at the edge of the universe, Cyan?
Yeah, that's great.
For Earth,
Yeah, that's great. Like, but you understand. Like, I just want to get you to the fact that you understand limitations here on Earth are going to be a factor, right? Why you can't travel wherever you want to. You're not a free spirit, Cyan. Like in this Earth, you're just not. That's the simple rule. That maybe you're not old enough to know this, but you can't go wherever you want. Like, that's just not possible in any way. You do know this, right?
Wait, are you saying it's too big to get there?
Cyan, do you know this first? Like, I have to hear you say that you know this. If you don't know this, we have to get into this.
No,
you know you're not a free spirit, right? Oh, people say that you're. People are making restrictions, and it's not like. So you're telling me that you are a free spirit. You can go wherever you want. Is that what you're saying, Cyan?
Saying some people will. Like, how come no one's reached it?
Cyan, you could barely go to the grocery store and buy toilet paper 3 years ago. So where's this idea coming from that you can just freely roam the whole Earth and go wherever you want? No one's going to say anything. That's a bit crazy.
Please tell me where that's coming from, because I need to know, like, why you think that. And that's a flaw in your logic right now. That's why I'm addressing it.
You're not explaining why.
Okay, so so why? Okay, so the easy thing to see, the easy thing is that anywhere you go on this earth, it's regulated by law. Like I just explained to you. Try to travel to another country without a passport and see what happens. What do you think is going to happen? Let's just say you want to go to. You're from the UK, right? Or from Australia? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, you're from Australia. Let's say you go from Australia to, I don't know, America. Do you think you can just go there willy-nilly? You can just hop on a boat and say, "Hey, I got some money. Just take me to Australia or to America."
No, that's people saying that you can't just go straight there.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, yeah, no, what I'm telling you is, I first have to get your mind around this, right? So you do know that there's restrictions onto where you can travel on this earth, right? Okay, so we know that. We know that. So now we're going to talk about where the restrictions are. Now, with restrictions, there's waters that you can't travel to, like internationally. If you wander off into like China's waters, you'll probably get stopped by one of their boats and probably be arrested for even going there, or Korea or Japan or whatever. You know, if you're just a vessel, just free spirit traveling wherever you want to, you're gonna get stopped. And it's not, you can't tell them, "Hey, I just want to explore the earth." They're gonna be like, no, you don't have permission to be over here. Excuse me. Like, where do you think you're going? So you'll probably be told to turn back around.
Who's saying this?
So we're gonna talk about the Antarctic Treaty, right? So that is a treaty that if you go south, sorry?
Yeah.
So we're gonna talk about the Antarctic. I don't know. I heard something, but I'm just gonna see if I can keep going forward. The Antarctic Treaty is talking about like where we can't. There's a border or boundary where we can't pass, and it's called the 60th parallel. And beyond this border, in the water, if you travel beyond that, you will get stopped. They will tell you to turn back around and excuse me.
Think about like a speed limit sign, right? The speed limit says 50. You can drive 100. But
sorry, you're really low, Cyan. I can't hear what you're saying. Can you say it again?
He's like living in the Antarctic.
They don't have to be doing that, Cyan. Listen.
No. Yeah. Whoa, one second. Whoa. Do you know this or not? I need to know. I need to hear you say this. Do you know there's navies of the world? Do you know that?
Yeah.
Do countries have navies?
Some of them, yeah.
Okay, where are the navies of the world?
In the countries.
In the water.
Are they in the country? No, they're not in the country. They're in the water, right? Right?
Right.
Okay. They would be considered the police of the water. Would you agree with that? They're policing the waters?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. We don't have guys standing on the ice with machine guns. Like, you can get that out of your mind. That's not what this is. This is the waters of the world being patrolled by the navies of the world. Does that make sense or no?
No.
There's also Air Force.
No, that doesn't make sense to you.
No, because I'm sure someone would have like tried to.
They have.
Do it.
They have. Yes, they have.
Happened?
They got turned around. They got told to go back.
Is there proof?
Yes. Audio proof where somebody's went beyond the 60th parallel and says, you need to turn back around. Yeah, actually that.
But this is not even... There's videos on YouTube where they've demonstrated this. People they set up a flight where they were going to fly into a restricted area and they got turned around. So I'm not sure.
But this guy was an Australian, Cyan. He was Australian even. Like you're a countryman. He was told to turn back around and he was going towards the 60th parallel.
Can I say something, Miggy?
I'm just like, yeah, go on, obvious.
Yeah, just to bring to your attention, Cyan, we have a flat earther. He doesn't come about too much, but he's an Englishman. He was in the Navy all his life, and he was on duty in these areas of the world, patrolling them. He told us the protocols of what would happen if any unauthorized ships or aircraft were to enter these areas. So we got first-hand testimony that this goes on.
It's a real thing, Cyan.
I want to say this as well. Just think of a highway. Okay, there doesn't need to be policemen at every mile waiting for you. If you break the law, they can come catch you by any means necessary. Faster cars, planes, helicopters, etc. So think of the 60th parallel like a speed limit. You can break it, sure. But now you just broke the law, and people can come get you. You can't outrun helicopters with your boat.
You're saying this is a law to not go to the edge.
Oh yeah, it is.
Go on Wikipedia. Go Wikipedia
Antarctic
and
Treaty.
Look up Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, this is not a flat earther telling you this. This is actually what the law is. You can't do this per any country that you're going for. Like if you think, well, I'm from Australia, I'm just gonna head south and see what happens.
Yeah, I think she thinks it's a conspiracy theory. That's the problem.
No, it's not.
Okay, so why don't everyone know about this? Like
they do. They do know about it.
You're just learning about it.
You're just learning about it.
You can't project onto everyone else that, oh, no one knew about it if you didn't know about it.
Yeah, you're just learning about it, but everybody that does look into this finds out.
I know, but like this seems like a really important thing.
Yeah, the reason most globalists don't know about it, it's not in general education, it's not talked about, is because it's a highly suspect treaty as to why this entire continent is locked down essentially from independent exploration. If you were to know about such a treaty, you would be like, what's going on? And you would research further, which might lead you down paths that may get you here or other places, but that's not what they want.
Yeah, just look up the Antarctic Treaty. That's all you need
They
to do.
don't want you thinking about things. That's why you don't know about it.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't follow the speed limit. I just do whatever I want.
So how do you know about this? Who told you?
It's everywhere. Like you can look on the internet, but we've often talked about. So like,
search it.
right? So well, no.
This is mainstream.
Science.
You need to be told by somebody.
When you're looking, listen. When you're looking.
Go ahead. Sorry, mate. No, I'm sorry, buddy. I didn't realize you were still
speaking. I was just saying, when you're looking into flat Earth and you start to figure out there's more to it than just like finding out the Earth is flat and stationary, you start to figure out, okay, well, fine. If the Earth isn't a globe and I can see the Earth as flat and stationary, so where can we go to kind of they see the extent, or like you asked the question, where's the edge and all this? People start to wonder about these. And then when we start connecting the dots, we run into a wall, pun intended, like the Antarctic Treaty. And we're like, what the hell? What's this doing here? Why do we have to abide by this? Why can't we just travel there and go find out for ourselves? Turns out that the countries of the world got together, they shook some hands and said, we all together, the world, agree that no one can go there. Beyond the 60th parallel is a no-no. Do not travel there. Or if you do, you have to be regulated by a lot of red tape. Like only certain individuals can go there. As like this small little group of people who consider themselves scientists, they go down there and do some studies. Or there's this trip you can take that costs a lot of money, right? I heard it's like $10,000 for a ticket to get on a boat to go down to Antarctica and go visit a penguin or something and come right back. But it's not like what you think. It's not like a free roam society where you can just take your rowboat and a couple of sleeping bags and you can go wherever you want. That is not what's
they're gonna chaperone your ass.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Actually, that's important to realize. We're not saying you can get a cruise. You can literally get a cruise, and it's quite expensive, as you can imagine. But the point is, you can't privately, freely explore this place. That's what we're saying. There's restrictions on it.
Can I ask, like personally, how did you come to know about this?
You actually learn about it when you investigate the flat Earth in the way that we're telling you.
So, Cyan, are you paying attention to the voice text? Because I linked you the Wikipedia article.
Oh, but Wikipedia, you know.
It's fine. I can list you.
You can go directly to the Antarctic Treaty website if you want. You can go to whatever your the Australian government website. There'll be a section on it, no doubt.
But even if we took that away, even if we just took the treaty away, you still have this idea that you can just kind of freely wander around and go wherever you want. There are restricted airspaces. There are coast guards. There are the navies and stuff. You can't just roll around the earth and go wherever you want. Yeah. Even in your own state, or there's restricted areas in my own town. You know what I'm saying? You can't just wander wherever you want.
This is all really an irrelevant line of reasoning and questioning anyway. We don't need Antarctica to prove the Earth is not a sphere.
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out for your edge question, Cyan, where's the edge? Well, if we were to explore this entire realm of existence that we're in freely, we could probably come up with some better understanding of what the extent of the realm is. But because we're restricted to go in certain locations, it feels like we can't go somewhere to investigate. Therefore, stunting our investigation because of whatever laws and whatever they put up. Now we can only say from where we're at that pretty much from this extent, we know what reality is from this place. But as far as the extent of where this reality ends, there's no, who knows? Because
right, and that's why I asked you, where's the edge of outer space? And I don't know if you meant to say it, but you're like, well, it's too big. It's kind of a good answer, honestly. Too big to get there, if there even is one. So,
yeah, she responded with the Earth. You meant the edge of the universe.
It's completely different.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
What's beyond the edge of the universe? Do you fall out the universe or something, Simon? What happens? You disappear into unreality or something. You've got an edge as well in your paradigm. It's not ridiculed.
Like
it's just farther out.
Saying there's an edge in the universe.
So what is it?
That's what they're saying. We're not saying that. That mainstream rhetoric would say that there's an edge to where it's expanding into nothing. Do you know that? Or I don't know if you know that or not. We understand the rhetoric a lot better than some people who don't know about the globe. We know all about the globe. We live studying their rhetoric almost every day. If you're a flat earther, you know the globe almost inside and out. Isn't that weird? We know globe most better than some of the other people that come in our server who say they believe in it.
We get the edge question a lot. So you have an edge as well, as the OB pointed out. You just notice when we ask you about it, you're like, well, I don't really know. I don't know what it would be like. We're kind of telling you the same thing. The Earth isn't embedded in a larger space. I would say the Earth is the place. So there's not like an edge you can go fall off or jump off or anything like that, if that's what you're asking. But in the same way that you don't know what's at the edge of the universe, we don't know what's at the edge of Earth.
But you can physically like go and see.
No, you
the edge of the universe.
Who's been to the edge of
We
the
just
universe?
talked about this.
You can't do. You can. I'm just like.
How do you, Cyan? How do you know that you can do that? I need to know from your perspective. How do you know you can do that? What you just said.
Well, if you're saying that people are getting turned away from the edge, I mean,
No, I'm asking you.
That's not the edge.
How do you know, Cyan? How do you know that you can do what you just said right now? How do you know you can do that?
can do what?
You said you can go.
The thing you said you can do.
You can go there. You said
because if
no.
you keep going,
You said you can go there. I'm like, how do you know you can do that?
Sorry, Cyan. There's nowhere on Earth labeled edge. We're talking about going south. That's not necessarily the edge of the Earth. That's what we're saying. We don't know what the edge is. It's a big place, and it hasn't been fully explored yet. Not by you, not by me.
Why don't you ask her what she thinks flat Earth
my
is?
bad. Hang on, guys. I got it mistaken. My bad. I thought you were talking about space. Now you're talking about the Earth. I don't know, space or Earth. Which one are you talking about? Because you said we can go there. I don't know which one you meant. Like, are you meant the Earth or space? The Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying we can go on the Earth and go see where the edge is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on what?
Based on what?
Based on what?
Yeah, how do you know?
Yeah.
We can do that.
Sorry,
You just found out about the Antarctic Treaty not 10 minutes ago, and now you're telling us we can go there based on what? Like, we already just told you they're not letting anyone go there.
Why aren't they letting people go?
Go ask them. What's
Wait, what do you mean? Why aren't they letting? You said you can go.
we're just.
Sai, you need to put this into context. The way you're looking at it, the majority of the world's population think Antarctica is a desolate ice continent. Nobody's going there. Nobody wants to go there. They're not booking their, annual holiday to Antarctica. You know what I mean? The only people inclined with the desire to go and explore Antarctica is flat earthers. because we know there's, well, something's to be discovered there.
Say no one wants to know what's beyond the edge.
Well,
that's it's not an edge.
Most people think they live on a sphere, Simon. You understand that, right?
I'm sure if you
dubbing
could freely
someplace on Earth called Edge, there is nowhere on Earth dubbed a location called Edge. That's something that people want to bring and pin on to this idea of flat Earth.
Yeah.
This Earth is very big and it has not been fully explored. We don't know what it all looks like. So
if you could freely travel to Antarctica, I'm sure there'd be plenty of exhibitions that would go there.
We've only been discussing the social barriers to get into Antarctica, not to mention we haven't even gotten into the environmental problem.
The environment's a whole other animal. Yeah.
Absolutely brutal environment we're talking about. It's not a fucking paved road with McDonald's down it to the edge.
Yeah,
or the
it's
fucking
just
container or whatever. There's nothing there.
It's a desolate wasteland of like ice cold like temperatures that are beyond.
Yeah, I mean you're not fucking jumping on your little rowboat going down to Antarctica and then thinking you're transversing potentially thousands of miles of
good point,
brutal ice continent.
You got to really think about this.
Thinking.
So we're told.
How do you expect to get around? This is a great point. What, are we taking boats, dogs, planes?
Exactly. And think about it like, Cyan, think about it like this. I know there's a lot to take in, but think about it like this. If you got in a plane, right, and I was a pilot, and you said, hey, where are we going? I'll be like, I don't know, man. We're just going to go until we can't go no more. Would you get in the plane with me? You'd probably jump out faster than I could even turn back around to see if you're there. You wouldn't stay in the plane if I said, no, we're just going to keep going south.
We'll see what happens.
How'd that strike you? We're just going to keep going south.
People discover countries and everything.
She doesn't want to answer the question.
But you're not looking at the question that you just asked. Like, would you go somewhere if you knew that you didn't know the destination to the place? Because when you get in a plane, a boat, a car, you're going from point of origin to destination. You know where you're going. But if you didn't know where you were going, and if somebody said, hey, I got this idea, man, we're just going to go south. Would you go with them if they didn't know where they were going?
If I was an explorer.
You actually would go. You think that's something plausible? Like if you would actually get in a plane with me if I said, "Hey, check it out, Cyan, we're going south." You did.
See, this is where it's blatantly obvious that you're not taking the conversation serious, Cyan.
Yeah,
we are talking here about life and death, and you're answering like a child.
Okay,
so
can I say something?
You have been.
Okay.
Proceed.
If people want to discover countries, if they were too scared and just want to stay.
Yeah, this is where the Antarctic Treaty comes into play. You're not allowed.
You have to be realistic, Cyan. We have to be realistic. You don't just jump in a rowboat and hope it all works out. You need to be.
You have to, and that's how people have found.
Jumped in a rowboat?
Yeah, not rowboats, but ships.
Then what? So say we jump in a ship and we get to the ice. We get to the south. Then what?
You're saying
we can't take the ship on land. So we're just going to walk around.
I get what she's saying. She's saying, how do people discover new lands and stuff? But I'm gonna burst your bubble. They weren't new lands. They had an idea that people actually lived in a certain location. They just didn't know the cartography, the mapping out of how to get there. So they knew that there was going to be people and things and places to be in the place they were heading in the direction to. And another places was just adventurous, but it wasn't like where they didn't know they were going to see land at all. How does that make any sense? Like if they were getting how could they prepare for something they knew absolutely nothing about? Like, well, we don't know if we're going to see any land or anything. We're just going to pack for how long? Who knows? Let's pack for a week.
That's a good point as well.
What if that week wasn't good enough? Like they have to be prepared for a length of travel that they know they could endure. That's just a common thing that anybody would think of, when if you don't know where you're going, but if you heard of some people talked about this new land, this new world, then you would prepare. Well, I think I need, let's say about a month's worth of food, or to calculate, because then you got to think about how you're going to live if you don't have enough sustenance to actually get to the place you want to get to. So obviously you have an idea that where you're going, there's going to be something there. You're not just going to travel into infinite nothing. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, even if you were that explorer, Cyan, are you down for one-way trips?
How do you explain how the explorers knew?
She's not trying to answer questions.
There's information about certain lands and places.
What you're saying.
They get certain information, like there's this. Okay, this is just a story, but the idea of Christopher Columbus sailing to the New World and discovering, he didn't discover anything. There was already plans to know that there was places he was going to actually go to, because they have already heard of some places.
How?
There was information already existing that people lived in these places, Cyan.
So how do they get the information?
Well, probably from other explorers that came to them that they already knew. Like there was already.
And how did the
What do you mean? We have structures here, we have structures in America. We got pyramids here that have been here for thousands of years. I mean, come on.
Yeah. All over
there was civilizations everywhere.
There were civilizations everywhere. So there's no way somebody's saying they're traveling to a new place and they discovered new lands. There's no such thing as that. People lived in all the lands and areas that are on Earth now, and they traveled everywhere. So there's no discovering new places. There's only places you can't go because you're restricted. That's it.
But here's the thing. My questions, I'm going to ask this again, Cyan. Are you down, even if you were this explorer you were talking about, are you okay with one-way trips?
You know what that means, right? One way, that means you ain't going back.
Because for some people, this would be a one-way death mission.
I don't think an introvert's down for one-way trips.
No.
Wait, how do you then? You know how some people want to like go to the moon and stuff?
If it ain't an Uber, she ain't going nowhere.
But answer my question though.
Cyan, are you there? What did you say about the moon? Were you answering CB's question?
No, I'm saying like going to the moon is like a one-way trip, and people have done that.
No, it's not. You know what one way means? They claim to go there and come back. We're saying one way means you go and you ain't coming back. Who stayed on the moon? First of all, no one went there anyway. But
they plan to come. Cyan,
listen,
no, Cyan, they plan to come back. There was a plan to go to the moon and come back. There was a plan for that.
Same thing for this. I can go.
No,
I can plan to go
you don't know.
and come back.
No, this is why you don't. Mickey pointed out to you. You don't know how much food you're going to need, how you plan to travel around. So we just flew you in a plane and dropped you off in Antarctica. How long are you going to survive? How much food do you have? How much food did you pack? Did you bring dogs? Do you have a boat or another plane, a helicopter? How do you plan on getting around? That's what we're saying. It's for some people, this is a one-way mission. They're going to go there. If they go there, and they ain't coming back. I don't think a lot of people would sign up for that. That's just basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the whole moon analogy doesn't work either, because they meticulously, according to the rhetoric, planned everything in detail. How to get there, how to come back.
Okay, so why don't we
how long they planned on being there?
Yeah. What'd you say,
plan to explore places?
No, we don't know where we're going. That's what I've been finished telling you.
Yeah, the real world is really dangerous, just so you know.
You're saying that it's just never ending.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Don't know that.
What if the extent is farther beyond the limitation where, let's say for example, I'm going to make a stupid example. We're 1,000 miles in and there's just nothing but ice in our front distance.
Okay, no,
and we're running, but just hang on, Cyan. Just let me put it in a perspective for you. We're 1,000 miles in and it's a long way back and we're running out of food and there's nowhere for shelter to be found. What are we going to do then?
Just respawn back onto the boat.
Cyan? We're not going to take an Uber back to civilization.
Man,
we're not going to take an Uber back to civilization. There's no way back. It's like CB was saying, it's a one-way trip. So now we're so far in, and I'm not saying I know the extent, but what if it's farther beyond that? What if it's 10,000 miles farther in? And you're claiming that this is logical to go somewhere without any idea of where you're going or how much you're going to need to return back. What if you're too far in? What if you're 5,000 miles in and you know that the return trip is going to be way too expenditure on exhaust all your food supplies and everything. You won't make it back. What then? We don't know. It's all unknown, Syed.
Sam, let's bring it to a small scale, right? Imagine you're at your home, you're at your house, right? And every time you try to leave your house, somebody stops you, right? And all you know is your house, right? Obviously there's something else, but we don't know. That's what Antarctica is, that's what, everything else is.
Yeah, it was a good way to put it, Kel.
Yeah, just make it really simple and small,
You just have to be realistic.
I mean, all the other 7 billion fuckers in your house are all shouting at you and telling you you're crazy and nothing's going on.
There's nothing out there.
Yeah, and your family's like, no, there's nothing out there.
That's just a sphere. Just fucking walk around it.
Am I saying that it's not necessary? No. I mean, if you want to go do that, so be it. Let it be something in your life that you want to do and go achieve. But check this out, man. Check this out. It's not needed for the understanding of the Earth being flat, stationary. It's totally non sequitur. I don't need to go over there and figure out what's beyond the Antarctic ice wall and touch the dome or whatever it is. People think that the edge is. I don't need to go and find that out. I can be content where I'm at, knowing the Earth is not what they're telling me that it is. And that's the whole idea. Coming back to where our conversation started, Cyan, is that I don't need any of that stuff. However, some people are curious, which that's them. They can want to go and find that out. Hey, go follow me to Antarctica. I'll be like, no, thanks, bro. You go and freeze your ass over there. I'm going to stay right here. As far as I'm concerned, you can go touch the ice wall and do all that kind of cool stuff. That's you. Me, I don't need that. But some people want to do that. That's up to them, Cyan. But the Earth isn't a globe. 100%. It's just not a globe.
That there were measurements and everything to say.
Cyan, we can see too far. We can see too far. If the Earth was curved, we wouldn't be able to see as far as we can.
Do we know how big the Earth is?
Yes.
Nope. Yeah. Jedi went over that with you, Science, so don't pretend you don't.
Well, the globe claim, yes, we do know.
The globe claim tells us how big it is. As far as the actual Earth, no.
Unknown. How would you know how big it is?
Mistake. I thought she was talking about a sphere.
Yeah,
we definitely know how big the globe is claimed to be, and that's why you can test that, and that's what you should do. That's step 1. Know what the globe claims are. Step 2, you go test them. Then that might lead you to some sort of flat Earth. But no, there's a lot of unknown. How big this place is. How would you know that?
What the moon is, what the sun is, what the stars are, the
what's south
realm. There's a lot of unknowns.
Mysteries.
Yeah, I don't think she has any information on anything. I think she just came here to chill and to, talk a little. So that's cool, I guess.
Thanks for that, Kel.
Yep. I'm sure it was obvious to everyone.
We could thank Captain Obvious and his faithful sidekick. Duh.
I'm just saying, it sounded like you guys were taking it way too fucking serious, and I was
listen, look, I will. First of all, I'm fucking mayhem, but at the second time, that I would say that everybody who comes in here, I want to give them the full benefit of taking this to every exhaustible, illogical, point that we can. So I will take it that far. And if you haven't known that by now, I don't know. I can't help you, bro. But
I would say it's more sincerity than seriousness. We're very sincere about the topic. So if people are like, I don't know. I've been hearing almost like a kid. No offense, Simon, but like you talk to a kid, and they're like, "Well, wait, what's over there?" It's like, yeah, well, you're distracted. You know,
Mayhem. I totally agree with you, Mayhem. I'm not disputing you, Mayhem. I agree with what you do. right? I'm not against that, but just after 20 minutes, I was like, okay.
Well, some people are a bit easier to deal with than others. Some have more questions than they want to, and they sound redundant to us.
I'm just trying to understand.
You're fine, Cyan. You're fine. Like, listen, this is just it's a process for your mind. Some people can get over this a lot faster. Some people it takes them longer, but other times we have to disengage. Like Kel's trying to point out, like, okay, guys, let's release. It's so.
No something allowed.
Yeah, if you ask the same question over again, that's going to be troublesome. So as long as we covered a lot of ground that you don't have to re-ask those questions or tomorrow you respawn and be like, well, how big
So what about the horizon?
Yeah, or some shit like that, then we're going to have problems. You know what I mean?
Kel, I don't know what globers you run into, but all the ones I run into are clueless. So that's why we explain everything as we go along.
No, I totally, I agree with you.
If they knew anything about their models, they'd be sitting right next to us as flat earthers.
Yeah, for sure.
Because they recognize how fucking ridiculous
it's good content too, man. Check it out, because we have a larger audience as well, Kel. We have the YouTube audience, so maybe some of them are like Cyan. They want to ask this questions, and we have to exhaust each point, or kind of make it apparent to the person. So it's not just to the person we're speaking to; it's always a wider audience. So it's beneficial.
It was entertaining. It was entertaining to listen to it.
We can't really fault them at this point for being clueless about everything, because every single algorithm on the internet is working against them, feeding them garbage top 10 articles. 10 reasons we know the earth is not flat, and climb a fucking tree.
Dude, on top of that, there are mixed signals out the wazoo. One video will tell you can see curve at the beach. Another video will say, well, just go on a Burj Khalifa tower, then you'll see it. Another video says, get an airplane. Then you have Neil deGrasse Tyson saying they're all wrong. There's mixed signals like crazy. So I understand why you're
intentional. Probably intentional.
Yeah, well, good point.
Just keep them in confusion.
Yep.
To summarize, Cyan, what have you learned so far? Can you tell us over your time? This particular session, this session that we've had with you, what have you learned so far?
I see why you think that the Earth is flat.
Specifically, what have you learned though?
The horizon thing. There's no edge.
Okay. What about the horizon specifically?
Why you can't see past it.
Because
it's
pop quiz.
You can't see stuff on it. I don't think you actually explained why the horizon.
Because it's flat.
Because it's not physical.
Or
that's your answer.
Yeah.
It's not a physical hump of water, even though that's what they're telling you it is. And if you don't believe me, let me just get the clip of me talking to a science guy, claiming to be a science guy. And when we presented the Black Swan to him, the thing with the oil rigs, this is what he had to say about that. There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy. All right, so you can either roll with that crew, the hill of water crew, or you can roll with this crew. Or we know there's no such thing as hills of freaking water. So, take your pick. So that's what the horizon isn't.
What are the words I used for how your vision works, Cyan? Angular resolution.
Overload.
That's one. Perspective was 2 words, but I told you angular resolution and perspective. Hello?
Yeah.
Is anybody out there?
Overload. No, I don't want to give you your flowers, though, Cyan. You deserve some credit. I have this running theory that for some weird reason, the boys get quite a bit more emotional than the gals when it comes to this topic. When you would think it would be the other way around. No offense, but I think most people would say that the females would be typically more emotional. But like I said, when it comes to this topic, you should see how the boys spiral out of control when we talk about the horizon not being a hill of water. So,
I bet you talk about something that
takes space away.
Yeah, you talk about something passionate that she likes. I bet you she'll get emotional.
What's your body count? No, I'm just kidding.
And you said Mapelta wants to be unbanned, Cyan. Who's that? Hello?
Oh, it's just a friend.
People don't get banned from here easily, you know.
Yeah, are they being naughty? Because that's the only reason they get banned.
These gaps of silence are killing me, dude.
I'm like, I don't know if she hears me or.
No, she.
Yeah.
It's like the worst and most awkward date ever.
This is what I was talking about when
You're
I was
texting while talking to us, dude. If you're DMing, I understand because I'm bad at multitasking. I can't talk and text at the same time. But
quick.
This is why she doesn't know what Miggy told her.
Quick little story. Me. Was like I said earlier, I was at Pet Supermarket and this chick, I opened the door for her, right? And she didn't say anything to me. She just walked in and I was like, "You're welcome." And she's like, "You didn't have to open the door for me." Like,
oh.
What? And I was like, "What?"
And that's why doors ain't getting open.
That's
just kidding. Just saying.
It was so fucking disrespectful. I was like, "Holy shit, dude! Why do I even do this?"
Because that's who you are, Kel. You shouldn't do it for them. You should do it for you. Because that's who you are, bro.
Facts.
You should only open it for flat earthers, man.
Well, they don't have a sign on their heads, so I don't know who they are.
No, just fucking ask them for the radius and what the earth is.
Now you do it because you're base, bro. That's it. You know, don't listen to society. That person didn't know that. Yeah, that's just who you are. You're gonna, whatever.
I agree with that. You didn't need that thank you from her anyway.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah,
but I get you, bro. I get you, man. That's a good example of why it's going the way it is now.
Yeah, we were talking about this a while back. But yeah.
Yeah, women can handle doors nowadays, but as soon as the fucking car breaks down, suddenly not so much.
Shout out to the panel, man. You guys were cooking early this morning. I woke up to a full panel. Let's go. Who kicked this thing off? What happened?
Well, shit. We were talking to Cyan's friend, which is Rilo, I think his name.
Oh, snap.
Rilo and
me and him got some history.
Man, he said Cyan doesn't even speak, but she's been nothing but chatty Cathy since we've been talking to her, so I don't know what he's talking about. Well, on and off again. She's like, when you ask her questions and all of a sudden there's no answer, kind of like, typical first dates are like when you're out with some chick who just really doesn't want to be there. They're not really responding to you. Like, oh, so, how's everything going? Or what do you do? And just like ignoring you. It's just like, yeah, check, please.
Yeah.
So, Simon, why was your friend banned then?
Awkward silence.
Well, the only reason why I said that story is because when she came in and everyone said hi to her, everyone welcomed her, and she just like, there was like no response, right? And so somebody did a little joke, and I was like, and it made me remember what happened. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, it was said about her that she's introvert, shy, and mute. Oh, mute was a word that was actually said that she is. She's a mute. I'm like, fucking mute. What are you talking
never heard
about?
that before.
On Discord, shit.
She's a mute.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's
what Rilo said. I'm just saying what Rilo said, man. Yeah, take it up with him. That's what he said. Now I'm like, well, I don't know.
Cyan, is anything that we've said kind of... Do you understand anything we've said to you in the last 20 minutes to half hour at all?
Specifically?
Anything?
I know what you're saying. Just don't know if it's true.
You don't know whether it's true. I get you.
Well, what about perspective sign? That one's easy. Surely you can agree that we see the world in perspective.
Right.
What was that?
Do you speak any
Let's take
English?
space
I
away.
get that.
Didn't catch it. Yes, no.
Cyan, is this the first time you hear the word perspective? I'm just curious. I'm not trying to be mean or anything.
Oh, no.
No?
You said you don't know if it's true. That's fine. You want to get out of that mode of like just auto believing people. So you don't want to just end this Discord call and go, well, they said it, so it's true. Go check.
Well, I mean, this is a really easy one. So, I mean, if you don't believe that we see the world in perspective, then when you see a row of street lamps and you see the furthest ones away, smaller than the one in front of you, right in front of you, you think it's physically smaller. Which, I'm going to go ahead and you're not that stupid to think that, right? So, we can agree on a perspective, I believe.
I feel like this is a one-way conversation, obvious.
Yeah, it feels that way.
We don't get no confirmation from you, Cyan. You got to speak to us, man.
Where's that meme where they're talking to the wall?
If he says
That's a funny
something to you, it's okay to agree with him when he's saying something or disagree, depending on how you feel. But like, do you agree with him? Do you disagree with him?
Sorry.
Help me help you. Help me help you.
It feels like she's sitting on the other side of the sofa with her legs crossed as far away from anybody else that she can get, looking out the window whilst we're talking amongst ourselves. There's this huge gap between us. Can you at least come to the side of the room where your microphone is so we can hear you properly? So it feels like you're in a conversation at least.
And this is a moment for her to say it like in an English accent. Oh, I can't be bothered. You know?
I simply can't be bothered.
I simply can't be bothered.
She's too preoccupied with getting her friend unbanned.
Yeah, that's what it is.
They go down in the DM.
Which they're like unlikely to get unbanned, Cyan. So
Really?
Well, if you were to tell us what the problem was, maybe we could kind of work something out, but there's no something coming out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What'd you say?
She said something in the chat.
She said something.
Yeah.
What was the something that she said?
Mean it.
What did she say?
She didn't tell me.
I mean, we're nothing if we're not reasonable, right? So what did she say? Maybe it was something we can work out.
I don't know what she said.
Well,
she's offline. She's not online anymore.
Well, who have you been talking to then? If you're not, Cyan, are you talking to your imaginary friend? Because she's offline. I'm like, who the hell are you talking to, bro? Cyan, are you there?
This is just getting awkward at this point.
Pretty awkward, man. Right. Welcome to reality. Welcome to the land of the living. Now get a shovel and start digging.
We can move on from Cyan.
Please.
But can we? I'm just kidding.
I'm 100% sure we can.
Let's see who else we got in the chat. We got Sparkulos. Hey, let's talk to him. Sparkulos, are you there?
Huh?
Welcome to the chat,
Hi.
buddy. How's it going?
Which one of you? Who's talking?
This is Mayhem, dude. By the way.
Mayhem?
Hell yeah. That's a name you
yeah.
can't forget. Yeah.
I can't forget.
What the hell's going on?
So what brings you to the server, Sparkulos? Cyan brought you to the server. She's summoning her minions. All right, so go ahead, man. Tell us.
She summoned her simps. Brilliant.
Simps assemble.
Yes.
The Sims have assembled. All right, so what do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth, Sparkulos?
I don't know.
Why not?
Because I'm getting convinced in lobby.
No, you're
Of
not.
what?
You fucking
Yes, I
liar.
am. No, you're lying. No, you're lying. You're lying.
Convinced
Okay,
of what?
Yeah. What and how are you getting convinced?
No, you're lying. Come on.
What? There's a question now. I've moved on from my previous statement. I've moved on to a question.
Wait, which one are you, Chris? Is this
I'm Chris. Yeah.
You see what I mean, Cyan? You see what I mean? How the boys just start spiraling out of control immediately. You're just proving me right here.
So, what's convincing then? Because you're going to be honest, aren't you? So you said you're being convinced. So what's convincing?
Convincing?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh
the
my
day and night
God.
cycle.
Sorry, I don't speak English.
What is this English you speak of? Day and night cycle, I heard him say. Go ahead, Sparkulos. What do you think about that?
Oh no, I was looking at Clipcord's messages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Man, ain't nobody understand the words coming out of your mouth.
That was pretty good, Chris.
Let's hold his fucking hand, I guess. So, what was the content of Clipcord's messages or posts? What was the content?
I mean, you can kind of read it.
No, for
fucking
fuck's sake.
tell us, motherfucker. Hurry up. Tell us that shit right now. God damn it.
You're asking you. Come on, smart ass. We're asking you why you're getting convinced. You made that claim in the lobby, so what's convincing you? Yeah, I can read it myself.
Okay,
but
this is what he said.
Good,
why would you think the Earth is spinning when you don't experience that and you observe everything else moving?
And what was your answer?
Yeah, it sounds really logical.
Crickets.
Exactly.
Exactly what? We didn't hear shit. What the fuck, dude? Exactly what? Like fucking hell, bro.
You said it sounds logical, and I just said exactly.
Yeah, he agreed with me that.
So from your commentary in lobby, Sparkulos, you seem
my response was, this doesn't answer my hairspray question.
Which is irrelevant how?
I said where to buy this.
Dude. Come on, man. Take the clown makeup off, please.
Okay.
Clown hairspray as well, apparently.
This is Weirdo Wednesday. What's going on here?
Yeah, Weirdo Wednesday. Water Hill
Weirdo Wednesday.
It's What a Wanker Wednesday.
Jesus.
That's a better
So, welcome to What a Wanker Wednesday. We've got this fucking wanker.
We got a wanker here.
Yeah.
Certified.
Yes.
To apologise for all the listeners on YouTube for my profound language.
It's like the male version of Cyan. Jesus.
Simping ain't easy, huh, Sparkulos?
No.
Yeah, I know.
He stood up and said that on his tiptoes. Then. No,
He's like, it ain't easy, bro. Best be on your best behavior. You better be answering those texts. Shoot. When she's like,
the question is, does she respond though?
Well, that's the thing. That's why it ain't easy, Kel.
Yeah.
You see, you thought we were moving on, obviously, but we're actually not, because Sparkulos just brought us right back to Cyan.
Yeah, no reverse card on that one, eh?
Yeah, because he's simping for her. So now we got to deal with Sparkulos.
Yep.
Yeah, but like I said, if you use logic, like you can tell the Earth is not spinning. Like you don't feel it. Like
don't need to use logic, just your senses.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I don't know. What does Sparkulos think? Sparkulos, what do you think about that? Can we use our senses to understand the world around us?
What do I think about how we can't feel it spinning?
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I say fair enough.
Okay, it's a good start. How about?
I'm not going to argue. I can't feel it spinning.
Well, how about viewing it as a globe? Do you ever see the Earth as a globe? Yeah, you know what a globe is, right?
I don't see the Earth as a globe, no.
Okay. So you don't see it as a globe. You don't feel it moving.
Nope.
Let's see. Can you verify that the vacuum of space exists, like they tell you?
No, because I'm not that smart.
All right. Well, I mean, then you just believe that it is based upon what they've told you so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're in the business of actually showing you or demonstrating to you that it's actually not a globe. On the fact that you understand that it's a belief, now we're going to demonstrate that it's not a globe for sure.
Okay.
Do you know how we can do that?
How?
Well, we can measure and check to see if the claim of the globe either comes out to be what they tell us it is or it isn't. How much of the conversation were you here listening to when you were coming in here for Science Request?
I heard you talking about someone offline.
Ah, that's towards the end. You missed the whole conversation of the Black Swan argument. So if we're going to look at the Earth, first of all, like if we go to the beach, right, we're going to stare off into the distance. We're going to actually find out if the Earth is going to be curving like they tell us, because water doesn't have land topography. Just if you try to measure the Earth from like the land, a distance over the land, you're going to have like hills, valleys, and all that kind of stuff. So it's going to be kind of much more difficult to get a level plane or a curved surface understood because we have land topography. So let's do it over water, right? That's better.
Mm-hmm.
So if there is a hill in quotations of water, because it's Water Hill Wednesday, then we're going to know for sure. Yeah, it's just something we dubbed today. But if we're going to find out today, well, Water Hill Wanker Wednesday. So if we're gonna find out that the water is indeed a hill, we're going to see if the water conforms to that by way of measuring over that water. I mean, it's pretty fair enough, right? To say if we're going to find drop over distance, we're going to be able to know that for sure. Like the Earth should be demonstrating itself to us like as a globe, because we're not going to be able to see, let's say, where, ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth, like they tell us. Then we'll be able to say, okay, I know that the ship is disappearing over the curve because it's going beyond the horizon where the curve should be.
Do you think it's like do you think it's a flat plane, or do you think it's like a disc?
Well, we don't think, we know. And it's a flat plane.
Yeah, I know. Like as a flat, like it's completely flat, or like there's a bit of like a ridge.
It's a level plane. I'm going to give it to you that way. It's a level plane. So
okay.
If you do you know what a level plane is?
Yeah, just something even flat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you get the concept. That's good. So if we know that much, then we're going to not know that it's a globe which has curvature. That's the, what they claim that it is. So as you and me experience this Earth with our senses, we're going to know that it's a level plane and not a curved surface.
Mm-hmm.
As in per the globe, with the 8 inches per mile squared and such. So if we go to the beach, right, we're going to find out by using some distance markers, like in the Black Swan image, there's going to be 2 oil rigs in the water. If somebody wants to put the Black Swan image, let me give Sparkulos some rolls here. I don't think you can see the chat. Hang on, Sparkulos. I'll give you VC verified. All right, so now you can see the text channel that's above the voice. It's above the voice channel that we're in right now. There's a text channel. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And in that text channel, you'll be able to start to see like images and stuff. So,
let me say something real quick.
Yeah,
take a look around the room you're in right now. Just 30 seconds to a minute at all the surfaces around you. Okay, I want to point out that there's only 2 options. Things are either rounded or curved in some way, or they are not. So there's only 2 options here. So when you ask, like, well, what is it? What shape is it? A disc or a flat plane? They're claiming it's curved. We can prove that it's not. So the only other option for the description of the surface is flat. Now, we do not know the shape of the Earth. That is unknown. I can't tell you what this whole place looks like or the layout of this place. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Flat is a description of a surface, not a shape. And there's only two options here. It's either curved or it's not. And we'll show you why it's not.
All right, so I
Black
just
Swan.
Can I add one little caveat, right? So it's best to forget everything you saw from mainstream media about flat Earth, because usually they depict flat Earth as a disc with the water falling off, floating in space, right? That's not what flat Earthers think Earth
that's
is. That is what they, that's what they want you to believe we think Earth is, because that's just ridiculous, right? A flat disc floating in space with water falling off. That's not it, right? So then you have to think about, why would they even show me this picture of a flat Earth that is not what flat Earthers think? Why would they even show this to me? Is it because they want to ridiculize it, right? Anyway, continue.
all right. So we're getting into the understanding that the Earth is not a globe. They're telling us the size of the Earth, right? So it's not too big that we can't know the size because they're giving us the metrics, right? According to the globe, it's a sphere. It has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Do you know what that is, Sparkulos? What I just said? Okay. So if you're not lost on 3D shapes, then you'd understand what a sphere is. Okay, with that sphere, radius, diameter, and circumference. You could look up the radius of Earth, type that into Google. If I can, I'll have you do that right now. Type in, what is the radius of Earth? Type that into Google. And tell me what you get.
You get 6,371 kilometers.
Okay, so we definitely know that there's a size to the Earth, right? That's telling you right there. Okay, so we know the size by the claim. The claim is it's that size, right? So now we're going to use that to go to the Earth, and now I present to you the Black Swan. So now when you look at the live stream voice text, as you can see right now, can you see it?
Hold on. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, you can click on that image, and when you do so, it's gonna blow it up so it can get bigger. Are you on PC? So hopefully you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so it blew up the image, so now you can see it a little bit better. So you see how it starts off with the modus tollens? It's a logical statement there that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go into like filling in what P and Q stand for. If the Earth sphere is with a radius of 3959, or like you said in kilometers, 6,000 kilometers, that's P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q. That's the geometric horizon or the Earth curve calculator. But it's not Q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P, which is like the radius of 3959 or 6,000 kilometers. You get the argument there, right? If the Earth doesn't come to be like what the kilometers, what you just read to me from what it's telling you, then it's not a globe of the size that they say it is, with the measurement of where the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, the observer height in the image below, we're going to go to the image below now. In the image below, it's at 1 foot, right? So at 1 foot, you times that times 1.225. What do you get? How far should the geometric horizon be? At 1.22 miles. Well, miles here, but you can figure that in kilometers. But so it should be that in per the distance, right, of the size of the Earth. So that being said, the horizon where the sky meets the Earth should be at 1.22 miles at an observer height at 1 foot. Can you understand that argument first? That's where the horizon should be, at 1.22 miles.
Horizon?
Yes. That is where the sky
I'm not smart enough for this.
Well, the horizon, like, okay, so do me a favor. What is the definition of horizon? Type it into Google.
Isn't it just okay?
Just walk with me on this. What is it? What is the definition of horizon?
Oh yeah, well, the line where Earth's thing meets the sky.
Right. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. And that's where the projected curvature should be, right? Where boats, you can't see boats beyond, and so on and so forth. You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
According to the globe. Okay. So according to the globe, the horizon, right, that definition you just read, should be at 1.22 miles away, according to the size of the Earth.
Oh yeah, okay.
Did you get it now?
Yeah.
Okay. So at 1 foot off the ground, 1 foot, that's the observer height. The horizon, which is the definition that you just read, should be at 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're moving to the next step. We're going to look at what demarcates the distance, which are the oil platforms, the oil rigs. So these oil rig platforms are said to be, Platform Hill House is at 6.21 miles, as you can see. Platform Habitat is at 9.41 miles further away. So we have an issue because now our main focus is not these platforms because they're just there for distance. That's all they're there for. Our main focus is the horizon. Where do we see the horizon in that image? Do you see it before the oil platforms or do you see them after the oil platforms?
See it after.
Right. According to the definition, right, where the sky meets the earth, that's where we see it, after the oil platforms. So going from that perspective, we're going to say, okay, the size of the earth where the horizon should be is at 1.22 miles, or should be at 1.22 miles away, at an observer height of 1 foot. But the observer height at 1 foot is seeing things beyond Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat, which is the furthest one is 9.41 miles. The horizon is farther past that, which is probably at 10 miles. So we got a horizon at 10 miles, right? Here's the thing. The horizon is allegedly farther past 9.41 miles, putting it at close to 10 miles away, versus where we should be seeing it at 1.22 miles. So on the one hand, the globe is telling us we should see the horizon at 1.22 miles at an observer height of 1 foot. But what we're seeing at the observer height at 1 foot is a horizon at 10 miles. What's the problem here, Sparkulos?
The problem is that we're seeing on a horizon further than the given distance of 1.22.
Correct. Which means
that it can't be a globe.
Correct. That is all.
That's all?
That's it.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
Okay.
That's it, man. No worries. But I took you through that so that you can understand. And like this particular Black Swan can be done in any location over a body of water. So if you're near a body of water, you can do the same thing. You can go to find something that can demarcate distance, oil rig, or something that's in the water that the distance between the observer, which you are, like on the beach, and then to where that thing is. You can use that as a demarcation of a distance, and then see the horizon beyond that, and then be able to do your own test for yourself to then come up with the same conclusion as this particular one was. And now remember that there's a lot of factors that come into play, like weather, the air clarity and all kinds of stuff. Like could be rain, fog, smog, dirt, dust, whatever, that's in the way. But there's a lot of factors that could be playing into this. So air turbulence is something else that could be. You see a bunch of air turbulence in the image of the Black Swan, where the oil rigs look like they're kind of wavy and whatnot, kind of wonky. But that has nothing to do with the distance between you and the thing that you see in the far distance. So like the oil rigs, if you see them, they're just used as distant markers. Our main focus is the horizon. Always remember that. That's our focus, is the horizon, where it should be versus where they're telling us it is. Predicted to be, rather. hopefully I made some sense, man, because this is a very tough subject for people that are coming into this, and the reason why they struggle is because they have a bias for the globe and such. But anyways, if you have any more questions, we can talk about more things that you want. It's up to you.
I don't have any more.
All right, then. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Snacks are in the back. DJ's on the way.
DJ?
Yeah. He's spinning requests.
Yeah, and you got to think about flat Earth, right? Like if you were to use, let's say you have a table, okay? The Earth is flat, right? But then on top of the table you have your cups, right? You have plates. You have other things on the table, right? Whatever it is. And that's like the mountains, the hills. And so the base of the Earth is flat, but we do have hills and mountains, right? So I just want you to understand that if you didn't know.
Yeah.
Say what's up to our morning crew. What's up, guys? Who's here? We got Heretic, Flying High, Flat Lloyd. What's up, bros? Jedi still here?
Yo. What's up? What's up?
Oh,
Just waking up to morning mayhem.
You know how it goes, man?
Yep.
You know my style. I likes it wild. At least try to, anyway.
Good way to kick things off for the day.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is Waterhill Wanker Wednesday, so 3 W's.
Bring your Waterhill proofs. We got Bootman now joining us.
Is that a real Bootman? Bootman, what's going on, man?
Hi. Just bathing in the sun.
Bathing in the sun.
That's great. Get your vitamin D.
Figured I'd listen to some debate, but it looks like you guys are getting bored, huh?
Well, I mean, it just depends. What is your position? We might start one up if you feel like you have evidence for the Earth being a globe, but if not,
should I have it?
I don't know. What do you have? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, are you on the fence or?
I guess.
So what is the strongest evidence you think would be leaning you towards at least hanging on to the globe for any reason?
The strongest evidence that's not yet presented?
Or whatever. I don't know.
Oh, like
Matter to me.
I don't know, maybe like getting me up to space would be the best one. The next best thing would be
getting you up to space. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like first-hand experience is the best evidence for me, honestly.
Okay. So, do you think that you can travel? If you can answer me directly on this, you think you can travel to Narnia?
Isn't that an imaginary place?
Well, I mean, you've
I'd
heard
say
about it,
no.
right? Well, no, but you've heard about it, right?
Sure.
Have you heard about what happens at Narnia? Like just by hearing about stories of it?
No, actually, I've never seen the movie or read the book.
Right, but it's a magical place where there's talking lions, you know.
Okay.
Okay, well, now that you know, it's a place that you can go to. Do you think that's real?
I don't know. I've never been there, but since it's somebody's just idea that's written in the book, I'm not sure if it exists. I'd lean towards no.
Okay. Well, why would you think the vacuum of space does?
I never said that.
Well, you said
I'm not really sure what the hell is a vacuum, honestly.
I know.
Like,
I know. So, like, what I'm doing here is I'm engaging with your critical thinking skills. That's what I'm doing.
right.
So the same instance that Narnia is a story that you lean towards it not being real. How can you then verify that the story that you've been told about the vacuum of space is any different?
That's the thing. I'd very much like to, but I don't think I can. I don't have the tools or the funding for it.
So could you say the same for Narnia?
Sorry?
Could you say the same for the idea of Narnia?
Yeah.
You don't have the tools or funding for it?
No, I mean Narnia is somebody's story, right?
Yeah.
So
it is.
like I don't even know where to begin to
begin somewhere, because it sounds to me like you're trying to justify the vacuum of space, whereas Narnia is unjustifiable.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because it's very simply put, it's a story. Both of them are stories. That's why I have that conclusion about you. You're believing one story, and the other hand, you're not believing another. Why is one story more believable than the other? What makes it more believable? You tell me.
What makes the vacuum of space the idea of the vacuum of space more believable than the idea of Narnia?
Sure.
I don't know. I guess it's shoved in my face all too often.
So if Narnia was shoved in your face all too often, then you'd believe it as being real?
Who knows? Well, if it was shoved in my face from when I was a kindergartner who couldn't write or speak, perhaps, yeah.
So the standard of evidence is something needs to be shoved in your face for it to be real, or at least plausible, the very least plausible.
Standard of evidence?
Yeah.
I guess my standard of evidence, the best one is first-hand experience, and another one would be to see like a video of it or hear about it.
Oh, well, there's plenty of videos. There's plenty of videos out there of Narnia.
Are we talking about Narnia, or we're talking about
both?
Space?
Both. We're talking about space and Narnia, and I'm gonna bring them both to your mind.
Right. So Narnia is like CGI stuff, right?
Yeah. And what about space?
It's also.
Well, you just said it. Like, they're both CGI. How are you gonna know one's real or not? They're both CGI.
I really can't.
You're making my case stronger for Narnia every time you keep speaking, because they're both, your similarities from the vacuum of space are coming up with Narnia. Same thing. Yes.
How do you reconcile the fact that there's like all this funding towards rockets and all this space movie shit and all this stuff that's taught in schools and kindergarten and whatnot?
Right.
And it's like Narnia, right? But it's all pervasive in our culture. How do you reconcile that?
how do I reconcile that it's an agenda? Are you asking like why would I even consider that? Is
Like,
it even being proposed to us, like as people? Like, why are we thinking
Yeah.
about it in the first place?
Yeah, it's really messed up, isn't it? If it's like Narnia.
Yeah, of course, and that's what we point out in this server. It's like, think about any story, right? Because as people, let's put it this way: you and me, we know something for sure about people. We love good stories, do we not? Okay. So you knowing that in ancient cultures, it's always been story time when the elder would gather the people around and him tell the story about like the tribe or whatever, and people love to hear the battles and things that would go on. So by nature, that's our nature. We love to hear stories and we love to tell stories, right?
Okay.
So why is it such a mystery that they are doing what they're doing and capitalizing on that part of the human experience? Like, why is that such a mystery? It's what we like.
Well, it is a mystery because it leaves the question: what are they hiding?
Well, yeah, what are they hiding? But the more important question: is there any evidence to the case that it is not what they're saying? That's most important, because of course we can dive into the mindset of a psychopath, right, and find out, well, they lied to us because they're trying to hide the creator or more land or money.
Hey, let's not get too far, okay? I just want to address another point.
Why not?
Because I want to address another point that you made, like if I'm conversing with a liar, right? Let's say the one who talks about the globe and gives all these stories and all this CGI. If I find at least one lie about his story, his whole credibility is lost to me, and therefore the whole topic is uninteresting by default. So I don't see any purpose to finding more lies about said topic. Whether it's Narnia or whether it's like vacuum of space or the globe, it's just not interesting. I'm more interested in finding out what they're trying to hide, as in the actual truth, the actual plane.
Right, but have you established that they're lying? You haven't established that. It's always the idea that if this is the case, if it's a possibility, right, if it's plausible that they're doing what they're doing, then we're going to investigate. That's what I'm asking you, though. I don't know that.
It is established.
Okay, so how do you know that there's information to actually say that that's not true what they're saying? That's what I'm asking you, because at first it sounded like from the beginning of our conversation, when I asked you what the standard of evidence would be for you not to believe what they're saying, was I need to go on a rocket and go see for myself, or another standard of evidence you mentioned is seeing it on video. Remember, you said these things. So I'm only repeating back to you what you said so it can be more understood from your position. What it would take for you to get to realize that it's something true is a video from them, a rocket ship ride from them, and these are the qualifications for you. So what I'm saying to you is that what if none of that was possible, as in it's an actual reality, like video, right? If there's a video that they're taking and you made the case for Narnia being CGI, and I said, what if they're doing the same? You're like, well, they could be doing CGI too. Fine.
They are doing CGI. That's what I'm about to say. There's plenty of videos on the internet of what do you call it, the ISS space station, right? And where they're doing backflips and they have layers of videos on top where a guy picks up an object, but the object is not shown on video. So there's a bunch of stuff where it's shown that they're actually lying about it. So it makes no sense to me, as in if it's really the truth, why would they lie about it? It makes no sense, So I'm leaning towards the idea that their whole model may be a lie.
Right. But now let's establish the evidence that it actually is, instead of leaning, because leaning's more of suggestive, like it could be. Let's say there's a possibility that there is, and I'm telling you,
it's the same argument as with speaking with a liar. If they're already lying to me about some things and I caught them, how many things have they already told me that were lies, but I was unaware?
No,
so
I get that, but what I'm saying is, how was the lie verified to be a lie? Like I don't know if we've done that yet or not. I think it's more of like, leaning towards it being a lie. I'm saying no. Let's take it out of the leaning towards and actually putting it into the actually is a lie. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't hear that coming from you. I think it's more like you kind of lean towards it not being real, but you're just like, you know.
Well, I mean, like them lying doesn't debunk the idea itself of what the plane is. It just debunks whatever they're saying, like what they're doing, you know. So maybe it is a globe, but maybe there's no vacuum. Maybe it's not a globe. Maybe there is a vacuum. I don't know, man.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. Like, it has to be all encumbering. Like, it's all part. It's attached to one thing to the next. So one thing is okay. So I'll put it to you this way. Like, if you allow me to, I'll run through an exercise with you, and you'll actually know whether it's a belief or it's true, for sure. Would you like to go through the exercise? It's real simple. It's easy, and you know, if
you don't have to explain to me like the difference between belief and like knowledge. That's fine.
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is, I'm not telling you that. I'm saying from their stance, from the information that they're giving us. That's all I'm saying. And so based on that and your knowledge from what you've gained from whatever they told you, like you said they're shoving it in your face every day. So this is what I'm telling you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about whether.
All right, go ahead. Let's do the exercise.
All right, so it's 3 questions, and the 3 questions just answer intellectually, honest, and we'll get through them pretty quickly. If not, we're probably going to struggle. And if you don't know something, say I don't know. All right,
go ahead.
So the first question is, who has ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Do you know?
Directly?
Yes.
Like curvature.
Distance.
I don't know, man. Like I've seen plenty of pictures, like how the curvature should drop if the globe is what they say it is. But then I've seen pictures where like a camera can see from a mountain that's 250 miles away or some such. Like I haven't seen it in a long time, so I don't remember the exact distance, but it was like over 200 miles. And it makes no sense that you'd be able to see that mountain and that, whether it's like they cope with phrases like it's refraction, it's like this and that, but it still makes no sense. It should be like you should be unable to see it. Or when you see boats disappearing, but it's actually like like if you zoom in, you could see the boats are like floating because you can't see the water or whatever, you know. So I'm not exactly sure how that works, but the whole curvature thing, like that's also seems to me like another lie.
Okay, so I'll restate the question and hopefully I get something a bit more concise in that answer. Who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Do you know?
Oh, I said I don't know.
Okay. Second question. It deals with the Earth's rotation. I'm going to preface it this way. They're telling us that the rotation of the Earth on its axis is spinning at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Now, my question is, who has directly measured the spin of the Earth any time in history?
I don't know. No.
Okay. And so third question. They're telling us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe. So if that was possible, then so if that was possible, that the pressure air that we're breathing, it would escape into the void, right, into the vacuum of space, because as we know, the second law of thermodynamics is that high pressure moves to low pressure, always. Hot moves to cold, always. And so if this law is true in nature, then a gas pressure would necessitate the antecedent for that would be a container. So the understanding that we live in an open system where matter and energy can exchange in the idea of a globe, it would be not possible for that air that we had, that pressure air that we have here on Earth to remain here without containment. So the question would then be, how is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Do you know?
How is it possible? It feels like a trick question. I'd say it's not possible, at least to my understanding.
It's not a trick question. It's natural law.
I don't know how it's possible. I'd say that it's not possible. I've at least have not seen evidence for it in any way, shape, or form ever.
Okay. So now let me go ahead and summarize, because you were being honest, right? Now let me just summarize. And it's just based on your knowledge of the globe so far. So the knowledge that the earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief. That's all it is.
Yes.
You don't know that it's actually true. It's just a belief that we all have. So from your perspective, me summarizing that to you now demonstrates, I'm not just saying this, but by your own admission, it demonstrates that you only know it to be a belief. It is not something.
Actually, I have to stop you there. I never told you that I believe in a globe.
Yes, you did. No. I'm not saying that you believe in the globe. I'm saying it is a belief. The globe is a belief. It is not something that anyone knows.
Yes, true.
That's what I'm stating.
It hasn't been evidence. There's no evidence for it beyond a shadow of a doubt that wouldn't be debunked that it's like a globe. For anyone that says that it's a globe without providing evidence that would satisfy me personally, at least when they're speaking to me, I take it as a belief.
Right. So these three questions, and now what this method does, though, Bootman, you can actually take this method and kind of restate it, to anybody else if you want to. It just exposes that the information about the Earth being a globe is just a belief, not that you believe it, that it's a belief. Do you understand that? So
I understand, but I feel like. Sorry,
go on. No, you go on.
I feel like that's pretty much futile, because
it's pertinent.
I don't know how many people you meet. I don't know how many people you meet during a year, but I work as a cab driver and meet a lot of people, and I'm asking them a lot of questions because it's fun to talk to people, when you're driving the. Sure. Anyway, I feel like at least 9 out of 10 people can't tell the difference between a belief and knowledge, fact, belief and fact. They can't differentiate the two. For them, a belief is fact if they believe it.
Well, and that's the thing, though. When you dive into this, you could probably expound on that a little bit more, but you can also tell them that, but just believing something doesn't make it true, right? If you believe that unicorns that fart Skittles exist, doesn't make it true, does it? Now, you can give them these absurd examples because belief is not something that is put into the really is level, right? So you can expound if you were if you were a bit more articulate, you could expound on it in a way that could make some sense to them. But now, that being said, you could differentiate the idea from a belief and something where it's like true knowledge. So knowledge that you'd have about something could demonstrate to the person that you're not just saying words out of your mouth about some unicorn farting Skittles. You can actually demonstrate something in reality that could make some sense of what reality is, right?
I think you can agree. I think you can agree with me that to a high extent, this whole exercise with other people is largely futile, as evidenced by what happened the last 3 years during COVID and the vaccinations.
I don't know what this whole futile discussion is. Not futile. What it does is that it engages with their critical thinking skills to understand the thing that they previously thought they were standing on true knowledge. It doesn't become it's like evaporates, because at first they're like, oh, I know we can go to space. I know the Earth's a globe. They're saying things as an affirmative. This takes it out of that affirmative and puts it into an understanding of what they don't know. It's unfounded in its knowledge that they thought they had. So that's why it's not. That's why it's not futile. It's actually poignant to their critical thinking, as in, if you're gonna demonstrate to someone that something is real in intangible, natural, physical world, you're gonna do it in a way that they can work with things. I know it because I can see what you're saying, because there's a method that I can do that I'll be able to work with this thing. If you know what I mean. If I'm just telling you, go to exoplanet XYZ and there you'll find life, it's like, dude, that's not possible. That's an idea that you have. No one can do that. You know what I mean?
If you don't mind changing the topic for a little while, how would you use this method in regards to vaccines and stuff? I take it if you're on the server, you're on the same page as I am.
Yeah, but
I'd like to believe.
Yeah, check this out, Bootman. Like some topics we can't discuss because we're live streaming, and certain algorithms will pick up like the conversation, and this server really tries
Fair
to keep
enough.
away.
Fair enough.
Well, I tell you what. Look, Bootman, I'm gonna say it this way: this particular channel that we're in, as far as like our conversations, they have to be geared towards just the topic of flat Earth. But like that one that you just brought up can be talked about probably in another channel where we can have a more freeing, because we're live streaming on YouTube. That's why. So there's.
I get it.
Yeah, so we try to, and not saying that I wouldn't engage with you, but So, anyways,
I just thought it was irrelevant to a discussion the same way that Narnia was to the globe.
Oh yeah, I know. I know where you're going with that. We can't engage.
Yeah, I get it.
But
I've tried long and hard to make it work with that topic with so little results that it's depressing.
What's your definition of fair enough? Because I hear a lot of people say it, and it seems pretty hollow.
My definition of fair enough?
Yeah, because you said fair enough, and then you start talking about it again.
Well, I was just intending to end it that way. I wanted to have the last word.
Oh, fair enough.
I see what you did there, old Haas. You sneaky guy. Who else is in here? We got Crypto in the house.
Yo.
Flying, what's going on, bro?
Not much.
Must be late where you are, huh?
Yeah, it's 1:10 in the morning.
What are you doing up?
Oh, I'm usually still up around this time. We got Tim 19999 in here. He's my brother-in-law, and I tried to get him in here tonight, but he couldn't get his headphones working. He doesn't know how to use Discord, and then he thought he logged himself out and went to bed, and then I jumped in, and he's still in the room here. So yeah,
I can disconnect them if you want.
Yeah, probably just disconnect him. He's messed up. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Done.
Yeah, cool. I'll get him to sort his headphones and his computer issues out.
No worries, bro. Had a few interactions this morning, for me anyway. Couple of people. Bootman came in here too, so it's been kind of a fruitful morning. We've been having discussions. So
yeah, I've sort of been listening in a little bit where I can. So what's the time where you are?
We are 10:13 in the AM. Flying.
Are you Central Time? Mayhem?
Yeah.
Okay.
Midwest, man. I'm in Iowa, bruh.
Oh shit. Yeah, over here in East Coast it's 11:13, so
Thinking about getting some brekkie too, man.
Oh yeah? What are you gonna eat? Some eggs?
Hell yeah, bro. You know what's on my mind?
Yeah, man. Eggs. You know what I like to eat? I'll make some black beans, right? And I'll have like eggs, black beans, and I'll make it into like a taco or like bread or something. I don't
know. You mean like have you ever had refried beans in the morning?
Of course, man.
Oh, you're Spanish. Never mind.
Yeah, bro.
I keep forgetting, dude, because you sound so freaking white when you speak.
I know.
All right, I'm out. I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Good day to everyone over there.
Have a good one, Flying.
Yeah, my brother-in-law is Honduran, and he loves the refried beans.
Yeah,
that's like a staple diet for them.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty staple for me. Well, back in the day, I just wished I had to, turn things around. I was telling Jemsy this morning, we had a conversation about the 3 body types, and then there's also the different blood types, and like depending on your body type and your blood type, you can kind of gauge more or less like what types of foods are best fit for you. That's weird. I didn't know that. There's a lot of stuff I'm learning, man, but nutrition. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm not surprised because I mean, there are people that are like allergic to certain things.
Yep. Which is kind of like the reason why it's like one diet doesn't fit all. Just doesn't. People can.
But I've never heard of somebody being allergic to red meat though.
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you have? Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Like allergic, like deathly allergic?
Yes, deathly allergic.
Wow, that must be really rare though.
Well, it sucks, and I think they said it was due to a parasite. Like one of the ticks can actually, I don't know what disease it's called, but it causes that deficient. Like you can become allergic to the red meat.
Oh man, I could not live like that, man. I love my steak, my cheeseburger.
But see, that even also explains too. Like people can go on still without the red meat, but not saying that it's bad or whatever. It's just the thing that you got bit with made you not able to eat that. But same for like people with the peanut allergies. Like some people can eat peanut butter and feel great, and some people just eat that stuff and it's practically killing them. You know?
Yeah, that's a lot different though. Peanut butter versus like steak. Oh my god.
I know it's been a couple years since I've had a PB&J.
I've never eaten. I mean, I've eaten peanuts before, but I don't really like it. I prefer pistachios. I like those.
We have a Smittler in the chat. Smittler, what's going on, man? VC verified. Welcome to the chat, bro. Smittler is a concave earther, it looks like. Let me give you the roll.
Does that mean that he's got like that? Like supposedly there's like a hole in the center. Is that what's going on? Like a donut?
No.
Or
you're inside of a ball.
Oh, okay. So what's the donut one?
What donut earther?
I don't know.
I don't know. I guess that's what I just donut earther. I guess I don't know.
I just seen a picture of it, so I wasn't sure what it was called.
Smittler, if you can hear me, I gave you the concave earth roll. You and all the glory are now 2 concave earthers in here. So.
Yo, thanks, man.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what earther you claim to be, so long as you have something that you want to talk about as far as that goes. You know, if you claim that you're whatever earther, I'll give you the roll. I don't care. By the way, I'm going to keep announcing this announcement to be made in the server. The arena has opened up again, once again. And if you're unfamiliar with that, it was a brainchild that I had years ago to have what I would consider a fair and honest debate between 2 people. And that is, you can have this moderated by a referee. The referee is going to give the both people that are in the combat 3 objections. And so your 3 objections that you have, if you use an objection, like let's say I debate with Kel, and Kel's saying something, and I don't like what he's saying, so I'll say objection. The referee gives me the floor for 1 minute to say what my objection's about. If it's invalid, he takes one of my objections away, and I now have 2 objections. But if I exhaust my objections, then I can't object to Kel whatever he says, no matter if it's wrong or something that's invalid. I just have to let him speak. If I continue to say objection, I will get muted, and Kel will continue to speak, regardless if I object to him. So this way, it's fair to say that your objections, when you want to stop somebody, need to be valid. You can't just say objection and not have your objection be valid. Most important that you understand logical fallacies. You're able to understand if somebody's gaslighting or whatever. You can detect certain things that are not valid in a conversation, as in per a debate, right? So each side, we call the side of flat earth Spartans and the side with globe earth gladiators. So you can invite people to the arena, or say if they want to schedule a debate, they can do so with us. And they'll take place in the arena, which we will be scheduling like on either the week. I was thinking the weekends would probably be a great time for all of us because we're all winding down from the week. So the weekends are a great time to do that. And it's definitely going to be a spectacle for anybody. If you guys remember the way the arena was set up in the past, we were just kind of working out the kinks, checking out time limits, testing out the forum to see if it was going to run like the way we thought it was. And it did. It worked really well when it got going. We even had some flat earthers get muted too. So flat earthers aren't immune from getting muted. Yeah. Well, check it out, Cut. The only way you can get the Spartan role is if you're a participant. The only Spartans are going to be the ones who actually go into the ring with the gladiators. That's the only way you can get that role. And those guys who have the Spartan role are the only ones that can actually speak in the arena as a flat earther. If you don't have that role, it's not like a contract, but more what it's like if you get the Spartan role, then you're a part of the army. You know what I mean? To actually war against these guys. So any Spartan can be called out at any time. So somebody can come in here and say, I want to debate Mayhem right now. And it's up to me to say whether I accept the challenge or deny it. I don't have to accept the challenge, but I can deny it as well if I think it's absurd or if it's stupid or whatever. But if it's something that I know some guy who I don't know who it is and I want it's a good challenge, I could say, yeah, let's go for it. Vice versa for the gladiator. If you come to the gladiator and you say, hey, let's debate in the arena. You want to debate? We're going to debate in the arena. And so when you throw down the gauntlet, you that's the invitation, right? Like, let's go debate. So if they don't want to debate, they can decline that. But if they are inclined to it, then you take them to their arena, and then per the rules, use your objections wisely and so forth, and hash it out. And the arena, it's not meant for like, don't call names, don't say. It's rough, it's rugged, it's, you know what I mean. It's a knockdown fest. Sometimes people handle it differently. It's up to you, but there is no way to be, so long as you're able to get out your points. So yeah, if you want the Spartan role, you can have it, but you will be called out. When you're called out, it's also like, how many times can you say no to somebody taking you to a debate? You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point you're going to have to say, all right, let's go debate, because that's why you have the Spartan role, to go debate.
Hey, Mayhem, I don't want to be a Davy Downer, but I don't think there's any globe gladiators out there that are willing to step up. Somebody prove me wrong, though.
Well, that's why it dwindled in the past. It started to, like, the numbers were getting cut down and so on and so forth. And we had to put the close sign on the arena because our participants didn't want to come in anymore. Not because they couldn't, because there was nothing left. We exhausted all their points and we were asking for more, and there wasn't any more. So,
well, yeah, I mean, the flat earthers are fighting with armor, they're fighting with weapons, and then the globers are coming in with like sticks and stones. Naked.
Whatever, man. They're coming out with like you make those paper wads and you shoot them through a straw. Like, that's what. So yeah, if you want that Spartan role, I'm gonna give that to you. I'm gonna start handing out Spartan tags. I think we still have them. Let's see here. We might have removed him.
Get that clip where he says, "Is there no one else?" and play that at the end of your little spiel there. Just saying.
Oh yeah, is there no one else? Nope. Nobody else. It never really is. To be honest. They think they're ready for a debate. When they enter the ring with us, they regret every moment of it. Usually what happens.
When you start with the globe, is a logical fallacy in itself. So where do you go from there? I mean, who knows?
Have you seen the Vibes of Cosmos moon map? Are you aware of it?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
What do you think about it?
It's bullshit. It's bullshit because it's built on a presupposition. So, a reification fallacy being that the thing that you think that it is just reified by somebody else who actually agrees with you and says that it's the same. So, like, if I have a map and I say this is what the Earth is, and then you tell me, how do I know that's the Earth? Well, because that's what the Earth is. And like, I don't have it. There's no other reason other than me saying that it is. I can just reify that it is because it is. That's it.
Miggy, I was literally just going to ask somebody what the difference between a reification fallacy and affirming the consequence, but you just kind of answered it for me.
Yeah. Well, in the case of like the moon map, right? What are they basing that moon map on? On the AE map, I believe. I think that's what it draws its foundation from the AE map. Or the Gleasons. I could be wrong which one it is of those two, but I think it's an AE map. The premise of why they say the moon is actually like the Earth. It's like, well, you're comparing the AE to the moon. So how do we know the Earth's the AE map? Now, I've had a discussion with Rebel Balon or whatever his name was, a pretender clown flat earther that was in here saying he was a flat earther, but after a while you can understand that it's not. I can look for the video on my channel. Let's see here. Ah, yes, right here. I just watched this video, live stream voice text.
Yeah, stuff like the moon map or just mental masturbation. You can't verify anything. So what's the point? You know.
Oh, it's just people having ideas. Well, if the Earth's not a globe, man, we can think of any other thing the Earth can be. Well, that's fine as a speculation. But once you start making videos on it and shit and be like, dude, this is the moon map. It's crazy, right? And you're like, what? How do I know the AE map's real for you to base the moon on that? Like, come on, bro. That's a logical leap of epic proportions. But people do what they do, man. It's like, can't escape that. So.
Hey Miggy, have you ever seen Gene? There's a flat Earth guy that he just debated on Fight the Flat Earth. His name's Gene Techman. Does he ever come in here?
I haven't seen that name.
Gene Techman? Okay. I gotta get him in here.
Yeah, get his ass in here, Diesel.
He's not a Glover. But he is a good, in my opinion, he's a good ally to have on our side.
I don't know. I don't know. I filter everybody through the lens of the 24/7 group. So sorry if I'm a little biased towards this, because like everybody in here to me, I think upholds this standard. Like, you know, the staff that we have here.
It's good because, you know, when I first came in here, I was like, man, you guys are harsh. I was like, wow. And then as I'm listening, I'm like, I get why it's like this now. I get it.
Yeah.
and I get why there's some like flat earthers that are like they seem to come off as like assholes, but it's like when you have to deal with like people lying all the time, it's like turns you into it thickens your skin up. So
That's why I'm mayhem, brother. Because that's exactly what I am to the globe.
I need to talk to a Glover when they get in here and try and see if I can perform the 3-point takedown on them, because I haven't really talked to any Glovers. I never have the chance, so I usually just listen. So
cool. I would like to kind of see how you do.
I need to.
Also, record it if you can. If I'm not around or whatever, I probably will be. But I'm always around. If I'm not around, though, however, just take that little example of when you've done that.
Do you ever start the conversation off with like, do you think a triangle has 3 straight sides to it? Something really stupid. And then you bring it over to like, water lays level, right?
That's a great way to start it, because one of their main arguments, of course, is spherical excess triangles, right? You just ask them, okay, is that 3 straight lines you're talking about? They'll usually say yes.
It's so
you just say, okay, so where's the more than 180 come from?
You got me in the mood, man. I want to hear that clip once more. Come on, it's 7 minutes, man. I know you guys. I know you guys hate enduring that, but it's so funny, bro. And plus, Clipcore did a hell of a good job. Watch.
Yeah, you ask him about a triangle, and then you ask him about the sphere, and then you got him contradicting.
Wait! So. I got a better one. Hang on, before I play that clip, I got to play this one. This is only a minute and 25. A minute and 25 seconds. You guys can endure this. All right, so give me a second. Oh, what? Hang on.
Well, that's waiting to play. Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, cool. I have mic problems. That's all. Just checking. Thanks.
Ah, you stupid thing. Yeah. All right, then. What's up with this?
How does the Discord bot work on the globe, Mickey? Evidently it doesn't.
I gotta have to do something else. Don't worry about it, man. I got this. They can't escape me. Give me a second.
Are you trying to play the guy with the straight lines, the shortest distance between 2 points, but it's still on a spear? That guy.
Let me see.
It's
Here.
weird.
That guy's great.
There you go. No, I'm uploading this shit. It's gonna get played one way or another.
Is this the one you were playing yesterday, Mickey?
Nuh-uh.
You probably play it every day, but
Well, this one, hang on.
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're gonna keep
away from
talking
each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed, explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so
As soon as you
angry?
start talking about
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what?
Yeah.
That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now, wasn't that refreshing? See. Finn Bob, do you believe the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is a globe?
I know that it is. Stop the cap.
Okay, so it's 100% true that the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
All right, so if I ask you some specific questions, you'd be able to provide evidence for me?
I could look for some. Again, I don't come into these mindsets knowing all the information for the proof of the globe on top of my head. It's not what I do for a living. So I could look for some.
Yeah, but that's contrary to what you just said. You just said, I know that the Earth is 100% true, that it's a globe. Now you're not saying
because of evidence that I've seen, but I haven't chosen to remember that specific evidence for years in the future where I might encounter people.
So something in your mind that you know is to be true, you don't know it to be true 100% because now you don't know what or recollect what that information was about. So essentially, that important information got lost somewhere in your mind.
Well, it's not that important because I don't.
Information that supposedly supports the claim that the Earth is a globe is lost somewhere, right?
Well,
like you're losing like your license or your wallet or something, your keys. You lost that. Like
because the vast majority of the people in the world, kind of accept what science say through rigorous method. People don't really have to think about all the proofs of Earth being a globe because people don't really have to think about it like ever.
Well, right now you're thinking about it. Right now you're thinking about it, and you're saying that thinking about it, you can't think about it. You know it's 100% true that it's a globe, but you just don't know how.
I've seen.
You see how that sounds very contradictory?
I've done experiments years before testing other things. I can't recite those experiments word for word now, but I remember doing them.
What's the scientific experiment or evidence for the Earth being a globe?
Well, I wasn't on about specifically testing the Earth being a globe, but you can. There's photos that you can do geodesic surveying. You can find spherical excess.
Spherical excess. You can do all these things. These are buzzwords. These are buzzwords that you're saying. I bet you don't know what they are. I just bet
they are. I know what spherical excess is.
How do you measure it? Please explain what spherical excess is.
So spherical excess is when triangles are plotted on a non-Euclidean surface, like a sphere, and the internal angles of that triangle are greater than 180 degrees.
All right. How do you get a triangle on a curved surface?
By plotting 3 straight lines on a curved surface.
3 straight lines on a curved surface?
Yes.
You hear yourself?
Yes.
How do you get a straight line on a curved surface?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and you can plot that on any surface.
I know that. I know that. No, but how can you do that on a curved surface?
You plot the shortest distance between 2 points on a curved surface. It is a straight line.
A straight line is curved? Are you hearing yourself?
On spheres.
On spheres,
a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Yes, it like confines
How do you
the
get
surface of the object.
okay, so I'm not really sure if you understand what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines on it, or are these straight lines?
I mean, you can get triangles with curved lines. There's 3 sides.
You can have a triangle with a curved line. Is that a triangle then?
Well, it depends if you're talking about Euclidean or non-Euclidean geometry.
No. I'm just talking about what a triangle is. Because we're going to basic shapes now. Because it seems like you don't know what a triangle is. Does a triangle have curved lines? Yes or no?
They have 3.
Yeah.
If you want to get nitpicky, they're straight.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I want to define what a triangle is. I don't want to get nitpicky. What is a triangle?
A triangle is a shape that has 3 points that are connected by straight lines.
Correct.
Yep.
Now, straight lines. Are any of these lines curved?
No, that's straight. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Excellent. Now,
yes.
How do we apply that to the curved surface of a globe?
You plot the shortest path between 3 vertices that form a closed loop, and they are 3 straight lines that form a triangle.
What? Excellent. So the Earth isn't curving; it's flat, right, and straight.
How come when you plot 3 straight lines of view on the Earth, the internal angles of that triangle, it creates a
on the Earth? Are you sure that's what you're plotting those lines on?
Are you sure about that?
Or are you plotting those lines on the Earth or on a model?
On the Earth, geodetic surveyors do it a lot.
So the curved surface of the Earth has straight lines.
Yes, they're called geodesics.
Okay, so do you know what a sphere is?
Yes, I do.
Is there any straight lines on a sphere?
Yes, they're called geodesics.
There is straight lines on a sphere. Can you actually show us how we can have straight lines on a sphere?
Get 2 points. Shortest path between these 2 points, straight line.
It should be 180. Do you know what a sphere is? First of all, do you know what a sphere is?
Specify. Wait. Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand? We're talking about the surface of a sphere, right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain. Is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
Okay, there's really something wrong with you, man. There's really something wrong with you. You honestly are the weirdest.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to the Wig Snatcher Club.
Never gets old.
It doesn't, huh? It's so awesome, dude.
It actually gets better every day.
It's so good. It's even more fun from where I'm standing, man, because I had the conversation with this guy and I got to get his reactions. I'm just like, you don't get to see the facial expressions I make when he was saying that shit. Clipcord, man, we need you to crank out some more of these gems, bro. You're a wizard, man. You need to They're trying to steal you away from me, man. They want you to go do other clips, man. But you need to be doing some clips from when people come in here, man. I got a shit ton of content for you. I was trying to churn some out today. I got some good stuff today if you want to look into it. With Cyan. Who else? No, that's it. Just Cyan that I could think of. Well, maybe. She wasn't really too much. There wasn't really much content there. It's more of a lengthy conversation. There's no real like showstoppers today. Not yet anyway. Day's not over with.
Say, Mayhem, what was the defining aha moment that you stopped believing in the globe?
That must have been 2015. And I'm just telling you the time frame. It must be, I want to say October. I could be wrong though. But it was when I encountered a video on YouTube, and it was like Bruce Lee proves the Earth is flat, and it had like a flying disc of the Earth flying around, and then Bruce Lee's face, and then it had like a glass of water. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I clicked on it, right, and I'm just kind of curious to see what it was going to talk about. But I think it was an Eric Dubay video, if I'm not mistaken. It was saying how water's flat, no matter how you scale up, it will never be curved in any way. I understood that concept immediately. It didn't take me long, but I'm still like, well, how can I? It's still a globe, though. Like overall, it's too big. And so I had the same kind of questions everybody else did, and so I went in to do a lot of research, and that was it for me. I grabbed the concept of the video right away, and that's what made me think. It challenged me. I'm like, yeah, fucking right, man. The water's lies flat and level when at rest, like on the surface. So I knew this, but I just had to like do my research and verify, because I wasn't just gonna like jump on something that sounded really fucking stupid in the onset. But once I did, they should have never showed me that, bro.
Miggy, you just highlighted that I can point to the exact moment that I rejected the globe, because it was based on water too. But when I actually went out and did the test of 8.5 miles of the mirror and sunlight, I gave gravity its last chance to show me that it's bending the water. You know what I mean? So at that moment, the globe was done for me.
Yeah.
This is summer of 2015. Go ahead.
Yep. And it was like, I don't know. There was fire burning in my eyes, bro. You just see me the moment after the 2 weeks I spent deep diving into all of this, like the ins and outs and videos and testimonies and actually doing the work myself to actually figure this out. I was like, okay, like some people get mad, then they get furious, then they get irate. And then there was a level beyond that. I was like, I didn't even feel anger no more. That's how mad I was. Like it was a vow that I made that I was going to destroy the globe. Like I was going to make it my life's mission that everywhere I go, like, and to do that, I can't take something and smash it, right? Like physically, I have to find out how people think and undo that. So that's what I've been doing. I'm very good at it now. I'm very proficient. I'm able to get in and out, or just based on the person's demeanor, understand and identify what it would take for me to actually get across to that person. Because everybody's different. It's not the same method every time. So it's just case by case. Maybe that's just a little bit more than you asked for, but anyway, that's my journey.
Oh, that's cool. I just thought for me, it was joy and wonder when I finally let it go, because the world isn't as boring as it looked at first glance anymore.
Yeah, I got all of that too, but it was more of a fact that it was everybody's imprisoned by this. Like we're all like captivated by it, and I know why now. Like everything was clear to me. I was like, oh shit! Like you mean all of us, everyone, all of us? Like we're all taken in by this? Like shit, dude, this is the biggest lie ever. So in that point, it was like I made it my life's work and mission to thwart the efforts. And I'm not pointing to like group. Oh, look at those guys over there, the Illuminati, the Bilderbergs. Like I don't give a shit about that. I only care about the agenda. That's it. And if you teach somebody how to think, anything that comes through their mind, they'll be able to filter it. So it's not like debunking one thing, it's actually teaching them how to think about anything. So by doing that, they are equipped. So they don't need to learn all the conspiracies and all that kind of stuff. You just teach them how to think, and they could filter their whatever knowledge that gets put to their mind by, a rigorous critical thinking. It's just that simple. And so any other topic that comes to their mind, they could apply the same method. Does that make sense? Like, it's
Yeah,
not,
absolutely.
I'm not debunking like every single thing. I don't have to. I just have to show them how to critically think about something, and they can take that, and then whatever gets told to them, then they're like, "Oh, I know how to deal with this," kind of thing. Yeah,
You
man.
don't need to do anything. Use your simple logic, and you are there. That's what they programmed us to not to think. It was the water, for example, Miggy, for everyone. I think that we find out, okay, water seeks the level and then bodies of water. But for me, it was also after that when I realized that when I heard for the rotation also, I went out like this normally, nothing, and I watched the clouds, and I was like, oh my God! Only that's me. I'm speaking about my feelings, and I was like, oh my God, this is so obvious. There is there is moving, there is wind. Oh my God, we are not moving, and it's so obvious.
Sasha, I've seen this, like what you just mentioned about the clouds. I've seen this. What it didn't make sense to me after I found out the Earth is flat and stationary. I started to see this even more. I'm going to show you in live stream voice text. Look at that gift.
Yeah. That things I saw because clouds going in any direction, not in one direction.
Yeah, look, the lower clouds are going one direction, the ones above it are going in one, and the ones even above that are going in a different one. All at the same time.
And in the time was the great thing was for me, like for example, my wife is not into this, and he doesn't want to look. She has no time. But in the time, like 5 years ago, when I said, well, people claiming that atmosphere is rotating with the atmosphere, she is like what she never watched anything. She said, "This is stupid."
Well, yeah, of course. But we live with this, this globe lie, man. So it's like, I can't point to a specific group of people. I can't point to a person who started this. All I know is that there's an agenda right now captivating the minds of those who are imprisoned by it. And if I know that, then I have to be actively doing something to actually get people out of that mindset. So this isn't a battle of, strength where I'm going to win of how got to get stronger. I got to get faster. That's not how this works. This is happening in the battlefield of the mind. And so that is if you can get somebody to critically think about something, you've done your job. Like that's exactly what's supposed to happen with everything that they think about. But if, that's the accomplishment, I think because I don't care if somebody actually believes this or not, like whether they come to that knowledge and say that. I want them to actually think about it.
Where is the horizon on the Black Swan picture? You need to say before 1 second. That means in 0.5 seconds, you need to say behind the oil rig, like a human being. You don't need to think or to watch or to think, oh, let's see that lines. You can say immediately, it's behind. Why you need to think? What is going on? You see the line is called horizon. You know what is the horizon, and you say horizon is behind. That's all what every kid will say. No, the adult will watch the picture and it will have the doubt about I don't know what. That's why I'm asking, what is the proof for the flatness? If you measure flatness, if you observe the flatness, what's that? Is that mean that all these things are curving, all these things are spherical? That mean in which case could be flat if is this all curving?
Well, see, that's the thing about measuring flatness. So if I'm gonna measure, what's the opposite of flat? Curve, right? So if something's curving, it's not flat for sure, or
Yeah.
it's it's got topography or it's ridges or whatever. Like as long as it's not flat, then I know it's something else. So if I don't measure any curvature, that's always been the response. Like there isn't any measurable curvature that I'm getting from any of the measurements that we do, because obviously we'd find some sort of drop that we'd be able to measure and say, okay, we have this drop that's happening from point A to point B, and we know this. It's like a mound of dirt. A mound of dirt, you can know that there's curvature and all that kind of stuff, but you can't get there until you actually measure it.
Yeah, but do you understand me that the struggle is there? Like for example, but if you measure the flatness, that for example that 10 miles to the oil rigs, and you see that flatness, and you measure that flatness, you cannot call that flatness. It's obviously flat, it's observably flat, it's measurably flat, but you still cannot call that flat.
That's absurd.
Like where is that point when it's starting to be flat? Then we can say, okay, this is flat surface. No, this was its Earth is big. Okay, but that's what we measure. These 10 miles. It's what's that? I'm not saying it's flat like
you're
that.
making a valid point, Sasha. Like any normal human thinking being would just say the horizon's behind the oil rigs instantly. But so many of these people are so deep in this, their first instinct is, well, it's still a globe, so what can I say about this horizon? They'll still make it a globe. That's what they think in their heads, I'm probably robot.
But we were thinking the same thing. I was thinking also that it's globe, and that some because I didn't see anything, and I thought some bullshit cult it's making some bullshit story on the internet, on YouTube. But when I saw the observations, okay, what now? Not me, you, everybody who is intellectually honest can say, I see what I see, and that it's there, and you can measure that it's there. There is no phenomena changing the distance to the left object.
When people come into this server to talk about the globe and they believe in the globe, do they stay on point, or they do meander from one point to the next? For example, if showing piece about the horizon, do they start talking about gravity or whatever?
Of course, rockets, satellites, whatever you want.
I see.
The people that are stuck in the globe belief, like the anti-flat earthers, they will get scale up to every topic but the actual surface of the earth.
That actual thing, to get them, to show them that there is no 8 inch per mile square, at that point, that we maybe speak, we ask him where is the curvature, but speaking about that, it's 5 minutes, and then you go to gravity 1 hour, then in come back 5 minutes or 2 minutes to curvature again, and then 1 hour of rocket satellites, then 1 hour of what the fuck, I don't know.
Because the globe depends on avoiding the point, so they try to get away from it as quickly as they can. They can't address it. If they address the point, it's over, right? So they have to just obfuscate nonstop.
So they have 1,000 copes for everything?
Yeah, and just a constant hey, look over there, try to take you off of, your eyes off the prize.
You know how many times you give them, okay, gravity exists, there is experiment. Now let's check if that gravity is working on the Earth. That must work. That force it's pulling down the water. That means the water is curving in reality. Everything is all right. Let's check it. No. And when you come to the point to show many of them, okay, now I will show you observation. Oh, I need to go now. It's late. It's my mother is calling me. It's dinner time, whatever.
Yes, Sausage, I can show you everything but a convex body of water like hers. The thing was Matthew's. Like, you've got all these explanations about why you can't see this, but you never actually show the convex body of water. That's all we're asking for. We want to see water convexing over a distance, drop over distance. I'll shut up. Am I roboting?
No, you sound good, Dave. Actually, it's good to hear you, dude.
Andy, hold my beer. I'm going to show you a convex body of water. You ready? Here it is. Look for the voice.
I'm excited.
Never mind. I got nothing. My bad.
God damn it. Yeah, they can just never show you the one thing that would actually prove their claim. So endless explainaways we'll have to do instead.
Yeah, the concave earthers are quite funny as well. I keep noticing a few more of these people, and it's like,
so
hello?
It's curved the other way. So where do they get that?
I still curvature. Hello?
I cannot get that model. Somebody need to make that I can understand. I don't know. In a hand, even. How that look. I don't know. Concave, it's still the sphere, I think.
Well, it's still perspective hijacking, though. You know, you see why Oakley keeps saying it over and over again. Perspective hijacking. That's what they've done.
Yep. They've just translated perspective into the world being a ball.
Yeah.
Everything what is flat cannot be flat. Only must curve or this way or other way. There is no way to be flat anything.
They took the way everybody sees the world and turned it into this mathematical globe with the sky shit. All they did.
Yeah, we see the world the way that we do because it's a ball.
Platza said you cannot navigate on the flat water. That means if you cannot navigate on flat water, water is curving, and that's obvious.
Concave side show any like evidence or experiments for their claims?
Mostly no, just magic tricks.
And they're repeating our claims and changing their claims. For example, refraction. They think that is their claim, that it's our claim.
I mean, what evidence could they possibly have that 10-mile horizon that they just posted in the live stream voice text is actually at 1 mile? That's what they're claiming. Problem is most of them don't even realize they're claiming that, so they're never going to prove it.
Imagine they could just like strike a laser from one side to the other side of a lake that's like 10 miles or something and show concavity that way. But apparently they don't do that.
Oh, we're talking about okay, my bad. I was talking about Glover.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's a bit weird now because there's also another group of people that are saying, well, it's not flat. It just kind of bothers me because I think everybody on this panel understands when we say flat, we don't mean that it's flat. We don't mean that it's.
You mean like
there's hills, valleys, mountains.
Yeah, it means all these oceans, Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, and all these seas and all these lakes. We think that that's flat. Only that.
Yeah, mean sea level. Everybody most people on this panel know that. They get that. But we have to now have this caveat and say, no, we don't mean because there's this other group of people that have gone, well, it's wrong anyway, so it's not flat. It's like, my God.
Yeah,
I mean, like
all this,
right?
All this elevation, all these mountains are in water. isn't? All these continents are in water.
We dealt with this in another server, in the Fresh and Fit server. There was a moderator there yesterday, Andy, who was confused on what flat means. He kept posting a definition that said, "Well, look, it says smooth." These guys can't figure out what the context even is.
We have flat earthers that do that all the time, like Bev server.
Yeah,
They do that.
yeah. Heretic knew what I was talking about straight away.
Yep.
I don't know. Whatever. I just think it's like, I don't know why are we doing that? I don't get it. Everyone knows what we mean. It just seems like arguing for nothing, really, to me. Sake of arguing.
Yeah, to open new thing for arguing, to not speak about the shape. That's the point. If you speak about that, about flat, what define flat, defined definition, defined what is defining.
Yeah, definitions aside, people need to go and observe reality. There's no third option. I think this is a true dichotomy. Surfaces are either rounded or curved in some way, or they're not. What's the third option here, folks?
Concave.
Well, that's the curve. That's the roundedness. So back to the dichotomy. Yeah, we were talking to someone yesterday who could not figure that out for the life of him. You can't say the word flat. Well, it's not curved. Yeah, but it's not flat. What's the third option? He kept drawing weird stuff like bumps. I don't even know how to get it through these guys.
Do you know how it should to work? Look, there is no curvature. Nobody proved it. Nobody proved the rotation, gas pressure without container, and some other things. You can say something about NASA. Show some videos about NASA and say, this is what I can give it to you, nothing more. That's it. Now you can go and look into that, or you can go back to your life and trust whatever you want, and that's it. I cannot help you more. You have Earth, you can go outside, you can check it. If you don't want, believe your space programs, whatever you want. Every people can believe whatever. You cannot say, no, man, don't believe them. No, he's right to believe whatever. Even if it's something stupid, you can believe.
Problem is, Sasha, if my mic's still working, there's people out there that accept that there's curved straight lines in nature. You know what I mean?
I know there is a people who, I cannot give you now examples, but they change the ideas because of other things, politics or blah, blah, blah. Who cares?
I challenge anybody to show me a curved straight line in nature. Can't do it. Does not exist.
But that's ridiculous. We are like in school now, like in, I don't know, to say these words, to come out from these people, to speak about triangles and spheres, like oh my God.
The Finbob kid kept talking about geodesics, and that would be the shortest arc, so the shortest curve over a curved surface. It's not straight. It's not even in the definition. He's just stupid.
It's stupid and it's basic. We are not speaking about some density in the air on 100 meters elevation to 2 miles away, where is blah blah blah, and angles or some complex math. No, it's lines and sphere and radius drop over this. Nothing so special, only simple geometry.
That's where the mind virus starts to kick in, Sasha? Well, level means not level, and it just goes all downhill from there, huh?
Yeah, man. But in life, you know what you see and what, for example, distance. If you say, "Oh, I see the other town," of course that you see other town, and that town it's 10 miles. Okay, how do you know that it's 10 miles? Oh, let's now check if it is 10 miles. Somebody checked it before. I don't know. And if you see that 10 miles, that means what I'm seeing. Why I'm seeing this?
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
Yeah,
you
if
can
it doesn't match your preconceptions of what you should have seen, it's a mirage.
No, it's on you. You have reality, your perspective, and your senses, and the story behind that. That means that what you see, it's not what you see. That you can choose, or you can choose that what you see you're really seeing.
Yeah, I can't believe that bro said that he would hang out on platform habitat and let someone try to snipe him.
But the guy said
said that?
that everything after 1.22 miles is optical. Do you understand that? He said that everything after 1.2, because of that we see that. Okay, great. But look at the picture. That is sea, the ocean. That is the real water. That is nothing optical there. The oil rigs are in the sea because they are put it there. And they're saying this is optical. We see that optically. No, we are seeing that physically. All that water we are seeing physically. Optically, we don't see behind that horizon.
We should test that out sometime. Like, get some rubber bullets. Get a couple globe heads. I said this in one of my songs. That's the flatter than a napkin, flat smacked them. My bullets, they aren't refracted. Get back, bitch. We don't have our bullets aren't refracted. All right, so you guys better watch out.
We need to when we posting that Black Swan pictures. Miguel, I think, has that from the air, where you can see both of them from the air, from the higher elevation. That people has the picture what is real there. It's ocean. Look at the crane. I'm looking the crane, but I'm looking the water. It's physical there, and it's going behind the oil rigs.
The globe's a circus, man.
And we are saying 10 miles, but it's going who knows how much more. You can see it even. It's not.
Bontham
Maybe
said something like probably 20 to 30 miles was his guess.
Yeah.
How did Cyan's friend? How did that go? Had to leave for a little bit.
Which one?
Oh, what was his name? I have to look up what his name was. The guy that came in right after Cyan. I don't know if you guys were here for that. That girl.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, okay, let me check.
Well, there was Bootman. He came in pretty quick after, but he's been pretty cool.
Good Bootman.
We got Anon.
Thick mud or mud something.
We do have Anon now joining us. Hello, Anon.
Oh, hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Pretty good.
That's great. What brings you to this place?
I'm bored.
Just bored. Okay. Any thoughts on the nature of the world that you live in? Geometrically? No. Okay. You don't think you live on a particular shape or anything like that?
Yeah, no. I guess I'll just go with that.
No? Okay. All right. So, yeah, probably.
Who?
Yeah, I figured. So, think of this like the bar, bro. So we're standing behind the bar. What can we get you to drink? Because we don't just serve just water here. So We only serve paying customers. So what can we help you with?
I mean, I just kind of came here to listen. You know, I kind of imagined this was like a place where people would talk about flat Earth shit. So yeah.
Yeah, we try to talk to people, especially who think that it's a ball, right? And we try to ask them why they think that, what that understanding or what that belief is based upon. You know, that's basically what we do.
But mostly we are not speaking about flat Earth shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm in search of the globe, honestly. I'm trying to find this globe that everybody's talking about. So
we are
whenever
mostly
somebody
speaking
who's of
about
the impression that, whenever somebody's of the impression that the world's a ball comes in, I want to know what they claim to know, right? So I want to see this globe that they think that they see when they go outside, and I'm still waiting, still haven't seen it.
Because on this server, we mostly speaking about globe Earth shit. Like radius and geometry, that stuff.
Well, Sasha has a point there. That is step one, knowing what the globe claims are, so that you can move to step two, which is testing those claims. What do you know about the globe currently, Anon?
I don't know.
You've never heard about the globe before?
No, I just don't really feel like talking about this. Honestly, I was trying to use this as like background noise.
What?
Yeah.
Do you ever go to cinema and do not watch the movie? Anon, do you ever go to the cinema and do not watch the movie? Did you ever do that?
Yeah, sometimes I fall asleep if it's boring.
Okay. Are you sleeping now?
I'm about to be.
Aimless earther over here.
Can we be... Do you want to sleep?
I mean, if y'all don't end up talking about something, probably.
I don't know if you're understanding what's happening right now. We're attempting to talk to you, brother.
I'm gonna fall asleep waiting
I'm
on
kind of
this.
made it clear that I don't feel like talking to you about anything right now.
Okay, we'll take care. Well,
Christ.
I might have to fall asleep waiting on this globe proof.
Typical troll from everyone.
I already did.
All these years and still waiting for this globe proof they don't have.
Yeah, I don't think it's a dream I'm gonna wake up from anytime soon. Honestly.
Yeah, Jammer King, is it? We heard you briefly. You're a bit low though.
I find it interesting. Why first?
One sec, Sasha. Get
Okay,
this
sorry.
guy. Come back, good buddy. Breaker. Jammer King.
Thing good. That was saying that's a typical troll. I always use flatters for quote unquote background sound, you know.
No, I'm just going to turn you up.
let me play a quick clip and I'll stop it in just a moment.
Good afternoon, sir.
Water.
Water?
Yeah, water.
Well, we only serve paying customers, so you'll have to order more than water. If you're broke, go somewhere else.
That's literally what I was thinking the whole time. Like, these guys wander into a bar aimlessly, and we're like, "Hey, what can we do for you?" And he's like, "I don't know why I'm here." Okay, well, door's over that way.
This is what we're talking. Sorry, Sasha. Go on.
DB, can you try with me? I'm a new person.
Hey, Sasha, what can I do for you? Welcome to the server.
Hello. But I heard this 24/7 What? That's strange. Something ridiculous. What? Why do people think that Earth's flat?
Yeah. No one asked that, which is kind of funny. You would think that would be like step one.
Yeah. That will be like, what the fuck? I came here. They are making bread. And I will start with satellites. No. I will ask people, why you are making bread?
Why do you think it's round?
No, bread. If you're making bread and your server is calling 24/7 bakery, I will ask people why you're making bread. I will not ask. I don't know. Whatever.
Andy, did you want to make your point?
No, I was just thinking about some kind of correlation between Anon's attitude and the philosophical choice that was made on his behalf 500 years ago that could be affecting his attitude today. Because I was part of the why bother generation too. I get it. Totally get it. But it does affect people and they're completely unaware of it. That's the thing. And that's kind of interesting to me. This notion of, like Miggy talks about, the mind virus.
There's kind of an apathy.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there's definitely an apathy. It's prevalent, permeates throughout society today.
And it's all ages as well. It's not just young people. All ages, across the board.
Yeah.
If Copernicus had Nikon, everything would be different now.
But he had a rusty telescope. Those works way better, bro.
That was curving optics.
Here, I'll post it in the chat. Clearly, telescopes that are crusty and rusty are way better than the Nikon P1000.
He made these calculations on bendy paper.
Yeah, man. It's just weird to me that people are so aimless. These like zombie numb earthers or something.
They've lost their motivation.
And
why does it matter, man?
Yeah.
What almanac they used 2,000 years ago?
They are demoralized. Look at my text.
Yeah, they gotta be. Let me look. They're contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their minds, even if you expose them to authentic information. Even if you prove that white is white and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. Facts.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you show them. They're not going to change their point of view.
The zombies analogy really comes into play here because, I don't know, man. There's definitely some genuine people wandering amongst the zombies out here, but I don't know. Can you bring a zombie back?
And who is religious now here?
This is like the most extreme case of demoralization that I've ever seen, like in regards to this subject. I mean, it's 100% exactly what the dude was talking about. Like, you can show them everything and they'll just still deny it all.
Yeah. And they're getting worse too. Like, they're getting dumber somehow. I don't know. Maybe the mind virus is just sinking in further and further. But now, like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm on Discord. You know,
some of them. I mean, they just don't seem to have the drive that they had before. Like, a lot of them come here. I don't know. I don't really know what it is. I'm just here to listen. I don't know.
Yeah, I never heard of the globe. I don't know. I don't know, man. Why does it matter, man?
Yeah, they've stopped taking their globe seriously.
Right.
I wonder if Netflix is anything good to watch today. Like we were talking about bread, and that also goes along with circuses. So it's just like entertainment, and everything else just sort of fades into the background. It's all about me, and
yeah. I came there. I need to say something, or it's me.
The truth doesn't seem to matter anymore. It's just like, me. So what?
Well, we do have Zach gracing us with his presence. Maybe he's the man that'll take a stand for the globe. Hi, Zach. I unmuted you. How are you? No, not him, I guess.
Earth to Zach. Come back, good buddy. What say you? Oh, Zach, sorry. Zach.
At least say hi, bro.
Did you used to do the old CB radio back in the day, and they hold my beer? Any
What,
good
sorry?
Is it the CB radio way back in the day?
No.
No? Okay.
No, but it always just seemed funny to me.
All right. Because I was there when that happened, you know. It was like,
yeah.
It was a big thing, you know. Any good buddy looking for a 1-9 on the 6-4 or whatever the fucking, you know, used all these. Come back. 10-4, good buddy. Where you at? I'm trucking down the fucking interstate. You know, where are you? I'm sitting in my bedroom. I'm eating cheese and toast tonight. Yeah, hey, you having a good time? And it was just amazing. You were talking to somebody through the CB radio that was like 100 miles away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those were the days, man.
Yeah, I saw
pre-internet.
Yeah, when I was a kid, there was a guy who I knew of kind of, and I knew there was this whole like, you know, like language or something like that. So it was definitely intriguing, and but I just find it fun because I think of that movie, that Rubber Ducky Job, Convoy, I think it was called. That's what I think of. But
yeah, Convoy and Smokey and the Bandit and all that.
Yeah. But yeah, this guy, he had a pirate radio station kind of situation, and so it was kind of exciting. I don't know. I'm just thinking of Radio Caroline now, but nobody else will know that except you, P. Mike. Only British people will know what that is. But basically, people, because they had a allotted thing that they had to play, and so they went out into international waters so they could play certain things, but it were all probably propaganda to get people to listen to it.
Yeah, that wasn't Canada. That was called something else. What the hell? Man. There were like pirate DJs. It was all the big thing of the day.
Yeah.
Oh man, what'd you call it? Anyway, yeah, we're going way back. Pre-internet days was.
You've got me looking it up now because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I can hear you typing.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was my phone. I got the good, the bad, and the ugly as the message tone.
The other kid's name was Sparkulus. Cyan's friend. Yeah, that was the first combo of the day. I woke up to a full panel. Cyan asking, where's the edge? Stuff like that. I feel like I unlocked a new theme recently over at Sneeko's server with Indio. I call it Pin the Tail on the Donkey. And when people hear about Flat Earth, they start wanting to try and pin the tail on the donkey, these extra sloppy ideas. Oh, then where's the edge? Where did you hear that from, though? Like, that wasn't part of the presentation. Dude, people were just like making extra shit up that they didn't even get from us. So that's what I mean, like by pin the tail on the donkey, you know? That's what they think they're doing.
2 years ago, Edge was behind the corner.
Yeah, that's what's funny, Sasha, is like the 2023 Globers are like pissing in the face of like the 2017 Globeheads. They don't even realize it either. I've had to say this to people in the chat recently too. Like, dude, you realize you're sounding like a flat earther. You're arguing against the people you're arguing against the Team Globe from like 2017, dude.
Yep.
They don't realize what they're doing. I find that really funny. I wish I could take them back to 2017 so they could see. Because like what they're arguing against us now is what we were arguing against the Globe then. So what does that make you?
And to find, if you can, all that videos with the nice words, you know, you bloody stupid idiot flat earther, you know, with all of that, you know, sweet words said in the past.
They just forgot what they're supposed to be arguing for, this physical curve of the Earth. Now, in 2023, they're giving us all these excuses for why it's not there. But those excuses equate to the arguments against the geometric horizon. Like, they're just ultimately confused, dude.
They flip-flop so fast, though.
Mm-hmm.
They throw out excuses about the horizon being apparent, not geometric. We don't see its geometry. Then the next thing they do, they start taking angles to it, and they say, okay, that's how we figured out the geometry of the horizon.
Maybe we need to say refraction before them.
We did. They just forgot. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know, no, but I'm saying now.
Yeah. Hey, do you count for refraction? They'll be like, what? Okay, well, here's the Black Swan. Wait. Then they Google it. Well, you didn't recount for refraction. Well, we just asked you if you did. You didn't know what that was.
Yeah, didn't they get their radius from looking at the horizon and not accounting for refraction, so-called?
Yeah, they got that radius from using trigonometry.
Ask Biruni, I don't know.
Yeah, the last guy we talked to was like, Albo, who?
Yeah.
We got any new people in the chat? There's a couple of names I don't recognise, guys. Who's Bootman? Who are you?
We have Zach, but he's sticking his nose up at us.
Oh, really?
How dare you?
Where did that girl that you were talking to earlier go? Whatever her name was, Cyan, or what happened to her?
Yeah, what did happen? I think she kind of piped down after so long. And her friend stepped in, the Sparkulos guy. I'm curious what happened with him.
Hey, what's up, man? Nah, just
Maybe
good, G.
I would have answered all your questions. Sparkulos, it went really well with him. He was more
really?
receptive after. Yeah, he was really receptive afterwards.
Nice.
And then we reached a really good stopping point, and that was it. And he left. Who would you say was in here that was listening to?
Some girl who was really quiet and far away from her mind.
Yeah, that Cyan gal. She was prior to that Sparkulos character.
Yeah.
The one right now that was saying that he was just here to listen.
That's Zach. Zach doesn't want to talk to us. We're probably too mean. Or the Earth's not enough of a ball, I'm not sure.
He contradicted himself.
Yeah, we were just interested in like having conversation with new people, Zach, and that's why the panel opened up to kind of like talk to you. Let me see if he's unmuted, right? I just did that. All right. So Zach, yeah, I just unmuted you. I mean, but we talk to new people that come in here. So even if you were using this as background noise, we do still want to talk to other new people. So you're part of that new people that come in here. That's why we were having a conversation with you.
Yeah, please join the panel, Zach. We want to hear from you.
Wow, either way.
But, we want to hear what you think the Earth is and why. It's an interesting discussion.
The invitation's there if you want to join. You can do so.
Just so you know, like it's totally okay to believe in the globe. I'd say the large majority of people in this panel did as well, probably their whole lives. So I'm not going to get grilled just for believing in that. There's no requirement to be a flat earther to be here. That's for Zach or whoever else is listening. Don't let that deter you from speaking up. The fastest way to get some roles and get to know people a little bit is just pipe in, say what's up.
And if you don't know, just say you don't know. It's always a good option. People are afraid of that one, though.
I know, right? It's not a gotcha if you don't know things. I think it's better to not know something than to make shit up.
I personally don't care if they make shit up. Just don't make shit up when I'm around. Cool. Cool.
You can make shit up, just don't get pissed off when I point out that you're making shit up.
All right, we got a new person in the chat. His name is Poison Showers. Poison Showers, are you there?
We know who this is.
Really? Disgusting.
Is the Earth flat or is it curved?
I mean, a plane is pretty flat compared to like some mountains, right? So sure.
We're wearing you down. We're wearing you down.
I mean, it's true, right? It's true.
Another couple hundred times coming in here will probably get you to say that it is flat. Oh, fuck it, man. It's flat.
Yeah, I mean, a plane is rather flat compared to some mountains, yeah.
Water's very flat on the surface compared to some mountains.
I mean, like the surface of water in a glass inside your house is flat compared to like some tsunami waves or something, right? So sure.
Yeah. So apart from the waves, but you can compare your glass of water to your bath of water, to your swimming pool of water, your lake, and then the seas and the oceans. That water on the earth, that's all level, that is.
I mean, we know that there's curved horizons, you know.
Is the horizon a product of continuous surface curvature?
I don't think so.
Okay, good.
So when a body of water is at rest, is it flat on its surface?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I move Earth in a bucket?
I mean, you could put Earth in a bucket, yeah.
How about ants? Can they move Earth?
Yeah, they do it every day, man.
If I go to the beach and I step... Sorry. Dude.
Why do you love this so much, man?
I don't know. I just do. Every time you come in. Because when you step on the beach, right? When your foot steps in the sand, you move Earth that way too, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, you just need some pure water, man.
No, you don't, dude. You need to know that the reality that you've been sold was a lie.
I'm not here telling you that Earth is a globe, dude.
Hey, Showers, Yoko fan. Check the live stream. That dung beetle, what he's pushing around, is that evidence of Earth's surface curvature?
No, I mean, I don't think that's Earth.
What do you mean? The
like
dung isn't picking up Earth?
No, I'm saying if it's the land, like if I saw this dude, like, you know, pick up the land and roll it into a ball, right? Sure, it's Earth, right?
Okay, well, you used to say this. You used to say this was evidence of Earth surface curvature.
I mean, we see the surface of Earth curve all over the place, man.
And
Like, just go outside.
I'm asking if what that dung beetle is pushing around is evidence of that, because it used to be, according to you.
Yeah, but I was maybe right. You'd have to show proof for that.
Well, I'd have to dig up the tapes. Yeah.
You're wearing him down, old Haas. Maybe, he says.
Yeah, well, maybe the proof is out there, right? It might have been recorded.
We're finding inconsistencies with what is and what isn't Earth's surface curvature over time.
Okay, so let's start there, right? So curvature, what is that?
Well, it's what the beetle's pushing around.
No, I'm not talking about how the globe model claims it's curving. I'm talking about what is the definition of curvature.
Well, when we ask for evidence of Earth's surface curvature, we're talking in the context of the 3959 spheroid.
Yeah, and when I'm talking about Earth's surface curvature, I'm talking about the curvature of the
dung
surface
beetle.
of the
What
land.
the dung beetle's pushing around. Yeah, that's why I post that every time you come here, because you used to hype that as Earth's surface curvature. Also, anthills. You also said anthills were. Are they still evidence of Earth's?
So obviously, poison showers. We're not talking about the same fucking thing, are we?
We're talking about the Earth.
No. We're not talking about the same fucking thing, are we, Poison?
I'm talking about the Earth.
Are we? Answer my fucking question. Are we talking about the same thing?
Maybe.
8 inches per mile squared. Due to 8 inches per mile squared due to the Earth's curvature, drop over distance. Are we talking about the same fucking thing?
Oh, I mean, I kind of agree.
No.
We can't see too far, you know.
Oh no.
Did you hear me? What did I just say? What did I just say?
Yeah, what I just said. Oh no.
No, what did I just say? Did you hear me?
Are we talking about the 8 inches per mile squared?
Maybe.
If you don't know, then why you open up your pie hole or your corn hole or whatever it is you eat?
Yeah, I just said I believe we can see too far, right? I just said that. Did
what
you hear
we're
that?
saying in the context of this server. The server is built on the claim of the globe and debunking that. Is that what you were talking about?
So wouldn't be.
Is that what you were talking about?
I am now, right? So
then relate to what I'm saying. Okay, so when we're talking about curvature, per what I just said, 8 inches per mile squared, are you talking about that?
Yes.
Okay, now explain.
Okay, we can see too far. I've already said that for the third time.
Yeah? But when we mention curvature, you talk about hills and fucking other things. That's not 8 inches per mile squared, is it, Poison Showers?
Correct, but it's still curving.
All right, but that's not the point, is it, Poison Showers?
Wait, what's the point?
Is that the point, Poison Showers?
This whole time.
I mean, if people think that the surface of Earth isn't curving, yeah, if people think the surface of Earth
at
is not
8
curving,
inches per mile squared, Poison Showers.
No, I don't think it's curving like that.
Okay, then. Then why the fuck do you open up your cornhole and tell us about stupid shit of anthills and little mounds that have nothing to do with 8 inches per mile squared, Poison Showers? Every fucking time.
You're the one that unmuted me.
I know. Because I want to get dead on your ass right now.
I like to talk about the truth.
This is the truth. That the 8 inches per mile squared is not what the Earth conforms itself to. And you are talking about some fucking idiotic anthills that we have no relation to what we're saying with the 8 inches per mile squared. Is it, Poison Showers?
I don't think so.
Then why the fuck do you open up your mouth to say that then?
Because it's still true.
In what context? Specifically the one we're talking about, or some cockamamie idea that you have in your head?
I'm just talking about the Earth.
Well, it's no relation to what we're saying, is it? Is it, Poison Showers?
It depends.
It doesn't depend. It either is or is not relevant to our discussion. Is it poison showers?
I mean, I believe the Earth is relevant to the discussion.
I don't give a shit what you believe. If it's not relevant to the topic, it has no relevance in this discussion, poison showers. Does it? Does it?
Yeah, the truth is relevant.
The truth about the 8 inches per mile squared or the truth about your fucking anthills?
Both.
No. That's where you're wrong. And I'm here to tell you, every time you're going to bring this dumb shit up, we're going to get on your ass about it. Because it has nothing to do with the topic.
If you don't want to talk about the truth, that's fine.
Hey, Poison, what are you making a claim? Because I'm confused. What is your claim, if you're making one?
That the surface of Earth curves.
No. I don't give a shit about I don't give a shit about your surface of Earth curves. It's not the 8 inches per mile squared due to drop over distance. That's not what we're talking about. You're off into some other shit that has nothing to do relevant to what we're saying. And you keep bringing it up and you're going to keep being put down every time. It's no relevance to what we're saying. It's no relevance. So fuck you and your anthills. How about that?
Yeah, I don't shower.
I don't
Okay,
give a
so
fuck
what about
what
Earth?
you do.
Okay, you said Earth curve, but what about it? You said there's Earth curve. All right, so what?
It's just how it is, man. It's the truth.
So
it's just how it is.
When when you're on the beach, and you look at the horizon, that doesn't look flat to you.
Oh, dude, don't start this over again.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you looking at? The horizon?
Oh my god.
The horizon where the water apparently meets the sky.
Oh,
Does that
that's
look
your
flat to you?
definition? Oh, yeah. See, that's
No,
not
I'm
my
asking
definition.
you, does the horizon look flat?
Well, I've seen curved horizons, yeah.
He knows it's not a globe, but I guess let him play with you.
Curved horizons.
Yeah, they're very prominent.
Wait, are you serious right now? You're not joking?
A curved horizon. Yeah, it happens all the time.
What the fuck is a curved horizon to you, poison showers? Is it another
A
anthill?
horizon that's curving.
Is it another anthill?
What's a horizon?
Well, you fucking define it, man. You want to get into this conversation. What's a horizon?
Yeah, what is the horizon, Poison?
And so it's the apparent location where the Earth meets the sky based on the observer.
And that fucking shit's curving to you.
So
It
why don't we
can
see
be.
the geometric horizon?
It can be.
based
How
on
the fuck is it curving? How the fuck is it curving, dude?
So
There's
you
not a
have to,
soul.
like-
There ain't a soul on Earth that sees that shit curving in any way. Not
Well,
one soul.
I've seen it curved many times.
Well, because you're drinking your own wee. That's why.
I mean, that's good for you. Babies do it.
Oh, fuck you, man.
All right, so Poison, why do the lights appear to go down when you're looking down a road, or street lights? Why do they appear to go down?
You can ask him in his next go round. Shut the fuck up, Poison.
Did you kick him?
Amongst other times that we banned him.
Man,
Banned about 1,000 times. He's a ban on site, and he's a troll. He's just playing with you.
He'll be here.
Yeah, I know. He seems like a troll. Is he even a Glober though, or?
No, he's not a Glober. He's just playing word games.
That's all.
It's like he just likes to come and argue with people for no reason. Oh, it makes you wonder. I need practice. That's why I was talking. So.
Well, he's a sophist, which is
With
fair.
him, you cannot practice with him.
Yes, you need a proper Glober to practice on, not that.
Yeah, not that. A proper Glober will then be refuting you based on what they think the Earth is and so forth.
He's like agreeing with you, and not even. I don't even get it.
He's no longer even agreeing with himself.
I posted. He wants to discuss this. You know, that's the curved horizon. That he will say. This is the curved horizon. Look to the voice text shaft. That is the curved horizon.
He's a dumbass.
John. I think he said one time that he's John.
Oh, you can't trust him, man. He doesn't even know shit. The only thing he knows is how to work his fucking router. It's the only thing he knows. He's gotten real good at it.
How's my voice coming through, by the way?
Pretty good.
It is? Oh, I invested in one of these new Bluetooth headphone thingies.
Sorry. You still sound a little,
It's decent for Bluetooth. Wired is always going to be the way to go for mic wise.
You sound British.
Yeah, you still sound a wee bit Irish there, you motherfucker. Yeah, it was crazy. You had to go into Windows and you had to cut off all the different I suppose it's trivial, but you have to cut off different settings in order for the Bluetooth to work. But Google's your friend, you know.
I don't know about all that, but
well, yeah, it tells you the Earth's round, so yeah, it's not a good friend, is it?
Yeah. Google, are you lying to me? No. Okay.
Maybe.
That's why you need to have water, friend, not Google.
We need another search engine that we can ask questions about other search engines.
Alexa. Siri.
Yeah. Alexa, is Siri and Google lying to me? Yes. Google, is Siri and Alexa lying to me? Yes. They're both shit. Use me only.
Stay on my platform and you will find out the truth.
Alexa, where is the curvature? That's the series.
Yeah, you should ask Google about that. I have no clue. I can tell you what's on TV tonight. Don't ask me about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, they'll get serious about anything else. Last night was a great example of that. We moved into Cognitive VC with Cam and Rilo. And, they have all this energy to, just like goof off as as much as possible. But when it comes time to like getting serious about this topic, it's crickets. I wonder why. Defense mechanism.
Yeah, I was just going to say defense mechanism.
Like, I don't know, they want to remain in this vague, nebulous belief. They're allergic to accountability. So it's like if I tell people all the time in the check-in, take a stance. Don't be afraid to put your stake in the ground. It's okay if you're wrong when you take a position, because then you'll learn. Either you'll refine your position or you'll be able to adjust it and make corrections. But if you pretend to be this interviewer, third-party, nebulous position, you're not really involved. You're not going to really learn anything. And what you'll end up doing is making a bunch of claims as well. And so it's just better just to plant your flag in the ground, take a stance, you'll either learn or you'll get better. So I don't believe that there's like a I don't really believe that there's like a third position. This because I went full on. I'm full glober my whole life.
Yeah,
And then you don't just like pop out of that and then, oh no, I'm 30 party now.
Yeah,
I don't
you know
believe
what
that.
you know what it's like. So what'll it be, mister? Oh, I'm just here to see everybody else have drinks, if that's okay with you. I'll sit over here in the corner
Yeah.
watching everybody drink. Go on and you guys go ahead and drink. I'll be over here in the corner. Okay, you can do that if you want. You're just gonna be weird, but that's cool. That person's
Did
all
you hear
like,
me play?
So how's your drink? Is that good? What are you drinking? Okay, that's fine. No, I'm not thirsty. I'm just wondering what you guys are.
Yeah. This almost happened with Cam last night. We brought him to the water, and he's like, "Okay, yeah, I've been fulfilled now." It's like, wait, you haven't drank from the water yet, bro. You know that whole saying, like, you lead a horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. So we led the horse to the water. He didn't take any drinks, and he's like, "Yeah, you know what? I'm full now. Off the water." Okay, dude. It's those guys that are like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally converted. I believe flat Earth right now." Well, you have to take it in, man.
So Diesel, you got your twin sister coming on your microphone or a different mic on her own account?
No, she's gonna come in on her own account. I just called her up, told her to come in here. So
cool. Is she coming on right
now? Probably in the next 15 minutes or so. She's like, she's heard me talk about it, so she's probably already skeptical of the globe, but she's not. She wouldn't say that she's a flat earther. But I want to see what she says because I know, I just want to see. She's pretty smart, and she doesn't really know. She doesn't really know. So I told her, I was like, it's okay, you don't know. Just don't say you know when you don't.
Or just say you know and see what happens. How about that? Just say you know. Just go ahead and say it. What up, Roger? So we're gonna be seeing more of you, or what?
What up? Yeah, I'm trying to get back on into the arena.
Let's go.
Where the action is.
You're ready for that? Of course, bro.
What's up?
Where the action is. Yeah, I miss it, man. I had such a busy time. So,
well, the arena, that is. I've been in here.
Well, in here, like the live stream. I had such a busy time. Luckily, it's fading away. Oh, there goes my phone.
Well, good to see you back in here, man. We got shit to do.
Thanks.
Let's get to work.
Yeah, great job last night as well.
Thank you.
I'm always saying this, but I know I coined it from somewhere else. I just know where it comes from. But welcome to the land of the living. Now here's a shovel and start digging. Well, shit, dude. Yeah, good to see you back.
Thanks. Yeah, I've been lurking around, listening to YouTube, so I didn't miss much.
Bro, have you heard the 99% clips that Clipcourt has done?
Yeah.
You heard
I saw it.
It's funny as shit, right?
Yeah, I'm 99% sure. Are you eating a sandwich right now? No, maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. What is you talking about, son? Like, fucking chomping on something and you're telling me you don't know what the fuck you're doing right now. That's... We got some issues, bro.
If you believe in the globe, you're eating a shit sandwich.
Damn.
Well, like you say, PMAC, it's a nothing burger, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite phrase. Yeah.
So what am I really eating here? Nothing. What? This Peter Pan shit you're talking about.
I still sit flabbergasted. just the other day I was sitting flabbergasted, thinking about and picturing the whole thing about the bendy water, spinning water ball, globe, potato thing, and you're just like, nah. I mean, you're like, why do people still believe in that, man? It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a shout out to everybody in the YouTube live stream text chat. If you guys are out there and you want to have a conversation with somebody here, click on the description in the YouTube live stream. And at the bottom there, it'll have the link to the Discord. You join in here and then we'll unmute your mic so you can have a conversation with us. Or click the link that Nightbot is spamming in the text chat and then also join in here. So either way, we'll unmute your mic and you can talk to us. And ask us your silly little questions about the globe. Because they're silly. No, just kidding. Come on in here. We'll talk to you.
I want to give a shout out to all the YouTube mods. I mean, that's a tough pickle, man. All the sock puppets coming in, doing the same shit all over again every day. I mean,
yeah, fuck the sock puppets. Anyways, go on, Roger.
Yeah, shout out to all the YouTube mods, man. They do a great job.
Yes, sir.
Omega's the old guard. He's just there. Never leaves.
I wouldn't do it if you paid me $1 million.
All right, here's $1 million. Will you do it?
No. No.
I thought you were gonna say, let me think about it. Beanbag, come on, man. Let's cut the shit, dude. You would do it for $1 million.
Yeah, obviously I would, yeah.
I know you would. Motherfucker. What the fuck?
Who you try to fool? Yeah, I'll do it.
Not you, not me. Shit.
I'll take all the shit in the world you can throw, bro, for $1 million.
As soon as that suitcase pops open and you see all them Benjamins or whatever mins that you have in your country, then yeah, you're gonna be like, yeah, I'll do it.
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll take whatever you can throw, bro. Go for it.
And all the fucking trolls come out. They're like, P-Mac, you suck, dude. You're like, yeah, I know, but isn't life grand? Like, you
but I'm rich.
Isn't it wonderful?
I'm rich, bitch.
Their mother was a lizard.
You're like, yeah, I don't know, probably. Like, shit.
As I sip my martinis from my pool outside, my indoor pool inside my $500,000 mansion.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard life, man.
So I hear you saying things like, my mother's a lizard. How does that make you feel? You just start becoming all fucked up about it.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Take it to the next level.
Yeah. Well, fuck it, man. I mean, it's like they get free counseling, don't they? They come over here. They cry to us about how their feelings are hurt and oh, you guys are just mean. Oh, you're playing the soundboard, man. Oh. Shut your bitch ass up. That's what you want to tell them. It's like, shit. Joe candy ass. I'm so sensitive. You gotta watch out for my feelings. Yet they'll turn around and call you all kinds of names. As in QE would say, that would make a billy goat puke.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. They would accuse you of doing things and of being verbally or passively violent, and then at the same time they'll smack the camera out of your hand and try and fucking assault you. You know, them nice liberal people.
Yeah, like what's all this about then? You know, I mean. Anyway,
They'll call you Nazis, but they're actually being fucking Nazis.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have no evidence for the Earth being a globe. None whatsoever. And the arena's back on again, which means that we're taking participants that are willing to go there. Sign up today. Sign up with me if you want to. We'll schedule you, pencil you in. I think we can do that. They called it Waterhill Wednesday, but it's Waterhill Wanker Wednesday. Somebody say something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. Remember when we talked about, I brought up the idea that some people base their lives on belief and others on fact. And those that base theirs on belief sometimes don't understand that it's not fact, but a belief, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, how would you, you meet a new person, how would you categorize them, and if you exchange a few sentences with them, so you could get a feel for them, whether their reality is belief based or fact based?
Oh, that's really simple. I thought you were going to give me a hard question.
Okay. Without antagonizing.
I'll put it to you this way. Well, I'm fucking mayhem, dude. That's what I do. All right, so I'll put it to you this way. Are we talking on Discord?
In real life.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I'm sorry?
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Right now? We're talking through Discord.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I don't follow.
Well, just answer the question.
We're talking through Discord.
Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
I don't understand the question.
Oh, let me say it a little bit. Let me say it a little bit slower. Are you 100% sure we are talking on Discord?
We're talking through Discord, but let's leave it at that, I guess.
Well, we can't leave it at that because that's not the answer. So usually, or typically, I should say, when somebody asks a question, there's a response. And in the form of the question that I was asking was a response to be a yes or a no. So the confusion is kind of at this point, you understand English, the English language, right? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? And you would say, yes, I understand the words coming out of your mouth. So therefore, when I say the question, are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? You would respond with, you would respond with, you would respond with, you would respond with. You want me to keep going?
I think there's a language barrier here.
No, I don't think so, Roger. We can't do that. We can't give him the benefit of the doubt. He knows what I'm saying. Come on now. Let's not kid ourselves around here. We've been talking with Bootman for a while. He knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer the question, Roger. And me wonders why.
Christ.
Does anybody in our panel, can anybody in our panel, can anybody, hang on, Bootman, I'm talking to my panel now, bro. Can anybody on our panel find out why he didn't want to answer that question? Speculations, anyone? Besides Bootman.
I don't know, but I'm 100% sure that I'm on Discord.
Huh. Well, that's good, Rod. That's good for you, Sasha. All right.
I'm 100% sure I'm on Discord and driving my car.
You like to be sure about things, Roger. That's good. Anybody else in the panel? Anybody else can chime in?
My speculation would be that if somebody doesn't want to answer the question, if he's 100% sure he's doing anything right, then that would pin him down, right? So if you say, well, I'm 99% sure I'm alive, then you always have that 1% out. You can always run to the exit, I guess.
I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now let's kick it back to Bootman. Bootman, do you think that's true, what Roger was saying?
You could interpret it in more than one way, how your question was asked. So whether it was true or not, that depends on your intentions as to why you asked the question and what answer you were expecting. So you put me in a position where you could shut me down. And I'm not...
That's
I don't
fine.
like...
That's fine. Okay, but you can assuredly tell me if you're, if you're doing something right now, like if you're standing up, sitting down, laying down, you can assuredly tell me that. Are you sitting down right now? I'm just assuming, but...
Oh, I'm in my room, laying in my bed, holding the phone, looking at the Discord and speaking through it to you.
All right. That's fine. But if I was to ask you the question, are you 100% sure that you're laying down? What would you tell me?
Yes. Yes.
Ah, there you go. Oh my. See how easy that was? That wasn't so
Hey
bad.
man, I don't know you. I've been in enough talks with people on the server where the question is, I feel like it was asked specifically in an ambiguous way, where they could take it any direction they want just to smear a
Did
person.
that sound ambiguous to you?
Well, if you ask a person if he's on Discord, you can tell him, yeah, I'm 100% sure I'm on Discord. Well, how are you on Discord? Aren't you in real life or whatever? You know, you could go it that way.
Well, that wasn't the question though. The question was specific to, are we talking on Discord? And then I just went ahead and made it super redundant and said, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord right now? And so even you stating that to me right now means that you understood the question, but now that you're restating it the way you are, it makes it sound like I was actually asking something else that I wasn't asking, which there is no gimmick here. It was a straightforward question, which needed a straightforward answer, which you didn't reply with.
I mean, the suspicion was because you asked the question in the same way like 10 times.
Well, no,
instead of
wasn't the same
giving
way.
it a longer description.
It wasn't the same way. It was not the same way. The first
I mean, you repeated
question
it.
was, well, I know I didn't repeat the same thing. The first question was, are you talking on Discord? And you said, yeah, of course. No hesitation. So when I just went ahead and made it redundant, right? Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? Now I give it a level of certainty where you absolutely know that you are talking on it. So I understand the psychology behind this. You don't. So by that, you're put on the spot to actually think about the question in a way that made it sound like I'm asking something else, but it's not really. So the mind tries to realize, what is this? What are you getting at here? Is this a gimmick? Is this some kind of like trick? Do I have to, can I answer this correctly? Am I going to get like told that, you're wrong, it's a gotcha? No. It's basically, if I'm telling you to tell me exactly what you're doing and to be sure of that thing that you're doing, then you're telling me that, yeah, I understand reality as I know it is 100% what I'm saying it is. Like, I'm talking on Discord to you right now 100%. I'm laying down in my bed.
Hey, Bootman, wasn't your...
Go ahead, Diesel.
Hey, Bootman, wasn't your original question how to talk to like a random person out in the real world about flat Earth? What's a good thing to like see if they're able to like you're basically asking like what's good
I can tell you
pre questions to see if they would. Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking
like how do I figure out if this person will,
how to differentiate a person whether they think in facts or beliefs, like their worldview, without antagonizing them in just a few sentences, like in a few interactions.
well, what do you have any question? Do you have any questions that you ask people before you talk about flat Earth, or do you just talk about flat Earth with them?
It doesn't have to be about flat Earth. I mean, it could
Well,
be.
yeah,
but,
I know, but you're asking me what else can you talk about to see if they're capable of seeing the flat Earth truth, right? So my question is, do you have any questions that you would ask people before flat Earth? For me, it's the moon landings, and I'll ask about 9/11 and some other things in history, that
yeah, but
in my opinion we were lied about.
That's. I feel like that's not good enough because it has the potential to antagonize a lot of people you meet with.
But I don't know, man. I think
Well,
you're too concerned about people's feelings.
do you think that
He's too concerned, Diesel. I think that man's too concerned about people's emotions to get engaging with anyone. So, like, let's say if that was your concern, Diesel, you were too concerned about someone's feelings, you wouldn't talk to them about truth at all, because truth is something the person does not want to hear. So, if somebody was to pull you over, Diesel, and says, "I'm going to tell you the truth," what do you think is going to precede that? Something nice? No, I don't think so. So, and Bootman is saying, like, well, you got to gauge the person to see where they're at. If they're not feeling too good, don't engage, because that's not going to be good for you. So it's all about feelings at this point. It's never about the truth anymore. And the truth, if it's going to be spoken, if you think it's time to talk about it, right? If there's an opportunity and you're going to speak about it, you can't be like too concerned if like how, let's say, if you're going to antagonize them, because like the truth, it doesn't matter on its face is antagonizing as it is, just based on the truth, because their worldview is based on the Earth being a globe. And so if you say that it's flat and stationary, it's going to go fly in the face of what they think anyway. It's going to antagonize them no matter what.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like showing your hand too soon might bite you in the long run if you meet too many people too many times.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to avoid that personally.
You have to kind of craft your approach to it, because it's not like. Go ahead.
Like if they already have the like fact-based like thinking patterns, I guess we could I could make friends with them, and in some weeks or months I could get to the topic that I want to get to, like for real. But it'd be worth the effort. With a person who's based on belief, it wouldn't be worth, and I would know that like perhaps in an hour, 2 hours of speaking with them usually. But how can I?
You could just ask the person.
Cut the fat.
You could just ask the person. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I get it. You don't want to waste any time. Is that it?
Yes.
Right. Well, I guess fuck around and find out, right?
Yeah, exactly. Roger, you know what I'm talking about, bro? Like, that's what I mean. That's what fuck around and find out, bro.
I get it, especially if it's loved ones, right? Close ones. You don't want to. Is it worth fighting over something you find out, right? So when I first found out the Earth isn't the ball, I wanted to shout it up the roofs and talk to everybody, but that kind of beat me in the ass because I wasn't really into the sharp arguments. You can tell anybody Earth doesn't feel like it's rotating, or it doesn't. It looks flat, right? But you need to master the sharp arguments, the good arguments, so you can rebuttal stuff, right? You're more confident then. So I think that is what you're onto, or not?
To me, it's not really about like truth or even debating the person per se. It's like for example, I've lived 31 years, and I found in this time I wasn't looking for them, but I found two people that I can like confide in with like this knowledge and information, and they will actually engage with me. You know what I'm saying? And finding these people is extremely difficult. And for now, I work as a cabbie, and out of 2,000 people that I've spoken with in the past couple of months, I found one more person that I can confide in and have a normal what I think is a normal conversation, which should be a normal conversation with. And with passengers, there's not a lot of time to gauge those kind of people. And usually, if I go with like truths or ask them about their worldview straight off the bat, some of them get antagonized. I'd like to avoid that.
Yeah, but fuck 'em.
So, but for example, I found one way to gauge people for now. Most people who live in this like belief mindset, they also have this not an I mindset, as in he the person, but a we mindset, as in we the people. So I just asked them about the weather, and as you can tell from my accent, I'm not like American or English. So in my language, there's a differentiation between plural and singular when asking about the weather. So I just asked them in plural, as in me and you. And if they answer back as in we think about the weather this way, then I pretty much know I can't have a normal conversation with them. If they tell me like, what are you asking me? Are you asking me or are you asking our opinion? I'm like, aha, I can talk to them. Sounds kind of crazy, right?
No, I get what you're saying, man, but
basically a gauge of, it's like a skepticism gauge.
yeah, because they're more apprehensive whenever they're saying we. I get it, but like still, I mean, if you're a snake charmer, then you'll be able to get in there, do your thing. But if you're not, then you're just gonna be like, oh fuck this, I'm not gonna get near it. But like that's how you learn how your verbal judo becomes even better, because you're able to navigate around that. If you're good at it, you'll be able to do it. So you're saying it's a roadblock. I'm saying, nah, that's just, you can work. There's workarounds, man. You can work around that.
I guess we have a different worldview. I just don't want to waste my time. I'm not going to pretend I can save everyone, let alone myself.
But that's not the point, though, man. It's not. You're not in there to kind of rescue them. You're going to do due diligence for speaking of the truth. So you're going to try to figure out what is their mental roadblock, and you can talk about different things that they might want to engage with. That could be the suspect, right? Like maybe they're just too trusting, or whatever it is. There's certain flaws in their logic that can lead you to the understanding why their roadblock would be what it is. Not specifically the topic, but it could be like the questions that I asked you. These are your mental roadblocks, and the reasons why like you're apprehensive from answering the question, like what I just displayed to you, is because maybe you've been in these conversations, so to speak, of like where it seems like you're being set up for a fall somehow. So you're trying to avoid that. But if you're speaking truth, there shouldn't be any fear of that. You just speak the truth. And if somebody doesn't like it, fuck them. Like that's what you perceive. But because you're so careful, yeah, go ahead.
If you had answered my question straight off the bat before asking me that question, I would have no qualms of answering you straight up. But since I haven't gotten anything in return and I wanted your opinion, I was tiptoeing.
Yeah, I know, and you shouldn't. When you are speaking of the truth, bro, you need to just go straight into it. Like, okay, let's talk about this. And if when you do that in a conversation, people can connect to that. If they're like saying the we, or we think that the weather is whatever, then you're gonna feel like, okay, that I need to figure some way to kind of work around. Like, what is their flaw that they have in their logic? But because I didn't give you anything, you could have just been like, yeah, you know what? I'm 100% sure. Like, I don't give a shit. That's just true. I know it to be true because I'm sitting fucking down right now, or laying down, or whatever you said you are. So regardless if a person's like if I had a gimmick or something, like, how do you know you're laying down? You could be in a simulation somewhere. Like, you could be like, dude, I don't give a fuck what this is. I'm laying the fuck down right now. Right? Do you see where I'm going, Bootman? Like, you can't escape the fundamental aspect of using our senses in this reality. So I don't give a shit what somebody tells you. You could turn around to them and say, look, you can call it whatever you like. I am laying the fuck down talking on Discord right now. That's what I'm doing. So you want to call it whatever you want. That's what you think. But it's not. It's what I'm telling you. So
I got an idea, right? If you want to be more straightforward and not ask about the weather, I mean, you could ask something that is happening in your country right now, which an example in the Netherlands, they want to fuck around with the farmers and try to disown them and try to reduce their cattle. So something you can ask. So what about these farmers, right? And what do you think about it? And if you get a mainstream answer, oh, these farmers need to fuck off and they're all messed up, right? Then you know, oh, this is a waste of my time. And if you get something like, well, I support them or whatever, right? Then you could dig another layer down. So what's your thoughts about this or that? You know, maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's got a lot to do with human psychology, to be honest. This whole business of talking about the shape of the earth conversation. A real big portion of it has to do with that. And, you know, some of it has to do with going out into the field and actually testing things. But the majority is the mental blockage that people put up because they're tiptoeing, as you say, Bootman, walking around on digital eggshells. It's like, or what? You know, so you try to show a mind that it should be out here unafraid and bold and brash and like, look, man, if you perceive life one way, just say it. Then we can identify what issues we can address. But if you don't ever say, if you're tiptoeing, then you're just concerned about what somebody else might perceive of you. And it's like, if your worldview was truly you haven't heard the clip, but these 99%ers, man, okay? And I've asked this question to many people, and what will astound you, have you heard that clip, Bootman?
No.
Well, shit, man. I'd like to play it for you. Roger's heard it. Mostly everybody here's heard it. But the reason why, I think this will bring a little bit of clarity, well, at least from the stance of like it being me asking this question to many people, right? So let's just give me a moment, all right? Let me cue this up. I mean, if you ain't going anywhere for like 14 minutes, it's only 14 minutes.
Okay.
All right, 1 second. Here goes. I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're getting,
are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
Yeah.
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's
But just sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, you said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
No, so I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me if you're not. We'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
it. Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying about any. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one. No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. I've literally had false memories. So you're the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
Not 100% with anything. I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. That just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying. You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conveation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even
guy.
sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now? Yeah, I think so. I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so. Oh.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before? Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so. Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
No, you don't remember when he's eaten. Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain is?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere? No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay, so you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth?
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over. Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Who's getting the wig snatch today? Join the Flat Earth Discord, join the live stream VC, and Mayhem will take you through the 3 points.
Pretty cool, huh? Oh, shit.
Having listened to that all, I feel a bit offended now. Because I did answer you that we're speaking through Discord with 100% certainty.
No, you didn't.
Which was the point of the question. Yeah, I did. I said we're speaking through Discord. That was mine.
You changed what I said. And it's not what you said, it's what I said. So it's not your changed version. It's
I
what
said I'm speaking through Discord.
Yeah, you said I'm speaking through it. That's not the question. The question was, are we talking on Discord? Are you 100% certain that we're talking?
I know, but the whole point of your question was, as per the video that we listened to, or the voice, whatever, right? Was if a person can be 100% certain of something or not. So I kind of got that meaning from me just by me answering it in that way anyway. So what was the point of that whole ordeal?
Bro, we didn't, you're not going to solidify that you're 100% certain by then restating it in a different way. I said it in the way that everybody can understand what I'm saying and what I mean. You understood what I meant. Now you're changing it around to make it sound like, no, I was 100% sure. Bro, you're a part of the numpty clips. Like, that's all there is to it. Like, there's no redeeming way that you're going to come back from that. Like, it was your honest way of approaching it from the time that I told you. So the very first question that I ask you is, are we talking on Discord? Oh, yeah, sure. We're talking on Discord. When I said, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord? You're like, oh, we're talking through Discord. And you started to get changing it around to like fit your example. It's not fitting your example. You understood what I said in the very first time, right? So I can't give you a mulligan to then let you try to rethink and redo it. So you understood what I said the second time. You're just now trying to save face, which I don't know why.
Yeah, bro, this should be an easy yep, done.
That's it.
That's the whole point of the question. It's a little bit of a trap to see if you're going to fall for the mind virus.
And you did.
I see. So I fell for the trap, huh?
And you did. Yep. 100%.
Okay.
Well, it's not really a trick question. It's just you end up kind of exposing your own self. I mean, not you particularly, but that's the whole point of the question. Who's got the mind virus?
So if you're not being truthful, if you're not being truthful, it's going to come out in these questions. Because you understood it, not to say that there was a language barrier and you didn't understand. I'm going to call bullshit on that.
I didn't say it was a language barrier. That was someone else.
Well, no, I know, but I'm saying that. So if there wasn't any miscommunication in like what was being said, I don't buy that. I know that everything I said was conveyed over in a very well understood manner.
No, I'll just cope with the fact that it could have been interpreted in more than one way. Ergo, double speak questions. But that's on me because I didn't trust you.
Double
So,
speak.
well, yeah.
It wasn't double speak, bro. It was a redundant. I could give you that, but it wasn't double speak.
Seemed that way to me at the time.
Well, your interpretation of it doesn't negate the fact that you then thought about it differently because I said, "Are you 100% certain that we're talking on Discord?" That doesn't negate the fact that you thought about it differently. When in the first instance you didn't. See? Thank you.
Was that you who came up with that question, Nick?
What
originally?
Talking?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was because I actually it was a glitch. I caught it one time. I asked somebody because I don't know if I can't remember the actual instance when I actually came up with it, but it was maybe a line of logic that we're getting into that I was like, it made me stop and think because we were struggling with the person understanding like the concept of like flat Earth from like we were giving them all the precise information and we just couldn't get the person there, and I'm like, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. Like I felt like something's missing. So I said something about like, are you 100% sure? I think we're talking on Discord just to kind of see in my own head. I was curious, right? Just to see if they were, because I heard of like a simulation being a thing, and so I was thinking maybe this person thinks we're in a simulation, like perhaps. So this is a good way for me to gauge with like the person, like where they feel they're at with reality. And so when I said that, they were like, no. I was like, oh fuck, there it is, right there. They don't even know their own reality. So then I was like, how can I phrase this to where at first it sounds like I'm just giving them like, hey, we're relaxed, are we talking on Discord? And the person's more easy because like, yeah, we're on Discord. Sure. Are you 100% sure? And when I state it that way with the inflection of my voice, it makes it sound like, oh, what the fuck? What do you mean 100% sure? I just answered that. So it gets them to like then realize, what reality are we talking? Is this real? Is this the real life?
Or is it just fantasy?
You know what I'm saying? That's what it helps people understand. Like, oh shit, now I gotta really think about it. And people even tell me, that's a philosophical question. I'm like, fuck
what?
That, dude. I'm serious. So it's like I start to realize that it was like you can't skip it. So it's like first you got to give them the real easygoing version. Like, are we just talking on Discord? And if they struggle with that shit, then you're like, oh fuck, dude, we're way beyond the second one.
Nurse.
Yeah, exactly. But then so then I was like, well, this seems like a little good combo here. The 1-2 punch, which is Bootman thought I was like gonna trick him. Ha, gotcha. But it was more like, he got himself, Congratulations, you played yourself. Because all you needed to do was be honest, man.
So do you think I think we're in a simulation now?
Nah, it's not that, but like
no, you're just in the 99% club now, bro.
Yeah, the 99% club. That's it.
Okay.
I mean, you can be redeemed, but I'm just saying the very first time that you came into this, it was we can tell that the mind virus is still with you. Like it's at some level of your cognitive thinking skills, it's still like you would still factor it in like, is that a train coming down the tracks? Okay, I'm not really sure. Like could be. I'm only 99.9% certain that that's a train. So
I might just lay down and take a nap though, which is weird because there's a train in the background. You guys might literally as soon as you said it.
Interesting.
Well, it seems to be the fundamental flaw in people's logic when they come into this room, which we don't actually know because we're engaging on the common sense level, on the level.
There really is level.
Yeah. Engaging.
You actually answered my question with this. I can use that.
Use it, bro.
Yeah, I will.
That's what it's meant for. It's just a tool, really. That's all it is. But it helps get to that level faster than just like having to go through a lot of therapy and asking a bunch of shit questions.
No, it's really genius. Like you like you said, you do the 1-2 punch, Like, it's genius. No, really.
Yep. But like I said, though, Boot man, it's no slight to you, man. But like I said, if you can come back from this shit. It's like you can actually say,
If you want to add me into the clip, go ahead. I'm fine with that.
well, yeah, it's. I would say that anybody that comes on here and I ask that, they're automatically a part of it because we record 24/7. So I got a guy.
Oh, I knew that from the beginning.
Yeah, his name is Clipcord, so he's just making clips like all the time.
Shout out to Clipcord. Shout out to Baked Goods as well.
Bro.
Trying to steal Clipboard's thunder. I see you guys competing. No competition doesn't hurt anybody.
I'm telling you, man, that's a friendly competition. But Baked Goods is I don't know. He's not. I don't want to say. Don't hurt me, Baked Goods. But Clipcord's got some game. I'm just saying he's got some game.
Yeah, you got some competition, Baked Goods. So let's just put it that way. If you guys want to find the clips, they are all. Those two boys have been compiling all their clips in my server. I'll drop a link. You guys are welcome to pop over there and grab clips and drop them and that kind of thing. It's more of an archive, less of a place to hang out.
He's on YouTube live stream text chat. He's saying, no, I'm helping him out. Oh shit, Clipcord's got some people now.
Okay. There's a link to my server. Yeah, they each have a channel in my server. All the clips. You're welcome to go over there and grab clips from there if you'd like, or add to the pile.
And now Clipcord's giving me some work, man, because now I got to pump out my because I got to do work. So he's putting his finishing touches on the sound bites and the clips, and I got to put them into the video form on my channel so that they can be enjoyed by everyone.
Shout out to the whole team, man. Y'all hear that train? Told you I wasn't. You might not be able to hear it.
Yeah, Clipcord's a fucking man, dude. That's all I'm saying. That's why I put the Thug Life glasses on him and the joint in his mouth.
Hey, you know what? Central did that too. I'm about to follow up. He's put stick a joint in. I already got the glasses. I was just missing the joint, so I'm gonna do that today.
Do you want it? I have it as a
Do you have it as a without the background?
Yeah, here.
Ooh, send that.
I'm gonna put the glasses.
There's more.
Oh shit!
I was gonna just put my face on here, bro. You know, the me holding those flat Earth things. I was just gonna do that. Might have to do the joint for a little while.
Where is that?
Fix up the confusion. Man, we got a dream team in here, man. Shout out to the whole, everybody that's playing the role, you know? Clipcord's doing his thing with the clips. And I was doing my thing with the soundboard for a long time. And now we got some soundboard goons taking up the mantle. I see you out there, Resolve, Miggy, Heretic on the soundboard. Let's go. Everybody out here doing their thing.
Resolve is really on it though, man. Resolve made me laugh when he comes in with the sound clips, bro. Because I was like, "Where's CB at, dude? You're not in the chat. It's Resolve." I see you, bro.
Hey, I'm training up the goons, yeah.
And he's got the goon approved. Fucking Resolve, dude. Nah,
hey, Miggy, though, I got to teach you how to use the other side. But it's pretty easy. Pretty easy.
The commands, yeah.
Yeah, you can just do it in the block commands. /play. It'll open up a whole list. Or you can do /list. See the whole list there. But yeah, /play. And what should I do? Oh yeah, here's a good one.
But you can't ever threaten the production crew here.
Yeah, that's something you can't do.
You better never threaten the production crew here. I freaking love those Dano clips so much. You're here to win. Let me play that. They're so relevant because it was the Ultimate Fighter, season 9. Like that's so relevant to us, dude, because we're also in season 9. We're not on Flight Pass and stuff from 2015 anymore.
And if you didn't know, You're
If you don't know,
somebody.
yeah. If you don't know what the goes on at this show by now,
You're here to win.
I understand
Did you come
that.
here to win this show?
Yeah, I did. But it's
Well, you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do. You're wasting his time and my time and your own time.
you're here to win. Did you come here to win this show?
Some good
Like that's
shit, man. So-
it's like perfect for the ballers because they come here goofing off. It's like, dude, did you come here to like? Didn't you come here to basically win or learn or something, man? You can do push-ups and jerk off, cartwheels. Too good.
We got Shab K in the chat. Shab K, what's up, man? Hey, yo, Shab K. What's up, Shab?
Send in the clowns.
Is that resolved? Is that you resolved?
I'll have to teach him how to use the other one too. We'll do a
Shab
little
K,
math.
what's up, man? We can't hear you, bro. Like you unmuted your mic, but any shit coming out.
Sorry, I like changed my name.
Huh?
I changed my name.
I recognize the voice.
Change it.
What was your name?
Yeah.
Bro, you the guy? Are you the guy? You're the guy, aren't you?
Yeah, great.
You said that there's flat water and you can still have an Earth curve, right?
No, I didn't say that. No. I said like the sun doesn't go down.
Oh, where's
you're the Bangladesh guy.
Yes.
Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Bangladesh,
It's
bro.
Bangladesh. Let me rename you Bangladesh guy. How about that?
No, don't even. I don't want that.
Well, what are you gonna rename yourself something then, man? We're waiting here.
Okay, Bangladeshi. BANGLAD.
No, I said you do it, fool.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yo, Bangladesh. Let me just say this, bro, preemptively. Just one thing you got to know. Flat Earth is Earth outside, where the sun goes down. A lot of people get this weird idea that flat Earth should be something different. It should be like this and like that. No, it's okay. We all live on the same Earth. You can think it's a globe. That's fine. But we're saying the Earth that we all live on is flat, where the sun goes down and everything. So you gotta understand that.
No, it's okay. I'm not here to debate. I'm just here to listen. You know.
That's fine. I'm just letting you know.
Well, no,
You were saying that, well, because I'm telling you that we all see the sun go down and we're flat.
Oh, you're in this chat, bro. You don't got a fucking choice. You gotta man up and debate. And just kidding.
I mean, I understand how perspective works, and I'm pretty sure
No, you
that's
don't.
not how it works.
No, you don't. Hey,
when something goes further away from you, obviously
Bangladesh.
it does.
Relax,
Like,
brother.
okay, relax.
Bangladesh, relax, bro. Hey, I sent
What? I didn't.
Bro,
understand.
have a
I'm
seat
sorry, I'll just
right
mute.
over there.
I'm sorry.
Right over
I'm
there.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let me just mute myself.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so the little joint thing I put in there until the sunglasses too.
All right, sweet.
Live stream voice 6. Anybody can actually use this if you want to. You can put them on your avatar. I was
Theme
gonna do
time,
the-
season 9.
It's fucking season 9, bro.
All right, sweet. Good luck now.
Bangladeshi. Fuck, that's better than what you had before. Shop K. What the fuck is Shop K, bro?
I'm just random words.
Bro, it sounds like you're talking from an internet cafe. Is that where you're coming to us at?
No, I live in a third world country. Like the Wi-Fi is very bad.
Oh, no, I'm just saying it sounds like there's more people around, so I was like, good, maybe more.
Oh, not people. Like the streets are so loud. Even like though it's 12 a.m. right now. I'm 12 a.m. Yeah.
Hey, you guys know that this guy's talking to a bunch of flat earthers, right? Everybody can hear me? This guy right here that's talking on the mic to just kidding.
Get him.
Okay.
The police are gonna come for you now. They're gonna attack you.
It's fine. Let me.
What are you doing? Get out of here! You're breaking the law.
It's okay. I don't speak like that, my friend.
No, they do, not you.
Wait, the police.
Yeah.
No, the police speaks like different. Like we're slightly different from India, you know.
I could have fooled me, bro.
Oh, I'm so sleepy right now.
That's what the globe will do to you, man.
That's true. But do you guys never sleep? I see you guys like 24/7. Like,
dude, we got shit to do, man. We got more Bangladeshi people to tell that the Earth is a globe, and we have to fight against them and hurt them.
Okay, but still, I think you guys should rest. You know, like
no, fuck that, dude. No, don't, no.
It's not good for your health. Like,
you're the one who said you were tired.
Yeah, you're the one with the bad health trying to sleep all the time. Like, damn, bro.
I mean, no, I'm not trying to sleep all the time. It's just night, so I want to sleep.
Well, there'll be time to sleep, just not right now.
Clock
in. Wait, someone joined.
Good.
You were breaking up, CB. Want to go again?
Oh,
someone joined my server from here.
Okay. No.
Oh shit!
Haha, looks like I have better internet than that guy, even though I'm from Bangladesh.
Your shit's all fucked.
My phone's getting hot. All right.
What'd you say, Bangladesh?
I have better internet than that guy, even though I'm from Bangladesh. Haha.
No shit, dude. You should have like about 10,000 ping where you're from.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me unmute Diesel. You were hot micing, bro. That's why I muted you, bro. I'm gonna unmute you. You there, Diesel?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. I just saw you were hot micing, and I didn't want to hear you to other people to hear your shit. Might be talking about something. Anyway, we got Bangladesh here. Now he's gonna tell us how the Earth's a globe. I don't know how, but he's got the secret sauce.
I don't have the secret sauce, but
no, okay.
Other people do, and I listen to them.
So, who do you think we should look to, Bangladesh? What information can give us the idea or the knowledge idea? The knowledge
I mean, Google. You can like Google everything, and it'll just show
Google. What do you mean Google, bro? Come on.
I mean, just Google like what you're like thinking of.
Bangladesh, you don't think that by this time, 8 years into it, we would have already Googled the shit out of this? You don't think that would have ever happened to all of the people that are in this Discord? Nobody would have ever Googled that shit.
Yeah, like, don't you ever think, like, why is everyone like round earther?
No,
like,
man, I'm asking you a question, man. Fuck that. I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
You don't think that?
No, but I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
I don't know.
You ask. Wow, what do you mean you don't know, bro? Like that would have been the first fucking thing we've done. Like I would think.
Yeah, that's true, but
we done.
Yes, but you can find almost anything on Google, you know.
Yeah. Does that negate the fact that the information of the globe is not being told to us by Google? No, because it was. It still is.
I mean, like there are like great scientist debaters, like who can debate you guys. They're like good debaters. I watched like a video of like Dr. something Matt explains or something. I forgot his name, but he's a good like
man, link his shit. I want to see who you're talking about.
Okay, I will link his YouTube.
Yeah, link his YouTube. I don't know who he's talking about. We'll find out.
I'm saying he said doctor.
I don't think it's doctor. I think I know who he's talking about, but it's not a doctor.
It's a
professor. I hope he's not talking about Dr. Dave.
Oh yes, Professor Dave. Yeah.
Professor Dave?
But he's not professor.
You're talking about Mr. fucking Potato Nose? Like he's...
And like Professor Dave explains or something, his channel's name.
He's not professor.
Bangladesh, that motherfucker doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. The fuck?
We had professor. It's called Matthew, but he's not anymore also here.
He's really good at maths, you know.
Good at maths? Is he good at being able to discern what reality is? I fucking don't know shit, bro.
No, I watched like his math videos and it was really
Great. You know what? Let me give a round of applause. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I'm giving him a round of applause for his mathematical skills. Good job. He knows fucking math. 1 + 1 is 2. Good fucking job. Now
that's not what.
Wait,
like,
are you
knows,
99
like,
sure?
very, like,
Huh?
complicated maths.
Complicated maths? Man, how do you know he knows complicated maths if you don't even know what
his
he's saying?
videos. I watched some of his
Yeah. But do you know what he's talking about? Because you're saying complicated maths. You don't know if he's doing complicated maths or not because you don't understand it, right?
No, yeah, he like explains it in a way that I understand.
So that's complicated.
He just uncomplicated it for you if you understand
Yeah,
it.
complicated on stuff for me. Yes.
Yeah.
So
and how it's working that geometry?
Doesn't change the fact.
Huh?
And how it's working that geometry, Matt? That complicated thing called geometry. How it's working?
Yes, I think I.
Wait, we can get some complicated math for you. What's 1 times 1.22?
1 times 1.22, 1.22.
Hey, well, there you go. That's about as complicated as it gets.
That's not complicated. That's so easy.
Shit, dude! Did you just say 1.22? Give the man a cookie.
It's not complicated, bro.
Yeah, it's not complicated. Like
that's the whole point.
Now, now, question, Bangladesh question. If 1 point per 1.221 is 1.22, why is there 10.99?
Yeah, in reality, it's not getting up to 22. In reality, we're actually the answer is coming out to like 10 miles or whatever. They're claiming you're saying it's not complicated. They're claiming that the distance to the horizon or Earth curve is at 1.22
no, I don't
miles.
understand those stuff. I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hang on, man. I think you're missing something here, and I'm just about to play this clip that I think you've been missing. And just hold tight for me 1 second, Bangladesh. All right?
Okay.
Here you go.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the.
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
And proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave. It's just a little name.
I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I did work in I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music, and then I moved down to Los Angeles again for music opportunities. But I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off, and so my boss came up to me and he said, "Look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here." They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really, really hate it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. Or a lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave. It's just a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really, really hate it.
Professor Dave. It's just a little name.
I'm just a clown on YouTube.
such a savage. That's a savage video.
Outro doesn't finish.
It's still going.
Yeah.
And in
There you go. There you go, Bangladesh. There's your hero.
So he doesn't actually have a master's?
Okay, it doesn't, but
Okay, he doesn't, but
that doesn't matter.
Okay,
Just like
he doesn't, but
it doesn't
here
matter.
comes my excuse. Dun, 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 dun.
Well, he has people. Professor Dave has people that tell him what to say.
Okay, if that's what you're saying, then
does that mean that he doesn't know anything about complicated math? That
nope.
Professor. Okay.
The only reason you believe him is because there's other people telling him what to say, and he hires people.
Bars.
He has people behind him.
Dude, I mean, even if he
okay, but what he's saying is not false, right?
No, it is false.
But if you're like talking about like math, like a degree, everyone that has like most people that have a degree are around.
He doesn't have one, dude.
No, hold on.
Yeah, he doesn't have one. I know.
Hold on,
but if you're
leads me
talking about
into
degree,
you know now.
Bangladesh. Let me because this leads me into a clip. No, let me just play you a clip of a person who has a master's degree, and we'll find out what they think.
It's very simple. Like, first you asked me for my accolades. I explained it to you. Now you're cutting me off, and I'm telling you that what you said is incorrect. An opinion can be incorrect. Period.
I don't think an opinion can be incorrect because that's what a person's.
If I say the sky's green, that's my opinion. Is it incorrect?
I don't think that's your opinion. That's your viewpoint. What do you mean?
Masters agree, bro. Masters agree.
Yo, Aaron,
I promise you, bro.
Hey, that's your friend, Aaron. This is what. If I say the sky is green, that's objectively wrong. My opinion is incorrect.
That's the best thing right there. Go, girl.
I can't believe that we're even having this conversation.
The
That
sky
an
is
opinion
green.
could be incorrect.
She never said the sky was green.
I gave an example. She said that.
Okay, this is a master's degree, and they're not any smarter than you think they are. I'm telling you, degrees don't give you a free pass.
That's what I'm saying. Degrees don't matter. So like it doesn't matter if he has a degree or not.
Bangladesh, why are you changing your fucking name, bro?
You said, but
because
people with degrees they all believe in round Earth. Yeah, well, listen to this person with a master's degree. They're just as dumb as Professor Dave without a degree.
You guys like say that he doesn't have a degree, so I say like lots of people, like everyone like that has a degree are round earthers.
Bangladesh, can you quote one thing what Dave is making sense? Only one.
One thing, one like what? From whom?
From Professor Dave.
Oh, like maths? I don't know, like algebra.
You know your name's going back.
Can you tell me one thing what he's making sense for the globe? Only one, not all of them, because he's making a lot of shows.
Okay, I will make one sense. He says that the art is round. That is something that makes sense.
Okay, that means that Professor Dave said that Earth is round, and that's making sense because Professor Dave said that it's round.
Yeah, making sense is a low bar of criteria. Okay, it's a low standard. Because I watched Dragon Ball Z, and that makes sense. You charge up, and you get extra power. That makes sense. Just because it makes sense doesn't make it real, my guy.
But if I say that Earth is not round, that is not making any sense.
That's interesting.
Because I'm nobody, and now I'm.
No, that's not like. No, that's not the reason. Like, I know the art is round. So if he says the art is round,
no, you don't know the art is round.
Correction, you believe.
I mean, okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I believe the art is round. Like,
okay.
Yeah, but you.
So if someone says the art is round, I will believe.
You believe, but you said Professor Dave has good arguments. Can you tell me one of them? Which one is that?
Oh, I mean, I watched
Just
his
one,
math
not all
videos.
of them.
No, I
Just
watched his
one.
math video. I haven't watched too much of his debate. I only
That
watched
means
his like math
you didn't
videos.
watch anything about Professor Dave. You don't know what he's claiming,
I
but
watched.
you.
I literally no. I actually watched like his math
Okay,
videos.
tell me one argument. What Professor Dave is saying?
He did. Wait, why would he argue on a math video? He explains maths.
Tell me what he explains. Only one argument, not all of them. I told you. I didn't tell you. Tell me all his shows.
Okay,
Only one
sure.
argument.
Integration.
What's the argument, bro?
No argument. Like you don't have argument like on maths. Like what?
But you have to put it into an argument, though.
All right, fine.
No,
What did he
I'm not
explain?
talking about arguments. I haven't watched
What
any
did he
of his
explain?
argument videos.
What did he explain?
Integration maths. You know.
What the fuck does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, that doesn't have like I said before. I only watched
what
his
the
like
fuck?
math videos.
Dude, Bangladesh, man, get it together, bro. What are you talking about?
No,
he
you're
made
just
sense-
asking me. Like, no, you're just changing the topic. Like,
no,
I said a countless times. Don't ignore me. First of all, don't ignore me. I said I only watched his math videos, nothing else. Okay, do not ignore.
But you said he said the Earth was round, bro. So we're trying to address that part. You know what we're here for?
Yeah, he argues against like flat earthers. I know that.
Yeah. So what are the arguments? He's asking you what the
I
arguments
haven't watched any videos, so I don't know.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about?
hell?
I did. You're like now. I didn't watch his videos. I did watch his videos. I didn't watch his videos. I did watch. His videos. Fuck, bro.
Stop! Don't do this. Don't do this. I
Don't
told
do
you that I
what?
only watched.
I'm repeating
I
back.
only watched his math videos.
So now
I
you
haven't
watched them
watched
again.
Any of his debates.
Now
I
you
haven't
didn't watch his
Are you
debates.
stupid? Are you stupid? You're
bro?
acting like on the purpose.
You said he said the Earth is round, bro.
Are you being stupid on purpose? Are you being stupid on
No,
purpose?
you're the one being stupid on purpose. You're saying I watched his videos. No, I didn't watch his videos.
Let me speak. I watched his math videos. I have never watched any of his debate videos. Okay, are you like? Do you understand now?
So how do you know he argues for the globe? How do you know he argues for the globe?
Because I know that he has made
You've seen it
videos
Quay.
about like at least like
You've seen him on his Bangladesh.
Yes, but I haven't seen enough.
The videos he saw a video is like a list of videos. He saw the list of videos.
Oh, so he's a
Yeah, and I saw
There's some of them.
no, and I saw like one of his videos about
some of them were
arguing against
Bangladesh. Question: did you see?
Oh, dude, I fucking got you. You said you didn't see any videos about his debate videos. Now you said you seen one. Fucking Bangladesh, dude. You've been a little liar, haven't you?
Bro, like, brother, like let me speak. Why are you
And what's actually even worse is he still can't name any argument that Professor Dave supposedly made.
Yeah, because like you guys are like doing this on purpose to like make me look bad. Like let me speak. Okay, let me speak.
No. Only this.
No, you have spoke. We're just holding you accountable to what you already said.
Okay, let me just clear things up. I have watched his videos, math videos, and I know that he has done debate videos. I watched one, but I haven't like watched it enough to like know his argument. I just like
Okay, in that one video, what he's saying.
Evidence do you have?
I didn't watch enough. I just like because it was too long. I didn't watch enough. It was too long. I just like stopped
That
watching.
means that you didn't watch anything.
Yeah, I didn't watch any debate.
Yeah, okay. That means that you cannot invoke Professor Dave because you didn't watch him even.
I was gonna say, why even bring it up? Why even bring it up?
I only brought up once. You guys keep bringing him up. You guys keep bringing him up. What do you mean? I have only brought him up once, and then you guys just clinged to him. You guys clinged to him. You guys didn't let it go.
Yo, Bangladesh, we don't give a flying fuck about him, dude. And you're the one that brought him into this conversation.
Then why are
you brought him into this conversation, bro, thinking it was relevant to the discussion.
I only said his name once.
Bangladeshi, how do you know that he knows the math, complicated math, if you didn't watch him?
Because I watched his math videos. I watched his math videos, okay?
And what he's saying?
And he says like maths is like, I mean, he explains maths, like his name, Professor Dave explains maths.
So what's your evidence of the globe without using Professor Dave's work?
Oh, I've like
Since
told
it's
it
so
before. I cannot give you evidence because like I'm not like smart enough or like knowledgeable enough.
So you don't know. In other words, you don't know
I'm
that
not.
the Earth is a ball. You just believe that it's a ball, right?
Yeah, I believe that the Earth is round. Yeah, but I don't know like.
So, yeah, you believe, right? Yeah, you believe it, right? Okay, thanks.
We're all good over here, man. With you saying you believe, we're all good.
Here's the issue, Bangladesh. As you go up the totem pole, because what you'll do is you'll point to people above you. There's some smarter people above me that have the answers. So when we go to them, they say the exact same thing you just did. I don't know. I'm not qualified enough. I don't have all the answers. So then they point up higher, and we go to that person, and that person says the exact same thing. Oh, how do you know that? Because what you're doing is you're pointing at some vague entity over in the corner somewhere that has answers.
Because I actually don't know anything. If you have seen like any,
no, neither does anyone else. I'm trying to point to you is that they don't know anything either. They just believe like you do.
That's what we believe.
Okay, have you
Bangladesh? Have you ever seen a water?
Yes, we've spoken to PhDs, astrophysicists, everyone on the totem pole, high and low.
How many people
thousands, tens of thousands.
How many people have gone to space?
I don't even know, bro.
Nobody's gone to space because it's not a real place you can go to.
Oh, so they're all on the lie.
No, they just believe like you do. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But also, they believe they have gone to space, but they haven't actually gone to space.
Correct. There was a TV show. There was literally a TV show about that. Didn't even watch the show, but they told people they were going to send them to space, and they never did, but they believed it.
Yeah, Bangladesh. Check this out, man. Hang on before we keep talking. How many people just like you area believe that people go to space? How many people that you know of?
Everyone.
Okay, so you just already. Hang on 1 second, bro. Can I get to the end of my statement? You gotta get me. No, you're cutting me off. No, hang on. So it's like this. If you just stated that everyone where you're at believe that people go to space, how do they know if they're just like you that just believe it?
Because they've watched videos of rocket going like up to space.
So have we.
So has everybody.
Yeah. Why don't you believe?
What? Because you can falsify that. Just because you see Bigfoot on a screen, why don't you believe Bigfoot? I've seen pictures of the Loch Ness Monster. Why don't you believe that?
A bunch of people.
It's not reality. That's why.
In real life, the rocket took off in real life. The rocket took off.
Fine. There's nothing that's preventing you from shooting rockets up in the sky, bro. I did that in Boy Scouts when I was a child. People love fireworks. Those rockets are going up, but they are not going out, my friend.
There's live footage of the rocket going up, and then the person.
Yeah, that's fine. They're going up. They're just not going out. Nothing's leaving reality.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, conspiracy theory. No, you gotta provide evidence for that shit to go into space. You can't just.
You're calling the second law of thermodynamics a conspiracy theory. That's a natural law, entropy. That's not a conspiracy, my friend.
I don't believe it.
I even came here and told you that I don't want to debate, and you guys still like.
Hey, you know what we're here for?
You know what this is.
I just came here to listen.
Don't even come in there with that kind of attitude, man. You know what this is.
I came here to listen.
Know what this is.
Let me say this: Dave Chappelle had a joke about this. Dave Chappelle had a great joke about this. If people walk around, yeah, sure he is. But if I walk around in a police officer uniform and people come up to me like, officer, help me. And you're like, well,
Bangladesh, you said that you are here for listening.
It's like an officer, doesn't mean I'm an officer. It's like, do you?
Be a robot.
Is it my?
You said that you are here for. Did you say that you are here for listening?
Yes.
Okay. Is this your first time?
No, I have come here before.
Did you listen even before?
Yes, I wanted to listen, but you guys.
Okay, and what did you hear from these people? What they are saying?
I didn't listen. I couldn't listen ever.
Oh, but did you listen?
I'll restate it, Sasha. I'll restate it.
Okay.
So, is large bodies of water on the surface? They're pretty flat, huh, Bangladesh? They're flat on the surface. Large bodies of water.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay. Is the Earth still a globe?
I don't know. I believe it's a globe.
Even with large bodies of water being flat on the surface?
I mean, yes, but I have to check it out myself. I obviously can't take your word for it.
No, not taking my word, but hydrostatics, the properties of water at rest. When water is at rest, the surface of that water is flat and level. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I have to research it myself. That's why I don't want to like.
You don't know if large bodies of water, like in a swimming pool, right? In a lake, in a pond, bodies of water, when they're at rest, they lie flat on the surface and level.
I mean, yeah, like from my perspective, from my point of view, I see it flat
and level, right?
Yeah, and level, yes, from my point of view.
Okay. So, at what point do those large bodies of water that are flat and level start to curve?
We are too small to like notice the curve.
That's not answering the question. Answer the question, please.
I don't know. How would I know? Like what? I don't know.
You're believing there is. Hold on. Let's go through it. Let's walk through this. So let's start with small bodies. We've got man-made things like a swimming pool. Is that big enough?
No.
Does that start
more?
Okay. All right. So how about we go out to natural things like a pond or a lake? Would you say that's big enough?
Too small. We need like an ocean.
Okay. So the ocean. So only the ocean. Okay. All right. So then when we go to the ocean, they're claiming that at 1.22 miles, we went over this earlier, that's where the hill of water is. So you can definitely test that, brother. I did this in San Diego in 2021 for a whole month.
It carves little by little, every single like inch. Like it's so little that you cannot notice it ever.
That's the
It's not about noticing, it's about testing that claim. Okay, I'll agree with you that you can't see it, even though I have citations of people that are globe that say you can see it. And we can tuck that in the chat. I'm sure Shasta knows what I'm talking about. But I'm not even talking about just observing. You can test that.
How?
Okay, so if they're saying it's at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the surface, and you're seeing 10 miles, what happened? Where's the curve that's supposed to be blocking that hill of water?
Yeah, when like a boat comes from 10 miles, you'll see that you see like the front of the boat first, and then like the like back of
10
the
miles
boat
is
and
too
top
far.
of the boat, as if like it's coming like from like downwards. It's not coming straight forwards.
No, you're just saying that. No, you're just listen. You're just saying that. That's the claim. But that curve, 10 miles is too far.
No, but you can literally watch videos of like
Bangladesh.
boats,
I went to the beach. I
boats
tested this
coming
myself.
from very far, and then you being
Yeah. But we've all seen this, but the issue is you're talking about an optical phenomenon.
You can literally test yourself.
Yeah.
If you see a boat,
but you're talking
you have seen
about
a boat coming from very far.
Dude, hold on. You're talking about an optical phenomenon, right? Something that you see.
Yes.
Okay, and then attached to that, you have basically the claim that this is caused by the physical obstruction of the Earth. So what we're asking is, what's the evidence for that claim attached to the phenomenon that we observe? Because it can't be like, well, we see the phenomenon, but that would be circular logic, right? Well, the boats disappear because Earth is a globe, because the boats disappear because Earth is a globe. That doesn't work.
No, not disappear, but appear like in a strange way.
You're just referring back to the phenomenon again.
But yes,
right.
Like
so you have an optical phenomenon. You see something happening to the boat. That's the optical phenomenon. So now we have the supposed explanation for that: a physical obstruction by the Earth. Okay, what's the evidence for that?
Yeah, we're going to get into Bangladesh's true epistemology right here. On 1 second.
So where's that curvature? Can you show me that curvature?
It's too yes. If you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature. Brother,
zoom out from where?
Zoom out? Are you talking
from
about
outside of Earth?
How would you do that?
Outside of its atmosphere.
How would you do that?
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out?
The clip,
I mean, you have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
All right.
So what are you trying to say?
I don't know where to go with that.
Like gravity
Get towards
No, like because if you
flat or something when you're
There he goes. Gravity. Right, Bangladesh?
But this is the logic. If you go to space, you can make the photo.
Claim things so far, like
Wait.
it's like
If you go to space, you can make a photo of the sphere. But if you go down because of gravity, you cannot measure the sphericity.
you guys not being able to have like a normal discussion, like proves that my point of you guys like not.
Bangladeshi,
Have you guys like, ever wanted to have like a normal discussion? No, all you want is just like make me look bad. Like that's okay.
Listen,
I don't care. That's
Bangladeshi,
fine.
only small logic. Your logic. If you go to the space, you can see the sphere, but when you come back to the ground, because of gravity, you cannot anymore to have that sphere. But gravity is pulling down in your globe model. Gravity is doing that you have the sphere. Did you know that in your model?
Okay, brother, can I say something? You know, I just came here to like discuss, maybe like not debate.
I am repeating what you said. I'm not.
No, can you no? Okay, just like let me speak, please. I don't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me.
Okay.
Like I want to have like a civil discussion where like
So what you're
you guys
saying
help
is
me
that
understand.
gravity
I
is what
know-
causes
Oh,
all things to come into the...
You're making me angry. Oh my gosh, why do you do this? But what I want to say, I want to have like a civil discussion with you guys, and all you're doing is just like, yeah, attacking for no reason. Like, let's have a civil.
No, I'm not attacking you. You said that you are listening, and I asked you a question. If you're listening, it's not your first time. If you remember, I asked you, what did you hear from these people? That means if you were listening, that means that you know why I'm thinking that Earth is flat. Now you will tell me why I think that Earth is flat, because you were listening.
Because you observe it being flat.
No, that's
and you
not
have measured it. And you have measured it.
Okay, and what is showing that measurement?
The measure shows that it's flat.
And what is not showing?
That it's not round. It doesn't curve.
And what to do now?
I mean, believe in flat Earth, I guess.
No, what I will do with my brain? How I can?
How you can what?
Now, when I realize there is no. Okay, Anna, stop it. When I realize that Anna, please go away there. Sorry, my daughter. When I realize now that Earth is not curving, that it's measured flat, what shall I do now?
I don't know, like, believe in flat Earth, I think.
Why should I believe?
Because that's what we observed and, like, measured.
Well, why you are not believing then?
Because for me, it's, like, almost impossible. Because, like, I didn't measure it myself, or all I'm hearing are claims, right? So, like, I have to, like, research myself, and then I will see. I will see.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In meanwhile, why you will speak about? For now, why you will speak that you believe in? Why you will speak all that nonsense?
No, because my default position is a globe Earth, but I will see if I change.
Yeah, but if I'm global, I will protect myself with the data, with the reason, not with some bullshit from my head.
No, I don't have a reason. I just like it's just my default position. Like some people are default religious, you know.
Okay.
Hey, Bangladesh.
I do believe in
have you heard of
reality.
celestial
Also.
navigation?
Huh?
Have you heard of celestial navigation? Do you know what that is?
Not really.
Okay, it's where somebody that's navigating the Earth can use the stars to triangulate their position on Earth. Okay? Now, when we talk about simple shapes like a triangle, right? A triangle has to have 3 straight sides, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I drew a triangle for you and it had a curved line in it, is it still a triangle?
I guess, yeah.
It's still a triangle with a curved line?
Maybe. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think.
Okay, so all right. What about a circle? If I have a straight line on a circle, is it still a circle?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so is a straight line a curved line?
Wait, what do you mean? If you have a straight line, if the circle has a straight line, or the straight line is above the circle or something.
No. Can a circle have a straight line on it? Can a sphere
No,
have
of
a
course
straight
not.
line?
No. It can't. It can't.
Yeah or no?
No, it can't.
No? Okay, alright. Why? How come?
Because it's a sphere, and spheres cannot have straight lines.
Yep, okay, alright. So now back to celestial navigation. So they use something called triangulation to get the angle to a star, right? Or have you ever heard of a thing called a sextant?
No.
Okay, so a sextant is just basically it's an angle measuring device, and you're measuring the angle from your position to a star. Okay. Now, if the surface of the Earth is curving away from you, then how can we triangulate our position on Earth?
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Okay, so remember how I asked you about a triangle, right? Triangle has 3 straight lines, right? And if it doesn't have 3 straight lines, it's not a triangle, right? So there's not going to be any calculations happening, right, with this non-triangle.
Yes.
So in theory, when navigators use celestial navigation, a flat Earth is required to triangulate their position and get an angle from the horizon to the whatever celestial object you're navigating with. So if you're on a ball, how can you triangulate your position in theory using a triangle? How do you use triangulation on a ball or a sphere? How does that work? How do we get our angles?
I'm sorry, I think I'm like a bit too dumb to understand. It's
Celestial navigation requires a flat Earth.
Really?
And you may be confused why I'm asking you about triangles, but if you look into celestial navigation, you will find that a bendy triangle will not get you an angle for your ground position.
Your brain hurts because you've never used it before.
I mean, I'm not really good at astrology. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
you've
sorry, I
never
don't-
used that. You've never used your brain before. That's why it hurts.
yeah. No, I have used, but I haven't used it like on like
Nah, I don't think so. Because all of this stuff that we're telling you, everything that we're telling you right now is something you can comprehend. You just choose not to. That's the only thing. You can comprehend.
No, I actually.
Maybe
comprehend what Diesel Boy is telling you.
Maybe
right?
because we are more
Bangladesh?
complicated.
Bangladesh.
Yes.
You could comprehend what Diesel was telling you, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, so what was he saying? Just name anything he was telling you.
Like, if we like triangulate stars, we can know our position or something.
Yeah.
Like if we look at the stars and triangulate, and we can know our positions.
Yeah. How do you think that's possible on the Earth? You need to make a triangle, right?
No, wait. I still like do not like completely understand what. I'm sorry.
okay, so
I'll just leave. Goodbye.
You'll just leave. Goodbye. What you talking about?
I don't know. I don't understand astrophysics and stuff.
No, this is not astrophysics, bro. This is just simple.
I mean astrology or like it's geometry. I don't understand geometry.
This isn't astrology either. This is just basic shapes.
I don't understand basic. Like I don't understand how you can know your position like from
Yeah,
stars.
hey, no worries, dude. Like, you know what? We got visuals. Hey, there's nothing to worry about. Right?
Hey, they've been doing it for thousands of years.
All right, let me see if I can pull.
I haven't researched about this stuff. I'm mainly like good at programming. And like that's all.
You're good at programming, but you don't know shapes? That's weird, bro.
Yeah.
How can you do
Hey,
that?
you should ask yourself why I'm asking you if a triangle can have a curved line in it, right?
real
And you
quick.
said,
Yeah,
you go
hang
ahead,
on.
Mickey.
Yeah. I just want to show. I want to show Bangladesh. Look at the live stream voice text.
Okay.
Hey, look at what I just posted. You see the shapes that I posted?
Wait, you posted a meme or something?
No, that's the Nato.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, I posted a meme too, but like, you see the one I posted? There it is.
yes. Oh, no, I know that.
Right. Well, let's have a look, right? No, wait. Yeah, hang on, man. Let's just have a look, right? We got a circle, we got a triangle, we got a square, we got a trapezoid. Do you see all those shapes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So now, do you see that triangle, that pink one?
Yes,
left?
I do.
Okay. So when we're talking about a triangle, do you think that's pretty difficult where your brain starts to hurt to comprehend what a triangle is?
No, not really.
Okay. So now.
No, but
let's take what? No, what?
No, but it hurts when like you say like you can like know your position or something like from like
let's
making a triangle of the stars.
let's slow down a little bit, right? So let's slow down. And the way I'm going to pose it to you is the top of the triangle, right? Let's call the top of that triangle where the point is at the very top of that. Let's call that the place where the star is, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the bottom on the bottom left, let's call that where you are. Right?
Okay.
But now the triangle that's going to meet like directly from the top of that triangle, draw an imaginary line straight down in the center of that. Right in the center of that.
Wait, the bottom of the triangle is where I am at?
No, the bottom left. The bottom left is where you are.
But am I not on like the circle? Or like the
No. Don't pay attention to any other shape. Just only the triangle.
Okay.
Only the triangle. Okay. So you are on the left point of that triangle, like the left side, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the top is supposed to be where the star is. The top of the triangle. Okay, so from the top of the triangle, you're going to draw a line straight down to the bottom.
Okay.
Okay. So that line that goes straight down, when you go right in the center of that triangle, then from the bottom of where you're at right there to the left where you are, you're going to draw another line.
Wait, can you like what? From the top of the triangle.
Yeah, here. Let's break this down. So I'll do it. There's a simple.
It can be hard to explain this to somebody new.
It's not. Like, hang on, just give me a moment. All right. So look at live stream voice text. There you go. All right, do you see the first image?
Oh yes, I see the first
on
image.
the left. Okay, so you're where the X is. See that X?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, you see where the star is, right above the yellow arrow, like right where the red arrow intersects with yellow. That's where the star is. 90 degrees below that star, right underneath it, where the white line meets the red line. That's called the GP, or the ground position.
Oh.
Okay. Do you get it?
Okay.
Okay, so from the ground position of the star to the observer, which is X, that's you. You're actually observing the star with a sextant, with that tool, the sextant. So you're going to see the star with the sextant, and it's going to be represented in that yellow arrow. So when you see the star, from the star all the way to down on the red arrow, all the way to the ground, that's the ground position.
Okay.
Are you following me?
Yes, I think.
Okay. So now look at the blue line underneath you and that white arrow.
Okay.
It's straight, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the triangle that you see here can only happen if the Earth is not curving anywhere at the bottom where the white line is. You cannot have 90 degrees, which is like where the white line and the red line meet. You couldn't have that 90 degrees right there to the star. Right above that. You couldn't have that if the bottom. So if the bottom line, which is the blue one, which that would represent the Earth, right? The blue line represents the Earth. So if the blue line is curving, now let's go look at the right image. The image on the right. It's got like an oval. And do you see the yellow line that's curving? So the X is the little white X is supposed to be you. The yellow line is the curved line. And the blue oval is supposed to be the Earth being a globe. Now, on this way, where you're trying to look at a star on top of a globe, which this is just a circle and an oval, what it's going to do is you can't get a 90 degrees from that curved line on the bottom, the yellow line that's curving.
I mean, we can't get a perfect 90 degree.
No, you can't get. No, stop. No, you can't get one at all. Bangladesh. Don't fall away. Don't go away. You can't get, no. You can't get a 90 degrees from the curved surface. I need to make this very clear to you. Don't go away from this point. You can only have a 90 degrees on a flat surface. You cannot now imagine that it's going to be a 90 degrees on that curved surface. It's a curved surface. It doesn't matter how small or big. It's still a curved surface. It doesn't matter.
If it's like
it's a curved
when you make it like very big, when you make it really big,
it doesn't matter. It's a curved surface.
It does. When you make the
to me? Are you listening to me?
Really big,
are you listening to me, Bangladesh?
It looks to us.
Bangladesh, are you listening to me? It's a curved surface.
Yes, but the size matters, you know.
No, it does not.
But
no, it does not. No, it does not. It's a
size really doesn't matter.
No, it does not. It's a curved surface.
Okay, sure.
Okay, it's a curved.
Why would you say that it matters? Why would you even say that it matters?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter.
Don't start him up again. No, it doesn't matter. It does not matter because it's a curved surface. A curved surface will always demonstrate that you cannot get 90 degrees from the GP of the star to where the star is, because
obviously we can never get a perfect 90 degrees. We can never get a perfect 90 degree, obviously.
And you can't measure to the star, Bangladesh. Sextants would not work because you could not measure it to the star, and you need to. So it does not work on a globe. It can only work on a flat surface.
Why couldn't it work on a globe? Because
you cannot get 90 degrees.
For example, if you
have you not been listening?
Bangladesh,
okay,
are you listening?
In your laptop,
repeat what I said.
Okay,
repeat what I said. Repeat what I said. Repeat what I said. Bangladesh, stop. Repeat what I said.
It cannot work on a curved surface.
Why?
Because you cannot get 90 degrees.
Thank you. Now that you know that, right, because you repeated it, I want you to think about it, because it's not just repeating it. Now think, why can you not get 90 degrees?
But can I say one thing?
What?
Because when you have let's say a software where you can simulate a circle, if you make it big enough, very, very, very big, and you are very small, and you stand on top of the circle, you'll look
fuck that information, because it's not the Earth. Fuck that. Whatever you're saying, it's a computer, whatever. We're not doing that on computers. We're talking about the Earth.
And then it works. You can do that in a simulation.
The Earth, Bangladesh. The actual.
What is the Earth?
The Earth is really massive. So big. The Earth is so big.
No. Who's telling you this? Who?
The Earth is massive, you know.
Yeah, no. Who's telling you this? How do you know?
I mean, there are so many countries. And they're so far apart from each other.
Who cares about that? How do you know?
Okay, how do you know the Earth is small?
How do I know the Earth is small? That wasn't my claim. I didn't make any.
Hey, Miguel, can I ask you something? Hi, Bangladesh. Hi.
Yes,
How are
hi.
you? This is Jamesy. How are you?
Oh, hi. I am good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Hey, I mentioned, you guys mentioned the Earth, and we're trying to, keep it on the real Earth level. When you think about the Earth, when you think about that word, what do you see in your mind? What image you see? Earth.
I see like a massive ball.
You see a massive ball.
Very big, like very big.
So, have you ever seen this massive ball that you see inside of your mind? Have you ever seen this with your own two eyes?
No, but I've seen pictures.
Okay.
I haven't seen like completely, but I've seen pictures.
So when you think flat Earth, what do you see in your mind, Bangladesh?
Like a massive flat surface.
Okay, a flat surface. You see like a disc flying through space, a disc.
Not disc, but like very big, like flat surface. Like we don't know what's underneath or something, or like what shape it is.
Okay, that's I like that replay, kinda. Yeah, okay. You see a flat surface, and then you look up. You're standing on the flat surface, on the level surface, horizontal, motionless plane. Then you look up, and you see things in the sky, lights in the sky, going in cycles. Right? You can look up and observe that. Works fine, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you still, and that's an idea that you might be having. But when you think about Earth, you're thinking about the globe. But think about your immediate experience and reference, and how everything operates based on your sensory system, right? And how you operate in reality, step by step, right? And things that you can verify based on that. But the thing is, my point was that you see this image of the globe in your head, bro. But remember, you that's in your head still. Where is in reality? Where can I find this globe in your head? Where can I go find that?
I mean, here, right here, if you look at it from very far. But you have to look at it from very far to see it. Like,
I'll be listening. My bad. I got my question in. I'll be listening. Thank you, Bangladesh, for the replay.
Yes, you're welcome.
Hey, Bangladesh.
Yes.
Hey, so when you walk outside, would you agree that the sun is moving across the sky? Or that's what it appears to be?
Yes.
Okay, now you understand that heliocentrism tells us that the Earth is spinning around the sun and the sun moves because of the spin of the Earth, right?
I guess.
So back to, I don't know what the guy's name was before. He was trying to get you to trust your senses, right? Well, this is kind of an example of that. When we look up, we see the sun moving in the sky. Same thing with the stars and the moon. But in heliocentrism, you have to believe that there's a different cause for the sun moving across the sky, which is Earth spin. Now, can you demonstrate? Could you show me any evidence that the Earth is actually in motion and it's spinning on its own axis at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? Or is it just a belief?
I mean, for me, it's just a belief, but I can say the same thing like for the flat Earth. I see the sun going down, but the sun is obviously not going down, right? But can you like prove it like with like my observable? Prove it something with observable?
Yeah,
like,
but
obviously you can.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
I'm just asking you. I'm asking you if you agree that the sun appears to be moving in the sky, right? And you said yes, right?
Yes, the sun appears to be going.
That's
down,
all I'm asking, right? It's the sun that appears to be moving, and that's what our senses tell us, right?
Yes, our senses also tells us that the sun is going up and down.
Well, it's not, but
Yeah, see, same thing like applies for both sides. Because like, not everything we
You see
observe is
how
what
you
is
see
actually
how you've
happening.
been you see how we've been programmed to believe things that are antithetical to reality, like when we see the sun moving, but it's not really moving. It's really us. We're really moving. It goes against our basic senses. Do you see that? And then you get stripped of your power to trust your own senses, right? So then how do you know anything?
We know from like calculations and actually seeing it and
Yeah, but
stuff like that.
do you have
But like we cannot
have you
trust
heard
our eyes for everything. The same thing applies for both sides. So when do you feel Earth spin? Then, so when do you see like the
Okay,
sun
so
going across instead of above?
okay,
Yes.
so do you have evidence that the Earth is spinning on its own axis at 1,000 miles an hour?
Can you,
The sun.
he said, when I cannot trust my eyes, tell me.
When you can't trust
Oh
your
wait,
eyes.
what are you gonna say?
Yeah,
You're saying that because what were you gonna say? That because the sun is moving in the sky, that's the evidence of the Earth spinning?
No, that's not what I'm going to say.
Okay.
You
The,
All right.
the evidence of the Earth
What were you
spin is
gonna
something
say?
else, which is like beyond. No, it's like beyond my capabilities. But people even before like they were like they went to the moon or stuff, they knew that the art like the sun art was moving. I think like because of calculations and stuff, which is I don't really know much.
But you said that
Yeah,
you
you
cannot
don't
trust.
have to know. Just say I don't know if you don't know. That's all
Yeah,
you
I
have to
don't
say.
mind. But these
I don't
guys
know.
attack me
You
like
don't
Yeah,
know.
every time I say I don't know.
but you said that we cannot trust our senses. Can you tell me in which case I cannot trust my senses?
Okay, I'll tell you which case.
Okay.
I see the sun going down, but obviously that's not what the sun is doing, right? I see the sun
Okay.
going down, but obviously that's not what the sun is doing.
Okay.
You believe that, right?
Can you give me another example what is not Earth?
Yes, what? But I gave you one
Can you-
example.
Okay.
You believe that it's not really happening, right? So same thing like, applies.
Wait,
what's
what?
what's the
Tell
same
me
for both of us is we both see the sun moving.
Tell me something what is
Yeah,
not
we both see the
connected.
sun going down.
No,
but
man, I want something what is not connected with the Earth, but I cannot trust my senses. Tell me one example.
I gave you an example of the sun.
I'm
Do you want
telling you,
another
I'm
example?
asking you, tell me one example what is not connected with the Earth, sun, stars, but I cannot trust my senses.
Oh, there's
Just
not
one thing.
connected to
Just
the
one
sun.
thing.
Okay, sure. Hallucination. You
Hallucination.
Yeah, you hallucinate when you're on the like desert and very like dry.
Okay. Am
Wow,
I
that's
hallucinating? Are we hallucinating now?
No, we're not hallucinating right now.
Okay, that's not good example. Give me some good example.
No, but I gave you a
When
very
we
good
are,
example.
give me,
I gave you a very good example of the sun going down, right? You
sun
also
going
believe that the
down.
sun doesn't go down, right? You believe that the sun doesn't go
Okay.
down. So it's the
Okay,
same
great.
thing. Like, I don't understand.
Okay. Can you tell me now how you sun is going down? How you can and what you experience the sun is going down? Are you experience movement of the sun or movement of the earth?
No, I see the sun going down, right? I observe
Are
the
you
sun going down.
experience movement of the sun or movement of the earth?
I experience the movement of the sun.
Okay, that's all.
Okay.
Nothing is tricking you.
Yes,
Yeah, see, you're saying that you're only saying that because you're only saying that you don't trust your senses in this case because all of your preconceived beliefs are going against
I'm saying
what
that
we're telling
even
you.
you guys don't. No, I saying that even you guys don't trust your senses.
But
Like,
listen, this is your example.
wait,
If you're on road, if this is your senses. If you're on the road and car is coming, you will move because your sensing is telling you if you stay, the car will kill you. But if you observe the earth and if you see the flat surface, then your senses is tricking you. Is that true?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, even you guys don't believe that the sun is going below the earth, right? Do you guys believe that the sun is going below the earth? We see the sun going below the earth, but obviously it's not going below the earth. See, like, so I don't understand what problem you
But
guys have.
if we tell you that we don't care about sun, what you will answer?
What? You don't care about the sun? What do you mean? So you believe that the sun is going
Okay,
down?
sun is sunrise, okay, above the sea level. Then it's shining. Then it's morning. Then it's going up, and it's a day, and it's still above the sea level, above flat surface. And then it's going up, and then it's going down, and then it's sunset. Then it's dark, and then it's dark above the sea level. There is no more sun. Listen, the sun is away now. There is no more sun, but that sea level, it's still leveled.
Yes,
that's why
we observe the sun going.
Yeah, but the
going
surface
under the
of
sea,
the earth,
going inside the sea, right?
The surface of the earth didn't change whatever sun is doing.
All right, looks like we got a new person coming into the chat. So Bangladesh, you might want to just have a seat for a moment.
Okay, yes,
we
I'll have
got
a seat.
Yoshi on steroids. He had a lot to say in the lobby as to just let him talk, let Bangladesh talk. So now you're on here. Looks like you were cognitive dissonance, but I went ahead and took you off of that so that you can come in here. Yoshi on steroids, are you there? This is your big moment. Go ahead and unmute.
What's up, Yoshi?
Well, you were talking this and that in the lobby. You have the ability to speak now. You can do so. Now you got nothing to say? It's up to you, man. Do you want to go back to Cogdis? Because I gave you VC verified so you can come in here and speak. If you're going to just be wasting time and not do that. Hello?
Pretty decent amount of chat history. You could probably go in there and see if there's anything interesting. See, good 34 pages. So there's a lot to say in the chat. But yeah, dude, chime in, bro. It's okay.
Yeah, Yoshi, chime in.
Have you been high up in a plane? One of the messages.
Hello.
Hey.
What's up?
No, I'm not muted anymore.
I know. So what was your position in the lobby saying that let him speak? Go ahead and tell
Well, I just think that you should let him speak and not interrupting him. That's my opinion.
Why was he saying correct things?
Huh?
Was he saying correct things?
I don't know because I wasn't listening.
Well, how the fuck are you going to interrupt then and say that you weren't listening? Now I'm going to get on your ass.
Everybody has the right to speak. What the hell?
What do you mean you're the right to speak? This ain't a democracy, fool.
Nonsense. You should have a right to speak, and you should let him speak whatever he says.
Well, what the fuck do you think was happening when he was saying things that were incorrect? Think about it.
I don't care. You should let him speak.
You don't care.
Yes,
so
I
this
don't
is
care.
a server according to Yoshi on steroids.
Right?
That's what this server's about. This server's about Yoshi on steroids dictating what needs to go on here. Well, Yoshi on steroids wants something to happen, so we gotta.
That's all you're doing. You're like shutting people up, and then bring your arguments without letting them bring their arguments.
Also, you're moving your yapper. You're moving your yapper right now, and I'm shutting you up. Is that what I'm
Listen
doing?
to Bangladesh. He asked how you know that he's speaking nonsense, but you keep interrupting him anyways.
He's taking 5 right now. He's having a seat. He's already tired of trying to defend something he only has a belief in. Now we're looking to you. What do you have to bring to the table?
Well, you're quiet as fuck. I have to make you louder. What did you say?
What do you have to bring to the table?
Well, I just joined the voice chat to listen what other people have to say, but yeah.
All right. Well, you're here now, so you have your mic open. What do you think about the topic?
I think that Earth is a globe.
Okay, and why do you think that?
Because it's more realistic.
Okay,
A
in what
flat
way?
Earth is physically impossible, or like
In
less
what way?
possible
I
than
don't want to hear about your feelings. I don't care about your feelings. In what way?
Sorry, I was just amused by what he was saying within the first 5
Also,
seconds.
not everything in space. It's like a ball too, just like Earth. So why can't it be a ball too?
Okay, so everything in space.
Everything is based on
everything in space. Yeah, that's my view, but you doesn't match with mine. That's why we cannot argue.
I mean, you can have. Listen, you can think whatever you want. I'm only asking for evidence, bro. That's it.
My floor is a light bulb because my ceiling has light bulbs.
What evidence do you have, Yoshi?
My bird.
Am I interrupting you? I'm asking what evidence you have. Just bring it. You have some evidence.
He said his words.
Stars,
Sorry,
moon,
Yoshi?
sun, everything.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
So what do you think are sun and moon? What are they?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Let's start like this. If you're going to point at something, let's call it the moon, and because that seems circular to you, you're then going to assume that the thing that you're standing on is also circular too, or round. How would you prove this though? Because at the moment it just sounds like you're making declarations. That is a tree, so I must be a tree too. When you go to the forest, for example, that's how coherent this argument is. The thing is, how do you prove that this, the Earth, is like that, the moon? You can't just declare it is because one thing is looking like a circle, so the thing you are on must be too. You have to prove it, sunshine. You can't just declare things, otherwise you sound like a religious idiot, standing on the floor and making declarations. How do you prove it is our question.
Well, do you have pictures of a flat Earth from like the third person? Like not only that is no curvature, but an actual pic of a flat Earth. Do you have that?
Okay, so what you're saying is you believe the Earth is a ball because of pictures taken from space.
Like that, yeah. But do you have like a model of a flat Earth, an actual model?
No. 2 seconds on what you just said. So, can you verify pictures from a place that you can't go to?
You can go.
Can you? Can you go to a place that doesn't exist?
Oh, shit, he said you can go there, Jedi. So obviously, I guess we can go.
And that's what I mean. I'm saying that space exists, but you say that space doesn't exist. That's why our two views don't match.
Do you want to know?
It's impossible for us to argue because you have different beliefs and different facts.
Listen. Do you want to know why we don't believe in the second law of thermodynamics violation you call a vacuum of space? It's not just because we see pictures and go, it's because the vacuum of space violates natural law. Do you know what natural laws are? Things that apply
Why
always.
don't you believe in the vacuum?
Because you can't have gas pressure, the thing that's keeping you alive at the moment, in an open system, which they declare the Earth to be. If the Earth was an open system, we wouldn't have gas pressure because there's nothing to press upon. And the gas, according to entropic law, would increase and disperse into the vacuous space. Because that's how natural laws work in the physical and natural world.
Gas pressure exists.
Yes, we have gas pressure. Do you know what the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is?
You don't need a container for that.
Oh, see, but you do understand that when I hold on, my friend, very quickly, you do understand that when I do put gas into a container, the consequence of that gas is now it is under pressure, right? You understand that, yeah?
Yes, but there's no gravity in a canister.
Okay.
Like, wait, listen.
No.
There's the Earth core, the center of Earth.
You're just going to make stories again. I'm going to get you down to the proof of your story, and you're now going to have to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or at least point to the phenomena where your assertion of gravity is actually affecting gas. Can you do that?
Hold on. Can I explain to you how Earth has Earth pressure without being in a container?
No, you have to answer his question. He asked you a question, and you have to answer it. That's how this works.
What was his question?
You didn't fucking pay attention, dude. Listen.
No, my mom came into my room.
All right, well, restate it, Jedi.
Right, so first of all, you're going to give us a scientific experiment that proves gravity, or you can at least point to the phenomena where your assertion of gravity affects gas. Which
gravity
directions?
is basically attracting things to the ground or to the middle.
Awesome. That's brilliant. So gravity's the direction downwards, yeah? I drop a rock, it go. Awesome. Which way does gas go?
It also goes down because it's attracted by gravity.
Does it go sideways? Does it go up? Does it go in all directions? Is that what gas does? Does gas go in all directions, does it?
Well, it depends. If the air is like closer to the Earth's core, it goes down.
Dude, you do understand that the gases of the Earth are produced within the mass of the Earth, you know, the trees and on the surface level, and their first instinct is to fucking go away from the thing that you're still keeping them there. Do you know what the inverse square law is? Further away from mass, gravity decreases, my friend.
What?
Yeah, you don't know what the inverse square law is. Right, let's do this even more simply. You understand wind goes in all directions, but gravity is just a vector downwards. Therefore, you don't have an observable phenomena to start your science with, even if I gave you fucking gravity. Yeah.
Then explain to me why air pressure is on the ground higher than in high air.
That's called a gas pressure gradient. To achieve a gas pressure gradient, you must first have gas pressure, which requires a container. You can have a gas pressure gradient when you impart energy, let's call that heat, into the system. That's easily.
Wait, hold on. A container doesn't have a center with gravity pulling the air towards it.
You don't even have. Hold on. You don't even have gravity at the moment, mate. We're talking about the necessary requirement for gas to be under pressure is the thing that it presses upon. That will be the container, and why it's in the fucking word, pressure. Because the gas needs to press upon something physical, like a tire on the ball, and the consequence of that physical pressing is the gas is now under pressure in that contained volume. If you remove
only
the
like
container,
that because you don't believe in the gravity.
shall I tell you why? Shall I tell you why? Because I've asked you 5 times at least to give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity. You've got nowhere near that. And I've just ruined your argument because gravity doesn't affect gas even when I give it to you. There you go. You can have gravity. That's why the rocks fall.
Gas has mass, and everything with mass is attracted by gravity.
Excellent. Show me gas attracting gas then.
What?
Show me gas, which is mass, attracting gas, which is mass. Show me gas attracting gas. And you do remember that the gases are produced here at surface level, and I told you that they go up into the sky away from the mass that is said to be attracting it to them. So, no, there's no observable phenomena when we're talking about gases being attracted to big things. The only way that you can stop gas is by physically containing it. The gas has hit something in front of it and then has an elastic collision and goes in another direction until it reaches the limitation of its volume. If you uncontain the gas, what happens to uncontained gas, my friend? Does it fuck off?
It fucks off.
Uncontained gas bursts out, but only if it doesn't is attracted by gravity.
Awesome. So, save time. Sorry, you are now going to at least give me a scientific experiment that proves gravity.
I don't have a scientific experiment, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, let me tell you, there isn't one. You know the mass attracting mass? That was superseded by Einstein. There's no experiment that proves mass attracting mass.
He's having an issue because he's grabbing the word gravity. He read the word on a book, right? Gravity does things, right? So he's using this word, these letters, and he's picking it from the book and saying, "Hey guys, gravity does things." But he thinks that's all he needs. That word say gravity. But sir, you have to provide an example of the cause and effect relationship that will bring you to the conclusion that word means something and it does stuff, right?
Okay, can I have like streaming perms that I can show to you on Paint?
It's not exactly, but my point is that you can't just say one word and say this word does stuff. You can't do that, sir. That's not.
You're assuming that you know what gravity is, and then you're applying it to another.
We don't screen share in the live stream. Just so you know, not one person has that ability.
Okay, so
if you can share, you can share a link. You can share a link. You can share a link, and we will look at it.
We're also looking for a real world example as well.
I mean, let's put it like this. No, you're fine. Let's put it like this. And we're trying to help you, if anything, by asking you the question to provide the scientific experiment that proves gravity, because you should, through your own research, be really pissed off if you don't find one. There isn't a scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend.
Can I at least show you a sketch? Can I make a sketch and send it to somebody?
Oh, we're going to use drawings. We're not going to use like real world experiments.
Only to add, I will find interesting because Neil deGrasse Tyson, communicator for the mainstream science communicator, will say, I don't know what is gravity, but you will tell me now that you know. But science communicator will say that he doesn't know. Why?
I just want to show you a sketch of what I mean.
I'm asking you this question.
We know what you're saying, brother. We know what you're saying. We're looking for a real world demonstration of what you're saying. We know what you mean.
Not a sketch. A real world demonstration. We know what they said gravity was. We know that. We're looking for a real world experiment.
Well, I think the gas pressure gradient is enough. Like when you're on the ground.
Sorry.
Let me talk.
No, sorry. You can't point at the sky and declare the claim, which is the sky, to now be the proof for that claim. The proof and the claim can't be the same thing. So you can't just raise your arm to the sky.
If you are just about to say a gas pressure gradient and then we have a vacuum, you are talking about an entropy decrease, which is a violation of laws of nature. Entropy increases. Gas disperses in all directions and disperses into lower pressure environments. What you're going to say is eventually the gas doesn't do that. There's a decrease in entropy. You're going to have to provide a physical demonstration of a decrease in entropy and weight your Nobel Prize in physics. Because it can't be achieved.
Gas has mass, so it's being held by gravity. And when it's closer to the Earth middle point, then there's also more air molecules. So that means
how many times are you going to say it?
Higher pressure because there's more air molecules.
Where's the gas produced, and why are you so surprised there's more gas closer to where the gas produced as in further away from it? Why are you so surprised that there's more gas down here where the gas is produced at surface level, within the trees, within the biological and chemical cycles of the earth upon which you stand? Why are you
saying
confused?
that gas would all go into lower pressure zones? So
no, what we're saying is
held by gravity.
Hold on. Again, that's a declaration. You're going to have to prove it with a scientific experiment. But I'm going to tell you for what happens to be the 10th fucking time now that gravity is just down and gas expands in all directions. In actual fact, gravity isn't even mentioned in the second law of thermodynamics. It's never mentioned in any laws to do with gas behavior, because we understand how gas behaves. It doesn't go away from a big thing, let's call it the mass of the Earth, and get homesick and decide to come back. That's what you're saying. The gas gets far away from the Earth, where the vacuum is, where it should disperse into, where there should be an increase in entropy according to laws of nature. But you think the gas stops and comes back because the thing it left behind was big? You're an idiot. Surely you must understand that that's ridiculous to suggest it, my friend.
Nah.
Say gravity. Say, good. Say gravity again. Then give me the scientific experiment for it.
I don't have a scientific experiment for it because I just came here without preparing anything.
That's fine. Well, let me take you through it. The mass attracting mass thing that you've been talking about was superseded over 108 years ago. The Newtonian gravity, the one that Newton himself didn't want to be associated with because he called it a magic at a distance. It was laughable. Then Einstein comes along and supersedes that idea, which was laughable, that Newton didn't want to be associated with, and came up with the bending and warping of space-time, a mathematical concept. Now, you must understand that they didn't prove the first one. They went on to something else, and they didn't scientifically prove it. They mathed it on a presupposition that the Earth was already a ball in space. So there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, my friend.
Okay.
That's a shame.
Then what is the stuff holding us back down when we jump? That is gravity, but what is it else?
No.
Okay, explain
If
to
you
me then.
couldn't answer with gravity, okay, so if a person jumps up into the air and they fall back down, you're going to say gravity, right? But there's another answer. So if I strip your gravity answer away from you, there is another answer. What's the answer for why when we jump up and come back down to the earth, why does that happen?
Yeah, why does it happen? I'm asking that
Not
to you.
using gravity. Not how does that happen?
It pulls you back down. Simple.
No.
So what do you think?
No.
Do you think it's a magical force or something?
No, I don't think. No, I don't. You think it's a magical force. We don't believe in the pseudoscience of gravity. Okay.
And explain it to me. How do you come back
The
down?
reason that we fall back down to earth is because we're more dense than the air.
Let's just take a look at your beliefs for a moment. You have two underlying beliefs here. One is that you should float away, and two is that something's pulling you down. So those are two underlying ideas that you should probably address. If you took those two ideas away, that's what he's trying to say. Take those two ideas away, and what's happening? You can't fly. What's so hard about that?
Yeah, you can fly. That's a fact. But if gravity doesn't
But
exist,
you're adding extra
won't you fly?
ideas on. You're adding extra ideas on. Well, I can't fly, but I should be able to. But something is stopping me. So you just have extra ideas you need to peel away, and you'll realize that maybe nothing's really happening, and you just can't fly.
It's cool.
Yeah. So if you jump off a skydiving board into the water, right? You jump off, right, and you say, "Hey, this is proof of gravity, right? I'm falling down to the earth, right?" And then you hit the water, and then you float back up to the top. Where's gravity?
Right. Scientifically speaking, the only thing that we can determine within science is relative density. So, for example, I've got a fish tank and it's full of water, and I've got a boiled egg. I drop the boiled egg into the bottom of the fish tank full of water, and it stays at the bottom. I impart salt into the water, make the water denser, and guess what happens to the egg? It rises. Scientifically, being as I've only varied and manipulated the medium which the egg resided in, I made it denser, then that is the cause. So, in a scientific experiment, we can't vary and manipulate gravity to see if it has the presumed effect. You can just assert it based on your presupposition that we live on a ball and this is the mechanism that keeps you down to the earth. But scientifically speaking, in an experiment, it's relative density because we can only vary and manipulate that. Do you know what a scientific experiment is?
It's an experiment that proves things.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, we see a phenomena in the physical and natural world, something happening, and we want to figure out what the cause of that happening is. So it's a cause and effect relationship. So in science, when it comes down to gravity, being as we can't vary and manipulate gravity, well, it's not gravity then. Being as the only thing that we can vary and manipulate is me and you jumping off of fucking buildings, or the egg in water, just for example, it's relative density. That's all we can science.
We can replicate that too.
Unless you want to give me some. And again, you keep saying mass attracting mass. That's the old idea, 108 years out of date, superseded by Einstein, general relativity, bending and warping of space-time. So the reason you don't fly away is because of the disturbance of the fabric of space-time because of the mass of the Earth. I'm just catching you up with your own scientific rhetoric because you seem to be, like I said, 108 years out of date. And we get it because this is what we were all educated. But it's not true. When they make a claim, they should provide evidence for it. There isn't evidence for it according to the scientific method. That's not us being belligerent and, just wanting to hand wave shit because it doesn't comport with our beliefs. There's no scientific experiment for it. So what should we fucking do? Just believe stories? No, there's no evidence for it. Fuck them. So when we talk about gas dispersing into the vacuum of space, there's no gravity that's been proven. There's no decrease in entropy. So the vacuum of space, according to natural law, can't exist. You know, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum uncontained, that shouldn't exist because you're not stupid. You know that to contain gas, you need a football. And if you take the football away, the gas fucks off. So Jupiter, giant ball of gas in a vacuum,
Jupiter is
not
a huge
possible.
mass of gas, and gas, of course, has mass. So if there's a huge ball of gas, it becomes it has gravity then.
You don't know
Which
what
is
entropy
bullshit
is.
in-
Just
Show us one demonstration that proves gravity is real. Just one. You don't know what entropy is, do you, mate?
Nah, English is not my first language, so
That's not a problem. I'll help you with it. What happens to a hot cup of coffee if I leave it alone?
it cools down.
Yeah, exactly. What happens when I burst a tire to the high pressure inside?
The gas bursts out.
Awesome. So this is a direction. It doesn't reverse, as in the hot cup of coffee doesn't get hotter, and the low pressure doesn't go into the tire. That's stupid. That's not how the world works. So being as we understand how the world works, according to entropy,
because a huge amount of pressure is being released. It's only for a short time.
oh dear, you do understand that everything you just said violates laws of nature. Gas expands. It doesn't stay still because there's lots of gas.
Yeah, that's what I said. It expands, but not forever.
Well, hold on, forever until it reaches the limitation of its volume. That would be the container that it's in.
If it were in a vacuum, it would go on forever. Which is why it doesn't make sense that we would have gas on Earth if we were next to a vacuum. It would suck it all off. It would fuck off, as Chris so politely says.
Yep. It's not, I mean, you might think it's just us flat earthers because we don't understand something or we have a belief that we can't let go of. No, these are laws of nature that always apply. And when we talk about gravity, there's no scientific experiment for it. So what do? Do we just believe what we're told to believe, or do we test the physical natural world, see how the physical natural world works, and understand that you can't have a vacuum of space?
And you know that it's a law because it's always true.
But if you don't think that gravity is real, how do sun and moon float? Do you even know what sun and moon are?
No, but neither do you. You just believe a story that fireball is in the vacuum of space, that Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum, and that's fine for you, even though that violates natural law. But no, I don't know what the sun is, I don't know what the moon is, I don't know what the sky is made out of. All we know is the claim violates laws of nature, so can't be real.
And you do understand we're not going to replace the lie that you were told with another lie. If we knew the truth, we would tell you the truth, but we don't know. So, and we're okay with that. But we know how to test what we're being told, and what we're being told is not adding up.
The reason why we're spending so much time on this is because pretty much every single piece of evidence that you think proves the Earth to be a ball comes from an authority that you can't verify and comes from a place that doesn't exist. To you and to me, to Mayhem and to everybody else in the server, the Earth appears to us to be flat and stationary, right? Yeah. So you've never seen curvature of the Earth with your own eyes. It's only been provided to you by an authority, right?
Because I've never been that high to actually see a curvature.
Okay, but you've heard the arguments that I can't see that boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way when I go down to the beach.
What, you mean the boat sinking behind the horizon?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, it goes away because it vanishes under the curvature, like that you cannot see, but in the other direction, so you know.
Okay, so left to right curvature we can't see. But down here on the beach, when I observe a boat with my binoculars, the curvature of the Earth I can now see. So you're saying that that curvature, that horizon is physical, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. So that would mean if we're on a ball with 3,959 miles for radius value, then the horizon, if it was physical, should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if I'm a 1 foot observer, the calculation is the square root of 1 is 1, we all know that, and 1 times 1.225 is, well,
Wait, I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I know, I went a bit quick.
You're saying too much at a time.
That's fine. You understand maths exists, right?
Math?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome, and we can use it to figure out things about geometric shapes, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. If we know the size of a ball, then we can figure out where the geometric horizon should be for an observer standing on that curved surface, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So if we know the size of the ball, Earth, 3,959 miles, then the calculation to figure out where the geometric horizon should be for that observer is 1.25 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for an observer at 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1. So 1 times 1.225 is 1.225. That means for an observer at 1 foot above the surface of water, the geometric horizon must be 1.2 miles away. You understand that? Yes, no, maybe so.
Would you like a video? Would you like a video to help explain it?
If it's not that long.
It's like a minute long. Let me find it real quick. Go ahead, keep talking.
That's fine. In the live stream voice text, if you're in that text room, can you tell me when you see the observation of the 2 oil rigs, please?
Wait, what chat?
Live
I
stream.
don't think he has VC verified. I think he's got no roles.
Oh, dear me.
I'm
working on it right now.
Thank you, mate.
Speaking about time, it's getting late. It's already like it's 9:30, and I really have to go because I have other stuff to do. So thanks for actually talking nice to me. Like the people last time I argued with, they were like not that good. I appreciate that, and although you did not change my opinion, I still appreciate that you argued with me.
Cool. You can still believe in gravity even though it's scientifically not, my friend. That's fine.
Only
I
one thing.
will research about gravity.
Sorry to add one thing. You are going in the right moment. This was the moment to show you something. Now you will go. You will not see that moment. Next time when you come,
I can look at it.
Okay,
I can look at the video later.
Okay, good.
Take care. Have a good one. Bye.
Yoshi, take care, man. Sleep.
All right, thanks, man.
Fall off the bed.
I'm gonna research about gravity and then show you my results.
Yeah. Come back with that gravity and we'll talk about it, mate.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Watch out for the spin of the Earth when you sleep, man. Take care.
Wear your spacesuit so the meteors don't hit you on the head.
Oh, you guys didn't convince me. Oh well. No one is. Oh well. That was the same story, man. No, you didn't convince me. It didn't sound like cool enough for me to accept it.
The way that. Go ahead. I was going to say the way that conversation should have ended was it should have been y'all are making a whole lot of sense and it's really hurting my brain and I need to go. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That doesn't have to be. I mean, that's okay. It is what it is. It do what it do.
Shout out to Helio. Yeah, so I've been talking about the claim stackers. He was more of a claim repeater. Just repeat the claim over and over and over, and hopefully it'll eventually become evidence.
Respawn that claim. Keep repeating that claim over and over again. Say gravity one more time. I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker. Say it again.
I like that claim respawn.
I just killed your fucking claim. Respawn back to gravity. I just killed your claim. Respawn back to gravity. Brilliant. This is going to be fun.
Close to 100
Hey guys, we got vapors. 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 You've been unmuted. Welcome to the server. You can open your mic and say hola.
Hi, Vapors. How are you?
Hey, what's up to PD?
Oh God, not again.
Mickey can smell it. Can smell the vapors.
Well, it's probably, who? Mm.
Send in the clowns.
Well, yeah.
The end of that should be send in the clowns that drink pee.
Hey, you know that so I know many people, not many, but personally close to my circle, I know multiple people that have never been to the ocean. They lived up in the high mountains of America, Central America. Never been to the ocean. Never seen it with their eyes. Never touched it. Never smelled it. Nothing like that. What they see, if they go up in the hills, they see the top of the mountains meeting with the horizon is the top of the mountains meeting with the sky, right? Is that a horizon or no?
A definition to the Globers, yeah.
But if I'm standing at the top of the mountain and I don't see the ocean, I see mountains behind mountains, and then what I see is like a convergence of that topography with the sky. Am I looking at the horizon? No, I am, right? That is the horizon.
Yeah, it is where the sky meets the earth.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works. Like even like 2 feet in front of you, 2 inches in front of you, you look down at your feet, and where the ground meets the sky, that's the horizon.
Yeah. So I don't have to go to the ocean to see the horizon, because the horizon, it's not just the water meeting the sky, is the surface. It's the surface, could be water, or it could be topography, and it's still a horizon, because it's apparent. It doesn't have to be something specific. It's the surface, right? The water could be surface, ice could be the surface, whatever could be, whatever is on the surface, but that's meeting at a distance. It's converging to that point that we call the horizon. I mean,
He said it as well, the last guy we spoke to. You can't see the curvature of the earth. You got to get really high, but you can see the curvature of the earth because it gets in the way of boats. Interesting. Contradiction. Yay.
I missed all y'all.
Where have you been?
Oh, I know, right? Just busy doing life stuff. Got like going out on dates and spending time with my daughter and working.
Going on dates.
Yeah.
Hope that's going well for you, buddy.
It is actually. The most recent girl that I met is a flat earther.
Oh wow!
Good for you, bro. Good for you.
Hey, she told me, she's like, you're gonna think I'm weird, but I'm a flat earther. I'm like, what did you say?
Hey, sheepdog, welcome to the land of the living. Now get a shovel and start digging.
Right. That's a good one.
Not sure the best in sheepdog. Is that sounds like a relatively new thing. So, no expectations, my friend, but I hope it goes well.
Oh yeah. Same here. I just gotta find somebody that like we have like good vibes together, and we do we can balance each other when it comes to like doing at home work and life work and things like that.
Hey man, and when you meet people like you can have a meeting of the minds like that. At least you don't have to worry about other stuff. Like you can filter a lot of things, especially when you get in a relationship with someone, right? I don't know, with a partner. Just by having that meeting of the mind on that on the same page on certain things is even better because you know if let's say one day, for example, maybe not you but other people have the same situation as you. At least you can filter things like the jibby jabbies and that kind of stuff. You can filter all that right from the start.
She's a truther all the way around. Like we had that conversation, all of it.
Exactly. So at least it's a good filter. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah. I can be honest with this person. I don't have to worry about them. Like, no, don't talk about that. I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to leave you if you keep talking about it. I don't need to hear that.
Wow. Wait, you can have a real conversation? You can actually have a real conversation with your partner? Wow, amazing.
I know, right? That's how it's supposed to be. Even if you disagree, you should still be able to have those conversations. Just to like vent to each other. But
all right, guys, just very quickly, we've got a heliocentrist in the server. So Bangladesh, do apologise for pronouncing your name wrong. So Bangladesh, I've given you control of your mic. I don't know if you got it or not, but you seem to be. Let me read that again. Heliocultist. So welcome to the server, my friend. How are you?
Bangladesh. Bangladesh, do you have control of your mic? You do. It's your choice to talk. Your chance to talk.
I love how we're all patient and quiet there. Hello, mate.
I know. Oh, we're mean here. We're nasty here.
Bangladesh, you need to be like a lot louder.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Yeah, really well, thank you, mate. And what brings you to our server today? I see you're a heliocultist, so you must have been here before.
I'm not a cultist. I have been here before, like 2 times, including this. It's 3.
Oh, awesome. So what brings you in today?
I was here like for a bit. I don't know. I just wanted to listen, but then I got like into a debate, and then they muted me for some reason.
Damn. Well, what was you debating about, mate?
Flat Earth.
Anything in particular? Curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container?
I mean, like, I forgot. I have bad memory. I'm sorry.
It's no problem. Maybe your memory's good enough for this. Why do you still think you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. Everyone believes in it, so I think it's just easier for me to believe in it.
Okay, everybody in Manchester seems to support Manchester United or Manchester City because it's easier for them, even though the football teams are shit. All right, that's fine if you want to believe what everybody else believes because it's easier for you because you don't have a backbone.
No.
Yes, that's all right.
There are some things that everyone believes on, like concession, right? Everyone believes on something, so everyone believes on round Earth. I mean, almost everyone. So I think it's just better to believe.
Well, if you're going to say everyone, apart from don't.
I mean, obviously, not everyone will agree on.
How does the world present?
Like, for example, murder is bad, right? Everyone won't agree that murder is bad.
Yeah. How does the Earth present itself to you, my friend? Does it look like a ball, or does it look flat?
It looks flat.
No, especially over the waters, right? Those waters of the Earth look really flat, don't they?
I haven't really seen an ocean, but I guess.
Yeah, see, this is the primary surface of the Earth. It's apparently all of its water, 70% of it. But when we observe water and we understand how water acts upon the surface, we observe that water to act upon the surface level. Now, it's a bit of a problem, because if that's level, the waters, then the Earth can't be a ball, right?
I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, you understand how light reflects off of water, right? You understand that maybe when you go to a swimming pool, it's reflecting light above like a mirrored surface. That's the same as the oceans and the seas of the world. They reflect light from above, the clouds and the sun, like a perfectly mirrored surface. So they look level, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you know that when you go down to the beach and you see the sunset and you have that ray of sunlight across the water to your feet, you know that could only happen on a flat surface. If the surface was curved, you wouldn't get that reflection.
I wouldn't, but what if, like, the curve was so big that it's
You
not
still
really
wouldn't
curved
get,
anymore?
you still wouldn't get that
Really?
reflection because there's a distortion in the surface.
Maybe, I don't know actually. But I have been debating for a while, so I will listen for now and I will do my research.
Okay.
And then I'll come back with even much better evidence.
Yeah, don't worry. So I'll tell you what you could do is you could give us or provide us with direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, who and how it was done. Direct measurement of the rotation of the Earth, who and how it was done. And you can give us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, if that's ever been demonstrated, who and how that was done. So those three things, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Next. Then nobody else.
There's Bootman. I don't know much about Bootman.
I was just looking at Bootman as well. So Bootman, you've got voice verified. You do have control of your microphone, so you are able to speak. What brings you in here, Bootman? Please don't be one of those pussies that's just here to listen. Please.
Sorry, I missed the question. My phone was a bit away. What was the question?
I was just saying, hi, mate. What brings you into the server today? Don't think anybody's heard you speak yet?
I've been here for several hours. Already spoke with Mayhem.
Oh. I wonder you're quiet.
I did ask him about not exactly like the globe or the flat Earth, and I liked his answer. And I'm gonna use it, but perhaps he can give me a different answer that I could use. It's in regards to people viewing the world through the lens of belief or fact. Like, for example, you have people coming on here talking about the globe, how they believe in stuff, right? And they don't seem to differentiate well between these two concepts, fact and belief. To them, belief is like fact, you know? And I want to ask you now, like, if you meet a bunch of people in real life and you wanted to filter them out, for example, those who think in belief and those who think in fact, without antagonizing them directly, perhaps like in a few sentences, how could you like ascertain whether they're the one group or the other group?
Ask them to provide evidence for the things that they believe in. If they don't provide evidence for it, then they realise that it's just a belief without evidence. It's not first-hand knowledge.
Would you ask them about the weather or about like flat Earth and stuff? Like, I would preferably not ask them about like controversial topics, you know? I don't know.
There's a few things that you can ask people, but it depends where your conversation's going to go. Sometimes we bring up, for example, the gas pressure argument. If you ask somebody...
I mean, you just met.
Yeah.
So you're done. I would like to touch his question about belief versus fact. Okay. So, what was your question? The belief, facts, or is there a versus between those things?
Like, I try to group people into I don't know, like to differentiate people, filter people out for myself, so I can find like-minded individuals. You know, like for example, you guys here, like you have flat Earth debate server, and you also like filter people out into globers, flat earthers, and like real earthers, right? And like concavers and whatnot, or people on the fence. So I want to differentiate people, those who view the world through the lens of fact, like factual information, and those who just believe in stuff.
Yeah, but even people touching the topics that you mentioned, the labels that refer to certain topics about certain things that people do and talk about, right? Flat Earth, globe Earth. You can talk about facts, and then you can talk about beliefs, right? Because the globe earthers say, we believe if this and this and that, and they give you their story, right? And they believe in it. And they talk about it because of their mindset. They make statements about their belief in their minds, right? Even though they operate in reality and they function properly almost everywhere, right? Like they can do things in reality, right? They can be mechanics, they can do this, they can do that, and whatever it is. But they can still hold a belief about some idea, right? Now, there is the factual stuff, the real part, the real is level, that doesn't need any belief, is axiomatic, is the real thing that you can verify, and it is what it is, right? That's what it is. It's don't matter your belief, that's what it is, factually. But then, remember, these words have meanings. So the word facts has a meaning, and also the word belief has a meaning. And many of the definitions and the utilization of the words and their meaning has been hijacked, including the word belief and facts. Those two have been taken, and their meanings have been perverted. Okay? So the word belief, I can utilize it colloquially, and I can say, okay, since I believe that when let's say I go outside, I believe I'm gonna make some money, right? I go outside, I'm gonna go into the business world, and I believe that today I'm gonna make $100, right? Or 300 or 500, I believe. And then factually I made 500. I made more. I had a belief at that moment that was incorrect, right? But let's talk about another belief. You can utilize it practically. Yesterday, my wife cooked me a ribeye, a precious, right? And today, at the same time, I believe that she's gonna do the same thing. And I made it home, and guess what? There's a ribeye on the plate. It's ready to. My precious is ready to, to be consumed, to eat as a meal. I believed it. I mean, my belief was correct. But I could also have the same belief at the same moment before I made it home. And when I make it home, she has salmon. It was salmon, it wasn't ribeye. So my belief was wrong. Right?
Right.
Okay. So I can still use the word belief for certain things. I believe that tomorrow the sun is gonna come. I believe it because it's happened yesterday and the day before. But it's not tomorrow yet. I only believe it right now, and then it's not tomorrow yet. But I still believe that tomorrow that hasn't come, the sun is gonna come. It's not a fact yet, but it's a postdiction because it's something that is being, and that's the way it is. Right? So yeah, you can utilize the two words certain ways, and the word doesn't have to be demonized. Like, as a lot of people the word belief also has been demonized, like many other words has been. I don't know if people agree with me in here, but go ahead, guys. You guys want to reply to what I said?
I get what you're saying. There's a phrase I like to use: believing factually. Does that vibe with you?
I agree with James.
No. I mean, factually, because you don't know factually until you make it there and you verify your belief. But your belief can be correct. Your belief could be correct, but until you make it there and you actually verify, then it's factual. That's the difference. Because you could still hold the same belief you could still hold it, but then you make it there and your belief wasn't correct, then, your belief wasn't factual. That's the difference.
So if you believe that the sun will rise again tomorrow when it's night, you're believing factually?
Yeah, because it's by record, it's been happening day after day after day after day. But tomorrow hasn't come yet. We're talking about the factual thing right now, and tomorrow hasn't come. But I'm holding a belief that the same thing that happened last morning is gonna happen the next morning.
So here's where I would like to make a distinction.
And when it happens, I know that my belief was correct, just like it was before. And you can do the same thing with many different things.
Bootman, real quick. I was just gonna say real quick, Jemsy. Do you know what they call that when the sun is gonna come up? Is likely gonna come up tomorrow because it's always come up day after day after day after day. Do you know what that's called?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, say what it's called, bro. Come on.
I don't know the English term for it now.
It's not a prediction, it's a post-diction. It's something that's happened over and over again. So therefore, we can assume that's going to happen again when we wake up tomorrow.
Post-diction, yeah?
Post-diction.
Cool. Thanks. So I guess where I would differentiate between the two groups of people, a new distinction would be those who base their beliefs on post-diction and those who base their beliefs without checking the supposed facts first and believing just because somebody said so. You know, doesn't matter.
The way that when they say, "Oh, the globe model predicts it," no, it's a post-diction. It's something that's always happened. Even when everybody believed it was a flat Earth, it still happened. When everybody knew it was a flat Earth, it still happened.
I'm just trying to circle back to the first question that I made.
Right. So so Carl Jung said it best. He said he was asked, "Do you believe in God?" And he said that's difficult to answer. And the guy goes, "How so?" And he said, "Well, once you know, you no longer need to believe, because belief requires faith, and if you know something, then you have the facts."
I agree.
So when you ask, the difference between believing and facts, having a belief base and having a fact base. Well, once you factually identify something, like when you go out there, you're told, "Oh, there's curvature," and then this is the rate that it's curving, and after so many miles, you're not going to be able to see anything, and then you go out there and you get a powerful lens and you zoom in and you still see the things that you said you weren't supposed to see. That kind of destroys this idea of what they said was a fact. You're now back into belief because you have to believe it in order to keep it going, because the facts do not coincide with what you're being told.
Facts should stand on their own.
Correct.
When I go in the business world and I have a meeting with someone, we're gonna meet somewhere, and I believe that what they said is true. I believe it. And sometimes I make it there, and they're over there, and business is done. And other times, they said that they were going to be there, and they weren't there. And I had the belief that they were going to be there, but until I made it there, the facts came through, right?
What about two types of people? Let's say you were sitting in a cab.
Answer his question. He had to believe that those people were there, but once he went there and verified that those people weren't there, it was there was no need to believe anymore. You knew they weren't there, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the point of why we're all here.
So, Creation, you wanted to say something earlier about what I said. Go ahead, bro. I want to hear. CB.
No, I agree. I think this was a topic from this morning when I woke up, the difference between belief and knowing. And I've always been on the side that I think Crow 777 has a line called "Belief is the enemy of knowing," and I've always resonated with that. So that's my 2 cents on the matter.
But as you know, things are not black and white. We know that, right? The intricacies of this reality goes in many ways beyond your limitations.
Yeah, but does that also stand for the globe and the Earth being flat and stationary, Jemsy? I mean, if it's equivocating to that, then I think that's a gray area for people who would then, you know what I mean? That's too much gray area. Like then that means that we can't stand on this assurance that the Earth is not a globe.
But it's a category error, right? The globe is a lie. It's a lie that people believe, right? The globe is not just a belief. The globe is a lie. So there's a layer on top of the layer, the stack on top of the stack, right? And they hijacked the language, and we know this for a fact. We know they say things, but they don't mean it. When they say believe, they're using the word, perverting it, hijacking it to their whatever lie they're trying to tell you. And if you believe the lie, you either don't believe the lie, you don't believe any of the lie. But if you believe that they actually can tell you what belief actually means, and they're the ones holding the flag, and their flag is belief, they're holding that word. That word is not theirs. The language is not theirs. They corrupted the language and the way we communicate. And you have to take all that into account. It's not one lie, it's a bunch of lies that perverted everything, even the language. And they have a language of their own that is all made in fantasy land, and we know it's a perversion because we can look at it and we read it. We know for a fact that that stuff is made up. And people believe the lie, but you can also believe that when the business guy says it's going to be there and you make it there, he's there, and that belief was true.
Yeah, I have a question though. Like, what was this actually stemming from? Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, what was the argument here? Because I mean, I don't see there's any issue. I don't know what.
Any issues, but the only thing is that last night we were in a different VC because you guys, the cam guy, cam guy was definitely trolling and but he showed a certain moment that he was serious and he was kind of curious about it. But since we obviously here, Curie, Indio, Jamesy, this and that, and bro, last night was amazing. Just like this morning with Jedi and you guys are, oh my god, great here, right?
Totally
but then Cam was trolling a little bit, but he really wanted to hear. But the troll side was kind of like his front, but then he showed kind of like he was looking at okay, anyways.
Yeah,
so then he was
kind of for a second.
Yeah, for a second, and I saw it. I was, he has a version that he actually wants to talk about this stuff, but he's just kind of like whatever.
Did you get it on audio? Did you get a clip out of that?
Bro, last night he was banned or whatever. Oh, he asked for cognitive. He said, "Oh, can you guys send me to the cognitive dissonance room?" And he was sent there, right? And then I saw the guys up there, and I moved up there, and he was on his full troll, I don't care mode. He was on that mode, right? When I joined the VC, basically, and we were just joking. It was, you know how it's different from here because it's not being recorded.
Yeah.
So then I started speaking. I don't remember that well because I was tired, high, sleepy, all at the same time, and I wanted to talk. So, but then Gregory jumped in there, and he was trolling. But then the topic changed into kind of like the creator or not, because he was like, I asked. We moved towards that context about the design and that kind of stuff, because I wanted to talk about it. And then the guy, his tonality changed completely and his attitude. and he wanted to talk about that, and we had a conversation about it, and it was totally fine. It's in the Cock This VC. But then after a while, we were talking about different topics, and honestly, I like that kind of conversation. Especially, I have some questions for Gregory, and this deja vu suddenly. I look in the chat, and I see some of the guys in here. For example, the guy, whatever, shit, and he's like arguing with Gregory in the text about belief, about this, about that, and talking about what we were talking in the VC. And I saw that with my eyes as poison in the well for me, because I was in the VC trying to have a conversation with these guys, and this mentality to be in the text, talking shit about people in the text, I dislike it a lot. I'm letting you guys know, okay? When we're here in the VC talking and addressing people about certain topics, 24/7, the title of the server and the rules of the server, we follow it 99% of the time, right? Sometimes people have questions and the conversation sideways and other stuff. We've been doing it since day one. I wasn't here day one, but I know for a fact that whenever you have a topic, it's always going to sideways 5% of the time, 1% of the time, 10% of the time, it's allowed to talk about other stuff. We know this for a fact. It's been like that forever. If you don't like a topic that is being spoken, you say, hey guys, we touched this topic for 15, 30, 1 hour. You know what? Let's try to move on from here. Perfect. Let's follow towards who want to say something about it? Reply. Let's come to a logical conclusion and let's go. Let's go to the next topic. Perfect. Anybody has a question? All right, perfect. Don't open your mic and start yelling at people saying, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that because you guys are talking about stuff that I don't like. Please don't do that anymore. I'm gonna ask you. All right. And there's topics like food that we touch sometimes. Don't worry about it, guys. You don't want to hear the topic about food for 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes? And whoever mod is in the background talking shit and gold member or silver, or they want to change the topic, join the VC. Say, hey guys, let's move on to a different topic, okay? Don't be bossing people around just because you don't like what is being said, okay, guys? It's pretty simple. It's not that complicated.
We've always been about, like, if somebody, like, Flat Earth has take precedence over any topic that we're talking about all the time. Like, so if somebody comes in here and they're like, hey, I'm asking questions about Flat Earth, we're not gonna be like, shut up, dude. Just wait till we're done talking. Like, we don't do that. Like, we're like, oh yeah, sure, man. Let's talk about the shape of the Earth. Like, that takes precedence over topics that we're, always.
I'm gonna give you another example because I've seen it multiple times and it happened to me. That one night I was like I said, the same story. I was doing stuff, then I joined the VC, I'm listening, I see the flow early or late or whatever, I leave and then I come back, and then a certain point I join and we started a conversation with it was a lady that joined, a girl. She had some questions. If I remember correctly, it was a girl, almost certain. Bunch of questions. We touched multiple topics, senses, containment, whatever. We touched multiple topics. And the girl asked, what about God? A question. She had a question. And I was here. Gregory was here. We touched all of the topics. We touched a bunch of topics, right? So everything good. Everything sounds good. She had a question about God and the Creator. And then from my replies and Gregory's reply, the chat almost imploded into, now these guys are talking about God and this is not allowed in here. And bro, that for me, that's poison in the well. That you poisoning the waters. If you don't like what is being said, address it in the VC. Don't be talking bad. If you want to comment something, or maybe if you don't like what is being said, bro, just don't poison the well in the text, okay? Because listen, Miguel, my last point. Yeah. The whole conversation with the girl was completely lost because Gregory got banned because of the text in the background, right? Instead of I was just there trying to have a conversation, and we were having a conversation, and just because one thing that some people didn't like was said in the VC, you see how the whole thing just falls down. And Jency cannot talk to the girl anymore. Okay? Jency cannot talk to Gregory because the guys in the text don't want it. You get me?
Yeah, we don't.
That's not why Gregory got banned, though. He was starting to fight back and stuff. He was getting defensive, and
he was getting too defensive. Yeah, he was getting defensive. Oh my God, ban the guy.
No, dude, he wasn't banned for anything to do with the God talk. Old dude made like a critical comment about like his $10 words and stuff like that. Said that you don't have to pad every sentence that you use with these huge $10 words. Like just talk like, a normal person to her.
I saw the text at that moment when I was speaking, at that moment in the background, and they were talking shit about what was being said in the VC, about what was being said. Why will you do that?
I know, but that's not why Gregory ended up banned. It was because old dude made a critical comment about the way he speaks, and Gregory didn't like that, and then Gregory started spiraling, and so his spiral led him to be banned. And he doesn't have to speak any certain way. It was just, feedback from old dude, that's all, and it set him off. That's what happened.
Yeah. The other day, old dude joined me and Miggy, moderators in this server, right? We were addressing people in the VC like we do every day, and out of the sudden, people in the back chat saying, "Oh, I'm gonna be the bad guy. Oh, these guys are talking about stuff that we shouldn't be talking about, poisoning the waters." Then old dude his waters got poisoned. He opened his mic, started yelling at everybody, yelling at everyone like children. Like, James, you're a child. You don't know what you're doing. You're a bad mod. You this, you that. Come on, guys, behave, please. There's adults in the room.
I'll admit, yes, James, I did come in hot, I did come in angry, and that was completely wrong.
You got poisoned. Your waters got poisoned.
No, don't poison the well by saying things about me, bro. Don't ad hom me.
Not about you, but in the text, in the context of the conversation, we do that sometimes. When we start doing change stuff in the back, and then you go through that and forget about what is being said in the VC and interrupt the VC because you're talking a text about something else. Obviously, hey, open your mic, say hey, like you do. You do it all the time. I like what you do. Let's keep it on context. Let's keep it on the topic. 90% of the time, that's what we do. And other percent of the time is quiet because nobody want to talk about it anymore, right? Nobody wants to. There's 30 flat earthers in here, and it's quiet sometime because nobody wants to talk a flat earth around that time, right? But then someone has opened their mic and touch other topics, get the conversation flowing. Let's bring this topic, bring it to that. Talk about food, and then you ask, "Oh, how does food works on a globe?" And then you bring it back to flat earth, right? It should be a flow between friends, and we can sometimes yell at each other, and we laugh about it, right? Because I don't worry much about the tonality and the emotions too much, but let's have a little more respect for each other and better standards for everybody, honestly.
I can't agree enough, my friend, and I also think that the moderators should help us more as golds or as silent members by moving these conversations to more appropriate rooms to help further them on and not just stop them in their tracks, because the point of the whole thing is to get the message of flat earth out, and if we're not doing that in the live stream at all times, we're missing out on the point of it. So if we could flourish these conversations in other rooms instead of just shutting them down, bro, that's what I'm all about. And I don't mean to come in hot or angry. I'm just tired of it too. That's all it is.
Yeah, but let me tell you, right? Like things flow. We cannot control everything, right? We as mods, gold, silver, and whoever. Everyone has to be self-governing. There's no way possible that you're gonna expect Gemsy or Mayhem or CB or Indio or the other guy to control the whole thing. We do an effort. Everybody's a group effort, okay? But let's make it easier for each other, no more complicated.
But that's what the mod tag's for. That's why it's supposed to be enacted on, my friend.
Yeah. No, it's not good. And I want the last thing, like I said, yes, we the team functionally, think about it, because you know this. Everybody knows this. Functionally, we cannot just talk flat globe, flat globe, flat. We can't just function. Just saying flat earth, globe, earth, curvature, vacuum of space. Can you do that all day long? You can't.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah, maybe not on voice.
let me come in here real quick. Is it okay? Can I come in here, Jemsy, or do you still?
My bad. I just want to. I was flashing. Let me finish. Just kidding. Go.
Two seconds, Maggie. I'll round up and then I'm out, mate. Honest. The whole idea is 24/7 right across the face of the earth. We're all in different time zones, Jemsy, and that's why we have to stay on it at all times. Thanks, guys. I'll back out.
Go ahead.
All right. So basically, the old dude has a salient point, saying that we need to stay on topic. But I mean, I see it as an overview. Okay, and I like no disrespect to anybody that just wants to keep it 100 on the topic, right? But I think flat Earth and the discussion of all the tentacles that it encumbers is everything that's factual in our reality, right? So if we do veer, I'm going to take an example from the context of what Jemsy was saying with the conversation with the young lady, and she asked about God. We can say we can handle it in other rooms, right? Or maybe perhaps just address it in I don't know, Jemsy, what he follows, religiously as far as like his faith. But if he wanted to address it in a way that it would bring some context to her in his own way, I don't think that's wrong in the sense of him saying, like, let me expound on it just like for about a little bit, just to give you context why the creator is important and, involved in why people in the flat earth understand that it's not just because he's the creator, the God is the antecedent to the creation. Like, you can't escape that fact once you know about flat earth. Like, it's pertinent to the position. And I also agree with old dude, like, if you're going to have a long drawn out conversation, take it to the, other rooms, like chill or whatever, and then go there. But I do understand that sometimes as a moderator, you want to keep it to where you have a little bit of context that goes along with the point to not get the person lost on the idea that we just said, oh no, we just believe in creator. That's all. Let's move on. Like, I think Jemsy wants to like kind of give due diligence to the conversation to bring context and make sure that it doesn't get skipped over how it's important. You know what I mean? And just on those points, I don't think it's and we talk about other things, but not just that point. I'm just bringing that up because the context of what Jemsy was saying. It kind of needs to be pointed out. And as a moderator, I'm doing this for quite some time. It's really cut and dry when you don't bring context into like maybe the tentacles of where it goes other places. It's like, we can talk about like government, in ways that we can say things, right? Like, how it's misusing money and we're not giving our taxes right, and like it, these agencies like NASA and all that, take funding, and that has a lot to do with the topics of like why flat Earth is important, because we start to critically think about the world around us. And so I get it. I know where old dude's coming from, but at the same time, as we're in this, the conversation does need to flow in a way where it's organic and it's not robotic. Because robotic means that, oh, no, sorry, we can't discuss this, we can't discuss that. Because we're already moderated by the algorithm. The algorithm moderates us to certain specific topics, the ones we can't mention, and we got to say code names for. Like, those things we're already moderated. So us doing that to ourselves is just going to impose a lot more stricter like regulations on we're policing ourselves at this point. You know what I mean? So I understand the algorithm's doing that already, but we got to give grace to each other to kind of make sure that we're not. There's a fine line, I would say. There's a fine line between us having like a little bit of expounding points to the person and for us to have a long drawn out, like 3-hour conversation about religion. You know what I mean? You have to have a balance. And I think most of us know where that is. And some of us probably need to be like a nudge on the shoulder. Hey, I think we need to kind of, let's bring this back around to flat earth. But the way Jemsy's saying it is basically like, okay, if you want to switch it back to flat earth, say, hey, all right, so this topic ties into flat earth, and like that NASA taking money can also mean that we could be funding projects for flat earth, or tie that into the flow of the conversation to make it organic, instead of it being like, you guys are stupid for talking about this. Can we stop talking about it right now? Like, you know what I mean? You can say what you want so long as you know how to say it.
Bro, I see people calling each other, you're a liar in the VC. Oh, you're lying. Oh, you're projecting. Oh, you're doing this and you're doing that. Bro, you're not even talking in the VC. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So, I mean, I because like I was saying, it's a very difficult thing to moderate a server where you're already walking on digital eggshells. And then on top of that, our own people are kind of like really putting the reins back. So we got to kind of find that middle ground to where we know, okay, we've been talking about God for like a bit now, so we got to divert. If the person, like the moderator that's doing it, is having trouble, like come in and give some good ways to make that segue. Like, hey, so how does NASA have the connection to the flat Earth? And then the moderator will be, oh, check it out. Like, and they'll be happy to switch because they know they get the cue. Now, if the moderator doesn't get the cue, that's different, though, right?
Yeah, it's kind of what I'm thinking about too. Is how sometimes globals will make analogies that don't connect back to what. Oh, no, yeah, you're back.
But hey, Mayhem, is he still?
Wait, CB was saying something. CB was saying something. What's up? What happened to?
He said, go ahead.
Yeah, well, they'll make analogies that don't tie back to their globe. Essentially, they'll make the train analogy, and we point out, hey, that doesn't relate because it's a closed system when the globe's supposed to be an open system. So I think that's good advice. There is that you can go into other topics, and all you have to do is buckle it back to some way, somehow, flat Earth. I think you can definitely do that. I just want to say this too. I really appreciate the constructive criticism because, especially after this morning, Jimsy noticed this too. That was a really great session. Sasha had a whole round. Diesel Boy got in. Jemsy got a round in there. Miggy's session was very good. So I noticed that as well. I was really happy to see that. It was like prime time, 24/7. So I appreciate the follow-up with the criticism. So I agree with you. That's all I have to say.
It's all good, guys. That's what I'm saying because we're here. We join the VC, talk about things. It's just let's keep the friction, keep it frictionless in a sense. This is not gonna be frictionless, but just filter the frictions because you don't need. Honestly, I don't want to be arguing with you guys in the VC, obviously, because I like arguing. If you guys want to argue, let's do it. Right, but I want to argue with the liars, no with you guys, and I don't want you guys calling me a liar. Like, if you think I'm a liar, bro, and you're in this channel as a respected, I have a bunch of respect for everybody in here, okay? And I don't need you guys calling me something, so I have to fight with you.
So yeah, basically the gist of all of this is when shit goes bad, just blame Jemsy. How about that?
Yeah.
Will we end on that?
Want to blame me?
So when something goes wrong, just be like, "Who let this guy in? Why does he have roles?" Well, I don't know. Jemsy was around.
Well, they told me that they want to be inclusive in the server. That's why I'm a mod, right? So we gotta be inclusive. We gotta have that Hispanic stuff and Latino. You need it. If not, the server will be banned because of no integrating. You have the blacks too. We have the browns. We have the who else? You need the Hispanics.
No, but I wanted to say this though is that you actually,
diversity.
You showed why you have the role you have this morning. So did Miggy. I thought I'm sure you guys noticed it as well. It was a really, really beautiful session with that Bangladesh kid. Some people might not recognize it. Might have sounded harsh, but that's the beauty of this conversation. I know you noticed it. Come on, guys.
Yeah, that was cool.
And
I only spoke for a little bit, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, I agree with Mayhem also on someone like me as a silver. Like if the conversation gets out of hand, how do I redirect it back into flat Earth? If it's been going on for a while and we need to get back on topic, how do I do it in a polite way versus being...
Participation. If you want to participate, remember, real quick, bro, you're not forced to do anything in here. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to, bro. You can just stay quiet. You look how many people stay muted, don't do anything. I don't have to do anything. CB doesn't have to do his sounds in the background. Mayhem doesn't have to do his YouTube channel. He doesn't have to. Helio doesn't have to do the either. But we do it. So if we're gonna do the things, if we're gonna be together, let's be respectful. Let's have the conversation. Let's let the flow be organic, like Mayhem was saying. And then if you think that the rules are not being followed, in a certain manner, you point it out very politely to the table, like, the table or the arena. Let's say, for example, in the arena, you're gonna show.
God, is this going on?
You're gonna keep the rules and just move it on to the next topic. If allow it to flow to the next topic, and let's do it.
Oh, for fucking been going on, man. Jesus Christ. I've moved the sofa and moved the fucking bed in this time. You done yet? I've literally moved my whole room around. Have you made your point?
I was thinking about going around another 30 minutes, man. You might want to arrange your bedroom now.
Who?
No worries, man. I'll repoint the fucking brickwork in the meantime then.
Yeah.
We get it, Gemsy.
Hey, Jedi, I get it when you talk about gravity 20 times in one day. I get it too, bro. I get it.
Yeah, people are stupid and I need reminding, mate. But you made your point, Bob.
You've made your point many times, and I've heard you making your point many, many, many times. Probably hundreds of times.
Yeah.
I haven't ever yelled at you for making your point.
No, don't have to, though, do I? It's a choice, right?
Yeah, you made the show to yell at me because I wanted to make my point clear. That's fine.
You've made it.
Sorry, cool.
You've made it. Can we move on?
Just to remind everyone. Sorry, Jedi. Just to remind everyone, there's silver and gold meetings coming up soon. So any server business and stuff like this, we can further flesh out. CJ's posted in gold, and I think he's posting something in silver, if not already, about the up and coming meetings, guys. Cheers.
Yeah. Exactly. Any server related business doesn't have to be done on a live stream. There are rooms for this shit. Just pointing out the server rules, mate.
You guys all good now?
Yes, let's move on. The Earth is
Well, I'm still happy about what happened this morning, so I don't know if you guys like. Maybe I'm hyping it up too much, but even Gems, you said you only had a few lines, but you showed exactly your skill. And Maggie, I sent you. I typed up a DM. I don't know if I hit send, but some people won't recognize. They won't notice. They're gonna just hear you from the outside, and they'll think you're just being mean. You're yelling, but I think those who can see really know what's going on there. It's a beautiful thing. That's tough love. QE does this a lot too. So I just wanted to say, like, you guys did a very good job. So shout out to you. The Bangladesh kid. I don't know how old he was, but I mean, he went like 6 rounds. He went with me. He went with Miggy. He went with Gemsy, Diesel, Sasha. Sasha even had like a good 10 minutes. That was awesome. We let him go. That was great. And so, I mean, shout out. I sent him a message in the chat as well. Congrats, good job to the Bangladesh kid, because it's not that easy to go 6-7 rounds with 5. There's different guys. So you guys should go back and listen to that conversation. I'm sure Clipcord will get on that. So it's like prime time 24/7, baby. That's what we do here. Well, good job, guys. Just wanted to pat us on the back. Yeah, Grim in the chat. Tough love is over soft BS. I'm with that all day. Some people won't recognize. I think the kid that chimed in, he was like, well, I wasn't really listening, but you should have just let him talk. It's like, well, and this is the debate now. Is it wrong? Which is worse? Letting someone clown on your panel or stopping them from clowning? Well, you can call me Mr. Bad Guy, but I'm going with stopping them from clowning. So, like I said, some people don't see it. If they're probably not even listening. They hear tone, not the words. I mean, this comes up on Fresh and Fit sometimes. Girls will say, like, we have to say it nicely,
Even if you tell them the same truth one way, maybe with some cuss words thrown in versus just saying it in a very sweet way. It's the same information, but for some people, it's the tone, right? So, yeah. Some people, different strokes for different folks, right? For me, I don't mind the heat. I like sparring. I do a lot of boxing, sparring in real life. So I appreciate the intensity. It's where you learn. There's a level where it goes overboard. I have friends that I spar with that don't know how to keep the lid from boiling over. But if you can keep it, go ahead.
The ones that actually want to learn, it would probably be best for them to watch through the intro videos, 200 proofs, just to get an idea before a conversation. Just, I think it would help more, don't you think?
I have thoughts about that. I have some thoughts about that. Personally, I think there's a lot of push-pull that goes along with the conversation. It's almost like, I don't know, dancing with somebody. You can't just shove them across the dance floor. You have to sort of rock back side to side a little bit first. So I think it's important to establish a connection instead of, like, if you sat down with a Glover and they're like, here, watch this video, you'd be like, dude, I've probably seen it. They're like, I don't want to see the video. I know they probably haven't seen our information, but I think it's good to establish a connection and then the information will flow. Otherwise, we could all just, it's the same cheat code on everybody. You know what I mean? X, X, Y, Y, up, down, and then it would, it doesn't work that way. So that's why I think it was really awesome to see everybody come in. Hey, Gemsy, hey, flat Earth isn't in your mind. It's outside. It's not, you picture the Earth, that's a big ball in your mind. Like, those are the different skills. Like, I watched a show called My Hero Academia, and everybody has what's called a quirk. And so what I saw was everyone's quirks coming out. And it was just awesome, man. So, man.
I think for the new people who don't know anything, the one thing I think is important is to first provide them a very simple visual and a very simple explanation, because I think sometimes people will kind of attack them with information and they can't process it because it's so new, it's so new. So that would be my one thing, is just try to give them a simple visual before, bashing them on the head with the truth.
Yeah, that chick that was here earlier, that Scion chick, the conversation was way too advanced for her. And, she just wasn't able to keep up,
I remember.
Not everyone.
Yeah, in that case, watching the videos, the basic info would be very useful. Yeah, go on.
I don't know how simple you can make it.
Who's hot micing?
No, that's Henry. Just got to speak up, or I don't know, your mic's just a little bit tough to hear you. We want to hear you, though.
You want me to repeat?
That's better. Yeah, go ahead, repeat that.
Yeah, so in the case of Scion, it's definitely better for the basic info and explanation videos.
Yeah, it's a delicate situation. I do agree. You can't just bash them. I call it shoving your dance partner across the dance floor. It's not how you do it. So, yeah, dude. So what would you show them, 77, for a visual? What would you start with?
Well, it's if you're going to talk about curvature over a certain distance, just provide some example, if it's Black Swan or if it's Chicago skyline or something, just so they have a reference to be like, okay, maybe I can understand this concept.
Sure. Anyone else? What kind of visuals would you want to show? Because for me, I feel like I'm pretty careful. I'm very careful about giving someone. I look at it like, I've said this before, the guru in the jungle. If you go up to him and ask him for answers, he's not going to pull out a brochure. You know what I'm saying? So you have to sort of unwind them instead of, give them things.
Yeah, I guess if you got to make sure they're not like thinking with fallacious reasoning first.
Right.
So yeah.
But I do understand the importance of like, so I said I'm careful with it, right? So people will ask about the server icon. Like, all right, well, cool. I boiled down an answer for that. It's an icon. Like if you drive a Honda, the H, that's not the car. So that icon or a little representation, cool. It's just an emblem, bro. That's not the Earth. I think Gemsy's is much better at fleshing that out. How it's like an idea, those two words put together is in your mind, and there's really just reality outside. That's kind of what I try to point people is like, flat Earth is outside. It's not this idea that you put together, or it's not that emblem, or this freaking disc that you saw one time, or this ice-covered dome, or whatever. It's outside. So I'm super careful about what kind of visuals I give them. I want them to go outside, really. I think most of us do.
I think the boat visuals are pretty good. I like those.
Yeah, I think some people are like you are super good at explaining things, but then there's some people that kind of maybe they'll ramble on or get a little too aggressive with it.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I can do that too. But yeah, boats is a good place as well. I think you said that, Cal, because that's one of the original claims. Boats go over the curve, and people come in here like they never heard that before, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, there is. I don't like saying names, but Mayhem. He goes into like really long monologues, right? And like I can listen to it because I don't have like any problems with paying attention long term. But there's a lot of people that don't have long term attention spans, and their attention spans are really short, and they just I don't know. Feel like maybe making it shorter each time you say a point instead of just constantly putting point after point after point could work better. I don't know.
Holding someone's attention is very, very difficult. So I've dealt with that before, and I think from what I noticed this morning, it was trying to keep his attention from falling away. He saw, "Don't fall away." So he was definitely trying to fall away, and so it can be difficult trying to keep someone on the same thread long term. And I can see where you're coming from, but I also see where he comes from as well. So just kind of wanted to throw that out there.
My biggest frustration in talking to Globers is that they don't know what they're supposed to believe. They don't know the dimensions. They don't know the curvature rate. They don't know about space and the second law of thermodynamics. They don't know these things, and so the most that I'm doing most of the time is educating these folk on what they're supposed to know, and that's where I end up.
I agree with that, Max. I find that one of the top 15 most frustrating things. It almost reminds me of these videos you see of people going up to just randoms on the street, asking them to name 3 countries. And they're like, London? So
I love when they say like Asia and Africa.
Yeah.
It's amazing with all the information that you have in the palm of your hand, that you don't know these things, and that you're so ignorant to the reality of the world. It's mind-boggling.
Well, isn't the information on the globe also always changing? Like, aren't they like kind of updating it all the time? Or
feels like it.
Yeah, dude, it's part of the mixed signals. They give out mixed signals. You can see ground curvature. Oh, you're from a plane. Oh, you can't see it from a plane. It's like the answers are all over the place. They'll update that DLC on you at any moment, dude.
I agree with Max on just the circumference, like teaching them the basics of geometry. What's a circumference? What's a diameter? What's a radius? What's an arc? And that's frustrating because it's like, man, like we can't even connect. If I can't explain this part to you, you're never going to get it.
Yeah, so like that would be an example where I would post a picture of this type of thing, so they just get a visual idea of what we're talking about. Because if it's just words, sometimes that's just going to go over people's heads. I think that's why Dave Weiss.
Shame.
So
I'm sorry. You said if it's just words, it's going to go over people's heads. That's the shame of it all.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, because they are in a state of supercognitive dissonance. They are in like a state of retardation. So you kind of have to teach them like they're a child.
But to our defense, to our credit, and our defense, you got to realize these people, like, you explain it using like the basketball analogy, like the shape of a basketball, and they get it. And as soon as you mention globe, it like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Like, it completely shuts off.
Yeah, I just think it's like it doesn't hurt. You know, if you think about like Dave, like I think that's why Dave Weiss is so effective for a lot of people, because it's like everything he's talking about, he pulls up a visual, and it's like I think that really helps people who are new to the topic. Is all.
But that's part of our responsibility here in the live stream as well. Like, when somebody else takes the reins, like, you know, maybe we can't open our mic and but let me say something real quick. Like, you know, like, I have to side with the mods on this one, and the golds. Like, they've been doing this for a really long time. They know their stuff. You got to let them talk, and you got to practice where you can practice wherever you can. But one of the things that we can do is we can put images in the live stream for them.
Yeah,
I do it all the time.
Yeah, whenever there's a discussion, I just mute myself and I just listen, because
Yep.
I'm not at that level yet, nor do I even care to be.
I just say, I guess I just like visuals.
Yeah, Dave Weiss is what got me into this, so I like him. I think his presentation is really good.
Yeah, I'll be like watching like Witsit, and I'm like thinking like if he had Dave Weiss's setup, it would be just ridiculously more effective.
I like seeing them when they're together, Weiss and Witsit. I like seeing them do debates together against other Globers. Those are fun.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Witsit. Where is he located?
Geographically?
Yeah, is he anywhere near Florida?
I think he is in Florida. I mean,
in Florida, bro?
East Coast. Huh?
Because, well, I don't know why we didn't think of him in terms of for the fresh and fit situation. I don't know if it's random just to bring that up now, but you brought up Dave Weiss, and we're talking about getting him on a big podcast. And you said you like hearing them together, and I'm like, wait a minute, why didn't we think of Witsit? He does have some media, not as big as Dave Weiss or Mark Sargent, but he's somewhat known, right?
That would be an awesome combo on Fresh and Fit.
And he's younger, and he's like, I think that would probably be good instead of setting Dave Weiss out there on his own.
So you get Dave Weiss's visuals and Witsit's like perfect memory.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the only way you're going to get on Fresh and Fit is if A, you're like really popular and you have a huge following as well, or you pay, or you have
where have you been? Where have you been, bro?
Yeah.
What do you mean? No, I know about the whole thing.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, because yeah, we're like, I don't know if you wanted to put it on a percentage scale, but we're over the halfway mark, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times, what's his name? Chris. He's always streaming late at night sometimes.
Can you drop a link? I didn't know that.
Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, sometimes he streams late at night. He doesn't have any people, but you can ask him on there. I've asked him before.
Yeah, dude, drop a link. I didn't know you had that. See, that's what I mean. Yeah, we're pulling strings, baby. Pulling strings.
Yeah, because Chris is a flat earther.
Yeah. So, we're trying to get Dave. I guess we got Dave's email. We just need to connect Chris with the email. I got an update from one of the moderators over at the Discord just yesterday on that situation. So they said they're working on it, man. 1.4 million followers. 30,000 live viewers during their after-hour show, maybe like 10, 20,000 during their day show. I mean, let's be real. Our live stream gets what? 30?
I mean, it's fine. Maybe the numbers are, who knows, but that's a lot. The only other podcast that I can think of that gets numbers that big is the Pat McAfee show, 40,000 live viewers during the NFL season. Go ahead, Dries.
They're also really based. If you saw their video on 9/11, it was really good.
Yeah, they do videos on 7-Eleven. They just did a video this week on Monday with a guy named PBD. I thought that was a really cool show. They touched on stuff like that too. I might even play a clip from this Monday show.
Yeah, that's Chris's Twitch channel. Sometimes you can get on there and talk to him. He'll reply. He's replied to me before because he doesn't get that many viewers.
Bro, I'm still cracking. I'm laughing. I'm kind of like Jedi make me laugh because he fixed his whole room and tired. He reached his mic after exhausting of fixing his whole room and yelled at me because he's mad that he had to fix his room. He didn't want to listen to me talking. That's fucking funny, Jedi. You crack me up, bro. Jedi was getting it all out on me.
Let me play this clip from the Monday show. 1 minute.
because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can't be bought and can't be bullied.
That's us.
Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power.
That's
By
us.
the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world? Position. What is the riskiest position in the world?
Being a truth teller.
Very good question.
It's not a president.
You got it, Dres. You got it.
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
You know, like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform, or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. Dres knows.
You know what's crazy to me? That we know that this shit's happening where they're canceling people because of this, and yet people just don't give a fuck. Like, they just let it happen. I don't know, man.
Well, you know what's interesting is they got into it on that show, on Monday's show. Like, it's not that. It's like maybe people are supporting it in deeper ways. Financially, they have more control. They talked about the rainbow movement and how, like, you know, obviously Bud Light, that who's working at the company that would be incentivized to do this. But if they're getting funding or whatever, they just kind of have to do. That's what they're told to do. Top orders from top down. So they kind of got into stuff like that on Monday's show. I was kind of interested because I've never heard of this PBD guy that was talking, and it was pretty interesting to listen to. Might be going back to listen to that one, guys.
I'm gonna be very vague about this, but because I don't want to go into too much detail. But have you seen what's happening with Target as well?
Yeah, they talked about that. They talked about the Bud Light and the Target thing.
The funny thing about Target is that both sides are actually attacking them. It's pretty crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
right. And well, that's what they talked about. It's like, why would they do that? Because they took PBD was saying that they lost like $9 billion or something crazy. The stock market dropped like 12% or something ridiculous. So yeah, he was saying like, well, why would they do that? Well, there's people that are above them that tell them what to do. And so, yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's what happens when you paint the target on yourself.
Well, I mean, you're going to ping a target on yourself when you have marionette strings attached to you. It's kind of what he was implying. I can definitely see where they're coming from on that.
But you know, it's not going to affect them at all, right?
What's that?
None of this stuff is going to affect them because they're the government's behind them. So it's like, what? It doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah, it doesn't even matter.
yeah.
I don't know. Crazy world, man. It's a crazy world.
Mm.
But I think the more crazy stuff they do, the more people wake up.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I don't know, man. I think we see it with the globalists and the flat Earth subject, where it's like the indoctrination, man. It's fucking, and
deep,
and people are like asleep, man. They're like zombies. They're like in zombie mode, just living life.
Yep, we talked about that this morning. Literally, like, is there even a way to bring back the zombies? Are they too far gone?
I honestly think that it's too late for most people, and that it's better just to start a new generation. That's what I think, man.
I have heard that, like, this information isn't for everybody, and I have heard people rebut that. So I want to leave that door open. But I have heard, like I said, that this information is for a select group of people. It's not for everybody. So, I was like, that's interesting. Kind of explains the zombie situation.
But people are still waking up to it, though. So,
yeah, it definitely has a trickle effect. Like, it's not, we're not fading towards their direction. It's a mass that's moving to a smaller, I don't even know if I'm saying this correctly. Kind of like the sand in the time capsule. There's a lot of sand in the top, and they're just kind of trickling down one by one eventually, hopefully.
Yeah, but as people, more and more people wake up to it, I think the censorship's also going to get worse. One day you might not even be able to talk about flat Earth. That'd be crazy.
I'm trying to think about that. Like, what else wouldn't you be able to talk about around that time? Like, flat Earth, can't talk about that.
They would legitimize it if they increase the censorship on it. Because why would they?
Especially to flip a switch and do it so out of the blue. Let the cat out of the bag.
I mean, as long as NASA's part of the government, which it's probably always going to be, the more threatened they are, the worse it's going to get.
So what's up? Let's go back to the belief. Any replies to the belief versus facts? I mean, there's a difference that people believe in lies, but that doesn't mean that the belief is a lie. I mean, you can believe in a lie, and it is a lie. Doesn't make it a fact. Then you can believe something is truth and factual, and then you can verify that belief.
You know what's funny? You say that. A lot of the girls that go on that Fresh and Fit, they have like the my truth, right? Or I don't know what the fuck they say, but it's like their truth.
Yeah, I have a clip for that.
It's really funny.
So is a belief a lie? There's two different things. Factual lies are different. They have different meanings, right? Different used for communicating.
I guess the way I think about it is like once you verify the belief, then it now becomes knowledge, right?
I think the problem is that I don't understand what he's saying. With these people, they're saying a lie, but they believe the lie is the truth. So are they really lying? I think the problem happens when you tell them the truth, but they decide not to believe it because they'd rather believe the lie, then that's the problem.
Also, of course, comes with their source of verification, right? So if you tell them something and they choose books as their verification source, then, what does it matter?
Books as the source, just the book. Yeah. It has to be more than that. The book will be a reference to something that can be demonstrated, right? So we put it in the record that we did this, and this is the step by step how to do it. You wanna repeat it? This is the instruction, so you can just do it the way you want to do it, right? But there's a way of doing something. We can put it on record, on a book, writings, scriptures, or whatever, right? But then you can verify if those writings are true or not by applying it in reality. You can believe what the book says is true, and then you can go verify it. Or you can falsify it. So look, I guess a hypothesis is a belief. I believe that water can be evaporated with heat. That's what I believe because I kind of saw fire making bubbles in water. So now I'm gonna test that belief or that hypothesis. And then I do the scientific method. And then I verify that factually heat causes water to boil, to evaporate, right? Is that a bad thing? It probably not the same. It doesn't have the same meaning, but the hypothesis is not factual, but it could be. Or it could be false. It could be falsified as well.
Are you arguing for belief?
No, the definition, the hijacked version of words. I'm asking questions because you see how the no, I'm not arguing. I'm saying that in proper context, right? The globe has hijacked a lot of the meanings. The horizon curves, lines are curved. You don't need containment for gas pressure. They have hijacked so many things. Atmosphere, right? The meaning of words. Like Quantum says, atmos is gas, sphere is a shape. That's like a hybrid word that has been taken and made into something that people believe to be true. But then when you go to the meaning of words, the word belief itself can be colloquially used or can be used by definition for a function, communicating, or it should have a meaning. I'm not claiming I know the whole meaning of it, but I can see how it's been hijacked as well.
Yeah, when you believe, you just accept something as fact, right? You accept it as reality. And generally you accept it without doing any verification purposes yourself. Now, once you do the verification purpose, you can still believe in facts. You can believe in the experiment is true. You can believe all of those things. That's fine. I don't think that's misusing the word.
Yeah, like when I come back home, I believe that it's gonna be the AC is gonna be working, right? The central air, I believe, it's gonna be working because when I left it wasn't working. I just kidding, just adding all that. No, yeah, I think it's something to consider. I'm not making any huge claims, but consider. I know the language has been taken over, and so many words, so many languages, and we should be able to communicate without thinking about globes and fantasy, because I hear all the communication and people talking so much about fantasy land that they utilize the words that we're supposed to be referring in reality, and they're using them in fantasy land and saying those words are bad because you're using them in fantasy land, right? But yeah, if you're using them in the fantasy land are bad, but when you use it in reality, practically, functionally, they have a function and a meaning. And I don't think there should be campaigns of people, you said the word believe, you should be banned from this server because you're a believer. I mean, believe it on globes? No, I don't believe in globes, but I believe I'm gonna make it home and have a revive ready. And when I make it there and the revive is there, I believe what's right.
I mean, I haven't gotten a single argument once. Not a single argument with this alternative definition of knowledge. People need to answer this question. If you no longer believe the supposition after it supposedly becomes knowledge, or the moment that it supposedly becomes knowledge, what supposition are you holding to justify it? If you don't believe anything, then you don't accept any suppositions, true or false. So then you don't have any suppositions to justify with an argument. So now you don't have any of the components of knowledge. If you don't have any of the components of knowledge, you don't have knowledge. Now I want an argument in response to that. Very simple. I don't want insults. I don't want condescension. I don't want any of that. Because none of that is an argument.
Well, it sounded about right to me.
Sounds about right to me.
Yeah, I always like the fact that experience was part of the definition of empirical, and so it should be. There are things out there that you can't science, but you go through an experience, and therefore becomes knowledge. In my opinion, well, I'm living proof of that. I've done that, so yeah.
So all of this childish backbiting in the text chat from various persons, bunch of garbage, not an argument.
I don't know what that's about, Gregory.
So in the concept of the meaning of words, belief has the component on you just said that you can the hypothesis is a belief in the scientific method. Can the hypothesis be a belief that you hold until you verify that belief or falsify it? A belief can be wrong, incorrect, or how do you say? A belief can be no factual, non-factual, or it could be factual. That belief.
It isn't necessarily a belief, actually, because someone could suppose the hypothesis and not believe it and still test it.
So the knower, the one experiencing, the one who's first-hand knowledge, we do have knowledge, we hold knowledge, but beyond what we hold and what we have experienced, beyond that, there is beliefs beyond our standing, overstanding away from us, and we can reach that knowledge if we believe we can make it to that knowledge. Even though some things we don't know, even if they're there, but when you find them, they're there. I mean, yeah. It's interesting how the definitions can be used for many things. That the words can be used for many things, for lies and for facts. That's what I kind of see. It's not just black and white. Some people want to make it flat and globe, flat and round, flat. That's two words. That's what we're going to talk about. Let's talk about these two words. Way high, it goes deeper and above our heads. It goes high and deep, and horizontal as well.
It's like cut the shit doesn't even like want to argue. Like he evidently doesn't want to argue. Like I asked for arguments, not calumnies and cavils and denigration and condescension and all the rest. For some reason, he changed his name too. He changed his name from Breathe Entropy to Cut the Shit.
That was his name before that.
I suppose.
That's the original, I think. The Cut the Shit, and then he changed it to Breathe Entropy. Yeah, and back then.
So, Gregory, would you say that all human knowledge is then based on beliefs?
All human knowledge contains beliefs.
So there's no knowledge that doesn't have a belief?
Correct. Because again, if you're talking about knowledge being, I have a supposition, it's true, I believe it's true, and I have an argument to justify it, right? Then that's knowledge. If I don't believe any supposition, then I don't have any supposition, true or false. So I don't have any supposition to have an argument to justify believing. So I don't have any of the components of knowledge anymore.
What belief do I need to have to know that I'm talking to you right now?
The acceptance of the supposition that you are talking to me right now.
Is it talking to him now?
So supposition is a position before the fact. So you can suppose that the street that I'm gonna drive my vehicle, I know that street is gonna take me where I wanna go. Presuppose that if I'm gonna drive somewhere, and then I go do it. It's a presupposition, and but you're not gonna presuppose that it's gonna take you to space because you know you're not gonna go there. You can presuppose it, and it's not gonna happen. But you can have a presupposition of a position that you're gonna be next. You're gonna go to the next position, and the next position can be true.
Well, before we talk about presuppositions, so suppose, supposition, presupposition. Suppose, of course, is the verb, which people do, which is what I just did. A supposition is that which is supposed, and a presupposition is that which is supposed within the supposition. Or in other words, a presupposition is a supposition that is the necessary antecedent of a supposition. So, as I just said what I said, I presupposed that I exist, that I'm alive, that I'm a person, that I'm sentient, that I'm intelligent, that I understand English, that I have all my memory, that I'm in my room, etc., etc.
Yeah, not sure I'm clear on that one.
Yeah, to me that's similar to the mind virus people with like I'm not sure I'm sitting here talking to you guys because 99% sure like it's just a belief to them.
But why you thinking that, bro? Why you thinking you're not sure? I'm not talking about I'm not sure if I'm talking to you. I'm pretty sure I'm talking to you. Why you have that in your mind that you're not pretty sure if I'm sure that you're not sure that we are sure? That's the mind virus.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. Like, we have two different words. They clearly mean two different things. We don't need to mix the definitions. It's just silly.
Well, everybody knows in what context we're talking about when it comes to discussing Earth, right? Do they just simply have a faith-based belief? That's what it's talking about. Something that's unverifiable, or can they verify what they think they have knowledge of? So that's when we can establish the difference between whether they have knowledge of it or whether they just have a belief. Everybody knows this. Everybody in this fucking server knows what the context means. We don't need to go into the pedantics of it, do we? We don't need to go into the pedantics of it, do we? We all understand, right?
No, we don't all understand. Act like you have some sense. Obviously, not everyone agrees on the definitions of the word. So, T-Dub, there's a difference that you just articulated. The difference you just articulated is that some people have beliefs that are true. Some people have beliefs that are false. Some people have beliefs that are justified successfully by an argument. Some don't. What part of that distinction do you not understand?
And in the correct word, what you guys are saying is actually comprehension, because by standing, and we're talking about the ground and the shape of the thing that we're standing on, the people claim shapes of it. They are claiming that they understand the claim, right? Because it's a fantasy-made globe, whatever, that is not a reality. When you use the word understand about the ground, you're actually overstanding the ground. You stand on the ground. You don't understand the ground. You don't stand under the ground. And you overstand it, and you understand the things above you. And you're in between those two places in reality. You're above the ground, under the things above you, operating in and understanding all this information. You have to take the input in you to experience it, and the information, and to verify the belief that you had before, right? You have certain beliefs and certain things, and then by first-hand knowledge, you verify things. You experience things and verify things. And just by the communication, the mind virus that people talk about, think about the communications and the way we utilize the words and the things that we communicate. And the words have been, the meanings of words have been hijacked, guys. Just crazy.
Yeah, they're trying to redefine words, like to make it fit their own, I don't know if I'd say narrative, but their own worldview, I guess.
And think about what the guy said. They believe in the lie, right? Correct. You are, sir, when you said that, you are correct. They believe in that lie. But you don't have to believe in lies. You can, when you operate, you, within your limitations where you're standing and operating in reality, you operate with your functionality, your senses, and the skills that you have. But within those reaches, you have certain belief until you make it there and verify as a factual thing. The people that believe, when you said the globe, they believe in it, and they haven't verified it. They cannot verify it, but they believe in it. They believe in a lie. They're not believing in a belief. The word belief is not what they believe in. They believe in the context that you're talking about, that context that is not based in reality. It cannot be verified, right? It's nowhere to be found in reality. that context is a lie, and they believe in that lie. But then you can operate in reality, utilize belief, and then you verify things in factuals.
Yeah, I mean, we've lost the ability to shame people. I mean, we can still do it, but I think shame fixes a lot of problems.
I agree.
People being accountable to what they do, right? Which they're not being accountable for what they do in today's day and age.
I agree.
People have no shame in this day and age, it seems.
Yeah, for sure.
They have no shame in their appearance, their language, their ignorance, or anything else. They're kind of proud of it, as a matter of fact.
Does a baby has beliefs when the baby is born from the mother? The baby eventually grows, and when he's hungry,
going too far with this one.
Does the baby believe that the mom is gonna feed him and the dad is gonna take care of him? Does
you might be going too far with that one.
Changes. My bad. Go ahead, sir.
It's kind of hard for us to suppose that a baby has beliefs, right? There are certain laws of nature that the baby responds to and accepts, I think. So, to put anything on a baby like belief or, ideas or anything like that, I think we're, missing the point here. That has to be something that's done with thought. That's have something to do with conscious thought.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Babies have conscious thought.
Right? They know you need the knower to have a belief. Then, if you're not the knower, you have to know to have. You have to believe, and then you know stuff because you're already like in your when you're standing and you're using your senses are telling you things. You know things. You can observe. I think you know things just by standing and looking around and touching. You start knowing things. Oh, this feels like this. I know that if I touch right here, it feels like this. Yeah,
you have conscious or subconscious thought. I think it's more subconscious. I think it's more of natural responses. I'm not sure at what point that that they start to put the consciousness of their reality around them. I can't really say at what point, but again, I don't see where that's going.
Yeah, through repetition. Right? They have instinctive natural expectations, right? Their stomach will growl and they'll want to be fed, and then they'll get fed and nurtured, and then they'll expect that again.
Mm-hmm.
Well, given what you just said, expectation would be synonymous with a belief.
Yeah, it is synonymous, yes.
Is that why everyone goes to church on Sunday?
Not everyone.
No, not everyone, but
exactly. That's a belief. When you say everyone goes to church on Sunday, that's a belief. You just have a belief. Everyone goes to church on Sunday.
What I'm saying is, you got to get refilled. That's what they preach. You got to come to church on Sunday because you got to get refilled.
That's a belief that you just said.
Oh no, this is my own experience. This is what I've heard.
There you go. So, but that's to the limitations. That's my point. You have certain limitations that when you say everyone does that. That's what you're saying, right? Everyone.
Okay. This is why some people. Okay.
There you go.
Gotcha.
May I talk to Drace?
Yes, go ahead.
Sure.
Come on, guys. Let's allow Gregory to speak to Drace. If Drace is going to reply, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, do you believe that humans believe everything?
Humans believe everything? What do you mean by that?
Do humans believe every supposition ever?
Every supposition ever? No, why?
Okay, so then why do you keep saying that everything humanity experiences is belief to him?
Because you said so earlier, did you not?
Okay, this is where I get slightly annoyed because I can't make myself any more clearer. Humans believe things. Humans don't believe every supposition ever.
Yeah, no, that's
everything that
different.
they
Not, you're
experience.
conflating two things. Every supposition ever is not the same thing as whenever you experience something, it requires a belief, like you said earlier.
But I didn't finish what I had to say, and I didn't conflate them. I literally just differentiated them. I cannot make myself any more clearer. Humans believe some things. Humans do not believe every supposition ever. The experiences humans have, they generally do believe them. Now, the reason I specifically articulated that they generally do believe them, because there are some instances where humans don't believe their empirical experience. They don't believe the a posteriori data, the empirical data that they have empirically detected, which is an instance of self-deception.
Yeah, that doesn't change anything I said, though. Just because
Of course, it doesn't change what you said. I'm clarifying what I said and what I meant.
Yeah, but when I say you say that all like human experience is based in this belief, or either an unverified or unjustified belief, or a true justified belief, like you call it, then everything at its basis that humanity supposedly knows or experiences is then based in belief. And you said yes earlier when I asked you.
Okay. What is the error in that?
So you now agree with what I say?
Because you finally reiterated what I said correctly.
No, I just said the same thing I said earlier.
Okay, so you reiterated what I said correctly.
No,
what is the error in that?
What I said, which you had a problem with.
Okay, what is the error in that?
And what I said?
What you reiterated that I said.
What? You had a problem with me saying the thing that you said and teaching other people your perspective, and now I repeated it, and it's not a problem anymore. I don't understand.
Okay, I'm clarifying. Do you know what clarification is?
Yes.
Okay, so why are you acting like you can't recognize that I'm clarifying things? So, given what I have said, which you have reiterated. Okay, so given what I have said, which you have reiterated, what is the error in that?
That all human experience is belief?
Okay, so once again, after you just reiterated what I said.
Is that the thing you want me to help you understand?
So after you reiterated what I just said, then you redacted what I just said. Because you insist on using the word belief as a derogating term, as a denigrating term, as a pejorative.
Yeah, you're
It
saying
doesn't make
if
any
you
sense.
say believe, you're a glober. I see in the text, belief means glober. Do only globers have beliefs? Is that what we is that what you mean, heretic? And they raise only globers have beliefs. Those are the only.
Never said that. I never said that.
I'm not even in on this. I don't know.
Is the curve a justified true belief, right? So when you start, when we talk about curve, I'm sorry, Trace, because the other guy was saying, where is the curve? Let's talk about the curve, right? Curve. Those are beliefs that you guys are talking about. Oh, the curve. Does the glober talking about curves? Those are beliefs that you guys are just spewing in the VC 24/7.
Okay, I'm going to jump in for a minute. So when you have experience with a certain group of people, and you start to see the similarities between those groups of people, sometimes, and you make a claim that somebody else is like that. You can be called racist, or you could be prejudiced. And I think that's the word, prejudice, that maybe we're searching for here.
Yeah,
because
I would say we're not immune to belief. We have our own beliefs about all things. It's understandable, but like if you touch something hot, you don't have a supposition about it being hot or not. You just accidentally touched something you didn't know it was hot, and you burnt yourself. It requires no belief. You just know that was hot after you burnt yourself.
Right.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. So when you gain any empirical data, when you detect any empirical data, you interpret empirical data inevitably and necessarily. Inevitably and necessarily. All your visual data, all your odoriferous data, all your taste data, all your tactile data, all your audible data, right? You're seeing, you're smelling, you're tasting, you're touching, you're hearing. Okay? You're interpreting all that. Okay? When you interpret all that, that's a supposition in your head.
So
either
now
you
disagree
believe
with
that
me.
or you don't.
So now you disagree
And either
with
you
me
have a
that
justification
say
to
that
believe
all
that
human
or you don't.
experience is a belief.
So you had to talk to me in that, right?
No, I was just because you already agree with me by saying that, and so we have no
This is ridiculous.
issue anymore.
You can clearly hear me in the middle of talking the sentence. You're just gonna start talking.
Oh, go ahead. I've heard it all before, and it's nothing new.
Okay, so either you're going to critically consider and self-scrutinize, critically consider what I have to say and self-scrutinize, or you won't.
Guys, I want to hear this because I haven't heard the whole argument before. I mean, I've read many of these things and I look what you guys write, but the communication between two people are actually, let's say, arguing both sides. I want to hear it. Maybe other people will speak about it because I've heard people talk about this. Since you guys can go into the specifics, I mean, if you guys don't want to talk to each other, it's one thing, but please, if you can, like you're doing.
Yeah, I don't understand what the argument is. I mean,
yeah, I don't understand.
Okay, I can't make it any more simpler. People have to listen and critically consider. So I'm speaking words right now. Either you will listen or you won't. Either you will critically consider them or you won't. Either you will attempt to interpret them or you won't. Either you will allow yourself to accept it or you won't. Okay? So, when you gather empirical data, when you experience things, okay, you then interpret that data. That interpretation is a supposition. You either believe or don't believe that supposition. And that supposition is true or false. Either you experience the thing as it is, or what you experienced is an illusion, and you did not experience the thing as it really is. And you either have a justification, an argument to justify believing the supposition that is the interpretation of the empirical data, or you don't.
So as I walk on coal, I can tell myself that it is cold.
Right.
But does it become cold?
Not ipso facto of you believing it.
But, okay. Based on what you just said, all human experience is a belief, correct?
No, it's category error. All human experience is believed or not believed. I did not just say that.
All human experience is believed or not believed, so it's all based in belief. You just admitted it.
No, I did not. Listen to the sentence. It's not that hard. You gather experience, aka gather empirical data. You interpret that data. You believe that or you don't. So
you
no,
either believe
all
it or
experience
you
is
deny
not
it,
a
so
belief.
All human experience is based in belief.
No, not talk through the answer. This is stupid.
What do you mean by category error?
So he keeps conflating in the question, all human experience is belief? No, they're not categorically the same. They're not synonyms. Two different things, two different categories.
What are the two categories? Name them.
Okay, the two different categories are in the question, experience, quote unquote, and belief, quote unquote. I just said that human experience, number one, is believed or not believed. Number two, what part of that is not understood?
No, I understand it perfectly. You're saying it's either believed or not believed, so it's just based in belief.
Stop saying that. That's not my conclusion.
No, that's the first category. What's the second category?
I already said the second category. The first category, experience. The second category, belief.
believe.
Okay, those are the two categories. I thought the first category was believe or not believe, and I thought there was another category after that.
No.
Okay.
So you're talking about interpretation of the experience. Is that right?
Yeah, look, just
I'm
like
talking about
they have a
interpretation
belief
and
that
I'm talking about interpretation in addition with other things involved, all in the subject of knowledge. So interpretation was mentioned, and we're not only talking about interpretation.
yeah, because the Glovers are experiencing reality, but they hold a belief that is contrary to the actual truth. But then
Earlier, you were telling us how all the sensory input is required to go through these suppositions and beliefs. So how is it not based on everything based on belief, based on what you're saying?
Why do you keep phrasing it that way? Why don't you just say what I said?
Because I'm asking you.
That rhetoric is wrong.
What you're saying.
Like, the rhetoric is wrong. Everything is based on a belief. No, not everyone believes everything. So no, not everything is based on a belief.
Yeah. Okay.
That doesn't make any sense.
Some people have delusions and don't base it on beliefs. Are those delusions not beliefs, Gregory?
That's an instance of a belief. Not everyone believes everything. Not everyone is deluded about everything.
No, everybody believes what that person believes. He believes it, but not everybody does. Yeah.
I mean, what part of that sentence don't you understand? Not everyone believes everything. Not everyone is deluded about everything.
Yeah, dude, you told us that everything people experience, their smells, their touch, the sounds, the sights, all of that's based in belief, or they cannot believe it and believe something else. How is that?
That's not what I just told you. That's not what I just told you. This is annoying. I already said plain and clear in clear English.
Told us I can record it and play it back if you want.
I know full and well it's recorded. Play the video back. I said plain and clear in concise English. You gather empirical data, you interpret it, and then you believe it or you don't.
Yep.
Do you follow so far?
If you don't believe it, is that not a belief as well? You don't believe it's something other than it is?
You don't believe. You don't believe the interpretation.
Yeah, you don't believe the interpretation. You believe something else.
Not necessarily. No, that doesn't follow.
I believe this is true. I believe this is not true.
Or I do believe this, or I don't believe this.
Yeah, we're talking about...
Just because you don't believe X doesn't mean you do believe something else.
We're talking about you touch a hot plate, you burn yourself, and you're like, that's a belief. If you believe that you burnt yourself, otherwise you could say, no, I don't believe I burnt myself. What?
Or I believe I didn't burn myself.
Yeah, is that?
And of course, you can go ad infinitum with this in principle. You're about to go crazy instead of following what I'm saying, instead of paying attention to what I'm saying. So I do believe, I don't believe. I do believe this, I do believe that. I do believe A, I do believe B.
When you don't believe something, there's also...
So you won't let me talk.
And connotations that come with that. Like,
so you won't let me talk. You don't actually want to hear what I said.
You don't want to listen to anybody but yourself. That's the problem here.
No, I'm not talking through you. It's very obvious who's talking through who. Every time you talk through me, you mess up what I say, and then you wonder why I have to keep repeating myself, then you talk to me again.
You never address what I'm saying.
But I am directly addressing what you're saying. So, I'm a proof to you right now. I'm talking directly to you and addressing directly what you said. So once again, human experience, gathering empirical data, they interpret it, they believe it, or they don't. Okay? And of course, whatever they believe, if they do believe the interpretation of the empirical data, or they don't believe the interpretation of the empirical data, of course, if they don't believe the interpretation of the empirical data, they believe that they don't believe it. They believe that they don't believe it. They believe that they believe they don't believe it. They believe that they believe that they believe they don't believe it, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So you just admitted my point.
You broke him, bro. Jesus.
As a practical, let's say, demonstration of this situation,
404.
Doing an observer. Wait, what? Roboting?
No, you're fine.
So someone can be doing, two people can be doing the same observation, and one, they both believe what they're looking at, and one can believe he's seeing a curved ball, and the other one believe he's seeing a horizontal flat horizon, and one belief is wrong and the other belief is incorrect until they both go check and verify it.
So they're always
Yes.
believing.
So first,
Everyone believes something.
believing it. Okay, I see a horizontal flat plane, and the other no. I see a curved ball because we see horizontal. That means ball. Those two are believing. Then we go verify it. Oh, which belief was wrong? Which belief was right? All right.
I see the sun. I don't believe it's 93 miles away.
Should we believe in Beaver?
I have nothing else after I'm 90 miles away. That's it.
You see? You're
something
roboting,
else.
bro. You're roboting, but I like your example. I saw the sun, and I don't believe it's 94 million miles away, right? I don't believe it. You use the word. You don't hold the belief. I mean, you utilize the word in context. And there's nothing wrong with using the word. You're using the word correctly in that instant.
What about when someone believes something that isn't experienced?
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're a glober because you use the word believe, right? It doesn't mean you're a globetard.
So
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. What about when someone believes something that isn't based on experience?
So that is like
That's just an instance of someone believing something that's not based on experience.
What if you
and that's in the context that we discuss belief.
But then you can believe that you have an experience, and then you go verified, and it is factual, it is true. Like you don't have an experience yet, you believe it because someone said so. That is so, but you believe it. You don't know it's so because you haven't experienced it.
Well, you don't have to say all that. You don't have to say all that to what T-Dub just said. What if someone believes something that isn't based on empirical experience? Well, then that's the case. And then
so you would
questions, of
so
course,
that's
that can
where
be
we're
asked,
distinguishing a difference, right, Gregory? That's
See, we're
where
not listening to one
distinguishing the
another. That's why we
difference.
never make progress.
Yeah, that's where we're distinguishing the difference between what you're saying and when we use the word belief, when we're talking about, the Earth and people believing in the globe, because they don't experience it. You're talking about belief that's based on something that's experienced, and then we receive information, like you said, data, and we interpret that data, right? They're believing something they don't even experience. They don't have any data to interpret.
Okay, great. So the fact of the matter is that when you're talking to the glober, they are experiencing the same empirical data that you are. They're experiencing the same empirical data you are.
Curvature.
They don't interpret it the same, and they don't believe the same interpretations that you do. And they don't have the same arguments to justify their interpretation, which they believe that you do. That's the difference.
I'm not experiencing
you see, hey, 1 second. This guy think that you said that the glober is seeing a curve and you're seeing the opposite of that, right? No, you both seeing the same thing, but the interpretation is different. It's not like
there's no interpretation. I don't experience curvature.
No, you don't experience.
T-Dub, can you please listen to someone else? If you don't interpret anything, then you can't know anything. That means you don't accept anything to be anything if you don't interpret anything.
There's no curvature to interpret.
Of course. That's because you're interpreting what is there.
Oh my Lord.
Oh my Lord, what? What is so difficult? Why is this a problem in the server? It doesn't make any sense.
Is light particle or a wave? Either way, we experience the same thing. We see it. I mean, if I see the color green, it's not really green. It's reflecting the color green. That's why I see green. Like, that's the explanation I was told in school.
Okay, but let's focus. Let's focus on one thing at a time. Like, people hop into 1,000 different points at once. So what T-Dub just said, right? You look out at the Earth, right? The Earth. You're interpreting the Earth. Specifically, the surface of the Earth that you're walking upon. You are interpreting that. You don't interpret the surface of the Earth to be curving convexly or concavely. The glober does. Convexly, in their case. And some of them being concave earthers.
Yeah.
Interpreting the same thing in different ways. Interpretation that is false, interpretation that is true. It's believed or it's not believed. It's justified or it's not justified.
Right. I want to go. I want to go back to when I was. I remember this clearly. When I was learning about the Earth, I don't remember which grade it was. It had to be elementary school. But when I was told it was spinning, I was like, why? The thing that I thought of that it's spinning was because the cars that are driving over the road is causing it to spin. Like the wheels of the cars turn, they're driving over the road. So that means the earth is spinning in the opposite direction, or in the direction that the car's wheels are turning. Like this was this is pretty logical when you're a young man or a young boy and you're told that the earth is spinning. So this is where my brain went. I remember this clearly. Now, I'm a little older now. I don't believe that, of course. But when you're a child and you're told that the earth is spinning and you say, why is it spinning? Because nobody ever really told you why it was spinning. So you have to come up with your own explanation of why it's spinning. And that was my explanation, is that because the cars were driving over the road, causing it to spin. But then there's also cars going in the opposite direction, all that, But anyways, so I'm just going to put that out there.
No, I was just going to say I've never heard that in my life. Sorry.
I'll be the first.
And I think I see what Gregory's saying. I think it's not too complicated. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Gregory. But the occasion when somebody burns themselves, for instance, which is a good one, because the person can tell themselves, hey, I didn't burn myself, but they clearly did. So that would be a wrong belief. That's all he's saying. That's all he's saying.
It's really not that complicated. It's really not. It really isn't.
That's the funny part, because when I tell you all human experience is a belief, you say, no, it's not a belief. And then later on you admit that not believing something is also a belief.
Because the supposition is a category error, Jace. The very sentence, every human experience is a belief, is a category error. No, I won't accept that word order. No.
It's based in what you're saying.
No, Grace, the sentence you said is wrong.
You said not believing something is a belief. Address that.
You can believe that you don't believe. I didn't say not believing is a belief. It's self-contradictory. Doesn't matter how clearly, okay? And of course, whatever they believe, if they do believe the interpretation of the empirical data, or they don't believe the interpretation of the empirical data, of course, if they don't believe the interpretation of the empirical data, they believe that they don't believe it. Thank you. They believe that they don't believe it. The supposition is that they don't believe it. Then they believe that. Not the supposition itself. That they don't believe is also that they do believe. Never said that. Right there in the recording. You think I'm scared of the recording?
No, I'm not saying you're scared. I never said that. I'm saying the recording supports what I'm saying.
It doesn't support what you say. I just reiterated myself. And you didn't reiterate what I just said in the recording and what I just said in reiterating the recording. So no, it doesn't support you.
Sure, buddy.
Oh, empirical. It's an EM. Whenever you guys talk about empirical, I always think in my
I am.
So I think there's a problem because in this kind of like in the server, we have a specific topic that we spend a lot of time on. And if we just try to use a brush to bring everything to the globe or everything to the flat and everything that we know, all the knowledge that we know of, try to compact it into a convergence of a conversation that is specific about one topic, I don't think you can fit everything into two terms like globe, flat. And people are trying to do that. Globetards have belief. There's 4 people in reality are wrong for having beliefs.
It's just this hyper flat earth pseudo epistemology. that is incoherent. I've exposed the absurdity of this multiple times.
And I've been saying, definitely think about the topic, think about the curve. But I hear some flat earthers that promote the globe more than globers, and they call the globe tars. But you're acting like a flat tar that is promoting the globe like 24/7. And then someone comes and tells you something in reality, and you like, "Boo, that doesn't. How does that prove the globe? How does that bring it to flat?" Bro, there's more stuff than two terms in the internet, in the realms of reality, right? Way more.
Is belief and knowledge synonymous?
No.
No.
Well, if you're a Scientologist, it is a science of knowing. Is there a science of knowing? Is knowledge
to pay attention
right?
Is knowledge
if you
a
pay attention to
science?
the morphology of the word, I suppose the study of knowledge, but there's already a word for that technically, epistemology, the theory of knowledge, study of knowledge.
Epistemology, is that like apostolizing, or is
No. From the
Sorry.
Greek, no, you're good. From the Greek, episteme, knowledge, or to know. Excuse me.
Okay.
And then, of course, logia, the study of.
Yeah, the whole that's why they put ology on the back of science.
Yeah. Science comes from the Latin word. So episteme comes from the Greek. Science comes from the Latin word scientia. And of course, when you examine their theory of knowledge, it's, well, need I say more?
To each their own. And I think that's, I mean, just that term right there, to each their own. That is pretty. I kind of, maybe I boiled it down a little bit, but that is belief. What you believe, what you think you know. It's kind of what it comes down to. And then what is spread between your circles, your inner circles, the people that you're directly related with on a day-to-day basis. You can go that way too. Like if we all know the same thing, or we think we know the same thing, or
Each his own is in a narrow sort of view, right? You don't mean that like in a broader sort of way.
Well, that's, yeah. It's more of a narrow. Yeah, it's more of a like a boiled down where each group or each, like, whereas, I mean, yeah, where there is a large, the majority minority, I think majority believes the Earth is a spinning ball. There's a minority that believes it's flat and stationary. But even
Believe
within
in what context?
Yeah, see, there you go. To each their own.
Believe in what context? Like, believe in the context that Gregory describes?
I think you mean to ask, believe in what sense, not what context.
Yeah, in what sense? Because if we go by Gregory's definition, then it has to be based on what is experienced, right?
No, that's not what belief is. I can't make it any more clear. What do you think I belief is?
Well, you started with empiricism.
That's not what I started with.
So it's not experience. It can be based on something that's not experienced.
It's not based on anything. It's not a thing that's based. Okay? Do you know what belief is?
It's something supposed to be true.
No, it's not the supposition. No. I've defined it over and over and over again. No. Belief is to accept the supposition as to be true.
Like, I'm not being mean.
Yeah,
belief is the
I think it's true. Something I think is true. Is that simple enough?
Yeah, something
belief itself.
True, and I can either go verify it or falsify it. And if I verify it, that belief was true. And if I falsify it, that belief was wrong.
Yes, that which is accepted to be true is a belief.
To your own thinking, right?
Okay, let me say the answer. Okay. That which is accepted to be true. That's a belief. Okay, there's a supposition.
Yeah, you have to accept it to be true to believe it.
I mean, I broke it down several times. I'm going to break it down again on the live stream. The supposition, it's true or false. Preferably true. I accept the supposition. Okay? Now I have an argument to justify it. Now I have knowledge. Ta-da.
It's pretty simple.
So when you take one of those surveys and there's like four bubbles, one is never, sometimes never, sometimes always, and then always. You guys seen those?
I think I've seen that before.
It kind of makes me laugh because it's either the first bubble or the last bubble. I don't know what the middle bubbles are for.
You also need belief to be in commercial world, to be practical, because you believe that the partner in commerce, the partner in business, you have certain beliefs about that person, that individual, that you're gonna hold some honesty to accomplish a goal together. You have to hold beliefs, and then you reach the goal, and you can accomplish things in the real world. If you don't believe in that partner, you're not gonna make it, bro.
I don't know if this is gonna sound stupid, but let's say you believe the sky is blue, but we know for a fact that the sky is blue. Is it really a belief?
Okay, let me answer. You are believing the supposition, the sky is blue. Then you appeal to an argument, an inductive argument, appealing to empirical data to strongly indicate the supposition you believe is true. You've successfully done that. Now you know and have demonstrated that you know the supposition, the sky is blue, is true. Ta-da.
So it's no longer a belief after that?
No, it's not no longer a belief. It's not a mere belief, but it's not a non-belief.
That's what I'm asking. It's no longer a belief, or is it still a belief?
It's a belief that's justified by a sound argument. It's still a belief, but it's a belief now that's justified by a sound argument that demonstrates the belief, the supposition believed to be true, really is true.
Yeah, the belief is not the thing that you're checking or verifying. The belief is part of the process before you verify it. That doesn't mean that the belief that you have before you verify that thing, that is, the belief is not that thing. The belief is a consequence of verifying that thing. Or
is belief in theory like synonymous?
They can be. They can be used synonymously. The theory itself is a supposition. So again, the theory itself is what is being believed. But of course, the word belief, ending with an F, of course, is the noun.
You mean colloquial theory or scientific theory?
Well, any kind of theory. A theory on its base, no matter what sort of specific categorization it's used under, a theory is just an explanation.
Well, I don't think scientific theories are based off belief, technically.
The hypothesis.
Well, it depends what you mean, scientific theory. That term is not actually specific.
Is a hypothesis a belief?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I'm specific enough, dude. You're just pretending that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, once again, like, are you just going to give me flippant responses, or are you going to argue?
Different responses.
Well, actually, I just wanted to ask you some clarifying things about what you're saying about, the way you're using the word belief and knowledge. So, like, take, for instance, if I just look out my window, I look at the earth, and I observe it to be flat, and at the base axiom level of knowledge, I know it's flat via direct observation. Is belief involved in that somehow?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess it is in a way that's just completely and totally irrelevant, so I don't know why you're involved.
If it's involved and it's not irrelevant, Orion, kind of sense does that make?
It's not involved with the way I just. Well, it is. It's not involved with the way I just described it. I just managed to establish the fact that the Earth is flat, and I know that the Earth is flat. The base axiom level.
You just asked me, is belief involved? The answer was yes. And then you just flippantly hand-waved it fallaciously as not being relevant. But if it is involved, then it is relevant, Orion.
No, it's not.
It's so stupid. There's no sense in that.
Let me ask you,
Is that what the Earth is flat? When you say, is that what something is? When you say, I know the Earth. I look outside. I know it's flat because I see. Is that what something is? You're actually saying that's what the Earth is, flat. That's not what something is. That's a description. You're describing something you're looking at, and you're describing it as flat, but that's not what something is, bro. That's not what that thing outside is. A description. You're limiting yourself to this flat, romanticized version of things.
Gregory, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Just as a point of clarification, you're basically saying that believing is an aspect of attaining knowledge.
Yes, it is a component of knowledge, yes.
I'm confused because that's not how I that's not how I was raised using that word.
Well, let's talk about it.
Yeah, because usually you believe in something, but then once you've confirmed that what you believe in is true, it's no longer a belief. At least that's how I.
Okay, so once again, every time this is said, I've given the reduction to absurdity argument. Right? If you say that, that necessarily implies that you don't believe the supposition that is or is not true. If you don't believe the supposition that is or is not true, then you don't have a supposition that is or is not true. If you don't have a supposition that is or is not true, then you don't have an argument for the supposition, which is or is not true. If you don't have an argument, which is a sound or unsound, for the supposition that is or is not true, you don't have any of the components of knowledge anymore, so you don't know it. That is the necessary logical implications of that premise.
Hey, wait, so I got a quick clarifying question. So if my friend comes over and he says, hey, Charles, like, are the leftovers in your fridge, are they still good? And I say to him, I believe they are, but I don't know. If I say that sentence to him, are you saying that sentence is illogical and incoherent or something?
No.
Okay. I still don't follow you, though.
I can't make this any more clear. It cannot be made more clear.
So I believe that when I make it home, there's going to be a ribeye on the table. When I make it home, there's a ribeye on the table. Or I believe there's going to be a ribeye, and when I make it home, there is no ribeye.
Then you know there's no ribeye. You can dispense with the belief.
Until I make it there. No, but those are two categories. The belief is part of the process, like he's saying. And then when you make it there, you verify the belief or you falsify it. But the riba being there, the belief was right. The belief was correct. When the riba was there, before I made it and know that it was there, and I ate it and I tasted it and consumed it. Yeah.
Watch this. Let me talk to T-Dub.
Okay.
T-Dub, define belief, please.
Well, belief is in the act of believing, or as a noun. Like, belief is a supposition that something is true.
No, belief is not the supposition.
All right. So you can have a supposition without belief or disbelief.
It's not that you can have it, it's what is the thing in question. The thing in question is the belief. What is a belief? It's not a supposition. Okay? It's not a supposition.
When I turn my light switch on, is it because I've turned it on before that I believe it's going to happen again, or do I have knowledge that the light will turn on when I turn it on? Is that a belief or knowledge?
You may or may not believe it, and you may or may not know that. What is your question?
Is it belief or knowledge every time I turn the light on and it comes on, as akin to the sun coming up every morning, or James's ribeye that he has to verify when he gets home? What is it?
Of course, the act you performed, the lapsing, is not a belief or knowledge.
Isn't it?
No, the act or event elapsing is not the supposition or the belief or knowledge.
Yeah, the ribeye is not. It's not a word. The belief is not the ribeye. It's not what something.
Jemsy can believe he's going to get a ribeye at home, but when he gets home, his physical act of confirming the ribeye is on his plate or not on his plate is the knowledge bit, right? He can believe all he fucking wants.
Okay, so since Jedi is here, so let me talk to you, Jedi. Say your question again.
Which one? I've probably said about 3 now, to be fair. But going back to Jemsy's ribeye, he believes because it's previously happened that when he gets home there will be a ribeye there. But when he gets home, the proof being in the pudding, when he observes the ribeye not being there, it is no longer belief. It's knowledge. The ribeye is not there. If the ribeye is there, it's not belief that it's there. It's actually there. He knows it is there. That is knowledge. Or am I wrong?
Okay, so we first need to identify what is what. Okay, because people's epistemology is whack. So he goes home. He's doing acts. He's trying to find the ribeye. He, in this instance, believes the ribeye is on the stove. He goes home, looks at the stove, sees the ribeye on the stove. So he believes the ribeye is on the stove. That's the supposition believed, accepted as true. He empirically detects the ribeye on the stove. So now he has a inductive argument appealing to empirical data to justify an argument to justify believing the supposition the ribeye is on the stove. Ta-da, now he has knowledge. Now, say the ribeye was not on the stove. Okay, now he goes home and sees the ribeye not on the stove. So now he has falsified the supposition that he believed to be false rather than true.
Or maybe it was fish, not ribeye. It was fish or rice and beans and no ribeye today.
Right.
No, you're moving the goalpost. We're trying to stay on like one thing.
Thought
that
it wasn't a
we believe
supposition.
Trying to stay on one thing that can or cannot happen, whether you believe it to happen or not. Only the act of gaining that physical knowledge, whether you prove your premise and belief to be true or not. Same with the light switch. I believe that when I turn the light, it's going to turn on because I've had previous experiences with the light where, guess what? The light turns on when I turn it on. So is it knowledge that I know that when I turn the light on, it's going to turn on?
Have you ever
It's knowledge when you have an argument.
Have you ever tried to turn the light on and it didn't turn on, like the bulb just didn't turn on anymore?
Yeah. But you've already said that the bulb burst or maybe the plug wasn't in. There will be a reason behind it, right? But all being well, It's like laws of nature, right? I drop a rock and it goes down. Fucking hell, if it went up, I'd be surprised. But I believe that every time I drop the rock, because of post-diction, the rock will always go down.
No, it's gravity.
Okay, but let me talk to Jedi since he asked me. So, when you go home and you turn on the light, okay, the belief that the light will turn on, either you know that belief to be true or false. Okay? So, you can appeal to past instances in the argument to justify the belief, which would be a strong inductive argument. Or you can appeal to the present situation where you did the act of turning the light on. Again, another inductive argument to strongly indicate the supposition you believe to be true.
I mean, makes sense to me. So what's the with everybody else?
Thank you, Jedi.
The chat disagree with you, Jedi.
What's the
No,
argument?
that's fine. The chat can do what it wants. I'm just talking to Gregory, and from what Gregory said to me personally, I understood what he said. I haven't been around for every other fucking argument, Gen Z, and I don't care about the fucking chat, Gen Z. But what he said to me, I agree with it, and I ain't got any fucking problems, Gen Z. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, it's totally fine. And bro, I apologize for you get into the mic earlier that you were moving your whole room and you had to get into the mic and yell at me, bro. My bad. Forgive me.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. It's not the first time you've jumped into what I fucking said, you ignorant cunt, but not a problem.
Well, it's everyone picking on Jamesy.
No idea.
You can blame me all me.
Yeah, what Gregory said to me, I fully understood, so I don't understand if there is a point of contention. I mean, if you guys do, that's fine. Have your conversation. That's brilliant. But what Gregory said to me, I understood.
Ta-da!
I like what Donato said. Do you know you are alive, or do you believe you are alive?
You are the knower. You know.
That's knowledge, isn't it?
You are the knower, but the knower has beliefs. And then he verifies some of the beliefs and falsifies some of the beliefs, just like a hypothesis.
Gregory, can I ask you something?
Yes, you can. Not too good, was it?
That wasn't
Almost.
too bad. Sorry, man, that was hilarious. You can't do a big booming voice like Gregory, unfortunately.
Nah. I was trying to think of some words too, and I couldn't think of them. So.
There are some new people, so reply to Gregory questions, and then we can unmute some of the new people.
Passive aggressive, can't.
So Gregory's gone?
No, Gregory's still here. It's just you. Doesn't sound like it. That was you.
I don't see him in the voice chat.
Oh, has he jumped? I guess we can move on to those new people.
Let's get the. Yeah.
I think I heard the word believe like over 1,000 times.
Don't believe you.
Yeah, you can
believe
check
me?
the chat. Bro, check the chat and just type in the search bar, search the word believe. Used like pretty often, and people use it every day. It's been used for a long time. Your ancestors used it. Their ancestors, people before them used it, and yeah, people used it. And now, and people in the internet like cut the shit. Is arguing like, oh, if you say believe, you're a tard. When this is not the only topic we talk about. Life is way more complicated than flat globes and shapes, guys. There's way more to that.
Yeah.
What if you believe that someone is lying to you, but you will never know that they have lied to you?
Then you would just believe it, won't you? You won't ever know.
So wait a second. You can stop believing something once you've confirmed it's true? Is that what you're saying?
Well, then it's no longer a belief.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying earlier. This other guy, I don't remember his name. He was saying that it's always a belief. At least that's what I got from it, from what he was saying.
He never did address the stove example.
I'm still trying to figure out if I believe or know that my light's going to turn on. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Well, you can never know.
It's gonna turn on, but one day you're gonna believe it, and it's gonna not turn on. So you believe
and then when it turns on, then you know it turned on.
Yeah, the issue here is, to Gregory, knowledge is based in this belief. It's that's where the differences is.
I think that a little bit of
belief is an aspect of knowledge, right? I think that's basically what it is. Belief is an aspect to get to knowledge.
A precursor, if you will. Yeah. Although you don't necessarily need to believe something before you know it, do you? So that's not correct. What I said.
And you can know something without holding the belief, because you can just be walking without believing anything, and then you're gonna know something after. You didn't believe anything, but now you know something that you didn't even think about before. You didn't even have anything in mind, but then you reach to knowing something before holding any beliefs. But you can also have a belief about something, but that something is not the belief. You go there and verify that something, and you get knowledge, but that doesn't mean that is a belief. I mean, you had a belief on that, and now you verify it or falsify it. It's really,
correct.
The words and the
construction, like demolitions.
The words have been hijacked, and the meanings of war has been hijacked by the globe, and people thinking about the words and the language in the globe universe or in the flat universe, and they talk about it over there and say, "Oh, this is what it means, and you guys have to abide by this," and that's it. I don't know. It's kind of weird when you just converge it into one conversation, one topic. It's hijacks everything.
So today's word belief has been brought to you by Jemsy.
You guys, that moment where you're walking down the street, you see like a building that got demolished, and you're like, "Oh, well, that thing's gone now." Like you weren't even thinking that it would be demolished, but then all of a sudden you knew it was demolished.
Knowledge without belief.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So
what's the argument all about?
There's possibly more than one way to come to knowledge, right?
No, I thought the argument was that everything is a belief and is always a belief.
That's another strawman.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's probably
burn the strawmans, guys. Just burn them. I'm not even gonna argue against your strawman. If you didn't get it, whatever.
So okay. So I was.
You can go back to the recording.
When I said supposition of that something is true, that's not correct. It's more of an acceptance.
No, listen.
Something is true.
There's a belief. There's beliefs, right? Beliefs, but not everything is believed. Like there's a bunch of beliefs that might be true, and there's other beliefs that are lies. You don't have to believe everything.
And there can also be things that are true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say it in a different way, but it's exactly the same thing. Yeah. It can be true, but you don't believe it. Doesn't mean it's not true.
Exactly. I don't believe it, but it's still true.
You believe it's not true. You believe it's not true, or you believe it is true.
This conversation's fucked.
Reminds me of a conversation I had with somebody yesterday regarding, laws of nature and his understanding of what we were saying, but him not believing what we were saying. Interesting. So I don't believe laws of nature. Cool.
Wow. Who was that?
Some prick yesterday.
Yeah, because laws of nature are not a belief. They are what they are. Belief is something else. It's a category error.
I think you might be right.
Believing is accepting.
Or believing is not accepting also. Because you can believe it to not be true.
Exactly.
But then, when I sorry guys, but when I've turned my light on and I figured that out, the next time I turn my light on, am I just believing it's going to turn on again? Have I lost my knowledge all of a sudden?
You're believing it.
Because you could have a circuit breaker and then it doesn't turn
Because
on.
you know that the light could blow out. You know that it will possibly blow out. So, yeah, you are believing that it hasn't blown out.
Also, before the light bulb was made into existence, the designer and creator, he believed he was going to put a bunch of pieces together. He put them together and then made the light bulb work. Then the knowledge that he put together and the belief that the knowledge putting it together is going to work into a concrete thing, the light bulb they're using right now. Before it was done, it was a belief until it was accomplished. And now you can believe about if it's going to work or not.
Yeah, but ultimately, ever since the invention of the light bulb, before then it was a belief. Now we've got the knowledge of light bulbs.
Yeah, but you can only know that it's going to turn on once it turns on.
And before that, you had a belief before you saw it turning on first.
Okay, well, I'm in the dark at the moment. What's my lighting or not?
What if it doesn't turn on? Then your belief was wrong.
It doesn't work.
The light was only there.
My electricity bill.
The light was only there because you saw it.
You imagined it to be there.
Oh, fuck me. So if I don't see the light, therefore the light will not be there.
Yeah, something like a light bulb is a belief because, it might not turn on, right? And so...
Yeah, but we also understand that the light bulb might not turn on. So within the aspects of how lights work and in some instances don't work, we have knowledge that it may not turn on because there may be something wrong with the light bulb.
Yeah, you can have a belief about the light turning on when you flip the switch, and you can believe that it will continue to be turned on when you flip the switch, but until you flip the switch, you won't know. It's when you flip the switch that you know that the lamp is working and everything's good.
Thank you, Trace.
You know another example that I've seen this, for example, right? I was pretty high in the mountains, and then I was looking around, and I see the ocean to one side, to the south, and an ocean to the north. I wasn't thinking about shapes, about the globe, but I knew that what I was looking at, it was true. I didn't have any presuppositions, any beliefs of anything. I mean, I was on top of a church, so talking about beliefs, I was on top of the roof of a super big church. And I was looking around and seeing this without any beliefs. I was just doing the observation. And then after that, beliefs were implanted. Lies were told to me, right? Lies about what I was looking at. It was supposed to shape into this bowl. And those lies make me believe in the lies. But the belief is not the lies. See the difference? If you believe in the lies, you're holding a belief. Yeah, I was holding a belief in the lie with the wrong input, the wrong information. I was holding that belief, that lie as a belief. But a belief doesn't necessarily mean lie, and you're a globetard that doesn't know how reality works.
So would it logically follow that if a belief is an acceptance that something to be true, then a disbelief would be not acceptance of something to be true?
That sounds about right. I mean, I'm sure somebody's going to go deeper.
Probably. We've got nothing else to do.
I find this whole conversation just super non-constructive. Like, I see no positive out of all this.
Have we got anybody new in the server then, buddy? Maybe
like people learning definitions. Yeah, I checked on the new people. I muted one, but he never spoke. And we have Jube. Jube has a VC verified. If he opens his mic and can speak, he can speak. But yeah, you guys have probably looked and talked about this 1,000 times. Good for you guys, but other people haven't spoke about it. So since you spoke about it, that means nobody else can talk about it. Nobody can read the definitions because you've done it, right?
No, it's just a convolution of the issue, like saying that everything.
So, all right,
is
let's not talk
belief.
about it because of the convolution.
Yeah,
not
it
even
doesn't
what he
help
said.
anybody.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's see the new people. Let's move on. Don't bring it up anymore. That's it.
God, somebody must have hurt you today, mate. You sound really pissy.
Bro, you were yelling at me.
Is your estrogen level too high today, mate? You don't seem to want to move the conversation along.
Yes. What do you mean? This question I didn't brought it up. Someone new brought it up, and people gave a bunch of replies.
Awesome stuff. Who's Bra One? Has anybody spoken to him? Sounds like somebody I reckon.
Yeah, let's talk to the people that doesn't reply. Let's talk to them. People that don't open their mics. Come on. And the ones in the chat. Come on, guys. You in the chat that have a lot of opinions. Come on, cut the shit up on the mic, bro. Check it.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead. Jedi, can he speak? Jedi, can he speak?
Of course he can, mate. He asked to. Like I said.
All right, go ahead,
you're a cunt.
Okay, so about the belief and knowledge thing, I posted an example, I think twice or thrice. So I don't know if I should continue about this because you wanted to change the topic, or should I continue?
You can ask whatever you want.
Nobody else.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the example goes as follows. There's a 5-year-old that has never encountered a hot stove before. He has no expectations, no beliefs. He burns his hand by touching the stove, and therefore has gained knowledge and experience that the stove can be hot without believing in anything. Or that's what I thought. But apparently knowledge and experience requires belief. So how does this go? Where does belief come into play here in this situation?
You can attain knowledge from multiple ways. There's no one way to attain knowledge.
Not according to Gregory. But he's not here now. So I thought maybe someone else had an idea. That's all.
It's only for wankers, and it's only allowed today, but people don't want to talk about it. So bring something else, bro. People don't like it. Come on, bro. Bring something else. Do you have anything better to talk about?
Yes, of course. Moral relativism.
There's the wanker.
I thought you were supporting this.
No, I'm good.
Why don't you answer it?
Alright, he's arguing like a woman, so he doesn't actually know what side he's fucking on at the moment. He's just going to argue.
Because when we were talking about it, wankers were complaining about talking about it.
Yeah.
And yelling at people because they were pushing their shit around, and it's my fault.
Talking too long.
So, yeah, reply to him, Jedi. Come on.
I wasn't listening, mate. There's other people in the room, and you seem to be the one who wants to have the conversation about this subject. So you crack on with it, Sunshine.
That's funny because he brought it up, not I.
Yeah, he brought it up on a
Yeah,
subject
go ahead,
that
reply,
you were
bro.
talking about. Oh my god, you actually can't listen. Somebody kicked you in the bollocks today, mate.
You did.
Yeah, good. I'll fucking do it again because you're acting like a fucking woman today, mate.
You were yelling like a woman. You were cleaning your room like a woman and yelling at me over your mic. Healthy, you can't talk about it.
No, listen, I wasn't cleaning. I was moving stuff around like a man.
You were cleaning like a woman.
Cleaning. No, moving stuff like a man, you little fucking princess. If you want to have an argument, I'd suggest you call me or we go down to another voice room because this isn't the conversation we should have on the live stream, is it now?
So why are you talking about it? Just reply to the guy, not to me.
I already answered that question, but you were too busy being a pretty little bitch to listen to the answer. Stop being so passive-aggressive, Gemsy.
Are you suggesting that I shouldn't clean my house? What the fuck?
Yeah, I clean it. I clean it too. Clean it.
Oh, shut up, Randy.
But don't jump in VC and start yelling at people because you're cleaning your house. Because that's what Jedi did. He was complaining that he was cleaning his house. He had to jump in the mic and yell.
No.
Complain to me. Bro, complain to your wife, bro. Come on.
Again, lying like a woman. That's not what I was doing. You clearly weren't listening again. You haven't listened for ages,
You
have
interrupted me in the middle of my sense and started yelling at me.
Why? Can you remember why? And it wasn't because I
I
was
was talking
moving
in the
stuff
VC
around.
like you do all the time. Like you do all the time. You spend hours and hours speaking in the VC. Nobody yell at you.
Time that you said that. That's the first time that you said that. I had to bring you to that point, didn't I? You fucking idiot.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I don't want to have this conversation with you. If you want to have a conversation with me, sweetheart, you can call me. But apart from that, me and you're done.
You can call me. And you're the smart one. Go ahead. Reply. Any other questions? Jedi's here to answer. Because, we were talking about gravity earlier with the other guy. We get some examples about how that theory is not true. Jedi gave his examples.
Passive-aggressive bitch.
He gave good examples. I was like, wow, that was pretty good, actually. Like, many times.
Passive-aggressive bitch.
Wait, that's a compliment, bro. You did good job explaining fantasy of gravity to people.
Passive backhand. You know you don't mean it. You know you don't mean it.
Actually, when you were talking, I was thinking and listening to what you were saying and actually following and agreeing with you 100%. And I didn't interrupt you, didn't yell at you because you were doing that. I didn't do that, but you did it when I was talking.
Yeah, because you were going on for half an hour about a subject that shouldn't have been on the live stream, and you asked to go to a different room several times, but you didn't. You didn't want to listen to that, did you? You know the rules of the live stream, my friend. You were kind of quoting them, weren't you? Console training.
What rule?
Concern trolling for one.
Concern trolling?
Yeah, concern trolling.
Why were you trolling me?
I'm done with you.
So, that's funny that you mentioned the server rules. Because the other day, CB mentioned the server rules, and who was the other guy? Old dude mentioned the server rules, and guess what? After you guys yell at me, 30 minutes after, Indio, Quantum Eraser were talking about rebuys and medicine and all this. You guys didn't yell at them. Why? I don't get it.
What am I missing here? I mean, what are your I don't even understand what the argument is. So, I mean, if there was a argument
that this cons in the VC want to.
Hold on, wait. Just
and call it. Look, they call me a cunt and a wanker, and they think it's totally fine. I'm gonna take it like that. Jedi think I'm gonna take it because he's Jedi, right?
It's like going to and nobody's, don't take it so personally, man.
No, it's not personally, but they're gonna get what they give. He's gonna get it what he gives, and he doesn't like it, but don't get it, right?
Right here. Stop lying.
I gotta warn you again. I have to deduct a point.
Point taken. I'll take the loss.
Since everyone's jumping on Gemsy, I can kind of take his side a little.
Go ahead, bro. What are you saying? I think this shit didn't hear you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say since I've been in this Discord, there are some people that can kind of talk about whatever they want, and then other people can't. But I'll just leave it at that.
We know. It's all good. It's not a big deal. I can point it out, but it's all good. Let's not get under people's feelings and make them wankers and stuff.
Yeah, let's not be passive aggressive about things that we don't like.
Yeah, like the other day we were talking about the vegan stuff. That kind of pissed me off because I don't know. I don't think it was like a bad subject. Like, it's not like you're talking about like what happened in 2020 or something like that. Like, it's just I don't know.
Hey, the most of the day, like India, Miggy, talking about flat earth globe questions, gravity, all of it. Just all of it. That's what we do, 24/7. Then 5 minutes 5% of the time, the 10% of the time that the conversation changes. And some people get hurt about that because, 5%, you can't do that. And they have
I don't think it's about getting hurt.
But let's open the mic. New people, where are they? The new questions. I don't see them.
I don't even think it was that.
I want to bring up something I brought up last night.
I can't stop people from crying and whatnot. I've been listening on YouTube because of my phone situation, but one thing I do know is, I've come across someone saying we can't talk about that. And if I've come across it, everyone's come across it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Jimsy. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, other guy. Where some people seem to have more liberties than others. Well, my only response to that is, pick up your big boy shorts and then, tell people when they're not doing the right thing in the live. Because when people who aren't doing the right thing in the live get to continue to talk and no one says anything, guess what's going to happen? It's going to happen. Whether it's me, whether it's QE, whether it's anybody. People can rock out and talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about. You and me and everybody else, Jimsy was talking about finances till somebody decided, well, we're tired of that. You know what? I stopped. Because someone called me out. Oh, shit, you called me. Not supposed to be talking about that on the live. Okay, I'll stop.
Did you go on about it for 8 hours afterwards, though?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But, no, I don't typically moan about stuff. Not typically. I only moan about, weak flat earth arguments. And who's going to shut me up on that? I'd like to see it. But, let's fucking pull up your shorts, man. I'm going back to YouTube.
See you later, man.
Well, sad to see you go, Elijah.
My brother.
Yeah, right. Sounded really good as well.
I believe he'll be back in no time.
I believe Elijah will come back one of these days. I believe it. Really.
I just like his calm, collected input.
Yeah, I have faith too that he will return.
I've got a gut feeling. What's that?
Yeah, that's it. I feel it in my kidneys.
It's a gut feeling, a belief, or knowledge?
Wait and
That's my
find
question. Thank God.
Not this conversation again.
Yes, nobody's talking about anything else. So bring it back to beliefs and the definition of words. Let's talk about the definition because it's not about.
I want to talk.
It's not about. Hey, I was in the middle of my sentence. It's about this word versus this word. It's about the etymology, the meaning of words, right, and how to utilize and how to use them to have a cohesive conversation, and that can be done. And I've learned many words in here. So yeah, congrats, guys. Well,
I think gut feeling would be more about intuition. So is intuition and belief synonymous?
Until it's confirmed, yes.
Well, yeah. And until you, whatever your intuition is about, it's a belief that your intuition is correct. And until the act or whatever it is you got the intuition about, you won't have the knowledge that your intuition was correct. So it's a belief until proven to be true.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing like you have a dream. And maybe you feel like you're some kind of clairvoyant or something. You have a dream. And sometimes there's something that happens, after your dream that confirms your dream or your feelings about your dream. Now, can we chalk that up to knowledge?
I dreamed that I was gonna eat a donut, and then I woke up and I had a donut. I mean, my dream was true. Yeah, my dream came true.
Oh, but no, you made your dream come true. But sometimes people have
Visions are
dreams.
different than dreams. Visions are different.
Intuition and dreams different.
Oh, intuitions. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that intuition exactly? Intuition? Was that exactly? Can you define?
Well, intuition is I mean, isn't that's something that's like a thought? It's like a in your brain. And
I would put it more down to a feeling, yeah,
a feeling. Okay.
and a thought, because you feel, you intuitively feel that this is correct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a hunch.
Or or you feel intuitively that it's wrong. So I would put it more to a feeling than a thought.
Whereas a dream would be more like a thought, but I think
I don't know. Dreams are weird. How can anyone
dreams are
explain dreams?
weird, right? Yeah.
Is it just your subconscious mind creating a story while it's asleep so it stays awake? Or is it actually something deeper than that? I don't know.
Like
because
an intuition.
Because my dreams are funny. They always seem to have things that relate to the day I just had.
Right.
So,
No, I agree. I agree with that. Like I'll be thinking about something during the day, and then I have a dream that night, and be like, "Oh, I was just thinking about that." But my dream kind of expands more on that. What I
yeah,
was thinking. Yeah.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know about dreams. I don't know if anyone's ever worked out dreams
I know
or
there's a
ever
dream
will.
book. I remember this girl I used to date. She was really into that. I never read the book, but yeah, there's but you know, I have like some of my older relatives. I'll tell them a dream that I had, and then they'll be like, they'll try to interpret it for me. You know.
A good question. Has anyone ever had a flat Earth dream? Like,
Oh, geez, that's a good question.
I had a vision.
Yeah.
Not a dream. I had a vision, which is different.
So you were awake, or or you're like not even asleep yet, but eyes closed, had a vision, went on a trip.
Normally in dreams, I would be doing things that I normally do, or weird stuff that I wouldn't do, or I haven't done before, but I know it's doable in reality, like driving or meeting people, or seeing faces, or whatever. Related stuff that I normally would do. In the
Like your dream would be like that.
Yeah, it would be. They could get weird as well, but in the vision, what I saw, it was just an expanse of water, like a horizontal line of water. It was darkness in the sky. It was a black, and then the waters below me, like an expanse of water. Then towards the horizon, a mountain of light.
Oh, that's a good one.
And that's the same morning that my father passed away. So I think I saw what he was looking at, what he was seeing.
Oh, shit.
That was a vision, not a dream, of me, whatever, doing stuff in my mind. I saw someone else's vision.
Yeah, this goes back to this, like, I don't remember. I think it was a little while ago about there was a conversation about what's that
But that's my belief. That's my belief. Okay, but I know I saw it.
Yeah, but out of body experience.
Listen real quick. I know I saw it. I'm the knower. But I believe it means something. What that something means, maybe we can all interpret it, right? But I know I saw
it. Yeah, Jedi. I've dreamt that I've been on the live stream as well.
Did you spend too much time? Spend too much time in Discord and you will end up having a Discord dream where you're having conversations with people halfway around the world in a text room.
Arguments like characters that I felt like I knew, but I didn't know them.
Yeah.
And I'm having a chat with them, and then someone comes in the live stream and we start arguing with them about flat Earth, but I feel like I know this person, but I don't know their name, and it's weird, man.
Oh, what about deja vu?
Sorry, just quickly, in my dream I had Indio running around, and you know how Indio looks like Pai Mei, so if Indio doesn't look like Pai Mei, he's literally ruining my dreams. Sorry, what was that about deja vu, mate? I didn't mean to be rude.
Oh, yeah, no.
Every day I have deja vu. Every day.
Every day. That's French word, yeah?
Day. Yeah, to see again, it means.
What was that?
Those are weird.
It means to see again. Something like that, I think.
Yeah. I brought this up with one of my ex-girlfriends who was a good neuroscience major. And I was like, neuroscience major.
Yeah.
So as I'm driving home through the streets of Los Angeles, getting ready to go through the intersection of Florence and Normandy, it just brings a saying to my mind, can't we all just get along?
Yeah, I think we can, mate. I think everyone's having a bad week, seems like.
Oh, wait. Is that area still pretty shitty? Los Angeles there? I've been
No, it's not still pretty shitty. It's even worse. It's a major case of diarrhea.
And
I am I am eagerly anticipating the time when I will be able to move away from this shithole.
What's going on the streets over there? I see all these videos with these drug addicts all hunched over, or their bodies are all folded up, and they're like asleep on the footpath. What's going on over there?
There's sections of streets in Los Angeles that there's rows and rows of homeless tents. When you look at the overpass where the freeway goes overhead and you look underneath, they've got their tents there. There's a ton of homeless people here, and I don't know if it's because they want to be or because of the economy. I don't really know the characters that live there, but I personally have driven by and watched a crack deal going by. Some guy was walking across one homeless camp, pulls out his backpack, opens something up, and hands it over to some guy, and he pulls out his little glass pipe and just starts firing it up right there.
Do you believe it was crack, or you knew it was crack?
Did you believe?
I do not know it was crack. Somebody could have sold him some fake crack and ripped him off for the money. I do believe that I saw.
Could have been baking powder.
Well, I've seen what a crack pipe looks like before. It looked more like a crack pipe than a marijuana pipe.
Yeah,
I didn't see what he handed him.
Consequence, right? Because the crack pipe can also be used for other chemicals. So
yeah, it looks like it's something worse than that, because these people look like zombies. They're fucked, don't it? And we don't seem to have that problem here. I don't know what's going on over there.
From what I've seen on independent news, there's a new drug called Trank that people are using with fentanyl and other stuff, which basically is makes them very docile and tired.
Yeah, well, they fall asleep. They fall asleep standing up. Yeah.
Isn't fentanyl what Michael Jackson OD'd on?
Oh yeah. A lot of.
So it seems like I'm hearing on the news they're finding all kinds of drugs that have fentanyl in them. So some people might think they're getting a tab of acid and it has fentanyl in it. Some people think they're getting cocaine or heroin and it's got fentanyl in it. Seems like they've got this overabundance of fentanyl they can't wait just to put into every street drug that's out there.
Dude. That's what I was saying. About there's if they're cutting street drugs and they're putting fentanyl, that means that there's an overabundance. It was like the same thing with the opioid situation, of the painkillers.
I know some people are going to get pissed off, but can we use code words or something like that? Like, I don't know. Someone will get annoyed, but
But
yeah, probably better to get off the subject. I don't want to go ahead and get anybody's wrist slapped.
Yeah, no, it was my fault. I brought it up as well. So,
do you believe you have to get out of the subject? Or do you know you have to?
Well, I know that I'm going to be driving through downtown Los Angeles, and I know I'm probably going to pass at least 100 to 200 homeless camps.
Wow. It's really bad there, yeah?
No, I think California in general is pretty bad.
There's places in California that are really nice, but they're really expensive, and they make it really hard to live there. I'm 65, been working all my life, and I can't afford to live in a really nice area. So I'm looking on moving out of state where I can move into a nice area and be able to afford it.
All of this stuff is flooding everybody's community to keep people distracted from their realities, right? And you keep them tranquilized, or you keep them inundated, or and they never look at their reality. They never start to question anything, except what's on their next plate, and it's a terrible situation, but it's done with a purpose.
You're right. I worked in construction for 20 plus years. I was in the labor union during the Opus pandemic. You like that code word, huh?
Good try.
Nice, thanks. But yeah, no, I called it out. I called it out back in 10 years ago. I was like, this is getting ridiculous. Like, these people are putting my life in danger, operating heavy machinery around me, and I'm like, dude, this is not right. You got to fix this shit.
Speaking for myself, I've got a love-hate relationship with technology. I see the ways that it is and has been and can be abused. But on the same token, for the past 20 years, that's what's put the bread on my table. So at this point, when I am ready to retire, I really want to go someplace where there is no Wi-Fi, where there is no 3G, 4G, 5G. If I want to make a phone call, I'll have to do it on a landline. But I just want to get away from all this stuff. But that includes computers, too. And like I said, I've been making my living for the past 20 years. I found out about flat Earth on a computer. I've been staying in touch with people in contact because of a computer and the internet. But I just want to get my footprint off of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not turning into a Luddite. Like, I find, I've said this before, a lot of you guys probably heard me say it, but I think that there's an inverse relationship between the rise of technology and the fall of society. So as technology grows, so falls equally, like, society.
That's interesting.
I would have to agree with that. We see less humanity with more technology, less connections with humans, more virtual connections. Interactions are broken, families are broken, societies and communities are broken, and people are not building necessary connections in order to have a thriving community. So yeah, there are detriments. Let's not forget the internet is brought to you by DARPA. But, Wavemix, I agree with you 100%, except that there are some good uses if we use the technology smartly and carefully.
I mean, yeah, I mean, there's certain benefits, but how we utilize them are just all wrong. So, like, and typically how it's sold too is technology was going to make things easier. We were going to be more connected. They're going to be more streamlined, but it always introduces more problems and more more. We're not any more efficient than we were, in my opinion. Like constantly having to battle hacks and trying to get verified and like you're like you have to be like you have to give so many forms of identification for everything now, and then you gotta you're just always adding layers to that stuff. Like it's you spend more time with the trying to get through like the security of everything and validating that you are who you are, that you're really it's kind of a trade-off. Like things were just a lot simpler when we didn't have this technology and you could just come in, show your ID if you needed to for that. It was whatever. I'm not explaining it very well, but I think
I know what you're trying to say, but I also have to say that there's all this verification for identity is also deterrence for people who don't want to go through it, because they know who you are. They know who you are already.
Yeah, they are. You're absolutely right. Yeah, they know exactly who you are. There's no reason for any of this stuff.
It's deter you from doing certain things.
It's bureaucracy. It's not technology. You're describing bureaucracy, not technology.
Well,
I was a teenager.
It's only because of this technology that we're going through that bureaucracy.
It uses technology. Listen, bureaucracies can use technology. Those are two different categories. Yes. There can be a bureaucracy that doesn't use technology and other ones that use technology. But just by using a level, they're using technology to build the building where they're going to set up their bureaucracy.
Right. Don't get me wrong. Like the invention of the water wheel, that's technically technology, right? Like I'm not against technology in all forms, but this digital technology, internet, and the advent of the internet and internet technology, like this has not done what it was promised. It's made things worse, not better. It's made us less connected, not more connected.
It goes back a lot farther than the internet, though. I remember when I was a teenager that I'd remember all my friends' phone numbers. I had several friends that just blip, 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 ring off the phone number, no problem. Nowadays, we got smartphones. The smartphone remembers everything for you. Back when I was a teenager, we had pencil and pens and paper to do our math. Calculators were just coming out. I mean, they had the old push-button calculators with the roll tape on it that, accountants use. But, for us, as a general rule now, we don't have to know how to spell because we got spell check. We don't have to remember phone numbers because we've got smartphones. We don't have to know how to count because we've got calculators. So the world making us things easier for us has dumbed us down. So we don't know how to think for ourselves. We rely on something else to think for us.
Well, I agree with that point also, but it's more than that. So, like with the advent of any technology, okay, especially when it comes to this digital internet technology, like I was speaking of, you'll always be able to find a pro. You'll always be able to say like this is going to help this group of people here, and they typically love to say, they'll sell you on a technology that this is going to help, quadriplegics, or whatever else. Like they'll have some medical benefit where it's going to help 0.025% of the population. But then it's actually going to be utilized in a weaponized type of way to be against the majority of the population. Like they'll sell you on one pro, but then there's going to be 10 cons that always come with it.
I agree with Waves Nixon when he says about the remembering numbers and things like that, right? And it kind of goes back to there's a complete degradation due to the technology, is what he's saying, and you can see this, and it's reflected in scholastics, right? When you go look at school and the way it works, kids are not getting smarter; they're getting dumber. They can't read on the levels, they can't do math on their levels, and things like that. So in that way, it has been, a negative impact to society on the whole.
Yeah, but
In that
the kids, they know how
No,
to
I
do the
said I
and
was
now,
math.
next.
one
I
other
know
point
I
that I
said
would
I
just
was
like,
next.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
let you
Go
jump
ahead.
in, but I just want to bring up one other point. One other point that I do know and that I do realize, and some of the older heads may realize, is that the technology has made the greatest generation gap that we have in recorded history. It has divided the generations on a curve that nobody's used to, and so everybody's trying to understand it and get used to it. That's all I wanted to add. You could jump in.
I can see
Yeah.
that.
Uh,
Being
Yo, bro,
graduate
I got
99.
smoked over
Hello.
after talking first twice,
Yeah,
and then I
I
said,
just been
okay,
waiting for
I'm
the
next.
mic.
Go for it.
Yeah. I think it's a cop out. I don't think anything is different from the stories from thousands of years ago, if you believe that, or 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, if you believe those. I think there's a ebb and flow. But what I do think that is that the problem is a lack of faith in God, because God is truth. And
That's
so
only consistent. Yeah.
when people get scared, they look to other people before they really look inward or look to something higher than themselves. They're looking for someone else who has figured out the problem that they have. And ultimately to say, well, technology is like letting every human off the hook that is logged in. I mean, um, sure, yes, these are symptoms, but they're symptoms of our doing in the first place. Is there inundation? Yeah, but there's always a fool out there yelling about something. We don't have to accept it. We don't have to take it on as a society. But we do. And I just think it's a cop out to say that it's technology or it's the newspaper or it's, word of mouth that can spread faster now because there are horses instead of, just things staying in the town that you live in. I mean, we could just keep on saying that, but really it's just a rejection of God, if you ask me. I think there's an inverse relationship between that and the fall of us. Everybody
Well,
doesn't have to agree, but
let me add this then. So, like, the people who develop this technology, like, typically they don't have God in mind at all. Okay, like, they set God to the side. Morality is to the side.
Is that a belief or you know that?
it's a belief.
That is a belief, right? Am I correct or incorrect?
But my
Do you think technology is driven by morals?
No, what you're
Yeah,
saying,
my suspicion,
that they don't believe in God or something.
my suspicion is this, because people think the government is bad too, but it's not the government. It's your ignorance in how you can maneuver based on the rules that are there. People that are in the government, well, they leech people because of people's ignorance. You just got to open a book, man. So with this technology, everything that I can put my hands on, that I can think up,